Hi, my name is Odds and I play this game far too much. Today I'm going to share some of that knowledge and we'll be going through every single killer in the game, from Trapper all the way to Krasu, the last one released. For each of them, we'll be following the same formula. First, I'll teach you step by step everything you need to know as a beginner to utilize their power and some advanced tricks too. Then we'll talk about build advice, some perks and add-on suggestions to get you started. And later we will also play a real match so that you can see all of the theory put into practice. Feel free to watch the whole thing if you've got a minute, or skip to the parts that you're interested in using the timestamps down below in the description. Okay, quick note, I unfortunately could not fit all 41 killers into a single upload due to the massive length of this video. I had to split it into two. In this one, you'll have everything from the Trapper until the Blight, and all the tips from Twins to Krasu will be in a follow-up video that you can find in the description or in the pinned comment. If you find this video useful, by the way, don't forget that you can support me and this channel directly by using code ODDS or Otzdarva when you purchase RXLs. That helps a lot. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna be starting with the Trapper. The Trapper is a perfect killer to start with. He is the one that you're gonna learn in the tutorial. And the most important thing to realize about this killer is that outside of his power, he is the perfect average killer. He is what some people would call a M1 killer or a basic killer. M1 killers are described, and you're going to hear this a lot during this video, as a killer that moves with a normal speed, which is 115%, aka 4.6 meters a second, and also has normal launch, normal stun times, normal terror radius of 32 meters. Everything about this killer is normal. So, for example, if you learn how to play around a certain tile, let's imagine that there's a pallet here. If you learn how to play around something with this killer, when you switch to other killers like Wraith, like Myers, that we're going to be seeing later, they will all play pretty much the exact same. So it's a great killer to start. His power is super simple as well, and it's one of the few killers whose powers you can actually just lose, okay? If you just put all of your traps down, there you go. You literally don't have a power. Bear traps will catch survivors. If the survivor is healthy, they'll become injured. If they're injured, nothing really happens unless you have a certain add-on. If a survivor is caught in a bear trap, they have a 1 in 6 chance to escape after struggling a little bit. And then that 1 in 6 becomes 1 in 5, then 1 in 4, then 1 in 3, then 1 in 2, 1 in 1, and then when it's 21, it's guaranteed. You can also step onto your own traps, by the way. Nothing bad happens, and sometimes you might have to do it if they're in a doorway. There's an add-on called the makeshift wrap that allows you to go through them, and it's quite nice, great for beginners. If you are carrying a survivor while you step on a trap, the survivor will be freed, so be extra careful not to go through one of your traps. I'm going to teach you one trick that can help you not go through your own trap, okay? If you ever put a trap in front of a window, which is a great idea, don't put it too close like this. Never put it too close like this. If you put it too close like this, a survivor that vaults it might end up going over it. Oh, but, well, I just pulled off what I was going to show you, right? So you don't want to do that. But you also don't want to put it too far. If you put it too far, this would be too far. A survivor can just go from the side, vault the window, and not touch it. You want to do it, if this is one bird trap, this is 2 bird traps, you want to go maybe a tiny bit more than that. This should catch everyone, more or less. Yeah, something like this should be it. Unfortunately, this killer is very inconsistent, and the traps are really not that big with their hitbox. Sometimes you will put a trap that only catches survivors during certain animations, but that is okay. The point is that if you put a trap, if you vault the window this way, you will step on it. And let me show you. That's fine. But you can actually avoid stepping on your own trap if you have it on the window and you simply press the vault. Your feet do not touch it. So that's one way you can avoid a trap. So how do you use traps? Do you have to use them in the first place? Unless you use a particularly specific purple add-on, as you can see, your traps will spawn across the map. These are the random place traps that you want to be picking up as much as you can, right? So that you can use them. One thing that's really important is that the location of these traps is not extremely random. It's not completely random. They will spawn on specific preset spots in specific places on all the tiles in the game. The game tries to spawn them closer to the middle. Sometimes they might be on the edges, but what I'm trying to say is that these traps are not very good. If you have an add-on that reopens them on the ground, they will not catch survivors very often. And if you reopen them yourself, which is something that you can do by holding the power button, this trap is not very good. If we think about the safety of this tile, we have a pallet, right? So a survivor would want to be on the pallet or maybe around the pallet while they're looping around it. And then there's also a window and the space around the window. So this trap here, it's in the middle of the, it's in the open. It's not concealed by grass, and it's not going to help you very much. So a much better idea to maybe make the loop less usable is to put a trap on the pallet. Now, the first thing that you might think is that you should put the trap on the middle of the pallet. And this seems really good. I'm gonna need the help from the survivor. So survivor, if you can, could you show us why this trap is not very good? It does, like, it does seem to cover the entirety of the area. The way to know if a trap is passable for survivors is to, you know the little thing on the side? That's the spring, right? The little, not the middle part, but the little side. Imagine that it's twice as long. And if it touches the edge or is very close to the edge, a survivor cannot go through. So I can tell you already, a survivor most likely cannot squeeze through. And your hitbox as like trapper is even bigger. So if she could squeeze through and I followed, I probably would step on it because I have a harder time. But what this survivor can do is drop this pallet. And now my trap is useless. So one of the first things that you're going to see a beginner trapper do is do this. They pick a pallet, they pick a trap, they put it on the pallet, and this is a really bad idea. This is really, really bad. You don't want to do this. I'll show you what to do instead, which is going to be a little bit more helpful. Instead, you want to put the trap on the side, like this. Now, as you can see, this should be enough that it is pretty much impossible to squeeze past it. And if Fong drops this pallet, let's see what happens. Fong, could you please drop this pallet? For us, from the other side, obviously, from this side. Yeah. If the trap is really close, you might be able to vault past it. Go for it. Drop it and vault it. It didn't work. Even if she vaulted over it, then when she did it the other way, it would catch her. So that's how you want to trap pallets, okay? So we already know how to trap pallets and how to trap windows. Now, there's only one problem. Survivors can disarm traps, right? If I put a trap, for example, here, we can see a survivor disarming it. When a survivor disarms a trap, the trap no longer has collision. Not for me, not for any other survivor. So if you see a survivor disarming a trap from the other side, imagine this is a doorway or something, and they're disarming it, you can walk through it, but then they're gonna let go and you can be caught, right? So be a little careful. If a survivor is disarming, you can hit them like this without stepping on it and it will still hit, okay? You can hit a survivor that's disarming it. Just don't get baited into it, right? It's very important as a trapper to not go on a long sequence of picking up a trap, putting down a trap, picking up a trap, putting down a trap, while you have one survivor following you. So you need to be really, really aware. We need to be a little bit sneaky. If we only place traps on windows and on pallets, it is a little bit obvious. Sometimes what you want to do is put a trap around the loop, right? If I put a trap on this pallet, a survivor running here is immediately going to see it and they're immediately going to run away. Into the shack, into the main building, into some other place. And that's your worst case scenario. As a trapper, you want to keep survivors in your territory. So what I could do is put this trap right here, right? Which is a lot less expected and not immediately visible. And then a survivor will probably come to this loop, try to play around it. Oh, they dropped the pallet. Maybe they drop it, right? Let's say the survivor drops it. Okay, now very important. I don't want to push from this direction. I want to push from the other direction, so I want to funnel the survivor, and I want to make it not obvious, right? So I'm going to chase this direction, and then the survivor is going to be funneled into my trap. Now, very important. This survivor can escape, but we're going to ask her not to escape for a second, okay? When a survivor steps on a trap, there are two things you can do. You can pick them up. This is the fastest way. Or you can hit them. Both are valid. If you want to get the achievement, you need to pick them up. Otherwise, you don't get that achievement that you need to do like 200 times or something. Now, if I know that there are no survivors nearby, and I want to get the hook the quickest way possible, I will pick up. Okay? If I need the fastest possible pickup, I will pick up. However, if you pick up, that will immediately make you eat a decisive strike if the survivor has the perk decisive strike, and it makes you susceptible to a pallet save and to a flashlight save and any other type of save, like for example a flashbang. So if there was, for example, a Nia here with a flashlight, I wouldn't want to pick up facing her because she could be rescued, right? So that's quite important. Also, if you pick up, you don't get to reset your own trap. That's why in most situations, when a survivor steps on a trap, hit them. You hit them like that, you break them out of the trap, and now you can simply pick it up or reset it. Now, if I reset it, needless to say, the trap can be reused, but maybe this survivor knows about it now. And maybe this survivor's gonna be like, hey guys, there's a trap right here. Calling it out on Discord to all her friends. So maybe it's just better to pick it up. Let's just pick it up. And then we pick her up, maybe looking towards a wall or something to avoid a flashy save if possible. And then we go for the hook. Right? That's the general idea. Now, a few more ideas as to when you should hit and when you should grab. If a survivor has endurance, which is the effect that happens when they get unhooked, or the effect that happens when they have, for example, We're Gonna Live Forever and some other perks like that. Let's step on our trap. Then they will resist it, right? So if a survivor has just been unhooked and they step on a trap, it might actually be better to grab them, because that way when you hit them, they will not just break out of the trap. Very important. Another thing that's super, super important, by the way, is that you do have some bit of trap immunity. So for example, if I put a trap down and I don't leave the trap, look, I'm fine. I can step on, it's not about time. I can be on it as long as I want. But then when I leave it and I come back, then I'll be caught, right? So don't worry. If a survivor steps on a trap, let's do it, for example. Let's say she steps on this trap. And I hit them. And I reset the trap at my feet, for example. Don't worry. You're never going to get caught in this. Sometimes it can be a bit difficult to make sure you don't pick up the trap. Let's pick up the survivor. Like here, for example, I'm completely fine. Anytime you set or reset a trap, you are immune until you leave the area. That's quite important. So, what should be our plan as a trapper? Our plan as a trapper is to realize that at the start, we have the most privacy. Survivors don't know it's a trapper. They will eventually know when they see traps on the ground and they see you. So, if I were to start my game right here, my first priority would be to set 1 or 2 traps down and then start bothering survivors. For example, one trap that's really good here. I mean, we could put it here on the pallet. That's good, but a little bit obvious. One that's a bit less obvious. This one right here. Using grass and debris and other things is quite important. If I go to this loop, I'm going to make the survivor drop the pallet, and then I'm going to trick them by going into this way into running into the trap, right? So these quieter, subtle traps that you put around the edge are even better. This would also be really, really good. If there was a generator here, for example, a survivor could be working on here and then accidentally step on it, and this is far less likely to be spotted by a survivor. So putting a trap like this or 2 down is perfect. Then we are going to go across the map. If we see a trap that's here, we try to pick it up. It's a really good rule of thumb to always have 1 trap on you, because traps can be used outside of chase, but they can also be used in chase. And we will demonstrate that very, very shortly. So much like Huntress wants to chase with hatchets, with the trapper, you want to chase with at least 1 trap on you. So it's okay to go out of your way a little bit. Now, unfortunately, some traps like this one spawn in really awkward spots, right? So this trap right here, it's in a hill. It seems really close, but I need to go all the way around. By the way, one big tip: if you see a hill and there's a hook, the hook is almost always pointing to the entrance of the hill. This is true for most maps. There are some exceptions where there are 2 entrances to the hill. There are 2 hills. There are some hills that have 2 ramps, but in most of the basic maps, or all of them, this is true. So that means the entrance is over there. So if I was here at the start of the game, I would definitely make sure to pick this up. Right? Because I might never come back to this corner of the map again. But traps that are in the very middle, don't worry about traps that are in the very middle. This trap, for example, because it's so close to the middle, we're gonna have many opportunities to pick it up. So it will be completely fine. Now, why is it so important to have at least 1 trap when you're chasing someone? It's gonna be called it's gonna be what we call zoning, right? So, for example, if I'm chasing a survivor and they drop the pallet, I can begin to put a trap down, right? And I will explain how. And now the survivor cannot play this pallet super safely. And that zones them into going somewhere else. So being able to shut down 1 strong pallet before the survivor has a chance to even drop it is a really good thing. And not only will it push that survivor out, any survivor that comes here later might step on it or will have to see themselves in the same situation. So our goal as a trapper is going to be to set a couple traps that are sneaky at the start, immediately go into chase, keep traps on my hand as much as possible in chase, try to pick up the traps that spawn naturally, which are not very strong, and put them in better places. And on top of that, we also want to keep an eye out for basement, which is often in shack or in main building. Basement is very strong for trapper, as you can see. The thing with basement is that you can trap all of the exits in and out, and it can be really, really awful if two people step on a trap and then you put them both in basement. It can be really, really awkward. So that would be also something that we'll look into. But first, let's see what kind of build we can put together with just basic perks, okay? Okay, while we queue into a match, let's look at a build that could be reasonably used by almost anyone playing Trapper without unlocking anything from other killers. We're going to be using perks that are now common, including No Holds Barred. It has a different name for me, though don't worry about that. Weeping Wounds has a different name for me, don't worry about that. And Agitation, Trapper's own perk, as well as Know It. Know It is honestly really, really decent. It's a good perk on almost any killer that just attacks with their basic attacks, and we can trap it, and we can put traps in the exit gates as well, making the endgame take longer. So it's a nice perk. This killer sometimes loses gens quickly in the early game, so it's not a bad thing at all to say something for the late game. Agitation is not super obviously good by reading it, but it's actually a really strong perk, and it's really not bad on Trapper. Normally, when you carry a survivor, you move at around 92% movement speed. Normal survivors move at 100. So that means you're slower than other survivors while you carry. With this perk, you're actually faster. It's not insane. You can't just chase people down because you have a survivor on the back that's going to be like pushing side to side, but it is a perk that allows you to sometimes chase a survivor briefly and hit while you're carrying, and it lets you go much further and a lot quicker too. It's great to get to basement, and it's great to get a survivor that is far away from your traps back into your territory. Typically speaking, if you hook a survivor, you don't necessarily want to start putting traps around them in the open. They're going to be called out, and it might not be the best idea. It's best to have some traps around and then bring the survivor to it if possible. So Agitation helps us with that, and it's great. Less time busy hooking means more time putting traps, more time chasing people. It's great. And then Gift of Pain, this is only triggered if you hook a survivor on a white hook. If it's a bit far out of the way, well, Agitation will help us get there, and it's going to help us slow down the survivor. This could also be replaced easily by Sloppy Butcher. It would have a similar effect. The nice thing about this perk, though, is that if they heal, they will do gens slower. And then we have one more perk to help us do gens slower, which is No Hold Bards or Deadlock, depending on whether or not you have the Cenobite DLC. And yeah, this perk just slows down gens. You don't really need to do anything. It can go really well with Corrupt Intervention or be replaced by Corrupt Intervention from the Plague if you have that. But until you have that, this is a perfectly good build. If you could bring in some other perks, amazing, but this should really get you going. If you don't know what to use, any add-on, there's a brown and a blue one, that makes you pick up and reset traps faster is a good idea. So Fastening Tools is great. It also has some extra utility, and another add-on to carry carry an extra trap is also pretty good. I also really recommend that if you're new to the trapper, that you try the makeshift wrap. If you find yourself stepping on your traps often, this disarms your trap, but you don't step on it. So this could also be really, really good if you don't know what to do. Nothing really terrible to avoid. I honestly just would stay away from add-ons that only trigger when a survivor steps on a trap. It does happen a few times per game, but sometimes you're there and you hit them anyway. It's not super, super, super important. Some of the strong add-ons that are higher rarity have strong effects, but we're going to try to just play basic trapper. This should keep us going. We already know what the plan is, so let's get lucky and queue into a game real quick. All right, friends, we're going to try to play a instructive game of Trapper. It is a little difficult because we're playing in an indoor map where it's a lot harder to really like get a sense of where everything is, and some of the loops here are, you know, there's no grass. It's a lot harder. That being said, this is a loop by a pallet, by a generator, and it's a strong pallet. Sure, let's put it down. A good rule of thumb is that a bad trap, if you can put it down quickly, is still better than no trap. So if I have a trap on the ground and my hands are full and I just put that one down, even if it's not great, that's still okay. We're gonna put a trap here, try to hide it a little bit with the cables and the debris. And I'm now at the point where you can clearly see survivors are really close to me. And after setting 2 or 3 traps, you typically want to use that moment to start. That was live, it gave mega bit of distance. You want to use that point to start chasing people and disrupting them of gens. The more people you chase of gens, the better. This is complicated because it's a... She'll vault. Wow, she didn't... Honestly. Okay, Kate has Spring Burst. It's good to know. We see her walk. I have Bloodlust and I'm still not gonna get it shut. And the thing is, depending on how I chase this, I give her a window. Hit her now so that she wastes the pallet. Perfect. I'm gonna get blinded no matter what. Might as well do this. And I am now in the mindset of like, okay, I understand that this is not gonna go my way. If I keep chasing that girl, she has a really strong pallet there. Let's forget about her for a minute. See if we can keep a few more traps here. The idea with Trapper always is to, another life, is to chase survivors into the areas that you've trapped. Okay, that's 2 perks that we know about this girl. She's gonna trap herself here. She drops this pallet. Does she want to do it? I'm gonna set this trap right here on this pallet instead of breaking it. If I break it, she has time to get out. If I put the trap, she might get out, but I will be on her tails. And the pallet is not available for anyone else. Alright. Basement can spawn here in this main room. Let's have a look. See if it can spawn possibly. It is here. That's good to know. It's not the strongest basement in the world, but that's okay. One thing that you constantly do with Trapper is just wait for mistakes, wait for mistakes. Let's hope they happen soon, or otherwise this game's gonna be difficult. I told you this girl has sprint burst. We're gonna keep chasing her. We do not want to give her the window here. That's perfect. Yeah, very important to chase clockwise, counterclockwise. Please. Okay, that's beautiful. Oh, they were actually here. That's insane. Okay, this girl made a big mistake, I think. No, I can't get her for some reason. With agitation, you are faster than survivors, but do not get too confident. The person that's resisting on your back will slow you down. We have a very strong... Ooh, that's a big mistake. I think Renato, who failed the pallet save, is gonna go for the rescue. But because I have agitation, I'm happy to just pick up and do a drive-by. If they unhook, maybe I get a free hit. If they don't unhook... yeah, they really aren't going for the unhook, huh? That's fine. We just have to... We'll have to settle for this. That is okay. But yeah, if you drop a pallet and the killer is still not able to move, that counts as animation and you will not get the pallet rescue, which is exactly what happened. So that was a little mistake on his part. Main's being done by Meg. I'd love to actually disrupt it a little bit. There is a trap or 2 here. That's wonderful. One of them got disarmed, unfortunately. But we can always reset it. Okay, we're gonna reset it. Sometimes, by the way, the thread is more powerful than the execution. Beautiful. Here, I'm going to hit so that I can reset this trap. Actually, better yet, so that I can pick up this trap, because I don't think I want to reuse it. And now I have everyone in the game injured. If I put this girl here, she's also injured. But maybe even stronger, just put her in basement. If I put her in basement, I can keep an eye on that gen nearby. I'll put her in the back. I'm gonna put her actually right here. Put her on the left hook and then put the trap here. It is such a beginner trap. It has no right to work. But because it's around the corner, sometimes the survivor will not see it. In a map like this, where there's no grass and very little debris, what you want to do sometimes is not necessarily put a trap in a place that's hidden. Just put it in a place where it's around the corner. Where a survivor, for example, that wants to go up here, goes around the corner and bam, before they can react, they get hit by it, right? And they catch it with their shins. That is something that you can apply in a lot of maps and you'd be surprised. This girl will vault faster than usual. And I do not get that. That's all right. I'm not going to be able to... Oh, that's perfect. Oh, do they have a flashlight? They do. But they messed up the timing. That's actually kind of unbelievable. Oh, is this time? No way. Okay. Okay, this is fine. Oh my god. Yeah, this is the very chaotic sort of situation that Trapper excels in. I don't know what this girl's thinking of doing, but... Yeah, I can pick you up. I got Agi. I'm gonna get her. With agitation, I can move so quickly. Even if they go for the rescue right now, it will still be massively in my favor. Okay. We're gonna hit that. Okay, good enough. From 2 people in basement to 2 people in basement. I think that trap might have been called out. Okay. Oh, 10 seconds out of the elapse. Okay, so I guess she does go down. You see how Renato stepping on this trap was a huge game changer for me? And now suddenly the whole team is collapsing? Well, that's it. GG's. I don't know. A good example of how things can go south, but I think a really bad example of how a normal Trapper match can play. I cannot keep playing the game forever until I get a perfect match, but I think I'm gonna play at least one more. See if I can give you a better idea of what to do. Do you see how sometimes it is a good idea to grab someone and sometimes it's just better to just hit them and let them be? Yeah, it's up to you to think what's best in your situation. You know what? Let's hook them all in basement. It does make for a very pretty picture. Whoa, don't step on your own trap. Ta-da! Alright. For some reason, when 4 survivors get sacrificed at the same time, the audio all plays at once and it's really, really loud. You know? And on top of that, if this gen gets completed, this room starts rotating and making crazy loud noises, so... yeah, your ears are gonna blow out, I'm so sorry. Luckily, we do have a little filter that makes the sound a bit more muffled for you. Christmas trees, that's right. But yeah. It was difficult playing against the survivors, because as you could see, a couple of them, actually 3 of them, had light, with lots of windows in this map, which means that they vault a window, they make distance. They vault a window, they make distance. What you might have to do is sometimes commit to a survivor. If they're dead on hook and you need to kill them, they are just 1 hook away from dying, it's okay to commit for a bit longer. But if not, you want to injure them, see if one of them finally goes to the part of the map that you have some traps in, and even if they don't step in any trap, you put them in the basement nearby, or you put them in a hook nearby, and then when they get rescued later, or people come in for the rescue, that's when the magic happens for Trapper. Still, I would like to play a match in a non-indoor map, so let's see if we can do one more and we'll just add it on top. Okay, we're gonna play another match. Let's hope it's an outdoor map where it's a bit more normal gameplay. Remember, oh, this is perfect. Our objective is to put a few traps down in areas that are like adjacent to pallets, right? And to maybe start re-picking up. So for example, here, I don't necessarily want to trap this. Actually, I'm gonna trap this because the grass around it is not that good. So is there a pallet on this little place? No, there isn't. Is there a pallet here? Yes, there is. I could trap the window, or I could trap here. And this is going to be just as good as the window, but a lot easier to fool a survivor around. And it could work outside of chase as well. I see a little Steve over there. And after I set a trap or two, I now go straight into a chase. Ideally, we want to push a survivor into another survivor, kind of like what we're doing right now, and get at least 1 or 2 people off gens early. That would be wonderful. This trap right here is not so... Come on... This is a unique... This is a double window tile. I think this is a hit. That's perfect. Beautiful. Hide ourselves. And here we're gonna do something. Okay, we're gonna put a trap down. And I think we put it so fast. Yeah. Do you remember? I set a trap down. It doesn't matter. I don't step on it. So I can just do a few mind games like this. And it's completely fine. Right? Just remember, when you set up a trap for a few... seconds, you're fine, unless you step out, and then you will step on it. So here, so there I set up a trap. My add-on to set it up faster really helped. I don't think anyone's gonna go for this rescue in a hot minute, so I might do this. I look around, are there any traps to pick up? There's this one over here. I think I saw a survivor, made them drop that. Do they panic? That seems like a hit to me. Swing now, perfect. And honestly, just break it, just break it. Check main, because that's always a busy place. Can put a trap somewhere here as well. Alright, this girl's... You know, I'm gonna put it at the top of the stairs. Sometimes it's a little hard to see. You never know. Remember, a bad trap is better than no trap. Right now I have 3 on my hand, which with this add-on is the maximum. Without this add-on it would be 2. So, and I'm probably gonna pick up others along the way, right? This girl healed on the HUD, so she must have been nearby. This girl was in main, and that girl popped that gen. We now know where every single survivor is, or was a few seconds ago. So, let's just this girl. If she's not paying attention, she gives us a down. If she is, she gives us a hit. That's completely fine. It's very important as every killer, but especially as Trapper, to know where everyone is. That's a little weird, but fair enough. By the way, if a survivor goes into a locker, and you open the locker like I did, it's perfectly safe, and you don't need to worry about it. I'm gonna go here, actually. Wasted a bit of my time. But if they're coming out of the locker and you grab them by doing like an attack, like a gen grab, then they can be flashy safe. So don't fall for that little trick, okay? Super important. There's a difference between pulling a survivor out of a locker and grabbing a survivor while they're coming in or out. Okay, this girl I've never hooked once in my life. Okay, I'm now disrupting 2 people. She drops that. Oh, it hits us anyway. No biggie. I see the disable on my left. corner of my eye. I pretend I don't know. I pretend I don't know. I pretend I don't know. And I now chase her into 2 of my traps. Perfect. Very important. Very important. She sees it, unfortunately. That's okay. Time to hit her. It would be lovely if we could make her stay in this loop, but she's probably going to use the speed boost to go elsewhere. She doesn't beat me to Shack, I think, but she might beat me to main or something. This pallet here can be strong if used correctly, but very few survivors use it correctly. Okay, one drop. It's... Okay. Okay. Oh, wait. Was that Light? Might have been. After I down her, I'm not going to pick up right away. I'm going to see if I can save this Shen, just in case it's 99%. Okay, it's not. We do see this lady around here. Yeah, let's pick this up. Okay. Unfortunately, hooking here is gonna be helpful to keep this Shen from being done. But I don't really have a lot else, but this is fine. We look at the hooks and we see that Laurie is the last survivor not to be hooked. So this chase isn't amazing. If I down this girl, I'm not winning or getting a person out of the way super quickly. But that's okay. I think I'm alright just breaking this, getting rid of some pallets. If I keep her busy, then the consequence of that is that one of the other survivors is going to have to come for the rescue. And when that happens, I can chase that survivor instead. And then that person might... that's not a hit, unfortunately. That's fine. Keep her busy. And someone's gonna have to come for this rescue eventually. Am I right? This was... Yeah, no, they're just gonna hold on forever and only trade when I'm out. That's fine. We do not want to commit to this girl. We know that that is probably Steve. This is obviously this girl. And then the other survivor, Heather, the other way around. That was Heather and this is Steve on this main gen. These guys are a lot more attractive to me. This girl would be attractive, but she might have anti-tunnel perks, so we don't love her as much. Pretend to not go through the pallet. They just drop every pallet. That's okay. Steve is still here, I think. This girl just threatens to go Shack, which is just too strong right now. Even with a few traps on my hand, I cannot keep this up. I need to push them into that corner of the map. There's nothing else that's going to give me momentum to win this match right now. So, let's put a trap down here. They might not see it. That gen's being done, no doubt about it. Let's see if we can push from the right so they go to the left. Does that work? No, they're already gone. And the person doing this is Laurie. And this is obviously quite smart from her because even though she's injured, she's never been hooked. So she knows that if I commit to her, it's not a good use of my time either. So we are one gen very soon and we need to be really careful about this. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. She does not go down here. She does. That's awesome. Right. Thankfully, Deadlock, or if you don't have the Pinhead DLC, No Holds Barred, is blocking that gen. So instead of losing 2 gens right now, I'm only losing 1 at a time. And that is extremely welcome here. Because it does allow me to put this here. And I do have some traps, so I could put a random one around here. This could catch someone in the endgame, you never know. It's entirely possible. These guys are all on a Discord call and they're calling every trap. But we need to try something. And we have 3 traps on, or 2 traps on hand, so this is important. That looked extremely sketchy, I know, but that's... We know that would hit because we understand how the hitboxes work in this game. Even though it is absolutely ridiculous. Our 3 gens are on this side of the map, and that's where our traps are, so that's wonderful. We can put a bad one here, and it might be better than nothing for now. And I would love to pick that one up. If a survivor is clicking at me with a flashlight, that can easily be bait. They could just have a perk to get a speed boost or something. Obviously, this girl has maybe anti-tunnel, so we need to be really careful. Oh, is an accident gonna happen? Okay, do not hit her. I have a second. Survivors can escape from a trap really quickly, right? But not in like 1 second. So I hit the Steve first. Play it smart, and then down her. And now we go for him. And he will need to play the pallet. He's doing this really poorly. Watch out for that heart. He doesn't have it. Awesome. If someone goes for the rescue, they step on that trap. So I'm going to pick facing this way. And... Okay. I'm using agitation to save a bit of time. Actually, I can be a little tricky here. And go for a... hit here. That's okay. I don't mind. Oh, they all ended up on my side, on that side? Okay, I'm gonna be completely honest, that was a huge mistake. I should have just hooked and been okay with the idea of them getting that. Because I ended up getting nothing. That being said, I did get an injury on someone. And this trap eventually filled its purpose. You see how I put it on a corner with a bit of grass? Not necessarily at the pallet or the window. Traps like that are really, really effective. And with a little bit of common sense, you can find spots like that on some of the most common tiles that appear in every map. TLs, pallet gyms, all of these things, they have similar patches of grass across different maps sometimes even. This is difficult, man. This is difficult. This is difficult to mind game. Oh, but she made a mistake. That's huge. Awesome. Right, problems, chat. We're at 1 gem. We do have Noid, which will let us insta down in the endgame, but we would love it if we could kill someone by then. Hook here, waste no time, and if we can, we kill Laurie. Okay, let's go. Some of my traps have also been disarms, which is not amazing, but that's okay. We see Laurie. That gen was not progress a while ago, but just keep in mind it can go from 0 to 100 really quickly. I don't see scratch marks, which means that Laurie stopped at some point. There she is. She's gonna go for the pallet 100% of the time. Ugh. Well, I tried. There's one mind game I can try here. Hold up. I'll go like this, and I'll go back. And... oh, that kind of worked. Does she fall back in panic? No, she doesn't. Oh, damn, she had life as well. Well, chat, it's difficult. It's difficult. It's difficult. It's a jungle gym. What can we do about it? So this gen's nothing. That gen over there is completely indefensible, I think. This girl would be an amazing chase. Unfortunately, this 15 meters that she's got on me is enough for her to reach anything. And I mean anything. If the survivors are smart, they realize I've never been to Shack. I've never had a chance to trap it. And then they go directly there. But for some reason, they're making a mistake and they're not doing that. And they're making 2 mistakes, actually. Because they're letting me chase 2 people that are dead on hook. I should be chasing the 2 survivors, you know, that have not been hooked. That's what they want to do. I'm going to trap this. That's going to be fine. And we're going to run through here. And when they don't see me, there's 2 of them panicking. They'll run into the middle and... just wanted to make sure she wouldn't dead hard, even though we know that she doesn't have it because she's used Lithe. And this is fine. Oh, I made a mistake there. I can get a hit here on her, but... you know what? We made a mistake once. Let's not do it again. Let's assume the last gen is about to pop in 3 seconds. And hit the skull with Noid if possible. Unfortunately, it didn't. And time to switch it up. I'd love to pick up that trap if we can. Excuse me? Okay, I don't understand how that happened, but this should be a free hit at least. Oh, yeah. She tried to abuse... I don't know if you can call it abuse. She tried to use a little trick where she goes through the side because I put the trap too far. And it does work. I mean, sometimes, as you can see. The trapper's hitboxes are very forgiving for survivors. And sometimes that really helps. With agitation, I'm pretty confident I will make it to this hook. Thank God for agitation, though, because otherwise we'd be cooked. Now, one thing we could try to do is trap one of the gates, but we have no time. This gate is not being open, which means the other gate must have been open in the meantime. Yeah, this is perfect, though. We've hooked this girl one time. Wait for the dead hard. There it is. And do we catch the Steve? If we catch him, excellent. If we don't, that's fine. Looks like we catch him, too. Don't mind him, like, moving erratically. That's just a visual bug. We're gonna put a trap down. Alright. If a survivor goes into a locker and for some reason you don't want to pick them up, you can do exactly what I just did. I do think this girl might have the perk Unbreakable, so I'm gonna go pick her up first so that she cannot do that. You know, with Unbreakable, in 24 seconds, you can pick yourself up. If a survivor goes into a locker, you can trap beneath them, and if they come out, they'll be trapped. I did explain that if another survivor holds it, then they can do it. And I'm sure there's a lot of really important things that I haven't gone over. But yeah. The most important thing that you can learn to be a medium level trapper is anytime you get to a pallet, right? Make sure you're chasing it in the right direction, right? I'm gonna get to the pallet. The pallet might be dropped. I can begin to pre-place a trap. That will make it harder for me to get stunned. And then if I want to, I commit and I place it. And now the survivor is trapped against the corner of the map. But you want to make sure you don't do it in reverse. So if you do it in reverse, while you set the trap up, the survivor just runs away. So it's very important to zone survivors. It's very important that when you put a trap, they are against the edge of the map or against something, right? And you can always fake it. Super, super important. Begin to put down a trap. And the survivor runs in the open. By the time they realize you fake it, they're already committed, and you get that hit. Super, super important. All right, a little bit of bonus information that we didn't get to cover in the video for trappers so far. As we explained earlier, you want to put your traps on one side of the pallet. If you put them in the middle and the pallets drop, the trap is rendered useless, right? Now, one thing that can happen if this pallet comes down is that if a survivor vaults it from this side, this trap might actually be too close to the pallet and the survivor might end up appearing right where I am and they will not step on it. If that happens, don't panic. Just chase them around the loop. Let's say I chase them around the loop, and when they are forced back to vault, then they will be caught. So don't worry about it. You don't want to put it much further because otherwise the trap might have too much of a gap and a survivor might squeeze through. However, in some maps, especially in the Borgo, which is the realm that we're in right now, the Decimated Borgo, and the other map, the Forgotten Ruins, there are pallets like this. There are some pallets in the game like this. And as you can see, there is too big of a gap. Even I can squeeze through. Most pallets are not like this, but some of them have this kind of issue where the tile itself is so skinny that you realistically cannot trap it. There are two things that you can do. The simple one is to simply put the trap in the middle of the pallet, but then we already know that that has a downside. The other one is to do the exact normal thing that you do, and here is the big important adjustment, okay? You do not chase a survivor into the pallet like this. Instead, you chase them into the other way. That way, if they squeeze through, you squeeze through and you hit them. And if they don't squeeze through and they try to drop the pallet, it doesn't matter if they stun you. If they try to drop the pallet, they will be caught. Because to drop the pallet, they automatically go in the middle space in front of it. So basically, you can still trap these pallets. You just need to chase them in the opposite orientation so that a survivor will drop it and be on the side of the trap. If you chase them this way, then when they drop the pallet, then they'll stun you and then you'll step on your own trap after. So you don't want that. Now, another thing that's really important is to use the space that you're given. We have explained that traps have a larger hitbox around them. This one is great because it covers quite a bit of distance. This one is not great because half of the space that it covers is actually kind of into the wall. So please do not waste their hitbox by putting them too close to a wall. If the grass is good and it hides the trap well, it's a good idea to put that trap a little bit further out. It will still catch someone that is hugging the wall, but it will also catch someone that is going a little bit wider. Whereas the badly placed trap will only catch someone that is hugging the wall very tightly. So yeah, keep this principle in mind next time you're putting down a trap. All right, it's time to talk about the Wraith, and the Wraith, in my opinion, is the best killer for a beginner to try. Thank you, Florida, for the many months resubs. This is a killer that is so unbelievably simple. Much like Trapper, when he is not in his power, he is an M1 basic killer. M1 is the mouse 1 basic attack, so that means that he has a normal lunge, he moves at the normal speed, he has a normal terror radius. He is a killer that if you learn him, you will basically learn how to play every other normal-ish killers, which is the majority of characters, right? So that is super easy. His perks are not the best. That's the only thing that I don't think is amazing. But if you watch my website, in the section where I recommend which characters are best for beginners, you'll see that Wraith is really high. I think he's #1 on the killer section because he is that simple to play. And even though he doesn't have the best perks, if you give him some basic ones, which we will do later, he is amazing. So outside of his power, this is a completely normal killer with basically no abilities. You just chase survivors normally, launch, hit them, do whatever you can. And his power is also very simple. You hold it and you cloak. By the way, while you cloak, you don't really lose speed, so you can even spam this or cancel it if you change your mind, and there's no penalty. But if we fully cloak, we now become undetectable. You can see behind my webcam there that I have the icon. This means that after a few seconds, my terror radius shrinks to nothing. I make no terror radius. They don't hear the heartbeat. And the only noises that I make are some like gargling noises where if I'm nearby, a survivor could hear them, but if they're busy doing gens or busy doing something, by the time they hear them and react, you will probably be really close. While you are in this cloak mode, you move much faster than normal. Survivors move at 100%. This killer moves on 115, and when cloak, he moves at 150. So that means that if a survivor tries to outrun you, you can very easily catch up. Fengmin, you want to help us demonstrate? Just run in the open? Yeah. Like, look how quickly I catch up to them. Really important, right? And as you're gonna see, one very important part of this killer is to body block while you are in cloak mode. While you are in cloak mode, you cannot attack. You can open lockers, and if someone's in a locker, you'll grab them. But other than that, survivors are completely safe, right? So what you want to do is chase a survivor and ambush them if they're busy doing something, or body block them if they're running to someplace. So for example, one thing to keep in mind, by the way, is that if you get stunned while you're in this mode, you will be stunned for longer. Maybe our friend can help us demonstrate. Yeah, you see, that's a much longer stun than usual, and it also breaks you out of stealth. Let's break this. So the basic idea with Wraith is that anytime you're not in chase, you're going to be cloaking, and you're going to be using your mobility to check on the generators. Let's check on this generator. Is there anyone here? Okay, there's no one here. Let's check on this generator. Let's listen. Do we hear the gen? No, we don't. Okay, there's no one here. All right, let's keep looking for people, right? Use your perks and your intuition and your memory of where you've seen survivors previously in the match to catch them off guard. The big idea, right, is that you want to remove their options. So if we could ask our survivor friend to come to Shack and do this gen, what would be the best angle of approach? If I know that a survivor is here, or if I suspect that a survivor is here, and let's imagine they're carelessly working on this gen by Shack to her right, what would be the best angle of approach? Well, if I come from here, keep in mind that to come out of the cloak mode, I need to slow myself down. You see how slow I am? It takes 3 seconds to come out. With add-ons, we can make it a bit better, but still. So if I come here, she's going to go straight for the pallet, right? And by the time I can hit her, bam, the pallet comes down, hits me in the face. Same thing if this happens. If I come from here, she might beat me to the pallet. So the best idea here would be to actually come through the pallet itself. I can begin to uncloak a little bit early, right? So that I get it out of the way. And now, what can she do? The only thing she can do is run in the open, and hopefully we will get a hit if she doesn't reach a pallet, right? We could have maybe done it a little bit later, and with some add-ons, and if she doesn't have any perk to gain speed, that might have been enough. But yeah, the idea is that you basically want to remove options, and you also will have to react. So what I could do, for example, is to come out of here, and if she comes to the pallet, come to the pallet. Oh, I'm so sorry, that makes it look weird. If she reacts and comes to the pallet, I can take a step back and body block it. She can't get through me, she can't get through me, and hit. Easy peasy, right? And let's do it again. If she, instead of coming to the pallet, runs away, then I will not body block it, and I will instead uncloak and just go for the hit. So let's be on the gen, and let's say that she reacts to me now. Then this time I'm not gonna body block. I'm just gonna go straight and come for the hit. Here we don't get the hit because she reaches Shack pallet, but hey, that Shack pallet, very strong pallet, out of the way. And what I might do now is cloak and see if I can chase. Okay, she doesn't reach anywhere. She doesn't reach anywhere. I uncloak. Ooh, I could have body blocked this pallet. There she would have dropped it, right? After every hit, it's not a bad idea to uncloak. But there's one downside to uncloaking, okay? When you uncloak, that makes the chase end. So, Feng Min, could you please go to Shack real quick? And vault the window in Shack? When you're not in chase, some things never happen. You never gain bloodlust, and a survivor can vault a window indefinitely. Normally, in chase, a window will get blocked the 3rd time. This is a 2nd. And let's say she does it one more time. This would block the window. But because I'm not in chase, this is actually really, really bad for me, right? And yeah, she could do this indefinitely. So you want to make sure that you don't let that happen. And instead, you begin to uncloak, right? Unless you have some perk to block the window or something to do, you want to uncloak in situations like this. You can body block them when they're fixing a gem from a corner. That is incredibly, incredibly important. Yes, if a survivor is very distracted, and this is a gen that's like behind some wall, which many gens are, you could try to box them in. So, Feng Min, could you go back to the generator and show us what that looks like? I don't think survivors will let you do this every time. But if you think the survivor hasn't noticed you, you go right here, bam. And now you begin to uncloak, and look, no matter what she does, she can't come out. So this is a guaranteed hit. And then we try to follow her as much as we can, and then another hit if we can, and so on and so forth. So our plan with this killer is going to be, at the start of the game, we start cloaked, traverse around the map, try to find one survivor in a bad spot, get a hit out of them, try to find multiple survivors on a generator, maybe all of them run away, maybe you get a hit on someone, and you don't necessarily want to commit to very, very long chases. This killer, once he's out of cloak, doesn't really have anything that special in chase, right? He does have the ability to get a speed boost when he comes out of cloak, so we can do, whoa, that's a much bigger launch than usual, right? But outside of that, he really doesn't have a lot. For example, in a situation like this, right, where the survivor is on this side of the pallet, like, you can use the speed boost like this one right here, for example. Like, you could use the speed boost on this edge. Could you be here, right here, where I am? Here, with the speed boost, if I uncloak, no matter what she does, I'm going to be able to use the massive lunge to hit her, right? So there are some situations where you can use the speed boost, but for the most part, you don't have much of a chase power. So our idea is going to be to get what we can quickly, get a pallet out of the way, get a hit out of the way, get them to waste their sprint burst or their exhaustion perk, and keep bouncing between targets as quickly as possible. Now, it's very important, if you know that a survivor is in a particular place, you don't necessarily want to approach in the most obvious manner, right? So, for example, let's imagine that there's a generator in this fire barrel, and I know that survivors are here, and I know that survivors are aware of me because it's halfway through the game. And I can imagine that the survivor is working on the generator, and with their camera, they're probably going to be scanning the map like this. They're going to be looking side to side, right? So if I come in a straight line, even though that's the quickest way, they will see me, and then they will maybe use their sprint burst or whatever to run away. Sometimes it can really pay off to, instead of approaching in a direct line, is to approach from an a slightly unusual angle that they don't expect. If they are looking over there and I come from here, even though it takes a couple more seconds to get to this position, when I begin uncloaking and they hear the bell, they're gonna be so confused they won't even know I hit them. So that's gonna be our goal, okay? We're gonna try to body block them in chase, we're gonna try to catch them off guard, and when they are a bit more aware of our location, we will try to approach them from unusual angles. And that's gonna be what we do on the Wraith. So, one thing that's really important about Wraith is that he always downs you with his basic attack. He doesn't down you with his power. He doesn't throw hatchets at you or a chainsaw or anything like that. So any perk that triggers with basic attacks is going to be really good. That's why Sloppy Butcher, which triggers on basic attacks, is going to be great. That's why Noid, which insta-downs on basic attacks at the end game, is going to be really, really good. He does have an add-on that applies a similar effect as Sloppy Butcher. What is it? Right here. And they don't stack. So we never want to use this add-on with Sloppy Butcher. But other than that, you really can't go wrong. Now, there are some really useful add-ons. Across all rarities, this killer has some really useful add-ons. Some of the easiest ones to use, in my opinion, are the ones that make you faster and the ones that make you uncloak quicker. Because the uncloak is 3 seconds long, anything that makes it quicker is incredibly, incredibly useful. All right, so a build for the Wraith. As we mentioned earlier, he is a basic killer that does basic attacks. He doesn't damage you with his power. He just damages you by attacking with his normal weapon. And thus, any perk that works with insta-down or applies effects on basic attacks like Sloppy Butcher is really, really good. So Sloppy Butcher is a great way to make people injured and delay their healing. If they delay their healing, they have to be injured. If they're injured, they're easier to ambush. If they start healing in some corner, you could even see them with some perks or hear them while they're injured, and it's easier for you to basically ambush them and be a stealth killer, right? Noid is also amazing because in the end of the game, we can cover distances really, really quickly. Down a survivor, maybe go down another survivor, maybe all the pallets by then are down, and it obviously goes really well. On top of that, we're going to have spies from the shadows. Anytime a survivor sets off a crow, they will give us we will get a little alert. Because we have no terror radius many times, and at the start of the game, survivors don't know that I am playing Wraith, because this is not one of those killers that is super obvious. Many times, a survivor will be within those 36 meters, and they'll be running around not knowing that I'm nearby, and this perk will give us much more value than on a killer that doesn't have any stealth. And then on top of that, we have No Holds Barred, which for me has a different name because I have the Pinhead DLC. This perk is just very simple. It just makes gens happen a little bit slower in the background without you having to do anything. As for add-ons, watch out because some add-ons, they don't have the best synergy. For example, the Blind Warrior White makes survivors have Mangle and Hemorrhage, and that's the exact same effect as Sloppy Butcher. So we can have one or the other, but we don't want to have both. And there are also some add-ons that are not the best, like for example, what is it? The Beast, this one makes it so that in your stealth mode, you still have a terror radius. So unless you're going for a very specific meme build, you definitely don't want that. What are some add-ons that you can always take that are always good? The 3 add-ons, that's weird. The 3 add-ons, the Windstorm family, all 3 rarities, green, blue, and purple, all make you move faster when you're cloaked, which makes you go around the map quicker. It also is very important because it helps you get ahead of a survivor faster so that you can body block the pallet or window that they might be running to. And the uncloak add-ons, the Swift Hunt family, there's also 3 of them, are all excellent. It takes 3 seconds to uncloak, and making them even 10%, that's a third of a second faster. It's a huge, huge deal. Many, many times you can uncloak and hit a survivor before they drop something. It also allows you, if you have some of these add-ons, they allow you to uncloak right on top of a survivor and then immediately lunge. Normally, if a survivor is running a straight line away from you with normal movement speed and you uncloak, if you try to lunge, you will often miss them because you lost too much distance. But with Swift Hunt, you don't lose enough distance and you can typically lunge right after uncloaking, which we will try to do in this upcoming match. Let's go. So we don't have any setup to do. We're not the trapper. We are going to immediately take a look at the 1 or 2 furthest gens and maybe not necessarily go in a straight line, but almost in a straight line. This guy here is walking, which makes me think he has some perk, but then I see that he doesn't. And easy peasy, that's a hit. Now, I'm going to see where he goes, and I'm going to cloak right after hitting him, and I'm going to chase him for a bit. If he doesn't find safety, we down him. If he does find safety, we give up. He did an excellent job. He made it to a pallet. And I'm going to tell you what happened, Chad. He knows that while I'm cloaked, I cannot attack him. So he wanted to wait and wait and wait and drop it and maybe stun me at the last second. However, because we have an add-on that makes us uncloak faster, that might have thrown his timing off a little bit. But if I did not feel confident that I could get it down here, I would have just left and he would have been completely fine. This is a killer that's all about bouncing between targets and not wasting a lot of time. That survivor that I'm chasing over there, oh my god, that looks so weird. I'm sorry, that's a visual bug. That survivor that I'm chasing over there, oh, that was awkward, was fully aware of my presence, and this girl obviously wasn't, so... Sorry, these pallets are so strange. Yeah. Did we get her here? She made a big blunder, so I think I get her. Because I expect no one to be here in a minute, maybe I can kick this gen, break this pallet, and hook this girl. Now, I can imagine by looking at the HUD that they are healing, possibly. They might take a little longer with Sloppy Butcher. And I'm gonna see if they finish the heal. If they finish the heal, I know they're gonna be close to the hook. If they don't finish the heal, who knows? Maybe they could be on the gen. I'm gonna cloak. I'm gonna look for blood. There is blood. And the blood is dropping very quickly on the ground. Sloppy Butcher makes the blood also happen more frequently. There is a pallet here. He's not gonna make the same mistake this time. But that's okay. That's completely fine. There's a little trick that survivors can do to delay you at pallets, and that is completely fine. He might call out to his friends that I'm on him, and if that happens, then we have a good chance to ambush these guys. Oh, they actually moved to the side. I didn't quite catch that. See that gen's still regressing. This is Spice from the Shadows giving me a bit of a hint. And I thought there was a pallet there, but there isn't, so... I'm okay not chasing the person off the hook. I'm gonna be nice. Depending on whether they have a perk to protect themselves, it could be a good or a bad idea. Look how fast I am. Oh my god. Unfortunately, this survivor was excellent, and she actually went a bit wide to make sure... That's excellent. To make sure that I wouldn't go ahead and body block. Body blocking is this killer. For this killer is super, super important at higher levels. At lower levels, survivors are a little bit lost still. Oh, she made a big mistake there. And we swing. Remember, if you're close enough to the survivor that you can touch them and you begin uncloaking, if you have an add-on to uncloak faster, you typically will be able to immediately launch and hit them just like we did. This gen just got finished. I see that Ace has never healed and that gen has been blocked. Someone's there. I'm actually going to go around the edge of the map and see if I find Ace in one of these gens. I don't. Could it be a check? He's not a check. Okay. If that's the case, they probably are on this gen. Let's approach from the opposite angle they'd expect me. Yeah, here he is. Do you see? Oh my god, man. He actually didn't expect it. He reacted so late. Unfortunately, I made a mistake and I didn't wait out his dead heart, which he did have. Yeah, this guy is a bit of a knower. He just got us. He just got us. He pressed a button, which gave him endurance. And that was a great 50-50 from him. Oh, come on, Bloodlust. Help me out. We should be able to catch him here. It was fine. We got a quick down. He didn't heal, so that resulted in him going down quickly. But unfortunately, we did not defend that gen, and that's alright. This gen over here we kicked, but unfortunately, without any special perks, the kick doesn't make the gen go down really quickly. It loses 5%, and then over time, very slowly loses progress, but yeah. We're going to cloak. We know that we hook someone around here, so this gen wouldn't be insane to think that they could be on it, but they don't seem to be on it either. Let's check this one then. I hear the gen. Yeah, it's very important we body block a little bit. It's important to body block a survivor even in the open like this, because if they have sprint burst, they might waste a part of it. by running into you. Chat, why did I know that I didn't have to go through the pallet there? This survivor wasn't looking behind her. It might not be super obvious when you start playing killer, but when you look at a survivor model, you can see their head and see if they're tilting it. Wow, there's really no hooks here. This girl was not looking behind her like this, and thus I knew she was kind of panicked, and I just walked around. Yeah, this is quite unfortunate, not much we could have done. This gen is partially done. We heard the bird behind us, so we know that there's a survivor nearby. It's gonna be either Ellen or this girl. Wait, did I not just see her? Am I absolutely insane? Did I not just see a girl here? Huh. I could swear I saw Sable. Oh, must be dreaming things. No, she was here. I don't know how she did that. Right, Sable has been hooked one time. It would be better for me to go for Ace if possible because he is dead. And that would be better. Let's see if we can do some body blocking here. That is perfect. We're gonna body block the door. She immediately adapts and we immediately adapt. This was a little obvious, but let's just gonna let it happen. I say it was obvious, but I didn't play this so well. Hold up. Let me try a bit of a mind game, see if it works. I don't think it's gonna work. I really needed to wait that out, man. She's been hooked one time. We knew she had that heart. Come on. We knew. I think it's now maybe a good time to realize that if I chase this girl and I down her, the game is not over. Like, it's not like I win. So it is not a bad time to leave. And would you look at that? We found someone that we actually want to find. This guy is going to have another dead heart in a second, but not while he's healthy. Dead heart only happens when you're injured. And you must have been on the hook at least one time. So next time we hit him, he might press E, and we need to be a little bit aware of that. Let him panic a little bit. And do we get him? Do we get him? Do we get him? I think so. Yeah. He honestly would have been fine just running and vaulting, and I probably would have been too scared, and I might have missed, especially if he has resilience or something to vault faster while injured, right? So that was a big blunder. That's the last gen they gotta complete, and my perk No Holds Bar is blocking it for me, which is amazing. The fact that they have Sloppy Butcher maybe is helping me keeping them injured a little bit, but I still do think that this girl is either nearby or doing this gen. We see the blood. That's really good. Can we body block this window? It's just, she knows how to hold it. She's doing really good. Remember, this window will never, ever, ever block. So that is so unfortunate, but even maybe with the purple add-ons, we could have done it. It's just a little bit unfortunate, but this girl is just playing check really well, and it's gonna take me forever to catch her. I don't think I can. Oh, she made a mistake. Okay, she goes down here. She will get him with Dead Heart. Oh, come on, buddy. Go on, now. She's just waiting it out. Oh, wait, no, I've only hooked her one time. She doesn't have it anymore. Oh, I'm so stupid. That's a learning moment for you. That heart can be used once every unhook. She's only been hooked once, so I am waiting out nothing, literally. We've waited so long here that they could have finished another gen completely. Luckily for us, Know It is an amazing perk. And here's what we're gonna do. We saw this girl get a speed boost, so she doesn't have anything else, hopefully. We're gonna down her. But I am not gonna pick her up. It would take too much time, and these two girls could get away, and Know It could be cleansed. Instead, I am gonna check on my Know It real quick, see that it's safe, and check if the other girl was coming anywhere near. We might have to do a bit of guesswork. There she is. But yeah, this is the power of no one escapes death. Yeah, this girl has been hooked twice, so she'll die immediately on the hook, and then we can go find Ellen Ripley, and it's Jesus. Not the prettiest game. I made a lot of mistakes, but I hope you walk away realizing that without some other more advanced perks that help you in chase, playing around shack and playing around some pallets is very, very difficult. There's no shame in leaving a chase. In fact, with this killer, it's not that there's no shame, it's that you absolutely have to leave some chases. Hello. It is super, super important to try to get ahead and body block. The way body blocking works, super simple for pallets. For pallets, you want to block the narrow passage in front of them so that they cannot go through. But for windows, it's a lot easier. If you take up even a small part of the space in front of the window, that is enough to prevent them. Oh, a little bit of salt. that is enough to prevent them from vaulting it from your side. So with a window, you don't necessarily need to be right in the middle in front of it. Just covering it a little bit will be enough. And then you want to react to what they're doing, right? If they are a little bit panicky and they are trying to still go through the window, you stay in place, you don't move, you keep blocking it, and you begin to uncloak and you do it. What most high-level survivors will do is once they realize that they cannot, then they're going to start running away, and then you need to react really quickly and begin to move forward and be ready to go back and body block again if they do a 180, right? So it's a bit of a back and forth, but that is the basic idea. The basic idea of playing Wraith. Now, I think this is a good moment. If you ever have a survivor that is really awful to you and they say something really nasty or even worse than this, you know, you can actually click here and report them and say, they told me something bad about my mom. You know, don't forget that that's an option. Same thing if you play against a cheater and whatnot. Let's move on to the next killer. Okay, it's time to talk about the Hillbilly. Out of the three first killers, the three basic killers, he is by far the strongest, but also the most difficult. The nice part about this killer is that you can learn him at your own pace. He is a normal M1 killer. He has a normal lunge. His terror radius is a little bit larger than normal, but pretty much the same. He moves at 115. He has a funny little shadow. So everything is the same as Trapper. Everything is the same as Wraith when you're not using your power. So that part should be very simple and not complicated at all. Now, on top of all of the normal stuff that every other killer has and his own unique perks that he starts with, he has a chainsaw. The chainsaw begins by holding the power button. Now, the first thing that happens when you hold the power button is that you lose distance. And I'm going to demonstrate this really quickly so that you understand why that is a bit of a big deal. Fengmin, could you please run away from me in a straight line? Pretty please. Right, so right now I'm gaining distance because I am faster than the survivor. But, did you notice? Look. I'm not really gaining distance anymore. In fact, I'm losing distance. Right? So, you want to be a little careful about when you use your power. In some situations, it is not advised. The simplest way to use your power is to cover distances. And this is how you should start playing this killer. When you start playing this killer, just do the normal killer stuff, do the normal basics, and every time you hook a survivor, or you're in a bad part and you need to go across the map, you hold your power, and when it's fully held, you're gonna bring it to a sprint. Woo, and you can move side to side a little bit. And look, we have covered so much distance in so little time. And there's no downside to doing this, right? Now, there is something that I recommend you do if you play on mouse and keyboard. If you play on mouse and keyboard, I recommend that you go to input binding and you go to turn right and turn left and put it on E and Q. This is next to your WASD. I personally, when I play on keyboard and mouse, which is most of the time, I personally like to steer myself with Q and E. So right now, look, I'm not using my mouse. I can use Q and E to look sideways. I like to do that for my chainsaw. So right now I'm gonna press Q and I move a little bit to the left, press E, move a little bit to the right. And it's kind of like a mini game, right? No joke, you could go into a private match, custom game, spawn in a couple bots and just practice moving around the map. This could be one of the simplest ways you learn this killer. You practice going around the map and try not to bump into anything. Make it like a racing game. You notice that my chainsaw goes into overdrive when I've been using it a few times, and then you go even faster and it's even harder not to bump into things. But yeah, basic thing that to do with the chainsaw, use it for mobility. Now, something very important about the chainsaw. If you end your chainsaw sprint, you go on a short cooldown and you have immediately the mobility back very shortly after. If you bump into an obstacle, not into a survivor, but into an obstacle, you instead bump into place. And as you can see, you don't move very much. So if possible, it's better if you don't bump into things, right? So if you can help it, try not to bump into things. If I see, for example, I'm gonna try to go across the map a little bit. If I see that I'm going to bump into something and it's unavoidable, I'm just gonna stop, and that's gonna make me keep a bit of my mobility, all right? And another thing that's really important about the chainsaw is that for the first 0.7 or so seconds, when you start the chainsaw, you have a lot more mobility when it comes to turning. So once the chainsaw is already going, as you can see, even if I spam my mouse side to side, look, I'm spamming my mouse side to side, I don't move very much, so you have very little steering. But at the beginning of the chainsaw, you have a lot of steering. So I'm gonna take advantage of that to do a massive curve around this hill, okay? So let's use our chainsaw and turn to the left. Whoa, look, you see that? So basically, you can save even more time going around corners. So remember, this is just in the context of... Oops, there I bumped. This is just in the context of going around the map. We will start chasing a survivor in a second. So I think Shaq could be a good example. So if I'm starting my chainsaw around here, I could start doing my chainsaw. And even if I don't make it around the corner, I can do this. Bam. Right? That just happens at the very, 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 very start of the chainsaw. Now, very important. We're going from simplest to more complex. Another thing that your chainsaw can do is break pallets and breakable walls. For breakable walls, it's honestly a slam dunk. If you can end the chainsaw right into a breakable wall. Now, if you go into a room like this and there's a breakable wall there and you're already there, like, you don't necessarily need to rev your chainsaw like this. Like, you don't need to go here and be like, oh, there's a breakable wall. Oh, there's a pallet. Let me start my chainsaw. That is not any faster than just breaking it normally. But if you have a bit of distance and you can do it as you approach, or if a survivor just broke the pallet and your chainsaw is already charged, then it can be a really good idea. So I'm gonna ask the survivor to please meet me by the house in the middle. And we're gonna go through some basic ideas of what not to do. So say, for example, that I get stunned by a pallet. I'm in chase, right? Oh, I don't necessarily, if I just want to break this pallet, I don't necessarily want to sit here and do this. The survivor's just going to run away, right? Like, what's the point? In that situation, if you want to break it right away, just break it. That does lead us, however, to some situations where you might actually want to fake that you're breaking a pallet. So say that the survivor, for example, drops this pallet and runs straight to that harvester, and they don't pay attention. Yeah, I could just start and then decide, you know what? Bam, I'm gonna go for the hit. If I hit a survivor, this chainsaw will instantly down them. Unless they have some protection perk or they are recently off the hook and they have the base kit few seconds of endurance, a chainsaw will almost always insta-down unless there's some perks involved, right? So the survivors need to be really, really, really careful. The first thing that you need to learn with the Hillbilly is how to back rev. Back revving is when you are close enough to a survivor that you could hit them with a basic attack, but I don't want to hit them with a basic attack. If I hit them with a basic attack, if they're healthy, they're going to make distance, they're going to be injured, but I'm not going to down them. So the idea, right, is that I'm going to get really close, and then I'm going to start using my chainsaw, and I'm going to down them. Now, the problem is that if the survivor is not trapped somewhere, they're going to keep running away, and they're going to make distance. Now, let's make an example of a survivor that gets trapped. Could you please do this totem? Let's imagine that this survivor is really, really stupid, right? And they get caught here, and I end right here. Okay, now they're trapped, right? No matter what they do, doesn't matter what they do, I'm just gonna fully rev my chainsaw and they go down. But in the open, it's not so simple. Let's go in the open. Could you please run in the open field? In the open, if they are moving side to side a little bit, it's sometimes a little confusing and it can get to you. Now, the principle that helped me the most to make sure that I never miss a chainsaw is the following, okay? When the survivor is running away, I'm gonna get really close. I'm gonna start getting my chainsaw, and I'm gonna look down, right? I'm gonna look down like this. And they're always gonna dodge to one side or something. And the idea is that you get your chainsaw 99, you get it close to this, right? And when you see it clear, you go for it. The way I personally do it is I don't look at the survivor, because if you look at the survivor, you're not going to see the progress bar on the chainsaw, right? So I don't look at the survivor. I focus my eyesight on the chainsaw progress. And when it's here, I look slightly down. I keep it like this. And when I see in my peripheral vision that the survivor is in front of me and they don't have a good movement, bam, then I do it. That's how I personally go. But maybe you have a different method. Maybe for you, you're better off looking at the survivor and just seeing the charge in your peripheral. It's completely up to you. Now, what is the big idea with this killer when it comes to strategy? Very simple. At the start of the game, Because your mobility is so good, you don't need to be stealthy, you don't need to be subtle. You can start and immediately go across the map, and many times you will find survivors immediately, or at least find scratch marks, which will let you find survivors. So if I were to spawn here, I would imagine that the survivors are going to be in the furthest gens. That's typically how it goes. So I would immediately use my chainsaw, go across the whole map, and maybe check, okay, do I see any birds? Do I see any scratch marks? No, I don't see anything. All right, do I see anything? I don't see anything. Okay, oh, perfect, perfect. Oh, there's a survivor on that jet, there's a survivor. Ah, boom. You know, and if you get them, excellent. If not, that's fine. If you make your chainsaw become overdrive, which is the blue thing, it lasts for a few seconds, and it makes your chainsaw better in basically every way. It charges faster, it moves quicker, and I think that's it. Oh, and there might be a shorter cooldown when you whiff with it. That might be it. So that's also a good thing that happens naturally. You want to be using your chainsaw often, as long as it's productive, right? Once we are in chase, survivors are going to drop pallets very often because they don't want to be back rep. So if a survivor drops a pallet, we're going to try to find a smart way of getting rid of it while zoning the survivor. For example, if this pallet came down right now, a survivor dropped it, would I want to break it right away? The answer is no. If I break it right away, the survivor would keep running, and look, they find some windows. Instead, I might want to chase around, and now I break the pallet, maybe with my chainsaw. I 99 my chainsaw, the survivor's going away, I catch you. The survivor's not going away. Okay, I break the pallet, and now what? Where do they go? Nowhere. They have nowhere to go. So now I could maybe zone them, and maybe I would start my chainsaw, and maybe they would take their chances, and bam, I catch them. It's super, super important to zone correctly with this killer. Let's see what kind of beginner build could help us do all of those things. Let's get it going. So one staple of almost every build that you're going to see when you play against or as the Hillbilly is that the Hillbilly cares a lot about windows. If you're in shack, you can vault the window repeatedly and then drop the pallet, and you can make a lot of time. But if the killer has a perk to block windows, that changes everything. Because if you block the window, the only thing left is the pallet, and he can break pallets really, really quickly with his chainsaw. That is why it's very common to see perks like this. Claustrophobia, or Cruel Limits, new name, is a perk that blocks windows, but it's just not very good, and it's from the Demogorgon. The Trickster also has a perk that has this same ability, and it's a lot better. It's called Crowd Control. Crowd Control is excellent, especially if you have other hexes, but these two perks you're not going to see very often. The perk that you see all the time is Bamboozle from the Clown. The Clown has some amazing perks for this killer. Like if you buy the Clown DLC or you unlock it with Iridescent Shards, you can put on Bamboozle, you can put on Pop, and then you can use his own perk Tinkerer, and then whatever other perk you'd like, and this is already a really good build. You will know when a generator is about to be done, you will be able to damage it for more damage if you recently hook someone, and you can block shack and other problematic windows to force them into pallets where your power is more useful. I'm going to be assuming that you don't have any of these perks, unfortunately, and you're only working with what this killer has by default. So we're going to be using Tinker, which is really good. Enduring is going to make us shrug off pallet stuns a lot nicer, and we're going to play in a very special way around that. We also have the perk No Holds Barred or Deadlock, depending on whether or not you have the DLC for Pinhead, and that's going to slow down gens, perfect, and also a perk to make them take longer healing. Now, it's very important to remember that in other killers, you could replace Weeping Wounds for Sloppy Butcher, but not on this killer. On this killer, this perk is a bit suboptimal. This perk, like many others, only apply their effects on basic attacks. And unlike the Trapper, and unlike the Wraith, this killer many times will down with his chainsaw, which is a special attack, it's not a basic. That means that any insta-down perk, like for example, No One Escapes Death, does not work, and it's not the end of the world if you have them. They might still be okay, but they're not ideal. As for add-ons, the two add-ons that allow you to increase your turn rate are really, really good. You could even run them together. They are great at any level. And he also has an add-on or two that makes it so that if you bump into something, you have less of a penalty. I think these add-ons are okay for beginners. As a beginner, however, do stay away from the add-on that increases the charge time. This is maybe for a more advanced player. And do stay away from the add-on that makes your normal speed slower. These two add-ons are a little bit advanced, and stay away from them. The other add-ons, if they sound good, they probably are good. So you don't need to complicate yourself. Let's ready up and see if we can demonstrate how to play this killer in a real-life scenario. Okay, as we said, our first thing that we're going to do is we're going to figure out a way to go across the map and try to find people as quickly as possible. My guess is that they're going to be around that space, so let's rev the chainsaw, go around, and turn quickly. There you go. And let's see if we see birds or scratch marks. Okay, I see scratch marks. I can stop my chainsaw. All right, I see someone. I'm a little bit far. It's not perfect, but it's a good chase, and it's pretty early. Let's get close. If we get an opportunity to use our chainsaw, beautiful. If we don't, that is completely fine. This seems to me like it might be a basic attack. Oh, she didn't want to take the window. Okay, let's use the chainsaw. Now, here, this was a very important situation, okay? She couldn't move to the left. If she went to the left, she had the couch. So I did not aim to the left. I aimed to the right, assuming that that's where she would go. Anyway, let's pick her up, except let's not, because there's another survivor here, and she's going to go down too. All right. Let's pick up Ada first. So any ranged killer will also benefit from this idea, okay? Anytime you notice a survivor has limited options, you don't aim necessarily at the center of their body. You aim a little bit to the side that they can move to. So in this situation, again, I want to aim a little bit towards the right because I know that if they don't move, I can correct myself. And if they do move, they don't have a lot of space. So that was a great moment there to demonstrate. Now, this survivor is leaving blood. So this is the one that's injured, right? So that's fine. Obviously, basement is really, really awful for them to be in. It's really hard to see scratch marks in this map. I would be much better off going back to that position, but yeah. Okay, here I'm gonna do something a little nasty. I'm so sorry. What I did there is honestly so difficult, and this is why I told you this killer is a little tricky compared to the other two. And you can play him, but do not be afraid of just playing him in a very normal way and use your chainsaw. Just here and there, whenever you can. Okay, it's not a bad idea to use my chainsaw for mobility here. I think there was a breakable wall, so we could end by breaking it. Boom. You kind of want to hit them perpendicularly, otherwise you might bump. So now we had a bit of mobility. They came out from basement a long while ago. They're probably healing someplace, but we haven't found them, so that's okay. Okay, this gen did get some attention, but this could have been from a while ago. Right. So because this killer has enhanced turn rate during the first little bit more than half a second, you can do something that's called curving. Curving is basically hugging an object during that first... Oh, wow, that was great. Yeah, you hug an object. Anyway, do you notice that my perk Tinkerer is warning me that a gen is being done? Let's listen to it and try to interrupt it. Oh. Okay, in this situation, same thing as before. The Talita was against the generator. She obviously cannot face into the generator, so I always aim a little bit towards the right to make sure that if she runs out, I can react to it. And if she doesn't, well, she's getting hit anyway, so same principle there. In a lot of places, you can do this curbing and actually catch a survivor in a loop. And in some situations, it's even better than just chasing normally. I'll try to explain it, and I'm sure we'll have more examples. I don't have a terror radius, so this survivor probably was taken a bit by surprise. Tinkerer lets you know when a gen's being done, and it also removes your terror radius. But it only works once per generator, so it's not going to give us information forever. And it doesn't keep us stealthy forever. I kind of want to find someone, but... Okay, this gen still has... sparks, so we're gonna come back here. This probably... You know what? Let's do something simple. Let's just get on this hill. See if we find anyone. No? Okay. Sorry, I don't know why my nose is so sniffly. Okay. So whoever rescued is right here, it seems. Oh, they use an item to... I'm not gonna lie, I can see perfectly through this, but I couldn't see her. Alright, here we go. So now we're on a pallet. In a situation like this, it is a really good idea to just break it with my chainsaw and see if she'll make a mistake. Right. A little bit difficult to play around Shaq sometimes if you don't have a perk to block it. But here it worked out just fine. She made a bit of a blunder. She might have been able to play that better. We had Tinkerer, but I honestly don't even know which generator it was. I'm guessing it's a new one. Yeah, it was over there. We cannot go through the main building easily, but I could... Oh, do you see this bird? Someone's still here. All right, I'm going to fake my chainsaw. All right, I'm going to fake it for a second and then stop it. And look, it tricked the survivor. She might have dead hard. Oh, no, she didn't. Yeah, this is a very common trick, by the way. Anytime you use your chainsaw, your character visibly puts it up. And a survivor doesn't know if you're really charging it or if you're about to let go. It's not super easy to tell, right? So you could trick a survivor into do another loop of another run around the loop because you slow yourself down, right? So they think they have time. I'm gonna go straight for the pallet, see what she does. She made a horrible blunder. And we're gonna pick up. And this match is going a little bit too well. And we're not chasing around some places that would be interesting, but we can always like slow it down a little bit. Right, we use our chainsaw, go back to this generator. Remember, we have a bit of mobility. We can do a bit of a sharp turn at the start, but that's about it. Oh, I see scratch marks going up. Oh, wow, I did not think I could do that. I basically vacuumed into a breakable wall there. That's perfect, actually. Wow, even better than I thought. Right, she gets this window. If there is a window in this map, there will always be a breakable. All right, follow through it. There's a pallet here. We have the perk Enduring, which means that if we get stunned, we recover super quickly. We're not going to be afraid of pallets. Not afraid at all. And I think I can swing here. Ooh, that was a little close. Right, in a situation like this pallet is so weak, I don't even need to break it. If you notice that a pallet is super easy to go around, like, how could a survivor really survive here, like, if they stay on the pallet? They could use it to trigger a perk like Light, which would give them a speed boost, but a pallet like that is not super important to break. So you don't need to freak out too much. If you have a time for it, wonderful. Okay, so Shack is now nearly completed. And even though I don't have a terror radius, they do have... this is really interesting. I'm gonna tell you why. They do have the sound of my chainsaw to go. So they do know that I'm approaching. This is not the best survivor to chase, but I'm gonna chase her anyway, because everyone else is dead. Okay, this is Enduring. I break it really quickly, no problem. Yeah, survivors hear your chainsaw from like 60 meters, and when you're close, it becomes directional, so they can kind of tell where you are. All right, we're gonna use your chainsaw just to catch up here. In this situation, it's okay. We break it right away. We're gonna use it to catch up, and that's okay. My chainsaw now is blue. Ooh. Okay, this is a little complicated, and that's okay. We're at 1 gen. Maybe we should stop caring about hooks. We can probably... Ah, that's so close. Well played. This is where if we had bamboozled, it would be perfect. But we don't, so... We're just gonna M1. The worst thing you can do with the skiller is obsess over using your chainsaw. Yeah, you will learn what's possible and not possible, but you're gonna lose so many chases. It's okay not to. Does she panic and vault? No. Okay. It's a bit of a back and forth of whether or not she's gonna go back. Unfortunately, chat, I do think I have to go. I'm only chasing her because I felt bad for the other girls, but the other girls are not they're not healing. Instead, they're just focusing on the last gen. Oh yeah, I know what I learned. Hello, guys. Wait, was this not the gen? That was... Yeah, it was. Hi, guys. Yeah, Tinkerer lets you know when a gen is at 70%. So if you ever chase after a Tinkerer and you see that the gen pops before the perk is even off... Wow, that's crazy. Okay, this girl is zoned. I'm gonna break the pallet from this side, and it doesn't matter what she does next, she's gonna die. Because it's the corner of the map, right? Oh, never mind. Okay, well, she should die now, but... yeah, it's a little silly from me. What was I on about? Yeah, if you notice that Tinkerer is still has the red thing on it, and a gem pops, that means there's 2 people on that generator. I'm so sorry, I think I tried to play nice towards the end, but that maybe prevented me from showing you a little bit more of what the skiller can do. I think it's quite important that I show you how curving on the skiller can work. It's not something that you have to learn or that you will learn super early, but around a lot of loops, you want to be curving. Curving, as we explained earlier, is using your chainsaw and shaving around objects really, really sharply, and you can use that in some loops, in some of them particularly well. So why don't we go and I show you a couple times. Yeah, they just had builds to just 2 gens fast. So let them do that. We'll go into a private match and show you in a bit more detail. Okay, we're in a private game again. There was something I just didn't quite have the opportunity to teach you. So the first thing that's really funny is that this killer has an add-on that allows him to break through pallets and keep his chainsaw going. It's the low pro chain. You don't want to use the iridescence, and there's also 2 brown add-ons that you want to stay away from. The one that makes your chainsaw not insta-down, it's a meme add-on, and the one that removes your curving. That one is really not good. Look at this. Oh, never mind. I bumped into something. But yeah, with this, you can actually go through and not break the chainsaw. It's actually a pretty good add-on. It's just that if a pallet is dropped, could you please drop this pallet and demonstrate? If you hit a survivor, you will not insta-down them. You will only injure, and if they're injured, you will put them into deep wound. which is kind of like the same as if you hit them off the hook. Could we please demonstrate that second one so that you can see what this add-on looks like? Over here to your left. There you go. But yeah, this add-on is really useful. It's quite nice. See, you'll never get it down with this, but it's still really, really good. You could also just cancel and then just go for a normal chainsaw. So, the one thing that we didn't talk about very much. Survivors, hitbox is a little bit slippery. If a survivor is below you, hitting them is difficult. Notice that even if I look all the way up, when I start my chainsaw, my camera stabilizes and it moves side to side a little bit, but it does not move vertically. That means that a survivor that is below you, if they crouch, can avoid you very easily. So could we please go to basement in main and help visualize this? A survivor coming here, if they crouch, you're not gonna hit them. You need to be a little bit careful in situations like this. They're gonna come often. Could you please crouch in the middle of the stairs and I'll demonstrate? Right, so... yeah, you see how I slid past her? Yeah. The play here would be to, I mean, if they're injured, just basic attack is fine. But if they're healthy, you could get on their level or below them. And then, yeah, from like this, I will be able to hit her no problem. Right? Now, on to curving. How do you curve? So the idea of curving, right, is that if a survivor gets to a pallet and the pallet has a side to it that is really straight, like this, you can curve around it. So say that the survivor doesn't drop the pallet. Could you please go here and play this pallet without dropping it? Now we're in the situation, right, which is the classic looping scenario, where if I go left, she mirrors my movement, and if I go right, she mirrors my movement, and I need to catch up, right? The problem here is that if I use my normal movement, she will reach the pallet and then drop it. And we don't want that, right? Imagine that she's healthy. We don't want that. We can actually get it down here. So do it again, please, on the other car. So it's easier. We do not want to let her get here. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to begin chasing her, charging our chainsaw, and we can do this. What? How do you do that? Well, this particular car and many other cars have very round hitboxes, and you don't bump into them as easily. So a tree, for example, you bump into pretty easily. But a car like this, if you approach at a certain angle, look. You see how I slide? So we're taking advantage of that, and we're gonna begin our chainsaw, and at the very, very start, we're gonna do a very aggressive turn. And bam, we do pretty much like a 180. We can also do it the other way. Obviously, the survivor's not stupid, so we need to kind of make it like, oh, is it left? Is it right? Ooh, is it left? Is it right? Ooh, is it left? Is it right? Is it left? Oh, boom. And that's how we catch them. That is called curving, and it's something that you can do. On these cars, you can do it very, 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 very well, but as you could see in the shack earlier, there are a few other places where you could do it, right? Now, you don't necessarily do this in the open. If there's no pallet, a survivor would never be around here, right? Why would you, like right here, why would I want to curve around this? You don't need to. There's no need to. I wouldn't need to do this because frankly, a survivor would just run away. There's nothing for them to stay. Also, because there's no pallet, I could just keep chasing, keep chasing, keep chasing, keep chasing. And when I'm close, then do what we practiced earlier, a back rub. Basically use the chainsaw right when we're close to them, right? So this is something that you do in regular loops when there is a pallet. Say there's a pallet here, right? And you can play around them. But there are some loops that are way too complicated. This loop right here, for example, is very complicated. If the survivor is playing around it, this, I mean, you could try, but it's just kind of awkward. So don't stress. This is something that you will develop more and more as you become more experienced. The most important thing to do with this killer is to have fun, try to use your power a little bit. You want to use it enough that you learn, and not enough that you fail constantly and you burn yourself out and then you never want to play this killer again. Find a middle ground and you'll have a lot of fun. Let's now switch to another killer that is even more complicated than the Hillbilly. Let's go. Alright, we're playing as Nurse. Nurse is a free character, and if you've ever seen any tier list, she's typically described as the strongest character in the whole game. Now, what you need to know is that that's only when you're really good at her. In beginner level and average level, Nurse is really bad, and many times she gets very few kills on average in the statistics because new players don't know how to play her. Now, the most important thing to know about the Nurse, right off the bat, she is not a normal M1 killer. Billy is an M1 killer, Trapper is an M1 killer, Wraith is an M1 killer, everyone we've seen so far is an M1 killer. This is not. She does not move at the normal speed. In fact, she moves slower than the other killers and slower even than survivors. She is the only killer in the game that by default moves slower than survivors. So Fawn, could you please run in a straight line towards whatever? Let's see what happens. You'll notice that I'm not really getting distance. Maybe over time I will get bloodlust or something, and that might be okay, like, and possibly she will run into a wall or something. You know, like, if you see a survivor running into a wall, don't worry, you can hit them. It's gonna be completely fine. But for the most part, this is a killer that, unlike every other killer before her, cannot be played just normally. You cannot ignore her power. You have to learn how to use her power. Now, when you do learn how to use her power, her mobility becomes a lot better. And it is actually one of the strongest, if not the strongest power in the game. There is one add-on called the Blight Flannel that puts a cursor on her power. You don't need to run this add-on, but I'm going to run it now, and you can run it in your first few games to visualize how her power works. So when you hold your power, she's going to hold out a blink. As you can see, the longer I hold it, the further it goes. And when I release it, you cannot cancel it. But when I release it, I teleport to that spot. Now, it's very important that the nurse... it's very important to remember the nurse is not bound by conventional limitations on the map. So if I want to go on this hill, I can do it. Even though normally a killer wouldn't be able to climb that. And if I want to go through a wall, I can do it. And if I want to go on a second floor, it's a bit difficult, it's a bit tricky, but I mean, I can do it as well. Boop. And same thing if I want to go below me, unless there is an obstacle below me, bam, I can do it. So the nurse has an insane ability to ignore the geometry of the map and can sometimes take shortcuts that other killers only dream of. Now, there is a tiny little problem. If we go around like this, we are pretty slow, right? And if we use both of our blinks, we cover distances a little bit faster. But as you can see, there is a fatigue period. And the more blinks that you use, there's 2 by default. Let's go. The longer the fatigue. So as a general rule, if you're in a very open area, I recommend that you don't use your power right away. Just walk normally, look around yourself. Do you see any scratch marks? No. Okay, let's speed up. Let's use 1 blink for mobility. Look around yourself. Do I see anything? No. If there's a hill, it's a great idea to go on it. Do I see anything? Do I see anything? No. Okay, let's use another blink. And like that. Right? Using 1 blink at a time for mobility is probably ideal. If you know where you're going, then using 2 is fine. Let's say, for example, that gen over there is the place where I need to go. I know that I need to go there. Then it's completely fine to use 2 of them for mobility and try to do that. Now, you might notice that if I wait too long for my second blink, it goes away. The first blink, you can take whatever time you need to charge it. You charge it. It has a maximum range, obviously. I cannot really go any further. But if I want to, I could even aim downwards. I cannot cancel the blink, but I can teleport in place if I want to. Let's say if a survivor runs back into me. Another thing that's important to remember is that the nurse cannot blink through the edge of the map. Even though she normally can teleport through walls, if that wall is the edge of the map, it doesn't work, as you can see, right? So be very careful of that. I cannot teleport to that gen from here, for example. You see, I'll stay in place. So if you want to do a second blink, you need to wait until it's recharged, and then you're gonna do this, and now you have a bit of time to charge another, and the second one is a lot shorter. As you can see, that's the limit. So let's do a second one. Okay, 1, 2, 3, and that's it. That's how the nurse moves. There are some add-ons that can give her an extra blink, and it comes at a cost, and add-ons that can extend her cooldowns or make them shorter, but that's the basic idea of nurse. Now, let's just talk about the basic mobility. We've already covered it, right? We move around, look for hints, look for survivors, and use 1 blink at a time, or maybe 2 if we know where we're going. Once we are in chase, now what? The basic idea of the nurse is that once you're already close, the survivor has very little to go. If a survivor plays windows or pallets, it's such a bad idea. Could you please show us what it looks like to go to a pallet and drop it for the nurse? Right. Like, if she does a pallet, I can just do this. Oh, this is very embarrassing. Do not talk about this. I'm going to explain to you what happened. I expected her to move. But the idea is that you can teleport next to a survivor, and even a pallet like this is not going to work. But this gives me an opportunity to talk about something very, very important, which is that a survivor has its own hitbox that you cannot teleport on top of. So, please, could you follow me to the edge of the map? Because it's really easy to see it. Okay, So notice that normally I can teleport to the edge of the map because there's enough space. But could you please go to the very, very corner? Oh, do you see that? I cannot teleport to where the survivor is. I can teleport next to them, but not where the survivor is. If I cannot teleport to where the survivor is, the game will teleport me to the closest place possible. In this case, next to her, so I could hit her immediately. But when you're at a pallet or behind a loop, then the next place possible is standing where you are. So please, could you come to this pallet and drop it? That's exactly what happened earlier, by the way. I tried to teleport to her like this, but because she dropped the pallet and there was no space, I teleported in place. Let's demonstrate it. Yeah, there was no space. There was no space. So when you teleport to a survivor in the open, it's not a big deal. But if they are around stuff, look. It's difficult. It's kind of difficult to like narrow it. It's a little tricky, right? So you want to teleport maybe slightly to the side and then hit them. When the nurse teleports, she has a window where she can hit. And if you have a second blink, a window where you can do a second blink, right? So let's blink another time and I can do a lunge. I can wait a little bit if I need to and do a lunge. It's basically the same as a normal lunge and you can have an add-on to extend it. Just to drive the point home that windows or pallets are really bad. Pallets are a little bit more complicated because theoretically, I mean, you could end up stunned or have the same issue as I had before. Drop it. Where you... maybe you end up on the wrong side or something, right? So pallets can be a bit tricky, but windows especially are really, really bad. Windows don't really move. And if you see a survivor, you see that she's got a medkit? This is really important. A medkit or any other item disappears. So if I see her vault a window and I see the medkit disappears, that tells me that she's already pressed the space bar, right? Could you do it again? So all I need to do in a situation like this is go past and bam, easy hit. Super, super easy, right? Now, there's another type of window that is even worse against nurse, which are drop windows. Drop windows are deadly against nurse. And if you are a survivor, you never want to use them. And if you are a killer, you want to take advantage of them. If a survivor has a window that drops them, and there's a little bit of a drop to it, because they will be stunned from the drop, you can teleport next to them and they have no time to get away. This window doesn't have the biggest drops, so I don't know if it's the best example, but I don't know if we have any other. Imagine, for example, that there is a window there and a survivor drops from this hole. Could you please demonstrate by going up there? Thank you. There's a hole right over there. If I am with a survivor on the second floor and they take a window or drop from a hole, like this one over here, they're going to be staggered so much from the fall that all I need to do is just take my time, right? And teleport next to them. Yeah, go for it. And look, you see how slowly they gain their speed back? So that is super, super deadly. Anytime you see them begin to drop from a window that is going to result in them taking a fall, you very, very calmly teleport next to them. And unless they have the Nia's exhaustion perk balanced landing, if you hear them do the sound, you know you're going to catch them. So that is super, super simple. Now, how do survivors play against nurse if they cannot drop pallets or window? It's very simple. They remove line of sight. Could you please play this like you would against a normal nurse? This is a survivor that knows how to play. How would you play against nurse? You wouldn't go in the open, right? You would want to play into this loop and try to remove yourself from my line of sight, right? Just play it normally. Don't worry. Just freestyle it. So right now, I don't know where she is. So obviously, it's a little bit awkward. I could try to guess and just be like, oh my god, what is she? Oh, what is she? But this is not a good idea, right? So the best thing that she can do is just get behind walls, Not walls like this. Walls like this are really easy. She wants to go behind tall walls where I don't see her. So what do we do in this situation as a nurse? There are some perks that can show you the auto survivors, so you can kind of guess and see where they are exactly and teleport very accurately. But outside of that, the general idea is that you're gonna keep chasing them normally, and when they are about to go around a corner like this, you want to teleport to the last place where you saw them, and then adjust. So the last place that I saw them is this window, and then she went to the right? So I'm going to teleport, and when I appear on this side of the window, there's two possibilities, right? Possibility number one, she runs back into me, and then I simply hit her. Possibility number two, she keeps running, in which case I do a follow-up and down her. Could you please vault this window from the middle? Don't tell me what you're gonna do. Just vault the window, go to the right, and then do whatever you want. And I will show you how you should play it as a nurse. So you vault behind them. If she run into you, you hit her. If she keeps running, you do a follow-up. That's the basic one, okay? Let's try it one more time. I don't want to do it a bit too early, but yeah. Okay, let's give her time. Teleport to the last spot. She doesn't come back. Okay, I go here and I swing if I'm close enough. You want the first one to go on the last spot where you saw it, and then a follow-up if necessary. Many times, a survivor will run into you as well. This is not just around windows, but around any corner. Let's find, I don't know, shack or something really quickly. How about this, for example? Let's say a survivor is running into this corner, right? They have a third person, so by the time they're here, they can see where we are. And what's gonna happen is if they run around here and I want to guess, then I would need to guess that they're gonna be here. And if they went back, I don't get it. And if they were here, perfect, but it's a 50-50. We don't have to make it a 50-50. Remember, we're gonna teleport to the last place where we saw them. And then if they come back, we hit them. If they keep running, we do a follow-up. Let's try it again. From here, for example. Yeah, go for it. So I'll teleport to the last spot I see them. They didn't run behind, and I hit. That's the basic idea. And that's really all it takes. Now, it's really important to remember that when the nurse hits you from her fatigue, from her power, she goes into fatigue. She does not attack you with a basic attack. This is a special attack. So perks that apply insta-down, perks that apply status effects from basic attacks like Sloppy Butcher, they don't work on nurse unless she just hits you without using her power. Now, one very important thing as a nurse is to zone survivors. Let's imagine that this survivor is completely out of luck and finds herself in this awful corner of the map. Now, even though it's an awful corner of the map, it still has a bit of a wall. So run behind that wall, right? The worst thing that I could do here is, oh, I get in a rush. I'm going to charge my power and please, survivor, run to shack right now. And I go here and oh my God. And now she suddenly has gotten away. And now her chances to escape and go on a long chase are really, really big, right? So let's go back to that situation. What should we have done instead? Imagine I'm chasing the survivor, right? And they find themselves in that corner. And I use my power and I realize that I'm here. You know what? Don't use a follow-up. Just wait. Just wait. Get your power back, right? While you walk them down. And then when they're completely cornered, you walk them down. And if you can hit them with a basic attack, like I can right now, perfect. Bam. Down. Easy. If they go in the open, you can do one really quick one like this and quickly tap them. So our idea is going to be, remember, navigate the map with 1 blinks, 2 if we know what we're doing, none if we can look around and assess our surroundings. Then, when we enter chase, if they're in the open, really, really easy, our first blink tries to get as close as possible. If we can hit them, perfect, hit them. If we can't, we use a second one to correct and then hit them. If they go around corners, we're going to try to teleport to the last place where we saw them, right? And then see if we need to do another one and then go for the hit, or if they run back into us. And anytime they zone themselves into a bad part of the map, we will be patient. We will not do anything that allows them to escape back into it. We will get our things back. We will get close to them. If we can get a normal hit, perfect. Then our power doesn't have any cooldown, and after recovering, we can immediately follow it up, and that's 2 taps. Goes on really quickly. If we cannot hit them because they have a bit of distance, but it's not too much, we can do a quick one or maybe a quick second, and bam. That's it. That's nurse. Nothing else to it. Right? Let's get a build that will help us play her how she should be played. Okay, once again, I need to insist, it's very important to remember that because the nurse mostly or almost exclusively hits with her special attacks from using her power, perks that are otherwise really, really good do not work on her. Inside-on perks do not work on her, Sloppy Butcher doesn't. You do have an add-on that applies almost the exact same effect as Sloppy Butcher, so that add-on is really, really good. And that's completely fine. And she also has a really simple add-on that makes her second, her lunge after a second blink a little bit longer. This is great for beginners. Personally, I think even better for beginners are these 2 add-ons. The Wooden Horse makes it so that if you do an attack and you miss, you don't have pretty much any fatigue, or not as much fatigue as you normally would. Anytime you do more blinks and if you attack at the end, it makes your fatigue longer. If you only use 1, shorter cooldown. If you use 2, longer cooldown. If you use 2 and you attack, even longer cooldown. This helps to mitigate it. This also helps to mitigate the fatigue from the second. So with these 2, we're going to have less fatigue and we'll be using our power more frequently. Remember, no basic attack perks, so we're going to use Gift of Pain, which is another way to apply Mangled. This killer is so good at downing people that if they don't heal, that could lead to really quick downs. So we have a perk here that will let them, this is called Weeping Wounds in maybe your version of the game, a perk that will make them slower at healing and slower at gens if they do heal. Deadlock or No Holds Barred, depending on your version of the game, whether or not you have the Pinhead DLC. This will just slow down gens in the background passively without us doing anything. We then have Nurse's Calling, one of her own teachable perks. If you level her up and prestige her, this perk will be available to everyone. It's a great perk, especially for stealth killers. It will let us know if anyone's healing. Awesome. And Deerstalker is also a common perk that every now and then reveals a survivor. It also shows me the aura of a survivor if they see my aura because of their own perks. So it could be a reverse Uno card. This is simple enough and will keep us going. I would very highly recommend that you stay away from add-ons that change her too much. There is an add-on that removes the blink, an add-on that makes the blink extra happen, but they have downsides and they change her too much. There's also add-ons, forgive me, that make her move at normal speed, but only during sometimes. I would stay away from the fancy one. She also has 2 or 3 add-ons that make her power worse. Stay away from these complicated things. Just run add-ons that remove a little bit of fatigue or the 2 that I mentioned previously, and you should be fine. Let's load into the match. Okay, so when the nurse uses her power, everyone in the map hears her fatigue sound. It's very important not to maybe always immediately use her power. If you see a little hill or something you can climb on just to see if you spot someone early, might be a good idea to do it. Oh, I found someone early. That was a little clumsy. I did 2 and 1 would have been enough. Oh, she dropped down. As I told you, a survivor dropping down is a death sentence against this killer. You never should do that. Ah, she disconnected. She wasn't very happy. I'm sorry about that. Anyway, I took off the brown add-on that shows you where your blink will go. So I have a good muscle memory, because I played nurse many times, of where I will go, depending on how much I hold it, right? And moving your camera up makes it more likely to go up or below floors, right? Now, it is a little difficult when you're a beginner. I just didn't do that so well. Good job to this Jonah, though. He played that really well. I see 2 survivors on a platform, and I think it's a really good idea to teleport right here. Remember, teleport to the last place where I saw them. And if they go back to me, then it's an instant hit. Super simple. Oh, that was really smart of her. She actually tricked us there. Very good. Nicely done. I get both of my blinks back. I teleport right here. Nicely done. And she constantly plays with my expectations. This survivor is doing so good. She dropped down from a platform, but I think she had balanced landing and got a speed boost. So that was really good. If I can do a normal attack because they run into me, I will. Let's switch to this guy. What will he do? Does he drop the pallet? No, he doesn't. I'm gonna just teleport in place, and he's dead. If you ever notice that a survivor runs back into you while you're charging, you can just look down. Your animation will be just as long as if you teleported far away, but you won't move, and then the survivor's in a bad spot. If you need to do another one to follow it up and correct your position, awesome. If you don't, like in this case, I think you can just hit. My perk, Deerstalker, is showing me autos of random people, which is awesome. We're gonna follow this up. Oh. I think someone's making injured noises. All right. Remember, move until I know where they are a little bit. Okay, teleport to the last place I saw them. Oh my god, okay, I got cheated on there. Like, by the time I press M1, she was literally in front of me. I don't have both of my blinks, so I need to be a bit patient here. There you go. That was really on the edge. You don't ever need to break pallets as a nurse, by the way, but if the game's going well and you want to get some points, do it. Some pallets are a little bit annoying, and if you get rid of them, you know, you might remove a chance for a survivor to use a perk like Life, for example. Alright, let's go for the hook. Almost never a bad idea to go for elevated positions to find people, so we could do that. Let's see. My perk, Deerstalker, would show me the auto of people randomly, so I might have lost an opportunity there to read that. I don't know who's who. Okay. Remember, if you teleport to a survivor and you're out of the within hit, perfect. Teleport to the last place you saw them. See if they adjust and attack. I'm gonna tell you a little secret. When you play against bots, they never do the human thing. They always run away from you, so against bots it's very simple. Humans, on the other hand, they have tendencies, they are unpredictable. Many of them will tend to run back into you. If you charge your power, they'll run back into you. Oh, here I messed up. I think it was a similar mistake as what we did earlier. Hello. I don't know why he's doing this. But yeah, let's have a look. I'm gonna go to the left so I can see. I'm gonna teleport to the middle of Shack. And... ooh, a little short there. Maybe with some extra launch from that, I don't know. I'm gonna be patient, keep chasing until I have both of my blinks. I'm gonna look at the space. He did go through. Oh. He went around the other side of the counter. Very smart. And I think he's dead here. Oh, he had that hard. He used it. I made a mistake there. You know what? If I am having... you don't need to vault windows typically, but if you're waiting for your power to come back, that's fine. Teleport to the corner. Does he run back? No, charge it. And that would have been fine if it wasn't for this little elevation here. All right, let's try... by the way, if we're struggling with one person and they're in a particular nasty spot, there's absolutely nothing wrong with just leaving them, by the way. It's very difficult to stun a nurse, by the way. It's difficult to stun her mid-flight because she moves so quickly. Alright, we can salvage this, but there's a good argument to be made that we could have left him. And it's not a big deal. When should you leave a survivor? When should you commit to them? Look at their hook stages. A survivor that has never been hooked, like for example Jonah, I don't really care about so much. If I hook him, he's not gonna die or even be close to dying. A survivor like this girl that's dead on hook, she's a lot more valuable. So I think committing to her could be a good idea. Alright, so 1 to get close. Is it enough? Adjust. There you go. You know, if you're not sure if you have an extra blink, just play it safe. This is a bot, so she's never gonna run into me. I can just teleport to where she is and immediately do this. A human will be more unpredictable. Remember, they will often, when they see you begin to charge, they will run back into you. You need to be ready, right? The idea is that if you teleport accurately enough on your first blink, even if they go far, you will do a second one to catch up, and if they're on top of you, you will hit them. So the idea is that if your first blink is accurate enough, you don't need to worry too much about which direction they're moving onto. Let's try to do that. Let's try to make our blink as accurate as possible. If they go around a corner, we follow the principle of teleporting to the last place where we saw them. Here we have a perk that's showing me where they are, so that's amazing. I saw a survivor lean as if they were healing, so I knew there were 2 people. I'm gonna teleport right on the pallet. Ooh, smart, but... you see there? This, what I did here was a little bit difficult. I was a little far. I could not teleport to the survivor itself. I had to go past them. And because I have mouse and keyboard, I can do this. And then, what? Do you notice that while I am teleporting, I can move my camera? That's quite important about the nurse. You can, if you know that you have to do a 180, you can already begin to turn as you're going there. If you don't know and you need to react, then having mouse and keyboard makes it a little bit easier. On controller, I don't think you can do such a quick turn. But for example, here I can teleport and immediately look behind me, right? Yeah. Don't forget that when you go into fatigue, your camera is forced to look at the ground, but you can always check for blood or whatever a little bit. You want to teleport to places that will give you good visibility. I will show you a bad teleport. This is a terrible teleport. Unless there's a survivor literally right here, I don't see anything, right? So anytime you're moving around the map, trying to gather information, trying to find survivors, the idea is to put yourself on hills, open areas, anywhere where you are likely to see either a survivor or scratch marks or something that will lead you to a survivor. Okay, here we're gonna wait for the second blink. I'm gonna start charging it. I see him, and ooh. Unlucky, I didn't quite land what I wanted. Wait. Where'd the survivor go? I heard some conflicting cues. Oh, there he is. Oh, that's unfortunate for him. I think I can... Ooh, that was close. I did not end up on the right side of the wall. But yeah, as you can see, injured noises and other audio cues are super, super important. If you want to play with slightly... Alright, man. Alright, yeah, you go, you go. Let's try that again. If you want to play with slightly higher volume, that is really, really helpful to track survivors. You don't necessarily need to immediately appear right on top of them. Sometimes just cutting them off is important and useful enough for Jonah. With Nurse, because you are slow, survivors will typically tend to use stealth against you, and they might choose to die in corners of the map away from the gens. So any perk that lets you know where gens are being done, or any perk that gives you information, like Deer Stalker is going to show me someone right now. Where are they? Oh, it's a survivor on the hook. Any perk like that is super, super valuable. So look out for that. Nurses has not been so useful, but it did show me the auto of someone healing earlier. Amazing, that's Dead Heart. It's a perk that if you press it at the right time, it only works if you're injured after a hook, will give you... I made a mistake there. I teleported here. I wanted to teleport further, and I accidentally stand still, but he ran into me. So even though I made a mistake, he also made a mistake. And because the nurse is so strong, that typically means they die. So yeah, that wasn't perfect for me, but you know, you will have moments like this. Chat, what else do we need to teach new players that need to learn about the nurse? Okay, I actually think of at least one very important thing. In a situation like this, the survivor obviously is against the edge of the map. They cannot really run outside of the gate because it's close, right? So in a situation like this, I'm going to begin to zone very, very early. Okay? This is very similar in principle as what we saw earlier with the Hillbilly. If a survivor is running against the wall, right? Say that, for example, a survivor is against this exit gate. I am never, ever, if they are on the exit gate, I am never going to teleport on the exit gate itself. Because if I teleport on the exit gate itself, and they juke me, and now they make it really, really far, well, I gave him an option to run away. Instead, we zone them. We cut them off from options. Instead of teleporting there, we teleport a little bit to the right. And now if he's trapped, we don't even need to do anything. And eventually we run them down, and down them. So very, very important to do that. If they have a wall on one side that they're running across, it's also very important to not teleport close to that wall because they don't have options anywhere. Let's close this hatch maybe. It doesn't matter. So say for example, a survivor... Say for example that a survivor is running in a straight line here. This is super simple. It's a bottleneck, right? Like here, they can't really dodge. I don't want to teleport here. Instead, I want to teleport against the wall. Because if they run into the wall, they're going to get stuck. And I'm going to down them super easily. Meanwhile, if I teleport to the wall and they go the other way, they might actually outspace me and dodge me. So basically, you want to press... This sounds really kinky, but you want to press survivors and zone them into walls where they cannot really have much movement. Where instead of being able to dodge in any one direction, they can only dodge into you and eventually take the hit, right? So that's the basic idea. And that's pretty much the simple ones. That's pretty much all you need to do. Remember, with movement, you look around as much as you can, look for opportunities to see as much as possible. Generally speaking, if you're traversing the map, you move one blink at a time. Try to make that blink in a place where you'll see as much as possible. Do not blink into a tiny little hut or behind a big obstacle, behind a big rock, right? And when you know where you're going, you can start using 2 blinks. And when you're in chase, the first blink is to get close, the second one is to correct. And whenever you're close enough, you hit. And if they go behind walls, once again, you teleport to the last spot you saw them. If they run back into you, it's normally a free hit. If they don't, you try to adjust, and there's no shame in just waiting it out, and there's also no shame at all in leaving the chase. That's everything you need to know about the nurse. One very important thing as well that we mentioned earlier is that survivors, whenever they move their camera, it is reflected on their character model. If you're chasing a survivor and you see that the character model is looking behind them, that survivor is looking at you. If you see that the survivor is looking dead on straight ahead, that survivor is not looking at you. Do not try to mind game a survivor that is not looking away, that is not looking towards you. If they're looking away, they're probably completely clueless, probably, and you don't need to overthink it, okay? That's it for nurse. Let's move on to our next healer. All right, friends, it's now it's time to talk about the Shape, aka Michael Myers. We're playing his own map. This is the first killer that has multiple modes. The previous killers, you have a power that you can use more or less. This one, it actually changes depending on which mode you're on. There are 3 modes. One of them is special, and you need to work towards it. The other 2 you can switch between relatively freely. So right now, you see that the edges of my screen have the black fog, and if I hide my camera a little bit, you see that I have the undetectable status effect. I am in stealth mode. Stealth mode is a mode where Myers is a bit slower. He is faster than survivors, but not by very much. So if I chase this Feng Min down the street, you will see that it's not a great idea. Oh my god. Yeah, look, I'm catching up, but I'm catching up very slowly. Very slowly. Very slow. Falling asleep. Case in point, you do not want to chase survivors in this mode. And it's a really easy mistake to make, okay? So do not chase survivors in this mode. You use this mode for 2 reasons. Number 1, to sneak up on survivors. If I have a perk or the intuition that a survivor is in that house right there, it's a really, really good idea to stay undetectable, go close. I'm gonna hear, aha! And now I can switch modes, right? Let's press left control or whatever button you have and go to pursuer mode. There you go. There's a bit of a cooldown, you can't spam it. Now we're in pursuer mode. And as you can see, it says stalker mode because if I press it, I'll go back to stalker, right? If I want to. So what does pursuer mode do? Pursuer mode, right off the bat, has a few benefits. You do certain actions that are common faster. You recover from pallet stuns a bit quicker. You break things a little bit quicker, if I remember correctly. And you also vault windows a tiny bit quicker. It's not so fast that you should spam it. You know, just because you have pursuer mode and you vault a bit faster, doesn't mean that you have to vault every single window. Doesn't mean that you have to break every single pallet. For example, this pallet right here. Can we ask our helper to come show us? This is a good example of like a basic killer concept, right? Which is which pallets are safe, which pallets are unsafe. A pallet is safe if when the survivor drops it, I have to break it. But the reality is this pallet is really, really unsafe. This is opposite from main, by the way, in case our helper is struggling to find us. We're far away from main. So this is a pallet that once it comes down, look, there's nothing around it. I can maybe come around and it's going to be a 50-50. So this is a pallet that I generally don't want to break. So even if I have pursuer mode and I break them a bit faster, I might not want to break it. And also very important, if I do want to break it and I'm in chase, I will want to not break it like this. If I break it like this, then the survivor is going to run into the building, right? Instead, I'll want to break it in the opposite direction. So survivor, can you please drop it? Yeah, if I want to break it, I'll want to break it this way so that the survivor is kind of zoned in, right? If I have to, but we don't really want to here. Here, no matter what the survivor does, it's going to be a 50-50, right? So very, very basic idea. When you're looking around and you're trying to stealth, we are in stealth mode. When you're ambushing, we are in stealth mode. When we are already in chase, we switch to stalker mode. To pursuer mode. Now, another thing that happens with stalker is that you can hold your power to stalk survivors. Let's do it. If you stand still, the power fills up faster. Look, it's a little faster than if I move. The thing is, it doesn't matter how far you are, as long as it's like within, I think it's 32 or 40 meters now? Yeah, 32 meters. Look, you can stalk people. So this game rewards you for sneaking up on people and while they're busy healing, doing a gen, doing this. Now, there's something that's really important to remember. When you are stalking, if you fill up your stalk, you will unlock the special mode, okay? The special evil within mode where the killer insta-downs and we unlock the more powerful parts of his power. But if you don't fully stalk and you switch modes, look, you lose it to 50%. So if I stalk someone and for some reason I 99% it and I switch it, eventually over time it's going to decay back. So something to remember, okay? If you want to pop it, you can pop it. If not, it will bring you back to full in about, no, what, when, wow, how, when? How long is it taking? Oh, there you go. I guess it's like 20 seconds or something. All right, so what happens if we fill it up? They hear a sound effect, by the way, when you hit 50%, so they have a warning. It's not super stealthy. Now I have completely lost my stalker mode. I am now in pursuer mode. And the only way to get the stalker mode back is to go through one evil incarnate mode. Evil incarnate mode will activate when I press left control. If you want to remain stealthy, this was a bad play because I've lost the ability to be stealthy. And it's going to change the stance of my knife. It's going to make it glow white, which survivors can see. And they also hear this music. Survivors at this point are going to be really scared because for the next minute, you're much, much stronger. You also vault faster and even faster than before, and you have some increased stats. You also have a bigger terror radius. Instead of 16 meters, which is the normal pursuer, which is smaller than usual, it's now 32 meters, which is more like a normal killer. Now, normally, if I attack, this is a normal attack, but I now have an ability called the Slaughtering Strike. This Slaughtering Strike is kind of similar to Hillbilly. You charge it a little bit, and the longer you charge it, the further it goes. So when it's charged, you then press the basic attack button, and you do a lunge forward. By the time you watch this video, this lunge forward will have full camera mobility. Right now, it's like limited camera mobility. But yeah, it will be even easier to move. The big idea with this is that if you hit a survivor, you will instantly down them. Let's demonstrate. Even if they are healthy. Unless they have some perk to protect themselves or whatever, this will instantly down them and put them in the dying spot, which is awesome. Don't worry, the survivor will be able to pick themselves up. You cannot stalk survivors on the ground or on the hook. I hope I don't need to say that. But yeah, that's very simple. What's another thing that you can do in Evil Within 3? Let's wait for the survivors to pick themselves up. It shouldn't take a second. There we go. Let's stalk them again. Could we ask them to please drop the pallet? And we can demonstrate. Alright, okay, awesome. This is also getting patched. You need to hit if you hit a pallet, you break it, but in this patch, it needs to be a hit that's pretty good. Now, this is it's an ability that should not be used wrongly, okay? Could you please drop the next pallet in this room? Look, if I break the pallet immediately, it's a really quick pallet break, but look. You see how much I slow myself down? It is good, and you should use it, but it's not something that is going to win you games, per se. Alright? You need to be very mindful and look for opportunities. Please, could you come back here? Let's go back to that pallet that was really bad. Remember earlier how I said zoning was very important? If I break this pallet from this area, she's gonna have the whole house. But if I chase her, and then I break the pallet from this, where's she going now? That's what's called zoning. We remove possibilities and remove the ability for the survivor to reach safety. And now if she was healthy, she would go instantly down, right? So that's the most important thing you can do with this power when it comes to pallets. You wanna chase the survivor in the right orientation so that by the time they drop the pallet, you can charge up a little bit and break it, and now they're left in a bad area, if possible. Otherwise, you need to be a little bit mindful. Sometimes you don't want to pop a tier 3. For example, let's say that I have a tier 3 available, right? I pop it, but I am a little bit clumsy. The survivor is maybe by that car, and I pop my tier 3. Now the 60-second timer begins to tick down. And then because I'm so far, I catch up, 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 I catch up. I won. Oh, they didn't. Okay, they kept running. Okay, I catch up, I catch up, I catch up. Okay, they dropped the pallet. I break it with my ability. All right, I slowed myself down. Oh, they make it to another pallet. All right. Oh, I break it with my ability. All right. Let's. Oh, they have another pallet. Okay, I break it with my ability. All right. Oh, they have another pallet here. Maybe. No. Oh, they have another pallet. I break it with my ability. And now they go down in the corner of the map, and I pick them up, and I see gem pop, gem pop, gem pop. Was that a good idea? No. It is. Sometimes there are a lot of pallets in the map, and there's not much you can do, no matter who you chase. But ideally, you want to pop your tier 3 when you know you're close to getting a down or putting a lot of pressure on survivors. And if you're not too sure, you can leave that survivor, go for someone else, and hope that they're in a worse spot. And then maybe when you pop the ability, maybe they have one pallet, but then after that, they are out of options. So what is our plan with Myers? Our plan with Myers is to start the game in Stalker mode. They don't know that you're a Myers at the start. So we're going to look for the opportunity to get a grab out of a gen, which is very unlikely. Maybe get a cheeky hit. If we transition into a normal chase, we will go to Pursuer mode and get some normal hits, whatever. If we see the opportunity, we will fill up our stalk meter and then have tier 3, or sorry, we call it tier 3. We will have Evil Within mode ready. And if we see the opportunity to use it, we use it. If a survivor's out of the injury and we can save it for the next chase, we save it for the next chase. And that's it, basically. Look for opportunities to use stealth, use your small terror radius outside of stealth, and pop tier 3, aka Evil Within mode, when it makes sense to do so to get the most insta-downs possible within those 60 seconds. If you don't get 2 insta-downs, that's fine. At least get 1 insta-down, hook a survivor, and maybe at least force another survivor to drop a lot of really good pallets in that time. That is what we're doing. Let's look at what builds we can bring as a beginner to make that happen. Okay, so one thing that we could talk about before we go into what's a good beginner build is the obsession. Every match, one survivor chosen at random becomes the obsession. Being the obsession doesn't really do anything. If they escape, they get more points, but there are certain perks, and Myers has 3 of them, that affect the Obsession. The Obsession can change as well based on Killer and Survivor perks. So let's have a little look at Myers' perks. Dying Light. With Dying Light, you actually want to hook people that aren't the Obsession, and everyone that's not the Obsession gets a debuff. It's alright. Play with your food. With Play with your food, you actually want to ignore the Obsession a little bit, chase them a little bit, then ignore them, and you get faster. Not too bad. With Save the Best for Last, this works for basic attacks. You want to hit people that are not the Obsession. So that's kind of how it works. There are perks on both sides that can affect what the Obsession does. There's also perks that are the opposite, that make you want to chase the Obsession. Ranko, for example, makes the Obsession at the end of the game insta-downable and moriable, even if you've never hooked them. So yeah, being the Obsession doesn't necessarily mean anything, but remember that that's a thing that exists. We are going to be using a beginner build that doesn't really use any of his perks, and that's maybe all right. We're going to use Spies from the Shadows, a really nice info perk that will reveal the location of survivors. Sloppy Butcher, it's nice every now and then if we do normal attacks, even though it doesn't work with his insta-down, to keep survivors injured. We could also go for Scorch Hook Whipping Wounds for an alternative, and it would be nice. Deadlock or No Holds Barred. The name changes depending on whether or not you have the Pinhead DLC. This perk is great. It's fantastic. It just blocks the ends in the background without us having to do anything. And Plaything or Fortune Field, depending if you have Pinhead DLC, is also pretty good. Survivors do not ever hear my terror radios. Even when I'm in tier 3, they will have to be really, really careful that I'm not around. So this is a decent build, but you could definitely switch it around, and there's quite a lot of freedom. If I wanted to use one of Michael's perks, I probably would use Play with your food, and I would chase the Obsession once or twice and get a little bit of extra speed to help me in my first down. But a build like this is very, very simple. We don't have a lot of gen slowdown, but we have a little bit of obfuscation, a little bit of information, a little bit of anti-heal, a little bit of gen slowdown. So this build is relatively balanced. Let's wait for this match to ready up, and we'll be there. As for add-ons, there are some add-ons that are quite complicated. I do not recommend you go crazy with some of them. If you want to, use the add-ons that increase your movement speed while stalking. This one's simple. This one makes you pick up faster when you get your Evil Within off. These are all fine. The one that increases your speed when you're in stalker mode is fine. Increases stalk range is not bad in some maps. I think the extra scratch marks duration is not super useful. Anything that sounds simple is typically pretty good, so we're gonna stick to the simple stuff. Just do be wary of add-ons that change your power a lot, like this one, or that come with a downside, like this one. Maybe avoid those until you know a little bit more you're doing. Ooh, we got an indoor map, which for Michael can be very, very powerful. I probably am gonna go straight into Pursuer mode just to be a little faster. My turret is so small in Pursuer mode anyway that it doesn't matter. And then when I'm a bit closer, I might switch to Stalker mode. I see scratch marks over there, and that lets me guess that someone's going over there. Oh, I'm stalking someone. Awesome. I'm gonna switch modes probably. Beautiful. I'm gonna chase them until they're in a spot where it is really difficult for them to avoid being stalked. Okay. That's great. Do I get this hit before the... Ooh. Oh, nice job, actually. Let's stalk them. Okay, this survivor put themselves in a position where they cannot really get out, so I'm just gonna break this right now. And this is a really bad spot for them, unfortunately. I've put my stalk to about 50%, so it will probably regress back to 50, but that's fine. As you can see, sometimes insta-downing is not that important. Who cares? Like, if a survivor's in a bad spot, maybe one tap and then another tap shortly after. I do think someone will be on that gen over there. Oh, that gen has a lot of progress, never mind. Alright, we stay in Pursuer mode and switch to Stalker right now. This Meg is in a really bad spot. I'm going to pop tier 3. Oh, never mind. I missed my input. There you go. I call it tier 3 because that's the old name, but... And I charge it a bit, and I attack. When you're already this close to a survivor, it's kind of like a Hillbilly, but it's so much easier. The more you charge it, the longer your knife travels. But if you're already that close, you don't need to do much. Like, if you're this far, you can do woo, right? And there's the slowdown. And now I have 60 seconds in total, where these survivors, obviously, are going to have a really hard time rescuing. I can use this time to kick this generator. I know they're probably not going to touch it for a while. And I can kind of bounce back between these two hooks. But honestly, it doesn't matter. I'm just going to let them go for it if they... Oh, hello. All right, this pallet was broken. Do they go... Ooh, they don't have a good spot. They are quite zoned here. Oh, where did they go? Where did they go? I think they're actually... Yeah. Hold it a bit. Bam. Now, why... If it's so easy to hit survivors that are close to you, why would you ever want to hold your power for longer? Might be a really valid question. We're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to that. It will make sense. There will be some loops where Michael is gonna be able to like do somewhat of a curve around the loop. Very similar. I'm stalking here. They're making a big mistake. Now this guild is injured, so she probably doesn't matter. She probably doesn't mind. But I will use that stalk on someone else that's healthy. This is really clumsy. She had a generator there that was really progress, and she thinks, oh, I can just finish it quickly. Okay, my birdie perk is letting me know. I'm gonna go to stalker mode because I know survivors on the second floor. They might be on my totem. No, they're not. Oh, I see a survivor over here. Awesome. Look how far we can stalk them from. Okay, I popped tier 3. Now, every survivor in the game is pretty much injured except for Lara. So if I could use my tier 3 on Lara, even better. If not, that's fine. Wow, what happened? A survivor made themselves... Yeah, a survivor stole a hook stage. That's not a banned perk. You don't need to worry too much about it. But yeah, needless to say, Kate is now... Hello. Oh, there's Lara. Let's go for her. She's never been hooked. I'm gonna get really close and activate Evil Incarnate as soon as I am within striking range. There's a bit of a cooldown, but it'll be fine. Let's see if she drops it. Perfect. Let's drop it. She's in a really bad spot now. I'm gonna break this, and ideally she doesn't make much distance here. 4 seconds back, I can do it again. I'm gonna fake it. Yeah, faking it is kind of important here. Oh! That was so clumsy. That was so clumsy. I got myself stuck. I wanted to do a mind game there. This is the same problem we had before. It's okay. Let's wait 2 seconds. Now she's kind of zoned. There's a pallet here, but it's really bad. What is she gonna do now? I can just even get rid of it. And we can charge it here a little bit, and she should be dead. Oh! She hit in the corner. Fair enough. We still have not really shown you how this can be used in normal loops. It's a bit... This map is a bit unique, and some of the loops are a bit special, but it will be fine. Just keep in mind, every time I hook a survivor, a new totem is created, and that survivor does not hear my terror radius. So even though I have a big terror radius, this person that disturbed this bird probably doesn't even know I'm here. Oh, nice! She actually timed that perfectly. If your timer ends and you have a charge attack, don't worry, you have a period of grace. So if my 60 seconds are up, this is perfect. This is a situation where, what is she gonna do? Nothing. I can stalk her fully, and there's not much she can do here. Just go back and forth a little bit. Okay, we're gonna pop tier 3. This vault is gonna be faster than normal because we're in tier 3. We're not gonna break this pallet immediately. We're gonna keep chasing her and force her to give us another really valuable pallet. This pallet is super strong. Getting rid of it is awesome. And do we make this? Do we make this? I think this is an interesting moment. She should be zoned here now. There's no more pallets. Each classroom has 1 pallet per room. And that's it. And now we get close. Charge it up a little. Bam. Easy peasy. Now this survivor is technically on her second hook. But because she did something a little silly, we can actually kill her. Oh, I forgot. If you're our dead on hook, aka the next hook will kill you, this killer can do this. If a survivor is under a pallet or there's a flashlight around and you're like, oh my god, maybe they could save her, you can just straight up murder them on the ground. He has a built-in Mori. You can also do it if you grab them directly from up close. I will try to do that later, but we cannot do it anymore. But yeah, what I was saying earlier is that if your timer is about to expire and you charge an attack, don't worry, that attack will still insta down even if the timer ends. So you have like a bit of a period of grace. All right, I'm in pursuer mode. I don't know if the survivor knows about my location, but... Oh, I see a bird letting me know where they're running. Perfect. Oh, can I come around here and stalk them? Hello guys, what's up? How's it going? Okay, do not break it from that direction. What would have happened if I broke it from that direction? Well, first of all, I wouldn't have gotten it down. If I broke it from this direction, she would have made it all the way around the map. But if I break it from this one, she's cornered in this room. Remember, zoning, super important in general, but even more so when you have an ability to break a pallet like this, right? Okay, that gen over there is blocked. That is my perk, no holds barred. It's letting me know, ooh, it's letting me know that it's the most advanced gen in the map, other than the one that was done, obviously. I heard a little birdie here. Uh-oh. Do I see scratch marks here? I think the bird was actually triggered by someone down below. Could it be? I'm not too sure. They will probably try to wait out my 60 seconds. Oh, that was really good job by them. Oh, what? We have some really strange survivors today. So Lara has also stolen a hook stage, apparently. That'll be fine. Let's see if we can catch her off guard. Can we? Oh, yeah. Oh, this pallet's gone. I'm gonna switch to normal pursuer mode. Otherwise, I'm slower, right? This pallet here is gone, I'm 99% sure. So just a normal attack and she goes insta-down. Yeah, that is an effect of her perk, by the way. It's a little bit complicated, but she basically used the perk that makes her insta-downable. It comes at a cost. But that was really silly. Alright, unfortunately, the other two survivors probably make it out. But hopefully I showed you a tiny little bit of what this killer can do. The only thing that we are missing a little bit is how to use the Slaughtering Strike in small loops. But don't worry, that is only gonna get better when they buff this killer soon, because they're changing how the camera works. And I'm gonna show you a small example in a private match, just so that you know what to do. This map was a little bit unusual. We didn't have the most chances, but we'll go into a private match real quick. We'll say GG's and move on. Right, so one thing that we didn't really get to see very much in the previous game is if I can walk up to a survivor and just hold a little bit and just attack like this, why would I ever, as a Myers, want to fully charge my attack? What's the point? What's the point when I can just tab a little bit? By the way, you can let go to cancel. Well, I'm gonna show you. In this situation, right, I cannot get close enough to the survivor to do a quick tap like this. I can't. So try to play this wooden side of the map, like this wooden pile, right? If I chase them, they're gonna go to the other side. If I go like this, they're gonna mirror my movement, right? They're gonna loop me. So if I chase them and I wait until I'm really close, they're just gonna drop the pallet on me, right? And I'm gonna go like this, and I'm gonna do this, and they're gonna drop the pallet, and maybe they stun me. But in a situation like this, if you use your power and you fully charge it, the survivor is absolutely cooked. There's nothing they can do. So even if they try to play this really well by being opposite from me, please be opposite from me. If I fully charge it, I can do this. And that's it. There's nothing they can do. There are some larger loops where with a tiny little bit of a mind game, you can also achieve it. Why don't we try it on that one over there, see what it's like. Right, so let's assume that we're in a slightly bigger loop. This one here is a little tricky. I think that if she plays this perfectly, it's gonna be basically impossible. But you see how I couldn't turn my camera? That's being patched. So maybe in the next patch I would have been able to down her. But yeah, in loops like this, you can maybe... Ooh, that was close. That was so close. If you play it really, really well, you can get a guaranteed hit unless the survivor has some perk that gives them a speed boost, or they have an insane reaction, or if the loop is a little bit bigger than this, then it becomes impossible. I think this might be a great example because I honestly think that any larger than this, and she probably would be fine, and any smaller, and it's pretty much a guaranteed hit. So places like this, if the survivor drops the pallet, you want to break it in the way that makes the most sense, right? Unless they drop the pallet and you're like, ooh, left, right, left, right, left, right, ah, yeah. Unless they make a panicky mistake, right? But if they drop the pallet and they're fine, you might want to break it. If they don't drop the pallet and they try to play one of the sides, that's when you try to do this. And remember, if the tier ends, you still have an insta-down even a second later, so that's fine. And one thing that we forgot to mention, by the way, is we did mention this. If a survivor is in their final hook stage and you pop Evil Incarnate, which I keep calling other things because it used to have a different name, you can actually straight up mori them. This doesn't work if they have endurance, I think, but it works in other situations. So even if this survivor was completely healthy, if they're in the open, it's really scary. I'm gonna show you. So, Fawn, could you please drop this pallet and just keep vaulting it back and forth? You see how I have a kill prompt? Yeah, keep vaulting it back and forth. Yeah. Like, if they keep vaulting like this, I can't do anything. But if they're in the open... Oh. Okay, if they're in the open, even if they are healthy, walk up to them, and when you see the kill prompt, just tap it quickly, and bam. It's like a mori, but it happens when you're standing. And this works even on healthy survivors. So this can be a great way to save yourself time and outplay maybe some perks that they could use only when they're injured. So yeah, if I try to do this on Laurie, it will not work because she is not on her final hook. This only works if the survivor has already gotten 2 hook stages, right? Also, Laurie canonically has to survive for the sequel. So yeah, that's all you need to know for Myers. Hopefully, I hope you have a lot of fun. Let's play the next killer, which is a lot more unique than him. It's now time to play as Hag. Hag is free in some versions of the game and might be one of the killers that you want to unlock early in others because she has hexes. Hexes are perks that we will explain later that turn totems into powerful effects. So this is a dull totem. Every map in Dead by Daylight has 5 of them. Where it's somewhat random. They are typically spread out. You're never going to see a totem next to another totem, or 2 totems in the same building in close proximity. It's always going to be either in different areas or in the same big area, but apart from each other. A dull totem doesn't really do anything on its own. It might activate some perks on the survivor side if they destroy it, but it doesn't really do much. But when you have a hex, one of these totems becomes active and it glows with fire and it has some effect that will hinder and hurt survivors in some way unless they get rid of it, right? So it's something you want to keep an eye out. And those hexes are pretty good for killer. Normally they're pretty strong perks, so you might want to get some of her perks. But apart from that, is the Hag a great killer to start with? I would say no. She's very unique. Much like the nurse, she's not an M1 killer. She does have a different movement speed than most killers. Instead of moving at 4.6 meters a second, which is 115, the normal movement speed of survivors, survivors being 100, she moves at 4.4. Now, if I choose a survivor, Fawn, could you just run around in a circle around this hill or something? I mean, I am gaining distance. Like, you'll see, like, I'm gaining distance. Like, slowly but surely, I can now get close, and bam, that's a hit, right? The only problem is that because I am 5% slower than your average killer, when a survivor is playing things like a Shack, for example, let's go to Shack, anything that they can do to other killers, they can do to you, and there's no margin for error. If a survivor is playing great, you will just catch up really, really slowly. And yeah, right now I have bloodlust, obviously, but yeah, the point is, it is hard to chase normally. You cannot play this killer like you would a normal killer. You will get far, far worse results. The only exception is if you use a certain iridescent add-on called the Waterlock Shoe. If you use this add-on, this makes the Hag actually faster than a normal killer. So if you want to play the Hag to get her achievements and you don't want to complicate yourself, you don't want to use the power that we're about to explain, you could use the Waterlock Shoe. But we'll talk about that. But why is the Hag slower than other killers? She does not have a mobility option like the Hillbilly, and she doesn't teleport directly like the nurse, but she can put traps down. When you put a trap down, you have to fully do it, otherwise it will cancel. You draw a little triangle, and this is not something that survivors see, okay? Don't worry, survivors do not see. They see the triangle, but they don't see this. Do you see this little particle, this little fiery effect? This little particle is explaining... We just teleported. This little particle is explaining the radius of the trap. Every trap has a radius. You can make it a little bit smaller with add-ons if you want. And the basic idea is that if a survivor does anything other than stand still, like basically if a survivor walks or runs, they will trigger it. So could you please, Fongmin, walk into this trap? When they trigger it, 2 things happen. You get a notification. You will see the aura of your trap. Oh, that is a bug. You should see the aura of your trap, I think. And then you can teleport to it. So let's be really far away. We can do this from a default distance of quite a few meters. Let's have her let's have her. And I now teleport. And if they are clumsy, I can immediately hit them. But there are 2 things survivors can do. First of all, they can just crouch through them. Could you please crouch through them? If they crouch through them, they can walk around, do whatever they want. They'll never trigger it, right? Now, obviously, in this situation, they can also go on the trap and do a little couple-second animation. Now, if a survivor is disarming a trap and you're nearby, you can just bother them. And then either they start running or they are very slow. Either way, let's say that she starts running. I teleport and I hit them immediately. So if a survivor is disarming your traps and you're nearby, you can stop them. But if you're a little bit far away, it can be, you know, a bit impossible to prevent it. That is fine. You can place a lot of traps. You can place up to 10 traps, right? And as you can see, when I place, I now have 9. I now have, well, 9 again because she got rid of 1. And if you place 10 traps, don't worry, you don't run out of them. It starts replacing the old ones. So if I put a trap here and then I place 9 after, and then I place a 10th one, this one will disappear and they will be replaced in order that you put them down. So what is the big idea with Hag? You do not want to chase survivors normally. Instead, you want to basically choke the entire map full of traps. And when I say the entire map, I don't really mean the entire map, because frankly, you don't have to. There are 7 generators on the map. Survivors have to complete 5 of them, right? And you don't necessarily need to protect all of it. It's not practical to protect the entire map with 10. Instead, what you want to do is focus on a certain area of the map that still has generators, ideally. And much like with Trapper, push the survivors into that area. Hook them deep into that area. Make them have to go through that area. Put a little trap leading outside of that area so that when they come in or out, they step on it. Now, what would be a really, really bad place to put a trap in? Let's see. I mean, would it be a good idea to put a trap, for example, right here? I mean, there is a pallet, so there's a possibility that someone would come here. But frankly, don't bother. Edge of the map, where there's no objectives. This is like, look at this place. Why would a survivor ever want to come here unless they lost their glasses or something and they're looking for them? There's no reason to ever put a trap here, right? So you want to, generally speaking, put traps in a few key areas. If you hook a survivor, you can quickly put a trap at their feet to make the unhook a little bit awkward. Oh, what is this? It's a pallet. Putting a trap next to a pallet is not a bad idea. Or maybe around it. What? There's a pallet and a hook? Oh, this achieves 2 purposes at once. This is perfect. Now, if I hook a survivor here and I put a trap, they will know about it. But there's a chance that if I down a survivor somewhere and I bring them into this area and the trap is already there, there's a chance they don't even realize it. They don't even call it out to their friends. So any trap that covers multiple things is a good idea. Let's look for more examples, right? Should you trap gens? It's not a terrible thought, but people are pretty attentive around gens. They pay attention when they close. They will see the traps on the ground. It's not your number one thing. You want to trap paths that go around it. For example, let's imagine that there was a hook right here on this hill. I could put a trap right here. And this trap would be serving like 3 different purposes. Anytime a survivor from that gen wants to come to the middle of the map, they might go through here. Anytime I hook someone on this hook, someone might trigger it accidentally when they rescue. And anytime someone is looping around this wall, I might also catch them. And anytime someone's just randomly going through here, they might also go into it because it's so centralized in the middle of the map, right? So that would be awesome. Now this trap here would also be amazing. This trap is also serving at least 2 purposes, or 3. It might catch someone on this generator if they run into this area. It might catch someone traversing this area in general, which they probably will because it's so centralized, right? And it's kind of like a it's kind of like a bottleneck, right? So survivors would be funneled into this area and it's so hard to see it on the ground, this little triangle. And on top of that, it's also good if someone is on this loop. Let's imagine that the survivor, I'm chasing them and they go to the pallet and they drop the pallet. Could you please help us, Mrs. Fongman? Wakey wakey. Yeah, drop this pallet, please. Oh no, they dropped the pallet. What do I do? Much like with Trapper, I'm going to now trick them into going into my trap. If I chase in this direction, that's not good, right? So I'm going to chase in the other direction and they're going to naturally do this and they're going to trigger the trap and bam, hit. Super easy. So now you can see that this trap was serving 2 purposes and that's awesome. But there's actually a mistake with this trap. You don't necessarily want to place 2 traps this close to each other. In some situations where there's like 2 survivors hooked, like there might be a situation where you generally want to put 2 traps to cover the entire area and make it really awkward. But as a general rule, you don't want to put 2 traps close to each other because this is what can happen. Could you pretty please, Fong Min, go from this generator to, oh, don't worry, I'll replace it. To, I don't know, this pier over here. Yeah. Like towards the other generator. Yeah, could you please run through both of those traps if you can? Please do it. Right, so I'm going to teleport and hit. And then if she were to walk through the other trap, we have a problem because I wouldn't be able to hit her in time. So please walk through both traps. Let's see. Let's imagine that she runs to this trap, right? And I hit her, and while I am recovering, walk through the other trap, please. Yeah, now I'm recovering and I cannot teleport. One important thing is that while you are doing actions, teleporting is impossible. While you are carrying a survivor, teleporting is impossible. Sorry, I keep thinking it's the other bit. You're fine. I will let her heal, and we will show you again what I mean by this. So let's do a really bad example of two traps that are too close to each other. Right? One of them was on either side of this pallet. These two traps are overlapping too much. It would be better to put one of these down, yes, and then keep the other one a bit further. Because the idea is that if a survivor steps on a trap, you want to hit them, and while you are doing the recovery animation, if they trigger another one too quickly, you can't really do anything. So yeah, I hit you, go through the other trap now, and look, I can't teleport. So this was a bit of a waste. She got rid of two traps, and I wasted a bit of time. Instead, it would be better to put a trap maybe, I don't know, let's say here. Here, we cover quite a bit of this corner. It may trigger if someone is afraid and runs away from this gen. If they drop this pallet, I can kind of push them into it. And then the next one, instead of putting it this close, I'll maybe put it around, I don't know, around here. And again, it's serving multiple purposes, right? It's kind of covering for this hook. If I ever hook here, it's kind of covering for this. So we're looking for high traffic areas, big choke points, and we're specifically looking for places that achieve multiple goals at once. So yeah, and anything that could catch multiple survivors for different reasons is always a good idea. It's also not a bad idea to sometimes put traps in really odd spots. There's nothing really wrong with it, especially if you have the time, but that will be a bit more specific. Now, some good ideas as to what to do, what not to do. Is it super important to put a trap in a specific spot? Not really, but we can talk about some specifics. For example, for Trapper, it's very important to put a trap specifically on a part of a pallet. With this killer, if you put a trap in the middle of the pallet, it's gonna be very easy to see. Survivor might react to it. But the upside is that if they trigger it and you teleport, you will be on the pallet itself, and when you take a tiny step forward, they will not be able to drop it, so you can body block. So a trap like this, it's predictable, but it's perfectly fine. Another trap that you can do is just a little bit further out. You can put it a little bit further out like this. And then when they drop the pallet, when they go through the pallet, they're going to trigger it. And many times they'll panic and vault into you, and then you just hit them. And if they don't, you teleport and you hit them. And 99% of the times, you're going to get a hit. Or you can just put it around the loop, somewhere where they don't expect, right? And then when they drop the pallet, you break it or you whatever, you push them into that trap, and then you teleport. That's the basic idea. It's not super, super important either way. Much like the Trapper, the hack is incredibly, incredibly good at dealing with basemen. If I were to hook in basemen, you can put them in the back hook if you want, and then put a trap here. That would be nasty. Some people like to put a trap around the corner because it's harder to like see it when you come down, right? And maybe hook here on this side. It doesn't matter, honestly. You could just put one at the bottom of the stairs, and then maybe you could put also one at the top of the stairs. It's kind of nasty. It forces them to crouch and makes getting out after the unhook really dangerous, right? So you can double up some traps there. Basement can be really difficult to escape. So because the hack doesn't have anything that announces her when she plays as killer, there's nothing in the map that gives away her existence. Survivors are not gonna know. We have a bit of a similar situation as Trapper, where we're gonna place some traps at the start, and then we're gonna try to cover up a particular part of the map. Now, as I mentioned, this killer can teleport to traps, but from a distance. Could you please, Fong, teleport to trigger one of the traps in the shack, if you don't mind? I can teleport, but look. If I go any further than this, I will no longer be able to. Could you please trigger another one? We put a bunch of them around the pallet and stuff. If I'm too far, I will not be able. This is too far. Now, that's about the limit. It's a bit more than 40 meters. I think it's 44 now. They buffed it. So basically, if you are in the middle of the map, you can almost teleport anywhere. But if I am in this corner, I cannot teleport to the main building, for example. That gen over there, if there's a trap there and they trigger 5 of them, nothing I can do. Too far, right? So as a general rule, you do not want to put your traps all over the map. You want to keep them in a particular segment, a half or a third of it, where you've already gotten rid of some pallets, where there's someone in the hook, where there's still some gens, etc, etc, etc. This is a killer that relies very heavily on map knowledge, and as a result, it's a little bit difficult to prepare you for everything, but hopefully I've given you a few good ideas. Let's talk about which builds we could use on Hack to achieve the best results, and then queue into a normal live game and play her in a real scenario. Okay, so before we talk about her builds, a little word about Hex perks. Hexes are perks that apply their effects as long as the totem is still standing, and typically each perk creates 1 hex of its own. She has 3 hex perks that are all pretty damn good. Devour Hope is really great. You need to let people unhook each other, but after 3 hooks you begin insta-down them, and at 5 you can moor them. It's a pretty scary perk. Very vulnerable, very fragile, but if it works, it's really, really powerful. Ruin is one of the best perks in the game. As long as it's up, anytime a generator is not actively being repaired, it begins to bleed out progress. It's not super fast, but if a survivor has done 10 seconds on a generator, after about 20 seconds, that is back to almost nothing, right? So it's a really, really good perk and really good on her. Third seal is also pretty nasty. Anytime you hit or injure a survivor in any way, that survivor stops seeing auras. That means they don't see their teammates, they don't see things highlighted by their perks. It's pretty useful and can lead to a lot of chaotic situations. And there's also a common perk that every killer starts with, and you will unlock it in the Blood Web randomly. It's called Thrill the Hunt. It's not very good on its own. This perk makes other totems slower to cleanse, including itself. On its own, it's really not great. However, if you pair it with 3 or 2 other hexes, every time they cleanse a hex, you don't really know which one it is, because that's not something you can do. You don't know which one it is. But anytime they cleanse a hex, whichever it is, it's going to take longer and longer, and then the perk gets weaker as more totems are being cleansed. We're not going to go super, super crazy on totems, because we actually have a few other great options. I will be running Sloppy Butcher. The more survivors stay injured, the more likely they are to step on a trap and immediately go down, maybe next to basement, maybe next to a really bad spot. This killer, much like Trapper, thrives on chaos and wants to keep scratching until it finds a bane, right? So keeping them injured is awesome. And we will always be hitting them with our basic attack when we teleport. It's not like Nurse or Hillbilly that hit with their special power, so we always apply this. The perk Know It to insta-down at the end of the game is also super, super, super good on Hack, so you could put that in this build. Deadlock or No Holds Barred, depending if you own the Pinhead DLC, is an amazing perk as well, because it slows down gens while we are doing our thing without any input from us. Awesome. And then we have Ruin to regress gens and Third Seal to confuse survivors. If I wanted to be a bit more serious, I would replace Third Seal from Know It. I think Hack is super, super playable without add-ons. If you don't know what to run, I recommend add-ons that increase the setting speed and add-ons that let you teleport further. This will save you a bit of time. This will maybe help you if your traps are too separated and you still don't know how to place them perfectly. There are 3 versions of these add-ons. There are brown versions, green versions, and blue versions. I'm going to be using the brown ones, but you could even run no add-ons and it would be completely fine. Don't maybe run some of the weird add-ons. There are add-ons that prevent her from teleporting, and you want to stay away from this. But as I mentioned earlier, you could play her. If you want to just get her achievements, for example, you could block her with the Waterlogged Shoe and then the Scar Hand. And this makes her traps have collision, which normally they don't. And it makes you move faster than normal killer speed. So you can't teleport to your traps. They're kind of useless, other than maybe putting them in a doorway to block it. But it makes it turns the Hag into a very, very standard small terror radius killer with a higher than normal speed. So if you don't want to do anything special and you just want to play her like a normal killer, this is a way to do it. But we're going to play her in the intended way, which is a lot more fun and a lot more strategic. It's not for everyone. Some people find the hack really easy because they have a mind for it. Some people find her gameplay really boring. And if that's you, no big deal. But let's queue into a game and try it out. Okay, let's play. We actually played a match of Hag before, but I don't think it was a great example. Okay, this is good. A trap right in the middle. It covers a high transit area and that pallet a little bit. Anytime you have a big obstacle in the middle, like this locks, trap around the edges a little bit. Because it's such a big obstacle, survivors go around it and they often don't think too hard while they're doing it. Oh, hello. If I have a free hit, I'll take it. Is it a free hit? I think so, yeah. I hit her right at the window. Okay, it looked weird. There was a bit of like lag. I put a trap right in the middle here. Normally, you want to trap a bit more before you spring into action. But this is fine. Let's see if we can push her into the traps that already exist. Oh. Okay. She's quite smart. Someone was on my totem. That's fine. Ooh. I don't know if I like this. This is where this killer being slow kind of hurts. You see? Normal killer, he would have gotten that hit. But I'm not a normal killer. A totem needs 14 seconds to be cleansed, I think. And if you interrupt it at any moment, they lose progress on it. Chat, why did I get that hit? She was going for the pallet, but when she triggered the trap, her movement was all messed up. Can anyone explain why? It's very simple. When a survivor triggers a trap, their camera immediately zooms into it. And that can mess with their momentum and their pathing. That's awesome that we did this. We're not going to trap the totem itself. Let's just trap a little bit next to it. I know that if I play Shack normally... Oh, that's unlucky. I'm far. It's going to be difficult, so let's put a trap here first and then go. I have a small terror radius, smaller than usual, but not that small. Okay. This girl is really cocky. Nice. We teleport to this girl. I am very used to teleporting when I hear it, but some people bind their teleport key to like shift or something that they can spam really quickly, or mouse wheel down even. So that's something you can do if you want, but I don't recommend it. If multiple traps are triggered, don't forget that you will only teleport to the one that you're looking at. If there are multiple, you will teleport to the one you're looking at. If one of them is out of range, then you'll only teleport to the one that's within range. Okay, trapping so much around Shack is insane, but what can I do? Right, so... Okay, she's doing so good, by the way. She has so many pallets here. It's gonna be really difficult. Okay. Did she make a mistake? Barely. Right. So what do we want to do? Hook as soon as possible, or hook some... Yeah, this hook is fine. There's a trap on the way, and I think that's good enough. And just... All that side is full of traps. And just in case they come from this side, we'll put one here. And just in case they're traversing the map, we might want to put one on this side of the hill. I think it's useful. This trap was triggered, so someone is likely there. Let's put one here. A little bit sneaky. I want to stay close to my traps on the hook, but I can maybe chase long enough to at least bother these people a little bit. That is a sprint burst, and that's okay. Let her show it to the class. We're going to put a trap here. Might be good for the window and for this pallet. Ruin is actively damaging this gen without me having to kick it, so perfect. We don't need to kick it. This girl disarmed one of my totems. It was third seal. This girl, I think, kind of baited me, which is fine. Let's put a trap here for this window. And now break this pallet. While you break a pallet or do anything else that locks in animation, I cannot teleport. So that's a moment of certain weakness. Oh, nice! I was expecting this one because I saw the scratch marks going here. Beautiful. Excellent. My chase music doesn't end because of a bug. Because I ended the chase too early. It's really stupid, but don't worry. I'm gonna put the trap a little bit further because it covers the same... There's only one entrance to the hill anyway, so this is fine. And if we could defend Shack, that would be awesome. I'm now stuck with chase music for some reason. Ah! Right, now it's... I can hear someone on the shan. Ruin's still damaging it. Oh, hi! So, remember, I put traps around the corners of big obstacles and trying to cover around half of the map. I think this half of the map is really good. That half... Okay, this is the moment where things really go down. I will immediately reset this trap because it is so powerful. I'm gonna look around before I pick her up. Is there a nearby hook? Not super close. Yeah. In this situation, it was way better to do what I did. Anyway, I know where the last survivor is. Otz, how do you know? I'll tell you in a second. It's probably Shadow Step. A survivor did a boon, and I noticed that my perk disappeared, even though I didn't hear the totem being cleansed. That means that they used the boon on my hex. This girl is making a big blunder, possibly. Nah, she's fine. That's alright. We went from having almost everyone down to just having 2 people down. But that's okay. We should probably just go and pick up. Especially starting in the next part, in the next update, survivors will have the ability to pick themselves up. So you want to be a little careful. A little careful. If you leave survivors on the ground for too long, they will possibly recover. So it's okay to leave them for a bit, but just for a bit. Okay, I don't know what the skill's trying to do, but she picked up Claudette. It's fine. She's gonna step on that trap. Oh, she's not. Okay. Let's make her drop the pallet and pretend that we break it. Oh, never mind then. Okay. Really? Really? Okay then. I think they missed a skill check over there while healing. Yeah, let's put a trap in the middle of the map here. There's no pallet here, but this is fine. One here would be fine. Can't believe these pallets were so close to one another. And another one here, just to cover this whole area around the main building. We're going to try to create a wall, so to speak. There's one over there. There will be one over here. Ruin's gone, so unfortunately this Shen doesn't regress on its own. But I could kick it by myself if I want to. I am in a pretty comfortable situation, I think. But the one thing that could go wrong is if they all manage to go to some place. This perk is so goddamn annoying. If they all manage to go to some place where I don't have any traps. However, I have good news. Don't worry about this, fellas. We have basement. Yippee. Oh my god. Oh my lord. Let's pick up. If you look at the bottom left of the screen, it's background, or am I stupid? If you look at the bottom, I can't go basement. Not after whiffing. That's okay. I don't know what the skill is trying to do. Maybe she has breakout or something. I doubt it. You know what? Basement would have been really good. Same reasons as Trapper. But getting a person injured and getting a person in second hook is also really great. So I'm not complaining. Let's just put this here. Okay. We know that this area used to have a lot of traps. Oh my god, I was right on top of her. Right. If I have a quick hook, I think I'll take it. Sometimes it's okay to leave them on the ground for a bit, just to make sure you put another trap down or something. This is completely fine. Amazing. Okay, I need to hook. I need to hit a little bit around the hook to make that safe. I'm gonna hit the scale because she's just obnoxiously walking everywhere with spin burst. That's okay. We're gonna put a trap here for later. And we know that they're gonna be on this side of the map. I wanna trap places that I know they'll run to when they try to run away from it. So we're gonna try to get ahead of them. One thing that I was trying to mention for the longest time is on the bottom left, you see that I have 5 traps. That means that I have 5 available and thus 5 down because the maximum is 10. So I'm gonna put another one. Now I have 4. Generally speaking, it's very important to look at the amount of traps that you have left. It will tell you how you're doing in your game. For example, if you have 9 traps left, that means you've only put 1 down. And that's not good. You should put more. If you see it go from 4 to 5, that means someone just disarmed one. Look around. Is one of them missing? Is it obvious which one? Can you figure out where they are? Is it a good idea to chase them, or should you just keep that in mind, or what's going on, right? Very important. These are all important things to keep in mind. If you already have 9 traps, perfect. I mean, maybe at that point you can start chasing survivors a bit more and making them step on them a bit more consistently. Beautiful. She does not want to go away because she has a flashlight. Let's make her give me this pallet. Excellent. Let's break it. She can blind me. Who cares? Remember, while you are blinded, you cannot lunge. You can attack, but your attack doesn't take you forward with momentum. So there I wasn't blind anymore, so it was fine. But be careful. If you ever get blinded, don't try to go for a lunge a few meters in front of you. This girl is going to fall for the trap that I put earlier. She's so stupid. I'm so sorry, but she just really wants that blind with her flashlight. Okay, whatever. Let's speak up. We'll put Meg on this hook over here. We're so confident because there's hooks across all survivors and they're all injured, and Sloppy Butcher is making their heals really difficult. So we're probably doing fine. But you don't need to be as nice as this. Right. Hello, buddies. Hi, what's up? She has MFT? Oh, no, she doesn't. She healed someone and I figured that maybe she had a perk to heal, to protect herself when you finish a heal. She didn't. She's just insane. Alright, I could have teleported to that trap. Notice that you can teleport to a trap up to like, I think it's 7.5 seconds or something now. Yeah, this girl is insane. She wants to go for her flashy save so badly. I don't understand why. She's gonna die here. Watch out for perks. Okay. That's unlucky. Waited a bit long. I kind of saw it coming, but what could I have done? That's fine, no? She's gonna go for the rescue and step on that trap, maybe? No? No one's gonna step on a trap? Okay, buddy. Oh, what? Maybe they knew about it. This girl is insane. I don't know why she's going here. What's your point? What, you think I won't hook you? You think I'm so obsessed with the other three? That's all right, man. It's all right. Go into a logger. Show us your nice little trick. All right, time to look at my traps. I have 6 available. That means I have 4 down. 1, 2, 3. Where's the third? I don't know, man. There's not too many traps on this side of the map. So let's start placing down some more. Basement's here, by the way. Oh, one of them is over there. Someone's in main doing God knows what. Okay, that looked really strange. I did not want her to sprint away. Now, is it very important that I hook her in basement? Yes, Hag is amazing in basement. You put a trap down, you put a trap up. It's so good. Maybe in this case, not so much because she is already dead. But if she wasn't dead, it would be important. You could put a trap in basement, right in front of her right here. Some people like to put it here in the corner so that it spooks them. Personally, I don't like. When you teleport to a trap, you will always look at the survivor. Unless it's a bug. So if they trigger the trap and they move around, you're gonna look at a wall and it's very uncomfortable. Anyway, hi guys, what's up? So I personally don't like that trap, but any other one is fine. You can also put one at the top of the basement stairs. If they want to crouch through all of them, it's gonna waste so much of their time. And yeah, that's pretty good. Also, one of them disconnected. Go figure. Anyway, it's important to say that vaulting a window doesn't necessarily trigger this perk, by the way. This power. A survivor could technically fastball and not trigger a trap. It's only when they move afterwards. But that has a few implications, but yeah, there are some high-level tricks that survivors can do to not trigger a trap. But for the most part, don't worry too much about it. That's something you can concern yourself with when you have a lot of hours or whatever. Anyway, we know there's a trap on the left side, so we'll try to push her there. We could put one in the window as well. Let's vault. And she's dead. There you go. And she's dead as well, so we don't need to worry about where to hook her, and that's completely fine. Now, what are some other things to keep in mind with Hag? Right. What do you do, and this is going to happen to you at some point if you play her enough, when there's a survivor that makes it his or her life objective to just harass you? You put a trap down, right? As you can see, there's like a radius to it, so the survivor goes in and goes boop, and then they immediately turn around. And then if you teleport, even if you teleport really quickly, you're gonna whiff and you're gonna miss. And then you're like, oh, okay, let me put the strap down again. And then you go, and then they do it again. And then they keep doing it, and they keep running into your traps. What do? If you are very delicate, you go play another killer, because that is a difficult thing to deal with sometimes. If you want to put up with it, you bait that survivor by putting a trap kind of like this one. This trap is in a really open area. There's almost nothing nearby, maybe that pallet over there. The idea is that when they trigger it, you teleport, you will appear here, but you don't swing right away. If you swing right away, you'll miss. Instead, you just run them down, bam, then you hit them. So you can, these are what some people call the distance traps. You put them in a place where if they get triggered, they will simply allow you to close the distance, and that will be fine. Needless to say, when you are in areas with multiple floors, it is not a bad idea to trap on the second floor, but survivors don't always go to the second floor. However, if they're on the second floor and you chase them, they always have to go off of it. They can never loop you infinitely on a second floor, almost never in this game, right? There's almost never a second floor that is like an infinite loop, except if you're Grand Patrick. But so it is a nice theory to follow that in general, you want to trap bottom floors. So here, for example, a trap here would achieve a lot, really, if you think about it. It covers for the window. It covers for this pallet. It covers for anyone going around the building. And it also covers if someone drops down from that. Ta-da! And if I put another trap right here, same deal. It covers for anyone going around the building, and it might catch someone dropping from that. Ta-da! And now I don't even have to go up. If there's someone up, I can chase them in, and they're probably gonna run out and enter one of my traps, and I save myself quite a bit of time as well, which is nice, right? And okay, what other tricks? There's a situation that happens very frequently, and I don't think it's happened in this match yet, but I'll try to explain it. Hello. All right, let's see the survivor. Oh, it's a bot that is teabagging me. That's so funny. Yeah, bots don't play like humans, So this might not be the best learning moment, but we'll see. If you chase a survivor against the edge of the map and there's like nothing for them to go, like here for example, it's not a bad idea to just put a trap down. If you put the trap down on the right side of the pallet, then go through the left, and if the survivor, ta-da, you hit them. Another idea is to put the trap on the middle of the pallet, and then either direction works. Just be careful not to teleport too late or get stunned or something like that, right? Be a little careful. So that's a simple way to outplay one pallet. The downside of this is that if it's not in the corner of the map, what the survivor will do is typically run somewhere else. But here, because it's the corner of the map and they literally physically cannot really run anywhere else, it works pretty well, as you can see. Yeah, let's assume if we put a person in the basement, you could put one here, for example. Right. There are some maps where placing a trap on the edges can actually be a pretty good idea. And since this match is pretty much over and it's just about maybe killing these bots, I'm going to go into a private game and I'm going to show you a few types of traps that you don't necessarily use every map, but they can be really good. And a few more examples of how to use traps aggressively in chase. All right, let's wrap this up. Okay, again, trap it. A normal survivor might just run in the open in panic, but it's a bot. And bots are stupid, so yeah. Let's kill her, and that's it. GG's. Let's go on a private match and showcase a few more things. Okay, so I explained earlier, this is a private game, I'm just playing with a friend. I explained earlier how important it was to put traps, typically speaking, in the middle of the map and not in the edges. And to be fair, that is still true, even in this map. This is called Suffocation Pit. It's the map that has a little mine and then a few tiles in the middle. And in this map, I would never want to trap this loop right here. Like, why? Why would I? Like, let's be honest, man. Unless I am 300 IQ out of my mind genius, it's not a good idea. But I want you to pay attention to this specific map layout. This map is wide on the edges, but it's kind of like a dumbbell. In the middle, it's actually a bit... You see this wall? In the middle, it's actually a little bit skinny. So, from one part of the map to the other, look how little space there is. Look. That's it. This is one edge of the map. And that is one edge of the map, which means that if I put a trap, say, right here. How about right here? Right here. Right there, covering that. And then maybe one in this loop. I don't know, let's put it in the middle. Right here. And then another one here. Ta-da. And then another one right here. I have now used 4 traps. And I have made effectively an entire wall. If I knew for a fact that all of the survivors were on this side of the map, and I put a survivor in the basement or on a hook on that side, I could put these 4 traps or 3 traps down, and I now control this entire map. No matter what I do, I'm gonna keep putting traps, I'm gonna break pallets, I'm gonna get a hit, I'm gonna do, force a pallet down, blah, blah, blah. And because this edge of the map doesn't have any pallets, survivors don't expect these traps. Survivors run around here and they are very careless. They will give you free hits, and if they're injured, free downs all the time. So look for opportunities to find choke points and look for opportunities where the edge of the map is kind of like thinner, and you can trap around it because it does work. Any place where a survivor would go around it is a good idea. Also, hills. Hills are your friends. Hills spawn next to other things. So for example, this hill right here, even though it doesn't have a hook, we could put a trap right here. And now, a survivor going through that pallet gets hit. A survivor going down this hill gets hit. And the only way for them not to do that is to go all the way around. And there might be another trap all the way around. There might be a trap right here. So now, a survivor, the only thing they could do to avoid this is to either very carefully look at the ground, which is hard, or just to go straight up around the edge of the map, which makes a lot of time wasted. So in maps like this, look for opportunities to do this. Now, Krill, you want to show us some really, really cool tricks? Let's see what happens when we play against a really smart survivor, okay? Let's drop, I don't know, what is a really strong pallet? Yeah, this pallet, I'd say, is fairly strong. I'm going to put a trap around here. And Krill, I want you to crouch and drop the pallet, please. Okay? Thank you. Dropping the pallet doesn't trigger. It's only if he walks or if he moves. Now, I have a little problem. This survivor is very smart, and he has done his homework. And he knows that if he just vaults without actually moving before or after, he's fine. So when I chase him, he's gonna vault the pallet right now. You can fast vault it, Krill. Yeah, you don't need to do it slow. You can fast vault. And look, he doesn't trigger the trap. Oh no. And now he's gonna do it again. Fast vault, okay? Look, as long as he doesn't move, he doesn't trigger it. That's a bit of a problem, right? So, like for example, if this was Shaq, I wouldn't be able to do anything. So in this situation, you can see if they mess it up. If not, well, just break it. And then they'll run away, you know, while you're breaking it. And because you're breaking it, you won't get the hit, but that's okay. That's completely fine. Now, there's another trick that you can do, by the way. Krill, could you go around this pallet from the other side and drop it? And then vault immediately into me. This is gonna happen many times. A survivor will trigger a trap and panic. Just hit them. And look, vault back. Hit them again. When you have a trap triggered, you have a pretty wide window of being able to teleport to it. So if a survivor, for example, was to trigger this trap, and I think, oh, I missed my chance, it's okay. Just play around the loop again, force them to go back into the trap, and if they run into you, you hit them. If they run into the trap, you teleport then. Because you have quite a bit of time. You have like 7.5 seconds or something. Used to be a bit shorter, but I think they buffed it. So, Krill, would you show me, would you run into the trap and keep looping? And then we do one more loop around it just to show it? Oh, I missed my chance? Okay. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Does he vault? Does he vault? Does he vault? He does? I teleport. Ooh, that was... Yeah, half a second too late. But you get the idea, hopefully. Very, very important. And I think that pretty much covers it. There's also another trick that survivors can do that you need to be aware of. And that is what happens if a survivor runs into your trap while they look backwards and hold the back run button. Do you know the S tech? Krill, could you please run into the trap and do it? Do you know how to do it? Yeah, basically, if a survivor runs into the trap and then immediately 180s, your teleport will always not be successful. I'll show you. The idea? Yeah, something like that. I exaggerated a little bit, but that's how a survivor can trigger your traps. Just do what I told you earlier. Put a trap in the middle of nowhere, and when they trigger it, and they think they're so smart, right? If they just disarm it and they get rid of it slowly, good. You disappear, and you set more traps elsewhere. But if they trigger it, Krill, could you trigger it? Then you walk down, walk down, walk down, walk down, injure them. Especially if you have anti-healing perks like Sloppy Butcher that slow down their healing. Doing this is probably going to make that person not want to bother you for the next minute. And that's about it for the hack. I think I told you all the essential tips. Generally, all you need to do about this killer is find the 3 or 4 choke points in the middle of the map, keep them trapped, and never commit to really, really long chases if you can improve your perimeter of traps. And you'll have a lot of success. Don't forget that Hag and Nurse are very unique killers. When you are a very, very good trapper, you can be a very good Wraith. And when you're a good Wraith, you'll probably be a good Myers. But being a good Hag is very different from everything else. So play her with a bit of patience and understand that she's a little different and give her the love she deserves. She can be quite rewarding and she has a certain playstyle that a lot of people like. And more importantly, she has the best diet of all the killers because she eats a lot of livers. All right, let's not watch the rest of that. Okay, it's time to play the Doctor. Doctor is a difficult killer to play against for beginners, but not an extremely difficult killer for beginners to play. He has a lot of moving parts, and at a higher level, you really need to make them all work well for this killer to be worth it. But the thing is, this is a killer that, at its core, without using any of his special abilities or powers or anything like that, is an M1 basic killer. As we explained in the previous videos, let me light up my camera a bit. An M1 killer is a killer that primarily downs people with their M1, their basic attack. So if you've played Trapper, if you played Wraith outside of cloaking, if you played Billy without the Chainsaw, this is a killer that plays just like that. So he can be played perfectly normally. Do keep in mind that every time you use one of your powers, you will reset your Bloodlust. So if you just want to play him in the most simple way, just chase survivors normally, you build Bloodlust over time, which makes you a bit faster, and he is perfectly normal. Now, How do we talk about this killer? Where do we begin? Let's talk about the simplest power. This is one of the easiest ones to understand. You can almost not really do it wrong. We have a timer on the bottom left that restarts every time we use it. And as you can see, it's called static blast. If we hold the left control, we will charge it up. And I need you to understand that when this static blast hits, everyone inside your terror radius, which by default is 32 meters, but it can be more or less depending on perks, everyone that's inside your terror radius will scream and gain 1 point of madness. What is madness? We'll talk about that a little bit later. However, there is one exception. If a survivor goes into a locker, could you please demonstrate that for us? If a survivor goes into a locker, they will be immune to this. That's not something that you need to worry about terribly. It's fine, but something to keep in mind. If you know that a survivor is nearby and you shock and they don't scream, do you have any perk that makes your terrorists go away? No? So your terrorist was there. Maybe they're in a locker. So figure that out. You will notice that if you use your blast and you don't hit any survivor, the next cooldown is a little bit shorter, right? So the best idea when you start the game as a doctor is not to immediately blast, because survivors typically don't spawn close to you. So if I were to spawn right here, for example, it is pretty natural to expect survivors to be across the map from you. So what I would first do in the start of a game would be to go across the map, get towards the center, or maybe a little bit further if it's a bit big, and then I static blast. Bam! Wow, I found this survivor only. Okay, let's go chase them. And that is one great way to never lose your north and always know where you're going. You're always, because you have the ability to flush survivors out of hiding and reveal them around you, you will have a killer that constantly finds people. So say I go on a chase with this girl, I put her on the hook, right? And then my static blast is ready again. Same thing. I'm not gonna walk to a corner of the map. I'm gonna go to the middle, or where I think most of the gens are left, and I'm gonna use my blast again. And the blast will let you know where survivors are, but it also builds up madness, and as we will see, that is important. And we'll see exactly why later. Now, one thing that's quite important is that the blast does not have any use in chase. This blast, outside of inducing madness, doesn't really help you. It doesn't slow them down, it doesn't injure them, it doesn't prevent them from doing actions. So you don't want to use blast in chase unless the survivor is in a really bad spot. Fongmin, please follow me, please. Let's say that this survivor was in a horrendous, and I mean horrendous spot. Let's imagine the worst spot imaginable. Yeah, let's say that she's in this corner over here or something, right? And I want her to be Madness tier 3 because that prevents her from using items. Spoilers. In a situation like this, yeah, sure, I can blast. Because after I blast her, what is she gonna do? Fly away? No. I'm still gonna be able to hit her, right? But if I was chasing her in a normal situation and she's beating me to shack, could you please run to shack and drop the pallet, vault the window? Like, using a blast here is a bad idea. Because look, I'm losing distance and she dropped the pallet. So do not use the blast in chase. Get your hit first, corner the survivor first, or use it before you enter chase, or after you enter chase, after you hook the survivor. But when you are in a tight chase and you need every meter and you need every possible second closing the gap, do not use your blast to catch up to the survivor. Isn't that wrong? It doesn't prevent them from doing the actions? Yes, it is. It is not wrong. It is correct. You literally just saw this survivor get blasted, and they could still drop a pallet. And just to drive that point home, I'm gonna do it again. Geminixia, please, when I shock you with my blast, I want you to drop the pallet immediately, okay? Let's do it. So say I blast her like this. You know, she even dropped it without her hands. So yeah, this does not help you in chase. She's now in Madness tier 3. You can tell that she's in Madness tier 3, by the way, because there are different lines on the HUD. Do you see that she has a lot of static? That means Madness level 3. When she gets rid of it by doing a certain action, she will go back to Madness level 1. And then you're gonna see static that I think is horizontal. Let's see it. There you go. And if I blast her one time or shock her twice, she will get vertical lines, and that's Madness tier 2. There you go. And it's a little bit thicker as well. So we've already seen what the blast does and when to use it. It's very, very simple. You can almost not go wrong. But the Doctor also has another ability that he can spam much more frequently, which is the shock therapy. Now, the shock therapy does half of the madness damage that a blast does. And as you can see, if I hit a survivor twice, they go to the next madness. If they're in madness 1, they go to madness 2. If they're in madness 2, they go to madness 3. In their madness 3, that's it. That's maximum. If they do a certain short action, they will have return to madness 1, but there's no leaving madness 1. You cannot go back to 0 madness. Once you have some madness, you keep it for the rest of the game, and that is fine. But more importantly, the shock therapy prevents survivors from doing any action for a little while. Now, much like holding the blast, you do lose a bit of distance. So please, Fengmin, could you please run in a straight line and demonstrate how we will lose distance? Yeah. Look, I'm gonna shock. Do you see how she's gaining distance every time I shock? It's very little. It's not a lot. But every time I shock, I am losing a bit of distance, right? So you do not want to spam shock mindlessly. You want to do it deliberately, right? Now, why would you want to do it? Very simple. If this survivor goes to this pallet and I shock them before they drop it, if I don't, obviously she'll drop the pallet. She will be for 2.5 seconds unable to drop that pallet. Let's see it. She can drop it, can drop it, can drop it. So I now just go for a normal hit. Ta-da. And the same thing with windows. Let's, I don't know, or a pallet that's already dropped. Like if I shock her as she's going around the pallet. There you go. She can make it, and now I can just hit her. So this killer sometimes doesn't need to deal with pallets as much because he can deny them. Now, I have a brown add-on called the Maple Knight or something. It's a chess piece, everything with Doctor's theme about chess. And this add-on highlights the range of my shock. As you can see, I personally think it's really ugly and it's very intrusive. I don't think you should run this add-on basically ever, but you can run it in your first game or in a custom game with bots to understand when your shock works. So for example, this is not gonna hit her, but this one will, and this one will as well. But if I go any further, like here, it shouldn't hit her. Oh, that was still on the edge. So that's, oh wow, it's pretty generous. There you go. That's the limit. That's how far you can go. With some add-ons, you can make it bigger and change shapes. So, don't worry, we will take this add-on off, but I'm just letting you know that it exists so that you visualize it. So, what is the big idea with Doctor? Very, very, very simple. At the start of the game, we shock people. Super, super easy. We find them, then we enter chase, we try to, we blast people, then we try to use shock to make the chase as quick as possible. We put them in madness as much as possible so that they have to waste time getting out of it. Also, madness has other effects, and we're gonna spend just a few seconds showing them. But before we do that, I'm gonna show you some basic ideas of what happens when a survivor plays certain types of pallets, okay? The pallet that is not so safe for a survivor is something like this. Could you please go and drop this pallet? Okay, so what happened here? I made a, seemingly I made a mistake, right? Could you please stay on that side of the pallet? Seemingly I made a mistake, right? Because I'm chasing the survivor and she managed to vault the pallet or go through the pallet and then drop it. So it seems like here I failed, but actually she's the one that's in trouble. Because if I just shocked her, she cannot vault back, which means the only thing she can do is run away. So, Fong, could you please come by to us and then vault the pallet? Yeah. Come to us and vault the pallet. I'm gonna be a bit late. Oh, don't worry, because she can go back. So, I just go back and hit her. You know, she couldn't go back any sooner than that. So, pallets like this, where the survivor gets trapped, can be used to your advantage if you shock them, and even if the shock is late, you catch them on the other side. But there is a worse type of pallet than this, which is this one right here. A pallet that is against the edge of the map or against a wall. Against this sort of pallet, we can do a much more extreme version of that. We're in the main building if you didn't see us. Perfect. So first thing we're gonna do is force the survivor to drop the pallet. Okay, do they drop it? Do they drop it? Perfect. And now, look, all I need to do is shock them. Oh, she actually vaulted and she's dead because she couldn't vault any sooner. And if you do it even nicer, there you go. She can go and bam, I can hit her now. I just don't want to hit her, but yeah. Or the other way around. There you go, and she can vault. So if you have a survivor against the edge of the map like this, your shocks become really, really powerful. Your shock is kind of like a disc, and sometimes when there's a bit of elevation, you can hit someone mid-air, but yeah, it doesn't go down. So Now that we have a hill here, this is a really good time to showcase this. For example, as you can see by the preview, I will not hit. Yeah, you see it, right? Like the particles are super easy to see. Yeah. So a survivor that is by that car will not get hit by this. One thing that you might notice, and you might have been really quick to notice if you have a keen eye, is that when I shock, there's a small delay before the shock kicks in. So when I shock, yeah, you see how the lightning like appears a few like a second afterwards, or a bit less than a second. Yeah, so that's something to keep in mind. Like, look. You see that delay between me finishing the action and her screaming? This means that you cannot shock survivors at the very last minute. This is a very strong window right here, right? Fong, could you please, I don't know, get Chase from like here and vault it? If I shock her last second like this, it's worthless. So for a window like this, you would need to do it way earlier, okay? And keep in mind that there's ping and lag and latency and things to, you know, things to consider. So you can shock them last second. It needs to be a little earlier, like that. And now she's trapped. She cannot do it. Perfect. Now let's have a look really quick at what it looks like to have madness from the survivor point of sight. All right, because it's quite important for you to understand it as a doctor. Otherwise, you don't understand your power. Okay, very cool. We're playing as survivor now, and as you can see, we have no madness. But I'm gonna make the mistake of running into the open, and the doctor's gonna blast, which she can do at the start. And if it's a blast, you're gonna go up one in madness. Bam. So what happens when you have one madness? Not a lot. Leave us alone, doctor, for a second. You can do everything that you normally can, and there's basically no big downside. The only thing that you need to be aware of is that every skill check that you do now has a chance to, a 1 in 3 chance to be reverse or randomly on the screen. So we're gonna be on a gen for just a second and see if we can see a skill check. Just so that we can showcase it. It's only a small chance. There you go. Oh, what's that? That was a reverse skill check, right? That came in the opposite direction. So that can happen in all levels of madness, but basically a bit less in madness tier 1. Can we please get shocked twice to be in madness tier 2? Okay. Okay, now we're in madness tier 2. Literally the same as madness tier 1. Except the rare skill checks are going to be even more common. And you're going to occasionally see visions of the doctor. I don't know if that's gonna... Yeah, that's a skill check in reverse, blah, 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 perfect. Yeah, that is an illusory one. Don't worry about it. The doctor doesn't see it unless he has a certain add-on. So it doesn't give away your position normally, but it could. Now, let's see what happens when we go to madness tier 3, which is the more annoying one. Again, we need to be blasted or shocked twice. I think blast. So now I can use my flashlight, as you can see, no problem. Can we please get blasted, Mr. Doctor? Oh, I can no longer use my items. Very important. This is important from the survivors, but it's also very important from the killer point of view. I get a constant sound effect that is really annoying, and I will get illusions of the doctor that last longer and the doctor himself can see. Right? And I need to snap out of it. And snapping out, it's okay if you don't finish it because you get interrupted. You can continue it later. It's an action that you have to do. I would be really careful. This goes both ways. You don't want to be doing the snap action in an area where you generally don't see anything. Like, you don't want to be doing this, you know? Like, where is the doctor? We don't know. Like, you want to do it somewhere where you can see, because with certain add-ons, you might not hear his terror radios. And he could creep up to you while you're doing that, because it's all very overwhelming, right? Okay, so we've snapped out. We're now back to tier 1. As a doctor, it is a really good idea to put someone in tier 3 if they have a flashlight and you are annoyed by that, or if they could go for a flashy save, or if they have a medkit and you think they could use it in chase. You know, put them in madness tier 3 to waste their time and prevent them from using items. Super important, right? Now, the other thing that the doctor can do is shock you, as we've explained. I want you to pay attention to the bottom of my screen where my perks would be. Doctor, please, could you please shock me? Oh, I dodged that. Perfect. Yeah, you see that pacified? That means that for 2.5 seconds, I cannot drop or do any action in chase. Oh, no. Now, it's very important, okay, as a survivor and as a killer, to understand that what a bad survivor will do when they get pacified is this. Could you please shock us? Oh, no. Oh, I need to wait here. Oh, I took a hit. What a good survivor will do, and what you need to be ready for as a doctor, is if you shock them, they will continue to run. They will continue to run, and sometimes make it back, sometimes not make it back, right? That's quite important. Okay, let's snap out. If you're in Madness Tier 3 and he shocks you, you don't go into Madness Tier 4. That's completely fine. Okay. What else? Oh yeah, when you're in Madness Tier 3, you can unhook other people, and you can open gates. That's super important. And you can do everything that you normally can in Chase. But you cannot heal yourself with self-care or a medkit, and you cannot heal others. Either on the ground or when they're injured. So if I'm in Madness Tier 3, I cannot pick up a teammate from the ground. And if I'm Madness Tier 2, I need to be careful about the possibility of suddenly finding myself in Madness Tier 3. Super important. Yeah, you can drop pallets in Madness Tier 3, but not if you get shocked. Right, so let's please shock me, Doctor, and try to play this normally. Right, so here, right now, I'm getting the stick. So that's what it feels to be in Madness, all right? Very, very simple stuff. When you see it from the survivor point of view, you hopefully understand a little bit better. Just don't forget the see visions, and there's a lot of add-ons that we're gonna get into that also add extra effects. Let's talk about the add-ons a little bit and what build you can run on Doctor, even as a complete beginner, to maybe increase your chances of doing better or having easier games. All right, see ya, loser. Okay, I normally don't take a lot of time to explain what add-ons do for each killer, all of them. I do have a part of my website that lists every single add-on from generally the best to generally the worst. And if you click on them, it explains what they do and a little bit of commentary on when to use them and how and what they pair with and everything like that. So please check my website if you need super specific add-on. But the thing about the Doctor is that his add-ons are really important to his gameplay. So we're going to talk very, very briefly about some do's and don'ts and some important things that are not very well explained in the game, all right? Let's start with the simplest add-ons, the ones that change the shape of his shock. Not the big blast, that's always the Terror Radio shape, but only the shape of his smaller shock, right? So we have the interview tape. This one makes the shock much longer, but also thinner. It's good to interrupt people from afar, but it's worse in close proximity. It's not bad, but you really don't need it. Then we have a really weird one, the scrap tape. Instead of making a cone, it makes it into a ring. Super weird. You can pair them together if you'd like, but I don't really recommend it. We then have 3 add-ons that increase the range. It just makes it bigger, right? And you can use the Maple Knight if you want to see how big it is. You can test it in a private game. The Moldy Electrode adds 2 meters. The Polished Electrode adds 3 meters. And the High Stimulus Electrode adds 4 meters. These add-ons aren't bad. They aren't bad. Typically, there's not a lot of point in shocking people that are that far. But every now and then it is welcome. So you can put them on. Nothing wrong with that. These add-ons are fine. The tapes, I would stay away from. We then have the 2 other Queen and King pieces. These 2 are really easy to run, and they're very, you don't really need to worry too much about them. They are popular in Doctor. The Queen is a bit more complicated, but basically every time you shock or blast a survivor, they kind of carry a electricity charge, and they apply it to other survivors that come in contact with them. So basically, it's a way for survivors to put each other in madness and accidentally put each other in madness more often. Super, super simple. What the Iridescent King does is it takes a bunch of secondary effects from other add-ons and adds them all together. So if you want to play him very mindlessly and just do a bunch of random things without any control, these add-ons can be all right. So now what's left are his main add-ons. The add-ons for the Doctor are a little bit strange, okay? There are 4 families, and each of them has normally 3 add-ons that have the same thing, and you generally don't want to stack them together. I'll explain why. So each of these families has 1 main effect and 1 secondary effect. The main effect can be stacked. The secondary effect happens, and if you have 2 of the same type, it doesn't stack. So let's talk first about the Calm family. It is Purple Calm, Green Calm, and Brown Calm. There's 3. What these add-ons do with the different degrees is they make his terror radius bigger when he can blast, and then you hit more survivors, but also smaller when your blast is on cooldown. This is actually really good. If you put 2 of these together and you blast at the start of the game or shortly after, for the longest time, you will have minus 14 meter terror radius, which will make you like a semi-stealth killer. That's awesome. So yeah, you could use one of these. Just don't forget that if you have a smaller terror radius, that can affect some perks. Keep in mind that the secondary effect of the calm nodes is that you make survivors hear a terror radius like a fake terror radius occasionally. And remember, that part does not stack. The -8 meters and +8 meters and the -6 meters and +6 meters, that part will stack, but the secondary effect does not stack. So it's maybe best to have one of these and one of another if you want to get most out of each add-on. Okay, the next family is Discipline. These add-ons are the best add-ons for Doctor generally. They do something very, very important. Whenever you shock a survivor, it reduces the delay before they actually get hit by it. You remember how I mentioned that when you shock, there's a small delay? This makes the delay smaller, and it does stack. So let's put on 2 disciplines. With these 2 add-ons, I now make the cooldown 20 and 15% shorter. And the secondary effect is also really good. In Madness Tier 2, survivors don't see your red stain, and the red stain instead is in their character during chase. And in Madness Tier 3, that happens at all times, which means that a survivor in Madness Tier 3 has a constant terror radius and a constant red stain, and it's really hard for them to know where you actually are. You can actually mess with them. Discipline add-ons are very, very, very good. Having at least one is almost never a bad idea. There's 3 of them again. Then we have Order add-ons. This one makes it so that your big blast has a shorter cooldown, but it's such a small effect. It is a very, very small effect. I do not recommend that you stack these. Like, even without any add-ons, where's the other order? Even without with both of these add-ons, saving 5 seconds on a blast is not that important. Like, it's already a very short 45-second cooldown anyway. And the secondary effect is okay. The secondary effect is that survivors occasionally see fake pallets. They're not extremely convincing, but every now and then it can mess with a survivor. Remember, if you pair these 2 add-ons together, the shorter cooldown, that will stack, but the illusory pallets, that doesn't stack. The secondary effect of these add-ons of each family does not stack with themselves, right? It also doesn't stack if you pair it with the king. If you pair it with the king, you're just gonna have the secondary effect of all the families of add-ons. Next, Restraint. This is actually one of my personal favorites. Every single time you make a survivor go up in Madness by shocking a couple times or blasting, you see their auras. It doesn't seem super useful, but it is really, really, really good. And the secondary effect is really, really strong as well. The secondary effect makes the illusionary doctors actually visible to you in Madness Tier 2 as well. So you will see a bunch of white outlines of your character, and that will let you know that there's a survivor there. And if you're smart, you can figure out who it is as well. So these are really, really good, all of them. So that's awesome. And that's it. That's all the families. So basically, they have a primary effect and a secondary effect. The primary stacks, the secondary doesn't. And if you want to do all of the secondary effects at once, then you can put on the king. The king does random fake pallets, random terror radius, random illusionary doctors that are more that can be seen by the doctor, and everything that the other add-ons do. But the downside of using this add-on is that you don't get the primary effect of each of the others. Could you have this with the primary effect of Calm? Yes. But then you have, the secondary effect doesn't stack. Is that more or less understandable? I hope so. It is quite complicated, but I hope so. Now, let's talk about a beginner build. For add-ons, we're going to be super, super simple. We're going to go for Restrain, seeing the auto of survivors for 1 second. Even 1 second is pretty good. And seeing the illusory hallucinations even in tier 2, which is awesome. And Discipline, which makes our shocks happen a little quicker, even though green one is pretty good. So we're going to run with that. Now, because we are a killer that attacks with basic attacks all the time, Sloppy Butcher is great. Slower heals with madness and everything is awesome. If a survivor, for example, is healing themselves, and they are 90% healed, and you put them in Madness Tier 3, they cannot finish the heal, and now the progress from the healing with Sloppy Butcher is going to go back to 0, which can be pretty powerful. Then we have No Holds Bar or Deadlock, depending on whether or not you have the Cenobite. This perk has a different name. This is awesome. It just makes people waste time on gens and without you having to do anything. And Noid at the end of the game is also very powerful, allows me to insta-down, and keep in mind that anytime you blast survivors, you interrupt them. So if a survivor is cleansing my totem, and I hear it through a wall, I can shock them or I can blast them, and then they'll have to start over again. So you can deny people doing totems. Also, if they're in Madness Tier 3, they can't do totems. So this could be really powerful. But this perk here is interesting. Plaything, Plaything doesn't seem so good. Because if I hook a survivor, then they're not going to hear my terror radius because they will be oblivious. And if they don't hear my terror radius, then when I blast, are they inside my terror radius? Shouldn't they kind of ignore it? Actually, that is really good logic, but for some reason, the blast ignores obliviousness. It says it at the end. Static blast immediately negates the oblivious status effect. But because this add-on reapplies oblivious continuously, because this perk reapplies it, this perk is still really, really good. And it goes really, really well with restraint. Because if I blast, they get hit by it, they gain madness, I see their aura, but they don't necessarily know where I'm blasting from if they don't see me directly. So this build should work out pretty well on Doctor. And basically everything we have plays really well with the add-ons and with his base kit. Let's play a match and see how it goes. Okay, so one thing that really helps when playing the Doctor is to know the shape of the map that you're in, so that you know more or less where to go. But no matter what we do, whenever we spawn, we're gonna look at the furthest couple gens. So more or less over there, right? They could be all on the left one, or they could be all on the right one. So we could make a shot. We could make a call the shots. If it was a smaller map, maybe I would be blasting already. Let's do it right here. Okay, that's pretty good news, right? We found 2 people in main, and oh, this is a bit of a nasty one. Yeah, I'm gonna shock her here. Yeah, she's doing something pretty smart. I think that's life. Let's see. Yeah, it is. I'm gonna check her right there. That prevents her from dropping this pallet. She has another pallet right here for some reason. And unfortunately, I have a difficult decision here. I can commit to this girl and get a quick down, or I can go back and bother all those people. But because those people are main and it can be strong pallets and whatnot, it's a little nasty. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna trick her into dropping this pallet. And now she's trapped. Remember what I explained earlier? I knew that I was not gonna shock her in time, but I still managed to shock her in a way that made her think that she was in control. And by the time she dropped the pallet, she was trapped. If she had been super smart, she would have not dropped the pallet. Now, my blast is already off cooldown, so let's very quickly blast away. That's very unfortunate. Imagine if I could have put both of these guys in tier 3, they would have had the gen really close to being done, but they cannot work on gens in Very Madness, so that's alright. Let's shock him. He cannot drop this pallet, so don't panic. A normal hit here will do. Does he go for the stun? I think he does. He made a mistake here. I might need to do it. I might fake this. Yeah. Because he's shocked, he cannot vault back, so super simple stuff. Awesome. Alright, let's just not overthink it. Just pick him up real quick. Remember, Laurie is in Madness tier 3. If I decided to chase her now, she wouldn't be able to use an item. I see an illusion of a Doctor, which, I mean, it tells me something that I already figured. But there was a survivor here. Oh, do you notice? Right, this is not going to put her in any higher level of madness because she was already really mad. She wants to use this pallet, but I shock her right before it. Let's wait for a dead heart. I'm an idiot. I forgot she has life. She looked at me in such a way, I really, really believe she had dead heart. I mind game myself, I'll be honest. Luckily, that shock was awesome. I will shock her one more time here. No, I'm too late. I'm too late. This is just really unpleasant, man. This pallet here with this whole loop around it, she's just gonna go. I did put Steve in Madness tier 3, which was awesome because he can work on that totem for a bit. But yeah. I'll fake this. Oh, that was smart of her. Okay. This isn't the worst thing ever, but yeah. It's not the worst thing ever. We have a person that on hook, especially with endgame stuff. I'm gonna blast actually, because I do think they might be doing that totem just in case. It's also possible that that totem is just her plaything, and he cannot physically do it, because plaything is a special totem that only one person can do. But after a while, then everyone can. Right, so we have a person that on hook, which is awesome. If you have the perk Overcharge from the Doctor, which by the way is a great beginner perk, kicking gens can be quite worth it, because if they miss a skill check, they will lose quite a bit of progress. I might get him with one hit and just leave him, chat. I'm gonna shock him so that he cannot get the window. Beautiful. He will have to drop me this pallet, and I'm okay with that. That was very weird looking, but it's okay. I could have tried to shock him there. The only problem is I kind of want the pallet out of the way, especially with Noed and... this is not so good. Oh. Okay. One hit on this guy and I think he just drops it. Oh, we did it so early. He actually got faked. There you go. One hit and we're probably out. We want to go for... That's just so unlucky, man. That's just so unlucky. This guy's doing really good. I don't know how he's handling this. Well done. Well done. He looks so funny when they're in Madness Tier 3. Leave him. Leave him. Leave him. Leave him. We're gonna lose the game chasing him. He's in Madness Tier 3. He cannot use his medkit. We have gens around here. Shock people. This is perfect. If we go for her, we win the game a lot quicker than if we go for him. So it's very tempting. She will want to use this window with life. So yeah, we were a bit of a step ahead of her. Awesome. Could I shock this guy real quick? Unfortunately not. Here's what I want to do, Chad. I want to put this guy in Madness Tier 3 just to waste his time. If it gives me a free hit, awesome. And now that he's Madness Tier 3, look at that illusion. That is 100% Laurie. The other two guys are in Madness Tier 1, which does not have illusions, so... What was that? Was that a pebble, or...? Right. I'll show you how to play Shaq. It's a little tricky. Awesome. Nice. She vaults. It looked a bit weird. And she does not have decisive or anything. She was working on a generator. Oh, that's a bit unlucky for me. Oh, no, that's lucky for me. They don't have a flashlight. Unlucky. So now we've kind of tunneled the person out, but we've done it in a very responsible way. She kind of waited at the pallet, which can be really bad against this killer. But against this killer, you almost always want to stay in the move. We're gonna blast her. Oh, beautiful. I know exactly what build this guy has. And this is a little bit unrelated to what I'm doing at the moment. But this guy has a toolbox, and he went into a locker. And what that tells me is that he has the perk build to last, and he is redoing... Oh, very nice, actually. And he is rebuilding his toolbox. And I can already make some assumptions that this guy is not going to have an anti-tunnel perk just based on that alone. So for that reason, when this guy comes off the hook, we're going to tunnel him, aka go after him immediately upon hook. Very aggressively, I think. Huh. I guess I killed a girl here in the middle, because there's no other hooks. Wow, that's unusual. This gen is done. We see illusions. Who could this be? Either of them. They're both in Madness Tier 3, so we don't really know. Let's find out. This is Steve. Honestly, Steve is further from the hook, which means that if I chase this girl, Steve has to waste time going for the hook. And I have to be honest, he played very well. Okay, why did this girl make such a blunder here? Because of the discipline add-on. The discipline add-on, as you can see, is making a red stain appear on top of her, and it's making the terror radio sound like chase, chase, chase. So when I actually got close to her, she couldn't even tell I was there. So that was, even the green discipline add-on was this powerful already. Interesting, right? They both are in Madness Tier 3. They can't even heal each other quickly. And remember, this guy, I've already guessed, has no anti-tunnel perks. Yeah. Oh, darling. Oh, darling. Oh, darling. We're giving up. We're giving up. So seeing the illusions means someone is nearby. Without the restraint set... If you don't have a restraint add-on, one of the three, not the king, but one of the three, then the truth is you don't know. Oh, the king also, I guess. But yeah, if you have a restraint add-on, you can see illusions in Tier 3 and in Tier 2. Tier 1, there's no illusions, so obviously you can't see them. Without the add-on, by default, the doctor only sees them in Tier 3. So if I see a white illusion, I look at the HUD, then I know that it's... In this case, it would be 100% her. You see? Her. It couldn't be Steve because he's Madness 1. There's no illusions. And it couldn't be Steve because even if he was Madness 2, if I don't have add-ons, I don't see that either. Only... Oh, fine. Bye-bye then. Yeah, these guys have given up a little bit, but you know what? This makes me realize I could show you how to play Shaq, which is a really common place to be chased as Doctor, and it's quite weak against Doctor. Doctor can do quite a lot around Shaq. Otherwise, it's a strong place for survivors. But yeah, that more or less covers everything, I think. We've seen a little bit of everything. Now, one of the hardest things with Doctor is finding the perfect timing to shock. If you shock a survivor too late, you might as well not even bother. If you shock them too early, they will outweigh the effects and still drop the pallet or still vault the window or something, right? So finding that perfect in-between of like shocking them right at the perfect time with the correct amount of times, that's the difficult thing that you will develop over time. Let's shock, see if we find Steve. We didn't find him. By the way, a survivor cannot do any action for 2.5 seconds, including going into the shack. So if I saw Steve in front of me and the shack, the hatch, sorry, was in front of him, I could shock him. And then while he's unable to do anything, I walk up to hatch and then close it myself. So that's a pretty advanced trick that you probably will never ever use. But if you do, you're going to feel really smart about it. Okay. I think he's just waiting at the hatch. Maybe. Oh, did I see a bird come back? All right. Almost. He was waiting on top of it. Yeah, so I could have shocked him there and then he would have probably died. Let's see if Ace had a build to last build. Yeah, of course. I told you he wouldn't have any anti-tunneling perks. Every person that does this has like 4 perks to do gens fast. But it's not so easy with Doctor sometimes, especially with all of this stuff. We were well prepared. GG's. Let me show you a couple more tricks before we move on to the next killer. All right, so let's talk about some things that we can do at Shack. The most common thing that a survivor is going to try to do, Fong, could you please come out? Could you run this anti-clockwise, go around and then into the window? Like not here, but like around and into the window, like most survivors would. Yeah. No. Through there and you run into the window. Yeah, this is what you're always going to see survivors do, right? And then you chase them and oh no. And then maybe they drop the pallet. Or better yet, let's try that again. They go around and then do the exact same loop one more time, right? So obviously I have a lot of bloodlust right now. Let me just shock to get rid of it. So yeah, run that thing that you just did. And then when you vault the window, you go around and loop it. Like the same exact thing. So this is what a normal killer sometimes sees happen, right? She vaults the window, go for it. And then she goes to the left and then loops it again. And if I follow them, they just vault this window until it gets blocked 3 times in chase, right? Now it's blocked. Now, how can you prevent that as a doctor? Very, very, very simple. If you're approaching the shack, you are going to try to shock them and you need to be a little smart, okay? So, Fong, please come outside. If the survivor is beating me to the shack, what I'm going to try to do is shock the inside of the shack. We know more or less how much space we take. So even if at the moment of the shock I don't see the survivor, it should still work. So can you please go and try to take the window the same way you did earlier, as quickly as you can? So I'm gonna shock them like this, and she cannot take it. She will most likely panic, go to the pallet and try to drop it, and sometimes it won't even be good enough. So let's try that one more time. Vault the window, go around it or whatever. Yeah, go for it. And you want to shock them like this, more or less aim at the center, bam. Now some high level survivors might try to do a little silly and they might like they might try to dodge it, but at that point that's something you can play around. You pay attention to how they play and what their tendencies are, and you can be a bit patient. You can try to guess where you're going to hit them, right? Something very similar happens if you're approaching from a different angle. Fong, could you please run into the shack from where I am, more or less, from this point, and try to use it in any way you can? Use the pallet, use the window, whatever you can. Go for it. See, even if I'm really far, I can shock here, and bam. She can't drop it, can't drop it, and now she's gonna get hit here, no matter what, right? So this is a very simple way of playing it. There's also a really, really cool trick that if you can pull it off, works very, very well, right? So, for example, let's say that Fong Min is planning to go around here, and her first plan is to go through the window, right? But we're not gonna let her do that. She's gonna get shocked around here, and because she cannot take the window, she's going to try to keep running, right? And then the next thing she's gonna do is come around and then drop the pallet inside to be safe. And I'm gonna show you a little trick that you can do when this happens. What we're gonna do after the initial shock is we're gonna see that she's around the corner, and we're gonna shock her like this. When she gets shocked, the pallet will have been dropped already. She will not be able to vault it. And right as she's getting shocked, we will vault, and she will be stuck here. This is called the Dre tech, because a doctor named Drejalgia is the one that found it out. And it's really cool. So please, Mrs. Fong, could you please come here? We're gonna shock her. She's not gonna be able to take the window, right? And then she's gonna drop the pallet like a fool. Go for it. Right. No. Through the outside. Sorry. Go for it. And so we're gonna blast her, right? Shock her. She can't take the window. She might beat me to the pallet. So what I'm gonna do is... bam. And look, she can't vault. She's trapped. So that's something you can do in Shag as well. Most other buildings and most other tiles are just simpler versions of a pallet and a window. And it really comes down to playing in a very simple way. Now, the one mistake that you could make, right? For example, in this pallet, I don't want the survivor to drop the pallet, right? I will shock them so that they don't drop the pallet. I will take possession of the pallet, be on top of it. And now here I go very carefully. Go, maybe left, maybe right, maybe left, maybe right, maybe left. Shock them, and then there needs to be a moment where you're confident running them down. If you keep shocking, you slow yourself down so much, you never catch up. So you need to have a good sense of how long 2.5 seconds is, and when is a good time to, okay, I've shocked them, they cannot drop the pallet this loop. Now I go through the pallet, I go a little bit, and before they make it, bam, I hit them. Right, so that's where I think experience will come into play. But I've pretty much told you everything you need to know. Now, there's one more thing that someone in the chat asked about, and it's something that you see a lot of information on the internet about, and I think it's maybe worth talking about, which is impossible skill check doctor. Now, if you watch some old videos, some absolute maniacs would do things such as send themselves to a small indoor maps, and then have some crazy big terror radius or something, and then distressing, boom, huge terror radius, right? And then lullaby, oh my god, I mean, this is a good perk, it's not bad. Very difficult skill checks, right? And they lose more progress. And then overcharge, oh my god, very difficult skill checks. And then oppression, oh my god, even more difficult skill checks. And maybe merciless, which also gives difficult skill checks with doctors. Any one of these perks is okay. But keep in mind, these builds, they have limitations. Map offerings, they no longer work 100% of the time like they used to. So if you get this build and you go to a big map, immediately your chances to win get halved, right? And when you have really gimmicky builds like this, if you don't have everyone in Madness 2 and Madness 1, Madness 2, the skill checks can be nothing. These builds are very hit or miss. They're okay, experiment with them if you want, but I don't think you need to go crazy. Doctor can be played in a variety of ways. He's actually quite a versatile killer, so don't get pigeonholed into only playing with one playstyle because you think it's best. Some of that advice might be outdated or might not apply to you. Let's now play the next killer. Okay, friends, it's time to talk about the cannibal. Many people call him Bubba because that's kind of like his in-movie name. And this is a killer that a lot of people love to play and a lot of people love to play against, but I'm going to teach you how to play him in a way that will make people not love you. Now, first things first, this is very much like Hillbilly. This killer has a lot of similarities to Hillbilly. I would say overall, he has more room for mistake. He is not as strong as Billy, but he's a little easier to play, and survivors making mistakes are punished even more with this character. But much like Billy, he is also an M1 killer. You don't need to play this killer using only his power, or even only using his power predominantly. You can play him like a normal killer. So if you're a little bit confused and you don't know what's best, it's completely fine to just not use your power very much and just play him like a normal character. He has the normal lunge, the normal 32-meter terror radius, the normal stun time, the normal terror radius and red stain. Everything is the same as Trapper, as Wraith, as most basic attack M1 killers, right? So that's the most important thing to keep in mind. But then, on top of that, this killer has a chainsaw. And the chainsaw is pretty cool. Now, one thing that you can immediately start using the chainsaw for is just cleanup. Fong, could you please come over to the middle of the map and drop this pallet for us? While you are finishing a chase up and hooking a survivor, every now and then you're going to have pallets that are maybe down, right, from the chase. Could you drop this one here as well? And sometimes there's also breakable walls. So if you need to break breakable walls, or if you need to break pallets, you can just, as you walk towards them, you can just charge your chainsaw and bump into them, and bam. Without you pressing anything, automatically you get vacuum into them and you break them. This is a really good thing to do in between chases, and it takes very little time. Bam. Super simple, right? And if you can tell that a survivor is dropping a pallet ahead of time, you can also do the same thing. Now, much like the Hillbilly, just because you can break a pallet with your chainsaw doesn't mean you should. Fong, please run to some pallet somewhere, like over there, and please drop it if you like. Drop it as quickly as possible. In this situation, for example, oh, I got stunned. Doesn't make any sense to use my chainsaw here. Nah, just break it. Just break it. It's completely fine, right? Now, there are some situations where maybe you want to use your chainsaw to kind of fool the survivor. Like, do we have a pallet? Yeah, for example, here. Here, for example. If she drops this pallet, I could begin to, in this situation, if she hasn't left, I could begin to charge it and then realize, oh, you know what? Okay, sorry, that's the tantrum. I was hoping I could avoid it. You know what? maybe I fake using my chainsaw so she runs away, and then I end up not doing it. So you could start, and then she runs away, and then you're like, oh, you know what? I'm just gonna chase her and get the hit or whatever. So don't just because you have, what I'm trying to say in few words, just because you have a chainsaw doesn't mean you need to use it every single time, right? But that's the simplest thing that you can use the chainsaw for. Now, what are some of the more complicated things that you can use the chainsaw for? The first thing is this that you need to understand is that while you are grabbing the chainsaw, you are a bit slower, and also you fill up a certain bar. Do you see it? Do you see how I'm filling it? If you fill that bar completely, you're gonna enter tantrum. Look, I'm gonna do it. Tantrum is kind of like a stun where you really don't move very much. Now, interestingly, during this tantrum, you do down survivors and insta-down them at that. You can even multiple of them. This also happens if you bump into something. So if I use my chainsaw and I bump into something that's not breakable, yeah. You know, if you bump into something, don't worry, it's not the end of the world. The only thing I would tell you to do is look around yourself, see if you can hit a survivor. And another thing, look if there's a pallet or a breakable. Could you please set up this pallet for us? So if I make a mistake here and I hit a wall, look. Do you see what happened? You can sometimes save yourself a little bit of time. If you move yourself while you're in tantrum, you might get a hit on a survivor or a hit on a pallet and then immediately break it. So that can save you a bit of time. Let's just show it again, just, I don't know, for the sake of... Do we have another breakable here? I don't think there's a second breakable. But just for the sake of demonstration, yeah, if I were to like, yeah, she dropped the pallet for me. If I were to make a mistake, I can try to correct it by doing that, you know, like, oh, look, you just go to the middle of the pallet, bam, you break it. Now, how do you use your chainsaw? The first thing to notice is that it has charges. Each charge gives you a little bit of distance. And if you hold your M2, you only use one. So let's do that right now. Hold M2, hold M2. And look, I lost one charge and I go for a while. And this is good enough. This is good enough. Many times, this is good enough to break a pallet. It's good enough to hit a survivor. If I catch a survivor in the open, I don't need to do anything else. So, Fawn, could you please run towards Shaq in the open? Let's do it. Look. That's enough. That's look, I'm gonna catch her. I'm not gonna do it to save us a bit of time, but that would already instant down her. Right? So if you're already literally touching a survivor and you start revving your chainsaw, you don't need to do anything else. But the wonderful thing about this killer, even though he slows himself down and the start of his chainsaw is a bit slower, is that he gains speed and he never loses it. He only gets faster and faster and stays on a consistent speed. So if we tap the power button during the chainsaw, we can make it longer. Let's do that right now. You see, I'm gonna tap it. Oh, it goes longer. Oh, it goes longer. And we made it all the way to the tree from the starting of the building. But what I did there was not very optimal. We can actually go even further than the tree. And I'm going to show you. We're going to regain our charges over time. Instead of tapping the power during the middle of the swing, I'm going to tap it at the last second. I'm going to wait until I see the chainsaw timer more or less arrive at the number on the corner. You see the number 3? When I see that it's around there, a little bit later, I will tap it. So I'm gonna, let's say I'm walking right, prepare my chainsaw, and okay, tap it now. Wait, tap it now. Wait, tap it now. Oh, I don't have any more. You could have waited even a bit longer there. So look, we made it a lot further than the tree, right? So that's how you want to do it. There will be some add-ons that will change this. There will be some add-ons that will give you more distance, or will have upsides and upsides, but this is the basic idea of the chainsaw, right? It's a very, very basic idea. You hold it, and if you need to just down something immediately, imagine this is a survivor, then I only need to use it once. And if you need to go a bit further, you keep tapping it, and you have full control. Look, I have full control. So let's see what this looks like in some sort of loop, right? Let's say that I am close to the survivor, and I'm gonna ask the survivor to run to some loop somewhere, and we'll use our chainsaw and see what happens. Go for it. If you find a window or a pallet or whatever, that's fine. Now here, this is a really bad idea. Because look, she finds a window, and windows are our enemy. We will often bring perks to block windows, because we cannot throw our chainsaw through them. I mean, to be fair, if a survivor is a little bit cocky, you can't hit them through a window. So if you find a survivor that is actually vaulting and you do that, you can hit them through it a little bit. But that's it. If they made it through the window and they clear that distance, you're not going to hit them. It's much better to go towards a pallet, because either they don't drop it and they go down, or they drop it and you get rid of it. Also, you might have noticed that if you bump into anything, you lose all of your charges. So if I find myself about to bump, it's better to just let it go. And then I start getting my charges sooner. If I bump into something, look, I lose all of my charges and it's going to take me a little bit longer. If you lose all of your charges, you can use your chainsaw now, but not for distance, only for a short distance. So I would need to wait, right? There are some add-ons that speed this process up and we will probably be running them. So the basic idea is ask yourself, is the survivor injured? Can I just tap them? If you can just tap them, just tap them. No reason not to, right? Is the survivor healthy? Should I use my chainsaw? Okay, can I chase them away from windows? So, okay, let's chase them. She's gonna find a pallet. And I'm gonna press this. Okay, bam. All right, that's pretty good. You got rid of a pallet. She's got a window here. No worries, we go for the M1. One of the things that you need to do with Hillbilly and Cannibal both is not get obsessed with the idea of using your chainsaw too much. If a survivor is constantly vaulting a window, sometimes you tap them and they'll go down quickly enough. It's fine, you know? There's nothing wrong with that. If you can get an insta down, even better, but you don't obsess over it. So that is the basic idea with this killer. This killer, in some ways, is the simplest one on this roster that we covered so far. He really is very simple. The complexity, almost all of it comes from how well you use your chainsaw and the implications of the chainsaw becoming faster over time. Let's see if we can find a loop where we can see this implication a little bit. Let's find a loop, right? That's a little bit normal. Oh, this could be perfect right here. It's a little difficult because we don't see super well. So how about, yeah, this right here would be even easier. Right here in this corner. So let's say that we arrive at this pallet and the survivor doesn't drop it for whatever reason. They loop and they go immediately to the left of the pallet. Could you please show us that? Okay, so in this situation, we have a problem, right? If I chase them in a normal way, they will reach back to the pallet and they're gonna drop it and stun me. At best, maybe I'll get an attack, an M1, right? Maybe if I'm lucky, I hit them, but right as I hit them, they're gonna drop the pallet and stun me. So what I can do in a situation like this, and this is where the complexity of this killer comes by, is I can rev my chainsaw, I can start my chainsaw, and then turn around, and then maybe turn around again, do some sort of mind game, and by the time my chainsaw has gone a little bit back and forth, it's gonna go so fast that she's not gonna be able to reach the pallet. Now, I want you, Mr. Survivor, to play this to the best of your ability, all right? You play it, don't give me the hit, just play it to the best of your ability, so... And something like that. Unfortunately, they really did play this to the best of their ability. But that's the idea. You want to trick them into thinking you're going one way, then trick them into going the other way, and maybe a double fake or a fake, and that should work. Let's try it again, see if I can get you. I'm not the best Bubba, and it's honestly quite difficult to do this. You can see how fast I am right there, but I use too many of my charges. And this is something that with add-ons gets a little bit easier. But something like that. That's the idea. I will try to pull it off in game. Maybe with some slightly better add-ons, but that's the general idea. Maybe I don't need to do the double fake. Maybe one is good enough. Let's try. You can also theoretically just stand still in one area because you are building up the speed anyway. Something like this. Look, I didn't even need to use my third one there. So that is what you can do on some loops. Just keep in mind that this killer, just like Billy, can bump into things, right? And when you bump into things, you lose so much distance if the survivor runs in a straight line. So you really must find a good balance of using the chainsaw enough that you're getting utility and you're having fun, but not using it so much that you are basically shooting yourself on the foot, right? That's the thing that you need to aim for. If you never use your chainsaw, you're never gonna learn, and you're never gonna take advantage of it. If you use it all the time, you're gonna frustrate yourself. And don't forget that when you down a survivor, your power doesn't end. With Hillbilly, hitting a survivor or a pallet, your power ends. With this killer, hitting a pallet, your power ends. But hitting a survivor, you can go through them. And if there's two survivors, you can mow down through them like a freight train. So yeah, don't forget that that's an option. Let's bunker and go make a build for this bad boy. All right, we're gonna put together a build for Bubba. Now, one thing that is very common to see in Bubba builds, very similar to Billy, and almost very similar to any killer with an instant, especially the Chainsaw Boys, is a perk to block windows or vaults. The most common perk that you're gonna see that does that is Bamboozle. Bamboozle is an amazing perk from the Clown. It also comes with another amazing perk from the Clown named pop goes the weasel. So, for example, if you want to have an amazing build for this killer, get the clown, get pop goes the weasel, get bamboozle, and then you could go on Hillbilly, which is a free killer, right? And use Tinkerer and maybe Enduring, or maybe some other perk, like, for example, Fortune's Fuel, or... I need to remember how it's called. No Holds Barred. And bam, this is a kick-ass build, and it's so good, right? Because you have a bit of generator information, a little bit of stealth, which is huge for an insta-down killer, a little bit of gen slowdown, something to deal with shacks that are shack windows and other windows that are really powerful. Thank you, Otzdarva, for the raid. Welcome in. And more things to regress gens, which are really useful with Tinkerer, because you know the gen's about to be done. So this would be such a good build. And I really recommend you go for something like this if you can. But if you don't have the clown perks, no worries. This thing that we have right here is also pretty good. We still have some gen slowdown in the form of Deadlock / No Holds Barred. We have Barbecue and Chili, his own perk, great perk. Every time you hook a survivor, you're going to see people from afar, so you know more or less where to go. And then Scorch Hook, which is going to make Scorch Hook Whipping Wounds, or Gift of Pain, depending if you have the Pinhead DLC, which is going to make them heal slower and do gen slower. And it will work in basement because of Monster's Shrine. This is a killer that it's a little difficult for him to pressure multiple survivors if they split up. So hopefully this will also make them want to unhook a little bit sooner, because the hook timer will be shorter. And if you can hook someone in basement, this is one of the best killers, because coming out of basement against Bubba is so difficult. As for add-ons, there are 2 or 3 that you could look at, okay? The simpler ones that are good at every level, and I always recommend, are the 2 add-ons, the Primer Bolt and the Spark Plug, that increase your charge time on the chainsaw. If you use your chainsaw to break this and down this and break that, you get your charges back quicker, so you can use your full-length chainsaw sooner. This is always good. If you bump into something and you lose all of your charges, with this, you also get them quicker. So these 2 add-ons are amazing. There's also 2 add-ons that allow you to have a shorter tantrum if you bump into something. I don't think this is such a big deal. You could run them, but it's not such a big deal. I would stay away from add-ons that are memes, like the Speed Limiter, and any add-on that has a downside, except for the Knife Scratches and the Beast Marks. These 2 add-ons are really good. They do make you a bit slower, because you have to charge your chainsaw for longer before it will go. But honestly, I'm a little bit afraid of playing without them, because at high levels, the chainsaw of Bubba is a little bit... Yeah, it's a little bit difficult to use it in the open, because survivors don't get caught in the open. And survivors are already really smart at playing around windows. So, yeah, it's playing without this can feel a little bit bad sometimes. I think as a beginner, you don't necessarily need it, but as you become more advanced of a player, you might want to run at least one of these add-ons. There's also one add-on called the Carburetor Tuning Guide. This add-on makes you slower, which is bad, but it also completely nullifies the entirety of managing the charges. Instead of having 3 charges that you have to manually use one and then replenish one and then replenish the other, with this add-on, they all become one big charge. So if you find yourself really unable to manage the charges, and you always like use them too early or use them too late and you mess that up, one way that you can play this killer in a much simpler way is to simply run this add-on. And then it's just one big charge. It takes way longer for you to charge. But yeah, so that's one thing you can do, one alternative. If you're going for the achievement, the Adept achievement, and you don't want to learn this killer at all, that's one option that you have. As for me, I'm going to simply use faster charges, and this thing, which makes my chainsaw, as I said earlier, begin moving a bit slower, but also makes me move a bit faster, which that 2% makes quite a bit of difference. We don't have anything to cover windows, so we'll have to be very choosy about who we chase. If we see someone in shack, we understand that might be a little difficult for us, and we might need to go for someone else. Let's hop into a game and see how it goes for us. All right, perfect. We play a super open map. It feels like it's at home. Now, this killer doesn't have any amazing detection or any amazing stealth, so you really have to put in the work. You really have to find in people, unless they scream and make noise at the start for no good reason. Hi, what's up? Remember, we don't have anything to deal with windows here, so... Was that Blythe? I kind of psyched myself out. What are you doing? That's such a bad play. What are you doing? Oh, that was pretty good. Now, as I told you earlier, there's nothing stopping you from downing multiple people at the beginning, and that's one of the strengths of this killer. Now, don't think that this is going to happen to you very commonly, but I mean, the survivors were a little bit silly, so... Yeah, this kill had plenty of opportunities to save herself or force me into just attacking him with a basic attack. But yeah, that was really strange of her. Alright, if we can, we prioritize the white hooks. This survivor, when unhooked, will have a bunch of debuffs to his healing and generator speed. And also, when I'm far away from him, he will die on the hook sooner. Like, the sacrifice is happening faster, which means... who's the unhooker? Wow, that gen got done fast. Which means that... That would have been nice if we could have hit her through the window. You, generally speaking, cannot do that very effectively. Yeah. I think Bayless is going for the rescue. I will leave this girl, most likely. Yeah, by the way, Hex Fortune Field would also be really good on this build instead of Monster Shrine. I was 50-50. I kind of wanted to use Monster Shrine because who uses it, right? Nobody. Alright, this fella's run away. That girl just has a bit of safety there. It was worth seeing if she made another mistake, but we don't need to commit to her. Normally speaking, as a killer, it's always more attractive to go for someone that you've out of the hook, especially if they're injured. But it's not like this killer is like insanely good at ending chases super quick. This guy does have a toolbox, which means that if I leave him alone, he's also going to be a little bit difficult to deal with. Okay, also, never mind. In his screen, he was a little bit closer to the pallet. I'm going to use the chancel from really far. This is something that you generally do not want to use. You generally you don't want to do this because look, like I'm embarrassing myself here. Especially considering that he can chain this window into other pallets and stuff. We might have to leave him as well. Oh wow, yeah. You see the effects of using your chancel poorly. I would love to break that, but I also am really afraid of losing this guy and then not having anyone else. And the fact that the first gen went so quick in the background by Jeff is really scary as well. I'll play by this guy. Yeah, that's no surprise. Here's where I would block it if I could, but I can't. Nice. Okay, I think he did make a mistake. Okay, very important. If a survivor is medium vaulting a window, and that was a medium vault because he didn't like come with distance, right? That sort of hit is really consistent and really easy to do. Now you all understand the difference, right? Slow vault is when they don't press shift and it's very slow. Medium vault is when they press shift, but they are too close to the window. And fast vault is when they press shift, but they also run at it perpendicularly and get the quick animation, right? So the fast vault, it's almost impossible to hit them unless you're already on top of them. But the medium vault like that, it's easy to hit them. There's also a little trick that I do think works really well. Damn, dudes. Okay, this is gonna be a little silly, but... Oh, come on. And then there's a fourth type of vault, which is the finesse vault, which is with a perk from Lara Croft, which makes this even more difficult. But that's alright. That's completely fine. Can I... Oh! Yeah, let's just get rid of it. In that situation, since I already have my chainsaw half charge, I might as well go for it. Otherwise, I would just break it with a normal one. Okay, this is actually kind of crazy. Big fumble from Leon. He's under a pallet, but he should crawl under the pallet. If he crawled under the pallet, this could have been really difficult for me. Might be a good idea to put him in basement, because I can stay relatively far out of basement and make the unhook really nasty. And I also have a perk that will apply the other Scorch Hook from basement. Let's put him right here. Now remember, as a killer, if you stay very close to basement, like if I stay right here, yeah, sure, they can rescue, but I give the survivor anti-face camp. There is a system that allows the survivor to escape by themselves, even without help. This is Swimmers. I did not need to see that he had a toolbox to know that he had a toolbox. Yeah, there's a system that makes them unhook themselves if you are camping from really close. And, you know, we don't want to trigger it. But camping from here? Ah, that's completely fine. And the fact that we can kind of defend the gen while we do so, yeah, it's really nasty and not the most elegant part of this killer. But honestly, make them work for it. Make them work. Oh, deadlock. Okay. No hold barred. This is fine. I could... Alright. They don't want to go for it. They don't want to go for it. I'm going to show myself. Maybe he vaults. Oh, are they going? No, that was just Bill. Yeah, my perk is blocking that generator, which means I can... Yeah, no, this person's dead. I don't know why they even tried. They're gonna die here. Okay. So the timer is going to kill Leon. He's gonna die to the entity, and I'm gonna get another hook. Now, do I want to go basement or hook right next to the gen? I think both would be okay. I'll go here just in case Bill still has charges on his toolbox and he sabotages that or something. I'm gonna use Chancel for mobility here, which is something you can do if you're insane. Yeah, you see? You actually kind of gain distance over time. But that's alright. That's completely fine. We didn't catch him. That's okay. We're gonna kick this. And because these people have been so focused on doing gens fast, at the cost of literally everything else, this is kind of nasty for them. All we need to do is like bait them into giving me a quick down. Is this a quick down? There's a pallet there. I don't think so. Nice. That was good of them. I will break this. I don't have my full charges. That girl is dying in the hook closer faster than usual because of my perk. Do I use my chainsaw here? Will this work? Let's find out. That's unlucky. That's about the limit, chat. That's about the limit, unfortunately. I do notice that she didn't come out, though. Probably because she has... Oh, she's giving up. Okay. I'm not gonna do my job. Your job for me. Okay. Yeah, that's about the limit. Anything slower than that or anything closer than that, you get the down. And about that distance, you simply don't. Barbecue and chili showing me the aura of these survivors, which is awesome. I'm gonna go for Bill. Oh, I'm gonna go for Bill because we've already hooked him, so he cannot have any perk to unhook himself. Alright, and I think I can use my chainsaw here unless he has a pallet. He does. Nice. Sometimes you can hit a survivor as the Volta pallet. Here, I want to zone him. I know that... Okay, we're gonna do the same thing we practice. Okay, guys? Does it work? Does it work? Does it work? Oh, unlucky. To be fair, this guy is pretty smart. He wants to go very desperately into that gate. Can we let him or can we stop him? I don't think he'll make it. Yeah, he made it. He made a mistake. Very important, after you get it down, if there is a breakable or a pallet, you don't need to just stand in place. You can just go into the breakable wall or into the pallet to get a 2-for-1. Always makes you more efficient, right? There we go. Now, there are a few things in this match that I didn't really get to cover that might happen to you in your Bubba gameplay. So we're gonna have a quick look at their build, see if we can learn anything, even though we've kind of sussed out everything in this lobby, right? We kind of know everything. We know that 2 of them had dramaturgy. We know that 2 of them had very chase-oriented builds. I'm not so sure about Lara. And then the Jeff, I can tell you already, he's gonna have 4 perks to do gens faster, I suppose. That's why he was not involved in chase. Yeah, not quite, actually. Not quite. He had a pretty normal build without any particular goal. Yeah, no. I got a little bit carried away, I think. GG's. Yeah, this wasn't quite the obvious thing you'd expect. Good for them. Good for them. And yeah, Bill didn't even have dramaturgy. He just screamed from scene partner for some reason. Yeah. I will show you a few things that we didn't see in this match that might come up. They're quite important. Okay, we have a battery of facts that we didn't tell you all about. One thing that's really obvious is that even though I was talking to you about the anti-camp during the match earlier, the anti-camp, the moment all the gens are completed, doesn't work. So if you have a survivor on the hook, all you need to do with this killer, if you want to be a bit lame, is just sit in front of the survivor and just wait. And if a survivor comes by, you charge and bam. You can hit them, and then maybe you can even hit the survivor and then hit them twice and you'll get 2 downs. You know, or at least 1 down. So yeah, this killer is very good at camping, and in the end game, the anti-phase camp is disabled, so that is a really, really strong part of this killer's power. Now, one thing that I mentioned is that many Bubbas run the perk Bamboozle from the clown. It looks like this. It makes you vault a little faster. And if I'm not mistaken, I think it's 15 or 16 seconds of the window being blocked for survivors. So the reason why this is useful, I mean, it's quite obvious, right? Say I'm chasing a survivor in shack, I vault the window, they run around the shack, I'm chasing them, chasing them, chasing them. Well, now they can't take the window anymore. So at this point, I can start revving my chainsaw. And what they're gonna do is very simple. Either they're gonna go down, or they're gonna drop the pallet, and if they drop the pallet, I get rid of it. Ta-da! Simple. We've also been told by a very, very good Bubba main in our chat that if you, especially with add-ons, you can do a certain trick. So if Fong Ming could please come to the shack, let's play out this scenario, right? I'm gonna ask her to drop this pallet, and then after dropping the pallet, I want her to just run into the open and see what happens. This killer gets so quick that if you ever start your chainsaw, especially with this add-on, if you ever start your chainsaw, you can actually catch up to a survivor even with sprint bursts if you use your charges correctly. So you want to drop this pallet and then immediately run away. Let's find out. All right, so I'm going to immediately rev my chainsaw only with 2 charges, and let's see if that's enough. Okay, 1 is not enough, and 2 is just enough. And yeah, without add-ons, unless the survivor is a little clumsy, that shouldn't work. But hey, that is pretty powerful. And there's one more thing that will come up in your games and could throw you for a loop, but it's actually a lot more difficult than it looks for the survivor to pull off. And that is going into a locker, right? There are a few different scenarios where this could work in their favor. So let's say the survivor's in the open, right? Let's imagine that she's healthy for the sake of imagining. And I'm gonna use my chainsaw, and she's gonna run to Shack, and she's gonna go immediately into a locker, right? You wanna show us what that looks like? Now, if I'm a little stupid, well, that's not good. Like, you cannot down a survivor that's inside a locker, right? So you need to assess the situation a little bit carefully. Now, the first thing that's super obvious is if the survivor panics and they go into a locker while you're not even using your chainsaw, while you're still charging it, Fawn, could you please come out, run to the Shack, and then just go into it like an absolute turkey? Yeah, go do it. Just cancel it and just open it, you know? And if she comes out, you press M1 and it's an immediate grab, right? So either way, they're messed up. So if you are using your chainsaw and you're still not fully using it and you walk by a locker, expect the survivor to panic. And if they do, just cancel, grab them, easy peasy. That's the easy situation. Now, the other easy situation is if the locker itself is in the middle of nowhere. If the locker itself is in the middle of nowhere, for example, I mean, this one has a pallet nearby, so maybe it's not the best example. But yeah, let's say for example, this locker. Let's say that she goes in and I'm already using one of my chainsaw charges. What I can do is simply wait for it to end and that's it. And now when she comes out, I'm gonna grab her. Or if I can't grab her because I was a bit late, I'm just gonna use the chainsaw again and she's gonna go from healthy to down, right? If she's injured, obviously, just whack her with your hammer. But the problem is that if you use many charges, your cooldown at the end of the chainsaw is a bit longer. Let's see what that looks like. I'm gonna use all of them, okay? So please come out of the locker now. Look, it's a little slower. So in that time, maybe she could run away. Maybe she could make it to some other safety. Maybe, possibly, perhaps. So we need to be a bit careful, all right? If you've only used one, you can probably end it and be fine. But if you think you've used many, there's a couple things you could do. The first and simplest one is to simply bump into the locker. If you bump into the locker, the survivor has a very difficult task, okay? If they come out during the tantrum, right now, they're gonna get absolutely mauled to death. And they immediately die. So many survivors will do that, and they will fail. But what happens if they wait? What happens if instead of like coming too early, they come a little bit too late? Let's see what happens. Right, let's see what happens. I use all of my charges. Okay, no, don't come out, don't come out, don't come out, don't come out, don't come out. Okay, come out now. I can just grab her. I can just press M1, and as long as it's late enough, I will grab her. Now, there is a very tiny window, especially if you've used all of your charges, all three of them, where a survivor can theoretically come out before you can grab them, but after you're damaging frames. And some survivors are good at doing this. They can pull it off, right? So the basic idea is that you want to use as fewer charges as possible. If you use fewer charges, your tantrum is shorter. I know. And then it should be harder. So yeah, you try to time it. Try to come out at the perfect time. See if you can do it. Let's see. Can she do it? Can she do it? No, way too late. So yeah, just bump into the locker. Or if you think it's really easy, just avoid bumping into the locker if you only use one charge. Or stop charging your thing, and that's it. Really, there's nothing to it. The most important thing is to be aware of it and don't panic when it happens, all right? There are lockers consistently found on jungle gyms, on shacks, so they're everywhere. So survivors will often panic and use them. Most of the times, it will result in you still getting a down or an injury. So yeah, that's it with Bubba. Super simple. All that's really complicated is you getting really, really good at navigating maps. One thing that you can try to do, for example, is to, if you want to go, is to move your camera in a way that does not make it bump into something. So for example, if I want to hug this while I use my chainsaw, I can try to, like, you know, try to keep it away. You know when you're holding a baby and you're like lifting him above your head very carefully so you don't bump him into anything? Kind of the same thing. You take your chainsaw away, right? And be careful because the chainsaw can sometimes hit vertical obstacles. For example, when you go into basement, on some basements, this little thing right here can actually be so close that you hit it. And when you go into the bus, that can happen as well. There are not too many, but there are a few situations here and there where if you're not too careful, you will bump into things. There are also some unfortunate situations. For example, these little cow legs. Imagine, some maps, believe it or not, you will bump into invisible large hitboxes, right? And I could actually show you an example really quickly. So, for example, not every map, but a lot of maps have invisible hitboxes on the second floor of buildings that prevent killers from, like, I don't know, like glitching themselves on top of something. They don't want you to be on top of that pallet, for example, so they put invisible hitboxes. So even though there is physically nothing in the screen right now, look what's gonna happen if I use my chainsaw. So how can I deal with this? Well, there's a couple ways, right? The first one and most simple is to just delay it a little bit. Just use your chainsaw after you drop down, and now you're fine. And another one is to kind of, if you need to go down, is to drop and again protect your chainsaw. Like, think of it like a little baby that you're cradling, right? And as you drop down, you just look to the side, and bam, you can still use it. Bam. And now I kill this door. Bam. So yeah. This killer will sometimes be a little bit frustrating because of little inconsistencies and not hitboxes like that. But so, you know, it's part of like understanding how, like with experience, you will understand and you will learn some of these spots and hopefully you'll be able to avoid them. I think this is a really fun killer. Hope you'll give them a try. Let's move on to the next one. It's time to play the Huntress. Hi, Gaffine. Thanks so much for subscribing on Twitch. The Huntress is one of the most popular killers for beginners. I think she is the most popular killer at lower levels, or at least she used to be. And there's a very good reason why. She's very fun. That being said, she was the first killer that I played when I played DBD, if you want to know a fun fact about me. That being said, do not make the mistake that I made when I started playing Dead by Daylight. I only played Huntress, and this killer is a little bit special. She's not an M1 killer. Yes, she can do an M1 basic attack, but she moves a little bit slower than most killers. Just like Hack, she moves at 110% of a normal survivor running speed, or 4.4 meters a second. And she, even though she has a very small terror radius of 20 meters, she has a big lullaby. A lullaby is kind of like a special terror radius. It doesn't apply any perks from terror radius perks. It cannot be altered or removed in any way whatsoever. But it does play a sound that is the singing and the lullaby of the Hunters. So if I approach a survivor, we saw that there was a little cute Fong Min here. Right now she's hearing a heartbeat faintly. Right now she's hearing a heartbeat pretty strongly. But if I go 20 meters away, which is about this distance more or less, now she doesn't hear a heartbeat, but she does hear the la na 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 na, Bayu, whatever, Russian, right? So this killer, unlike other characters, cannot use stealth perks extremely well. She can try and she can be confusing, but she's not gonna be completely undetectable like other characters. Keep that in mind. And because she's a little bit slower, you do not chase as well in common loops. So for example, can you please loop us, Mrs. Fang Min, as well as you can? Things that other killers would maybe be fine. Like for example here, I'm catching up. Oh no, she makes it to the pallet. Oh, am I gonna get her? Oh, I'm closing. Oh, I almost got her. Okay, I got her. But with another killer, I would have caught her a little bit sooner, right? And if she was playing with a little bit of speed perk or whatever, it could be really difficult. This killer will struggle. One of the #1 things that are important with this killer is to understand that much like Hag or much like Nurse, you cannot play her like any other normal killer. Sometimes you can, but you cannot play the whole game like any other killer. You have to use your power. You can see on the bottom left that we have a counter of how many hatchets we have on hand. It's always going to be 7 unless you have some special add-on, which can change it. Now, I want to ask you a question. If I have 0 add-on... What was that? It didn't even come up. If I have 0 hatchets, I pretty much never want to start a chase. Unless that person is out of the injured and in a really bad spot and I know I can just run them down and hit them. Generally speaking, if I have 0 hatchets, I will never start a chase. I will go to a locker, which will be highlighted when I'm out of ammo, and open it and reload. That being said, sometimes in this game, time is precious, and if I'm chasing a survivor that's out of the injured, and I don't think they're the best survivor in the world, sometimes 2 hatchets is fine. You know, I'm gonna chase her. Go, run. Get the hell away from here. Okay, I'm gonna chase her. Okay, I'm gonna hold my hatchet, and she's dead. Perfect. Beautiful. Now I can get the hook, and after a hook, I can get a quick reload, right? And now this saved me having to reload twice. And now I go for someone else. So if you feel confident that you can wrap up the chase with 2 or 3 hatchets and you have 2 or 3 hatchets, that's completely fine. All right. But other than that, try to reload and try to have hatchets when you start your chases. Every time you hook, look at your hatchets. Oh, you have 6? You wasted only 1? That's okay. No need to reload. You have 5 and everyone's injured? You'll probably get away with it. You have 4 and everyone's healthy? You're at the point where if you make a couple mistakes, that could really hurt you. So maybe go reload, right? So understanding when to reload and when not to is quite important. You don't want to do it more often than you need, and you don't want to neglect it, because what can happen if you run out of hatchets is that if a survivor notices, they're going to run you like a normal killer, but it's going to be so much easier to loop you, and it's going to be really, really awful. So outside of that, how do we use our power? When we hold the power button, we charge a hatchet, and we can also press the attack button, the normal attack button, to cancel it. So if you ever think something and you're like, actually, nah, I lost my chance, just cancel it. Just cancel it. There's no shame in it. The survivors hear both the this, they hear that. So even if they don't see you, they can kind of hear you through a wall. And they also hear the shilling. What is that shilling? That shilling tells you that your hatchet is fully charged. Without charging a hatchet, as you can see, they don't fly very straight. You see how it hit the floor? But what happens if I charge it? They fly very straight. They don't fall very down. So, for example, if Fogmin was working on this generator up there, what would I want to do? Well, I mean, if I'm really close, I could charge it very little like this, and that might hit her. If I'm really, really far, that's not going to fly. If I'm really, really far, I will need to charge it quite a bit and then go for it. And then I only need to aim a little bit higher, and that will be a hit. Just keep in mind that survivors are not stupid and they can crouch underneath your hatchets. And if they're behind a generator, you cannot really hit them very easily. So here, for example, like if I was in this angle, this is hopeless. Not to mention that survivors are not stupid. Now, I want the survivor to stay right here, okay? One thing that you need to understand is that a survivor's hitbox is a pill. And that pill is, even though the survivor animation sometimes leans forward, especially when they're injured and they run, that pill sits a little bit in their spine. So the survivor hitbox is not on her head, it's actually centered more on her hips or her butt. So knowing that, I actually do not want to aim at her head or at her chest or the center or her belly button or her center mass. I actually kind of want to aim at the space above her, her lower back or her butt. So knowing that, from here, I actually can get a hit. Even though it looks like I cannot hit her head. Hold up, I'm gonna use a reticle to aim. I can actually aim around here, and that's gonna be a hit. Do you see? Do you see? That didn't even look like it should hit, right? I'm gonna tell you a little secret that is really, really important. The hitbox on the hatchet has 2 hitboxes. One of them is small to determine whether the hatchet goes through. So, for example, hold up, let's aim a bit higher. Oh, I'm out of hatchets. I just remembered. So the actual traversal hitbox is pretty small. And you can do things like this. A little bit higher, maybe. Maybe. There you go. Well, that looked really weird, but that's this killer being a bit buggy. So some certain small gaps, it's a case per case. Some small gaps like this, I can shoot through, for example. Right? However, the actual hurting hitbox that does connect with survivors, that one's actually larger. So that's why you can actually hit survivors very, very, very generously around corners. So I can probably hit a survivor that I don't even see in some situations. And I can show you some examples of that. I'm gonna show you a really crazy example, all right? Mr. Survivor, imagine that you're running away from me and you run here, and as you run, you are right over here. Look. Just be behind that wall. Even though I can barely see the... Yeah. Do you see how the survivor, when they run, you don't even see the hitbox because they lean forward, right? So look, if the survivor runs, I barely see her. If she was 1 inch shorter, I wouldn't see her. But guess what? Even though I don't see her, her hitbox still is large. So I can actually, Like, even if she's like, run back, run side to side, run side to side. I think I can show you. Like, that's still a hit. So you can take advantage of the fact that hitboxes are very, very, very large. For example, if a survivor is unhooking, a survivor that is on the hook and someone is unhooking, you don't aim at the survivor that is unhooking because they lean forward. You aim at their butt. You can even aim like half a meter behind them and you will hit them. So this is very important. Also, this also has some very important implications. Mr. Survivor, could you pretty please come over here on the side and run down this little tight corridor? In this corridor, I guarantee you, this survivor has almost no room. Right? If I aim on one of the sides, Fawn, could you come back, please, and just wait by the grass? Yeah. Could you please hug one of the walls? Like, not that one which is open. Yeah, like this. Obviously, if she hugs the left and I aim all the way to the right, I'm gonna miss. And the other way around too. If she hugs the right and I aim all the way to the left, hug the right, I'm gonna miss. But because the hitboxes are so wide, you want to, generally speaking, aim to the middle. Right? Very similar to some of the other killers. Here, I will aim at the middle, and it's pretty much always gonna hit her. Pretty much. Right? So, take advantage of the fact that the hitboxes are, generally speaking, very wide. And bam. That would be pretty much a guaranteed down. Pretty much. Right? So, take advantage of that. Now, there are varying degrees of how to use your hatchets. And just like in the movie Leon the Professional, we could start about the simplest one, which is actually from a distance. From a distance, these are the simplest ones to explain. You do this if you have nothing to lose, if you want to show off, and for the fun of it. If you see a survivor with your auto-reading perk, and they're working a gen, and they seem oblivious, and you want to go for a fun shot, you charge it up, aim a little bit higher, bam, easy hit. And if it lands, awesome. And if you miss, I mean, maybe you lose one hatchet, but if you can afford it and you're not super short on hatchets, why not, right? You were gonna reload anyway, why not? So going for distance shots like that from afar is fine. Just do it occasionally. This killer can only be played from a distance if survivors make mistakes. If a survivor is smart, they're gonna go behind a large hitbox, like behind that hook, and there is absolutely nothing I can do to hit them. Like, come on. At this point, they need to try really hard to get hit. And they can also react, especially if it's not fully charged. Keep in mind that if it's fully charged, a hatchet not only flies in a more straight line, it also goes twice as fast. Look how fast that goes. If I don't charge it very much, it's so slow, they can pretty much on reaction just duck out of the way, right? So go for cool shots from a distance and do crazy things like throwing it all the way up. Do crazy shots, but only every now and then when you feel like being fun. When we're talking a bit more like medium distance, there's also a time and a place. If I am medium distance, but the survivor has very few options, holding a hatchet might not be a bad idea. So what could you define as very few options? Here, for example, survivor, could you please come here? Exactly where I am. Let's imagine that we come to the edge of the map and someone flashlight saves this girl and she runs away. And right now she has very few options here. She has, let's analyze it real quick. She has a pallet here and she has a window there. So obviously one of the easiest ways to hit a survivor is when they're locked in animation. When they are vaulting, they cannot parry the hatchet, they cannot dodge out of the way. They're kind of like stuck mid-animation, right? So in a situation like this, from a medium distance, let's consider this medium distance. If she, like, I can tell her, go for the pallet or for the shack window, and either way she's gonna die. Let's try it. Go for it. Right? If she vaults, she's gonna die. I release and she's dead. What she will likely do is fake it. She will likely run to the pallet and then pretend that she's gonna vault and then no vault, but in the meantime, I'm getting closer. So yeah, let's try it again. Let's do it again. So I hold it. Does she do it? Does she do it? Does she do it? You fool! You fool! And then you release it. Oh, she's done me. That's a little perk in case you're wondering what that animation was. So yeah, you could even like cancel if the survivor is too close and you just want to save it, or release and they die. So if you anticipate that the survivor is going to use an animation or vault a pallet, or if they're gonna go into like a situation like this, right? If they're gonna go into a complete bottleneck where they cannot dodge side to side, then even from a distance, it can be a good idea to use a hatchet. But outside of these two scenarios, most of the times, hatchets are used from up close. And it's very, very simple. Why would you want to use a hatchet from up close? Let's explain. When you attack a survivor with a basic attack, you go on a almost 3-second long cooldown where you are very, very slow and the survivor makes a lot of distance. So if this survivor is healthy and I hit her, she's gonna run all the way to whatever the hell she wants to go. But if I hit her with a hatchet, my cooldown is very short, I don't lose much distance, and I can just run her down. So even though this killer is range, one of the strongest things that the Huntress can do is actually get close enough to hit you, and instead of hitting you, I mean, if you're injured, just whack her. But if she's healthy, instead of hitting you, actually hit you with a melee distance hatchet, and then follow it up with either another hatchet or a quick double tap. And that is very, very important. Now, obviously, when you get close to a survivor, it's going to be similar to when we talked about back reps on the Hillbilly. When you get close to a survivor and you pull up your hatchet, the survivor is going to try to spin in all kind of crazy different ways and juggle in all kinds of different ways. Fong, you want to demonstrate? Like they're gonna try to dodge, right? And you need to just remember, the hitbox is closer to their butt. So do not look at their head spinning in circles quickly. Just look at their core, look at their torso, and aim a little bit behind them. You will hit them every single time. Now, what do we want to do? At the start of the game, we are aware that we don't have great stealth. So we want to be extremely, extremely careful about our pathing. If I were to spawn right here on Shack, and I suspect that survivors are behind the main building, which in Badham is this school right here, what I should not be doing is wasting my time. Like, because I'm such a slow killer, and I have such a big not a terrorist, but a lullaby, if I suspect that they're over there, I do not have the luxury of like, hey guys, let's check around. Oh, nice barrel. Oh, nice shot. Ooh, I love basketball. Oh, this reminds me of my youth and my first date when I went for a picnic. Oh. Then you see a survivor across the map. Then they see you, then they start running away, and then you catch up, very slowly. You don't want that. You don't want that. Other killers that have stealth or that move very quickly, like Wraith, which does both, they can afford to go around. They can afford to take unusual paths because they're so quick that maybe they'll find a survivor there, and if they don't, they traverse it really quickly. And when they do find a survivor, the survivor has no warning of where they might be. But the Huntress, you need to be very, very deliberate. You want to take paths that increase your visibility. So if I want to check behind school, I will go down this street, and I will check. Scratch marks there? No. Any signs of survivors? Any crows flying off? No. Any survivor over there? Oh, that looks like a survivor. Is that a sable? No, it's actually a trash bin. Okay. Oh, I see scratch marks. All right. So you want to take the paths that would let you see the most. And also, when we make a build, we will be sure to add a few perks here and there that help us know if we are getting close to a survivor or that help us point us in the right direction. So, as a general rule, remember, when you hold your hatchet, you slow yourself down a little bit until you release it. So, one of the worst things that you can do with this killer is go to round loops and keep holding your hatchet. So, this loop right here is kind of like a round loop, right? And it's a little awkward because other than this little gap here, we cannot really shoot over it, right? So Fong, could you please run this loop around the tires? Let's imagine that this gap doesn't exist, okay? I'm gonna chase her, and remember, I'm a bit slower than most killers. So, does she drop the pallet? No, she doesn't, okay. I'm catching up. Does she drop the pallet? Oh, she doesn't, okay. Oh, I'm losing chase. Hold up, I lost chase. Okay, I lost chase. Okay, I'm still here. Okay, she's gonna drop the pallet this time. She's gonna drop the pallet. 100% she's gonna drop it. Okay, she didn't drop the pallet. 4 times the charm, she didn't drop the pallet. I'm catching up, guys. I'm catching up. Does she drop the pallet? And that's how you uninstall in this video game, right? So, what are the lessons? What has happened here? 2 things, if you pay attention. Number 1, because I am 110, I'm not catching up as quickly. Because I hold up my hatchet, I'm slowing myself down even more than that. And holding the hatchet also prevents bloodlust from building up. Bloodlust is that mechanic that happens when you're in chase and you're not using your power that makes you faster over time. So because all of this is happening, I am literally never, ever catching up. If this was a bigger rock, this might as well be an infinite. So when you are in a loop like this, where you don't have any ability to hit over, here we do, because you could technically go for that, right, if you're brave. But if you don't have the ability, very simple, run it down. If you think the survivor is super, super panicky, and you have a 99% chance in your brain that they're gonna drop it, then when you get to a pallet and they drop it, then you do this. And then when they drop it, you let it go, and they go down. Right, because you can shoot over the pallet. You can, yeah, you would do this, and then they go down. But do not let the survivor turn you crazy and keep running, because the high-level survivors understand that you can mind game yourself. So in a situation like this, if I kind of use my power, very simple, just chase it. Just chase it down. Chase it down, and at most, after 1 or 2 loops, they will have to drop the pallet. And when they drop the pallet, now you will chase them into another pallet, and maybe this other pallet is not so good. See, this pallet is not so good, for example. Here, if the survivor tries anything funny, I can just hold my hatchet and bam, use it over this car. So yeah, pallets like this, do not overcomplicate it, just run through them. One very important part of almost every outdoor map is shack. If a survivor ever chases you into shack, one thing that you can remember is that most entrances to shack are either the window or the door, which is it's basically a bottleneck, right? So from a distance, remember, I could hold my hatchet, and 9 times out of 10, the survivor is going to run to the window and then, or to the door, and then fake it, right? They're gonna fake it. Because if they go through, I'm gonna actually hit them. But what happens if the survivor has a little bit more distance on you? There are a couple principles that are worth remembering. If we're approaching the shack from this side, the pallet side, we can try to go for like this, and if we see that she's gonna vault the window, go inside and vault the window, if you don't mind. Like if we see that her item disappears and she's vaulting the window, we could do this, and now she's probably gonna die, right? Or at least it's a good shot. And when you chase a survivor in this direction, this is super important, okay? Phone, could you please wait here on the floorboards? If a survivor is running at full speed, and by the time you chase them around this, you do not see them, it's too late. Don't bother. In this situation, Phone, could you please be right here? Yeah, let's chase around, and then you go and vault the window, okay? Chase around, and yeah, you can go over the pallet, and yeah, you go around, end up in the same spot. Yeah. In a situation like this, I'm gonna let her get further. Hold up. Yeah. Let's see. I don't even see her, so it's too late. I'm too late. Ah. So that's too late. But if you are close enough that by the time, go ahead, you go around the corner, you see her at the door, then you should try your hatchet, because you will probably get her. I was a tiny bit late there, but you get the idea. So let's run it one more time. Do I see her? Come on. Yeah, like this. Yeah, here, hold hatchet. If she goes, you release. If she goes for the pallet, you hold it, and then when she's on the pallet, release. And that's it. Sometimes there will be a generator in shack, and you can better be confused, but don't worry. You hold the hatchet, watch, okay? Manga, bam. You got it. So those are some of the basic ideas. There really isn't anything more complex than that. It gets pretty difficult. Survivors have known how to play against this killer ever since the game came out, pretty much. Or at least a year and a half after the game came out, because she wasn't default. So many survivors, even average survivors, know how to play against Huntress. But don't worry, she is so strong that if you play her even though perfectly, you will still do really well. Let's see what build we can give her to get you started. Okay, so when building for the Huntress, we need to remember that most of the times we will be using our special attack, our hatchets. We sometimes will use basic attacks, but not all the time. So perks that work from basic attacks, they're not the best on her. So perks like, for example, Know It, which is good on most killers, not super necessary on her. Perks like Say the Best for Last, not super necessary on her. Perks like Devour Hope or any insta-down perk, really, not super necessary on her. Information perks, on the other hand, are really, really good. I personally think that if you learn how to use Whispers, it can be an okay first perk, but don't use this perk on level 1 and level 3. Level 2, only in level 3. But you know what? I think this perk is really outdated, and most people don't even want to bother, so we're going to run Bitter Murmur. Whenever a generator is done, we will see the people running away from it and know more or less where they're headed, which is good information. Might also help us to snipe them from afar. At the end of the game, it shows me the auto of everyone as well, which, again, for a killer that is slow and doesn't have a lot of stealth, is pretty good. Then we have No Holds Barred, amazing perk, Scorch, Hook, Weeping Wounds, amazing perk. This perk slow down their generator progress and their healing progress a little bit without us really doing anything. We just need to hook on a white hook every now and then. And that's it, really. We also use Lullaby. It's a bit of an annoying hex that can make skill checks a bit harder for beginners. This is really good because beginner survivors are really bad with skill checks. I think that Huntress gets a lot better when you give her perks from other characters that are free. So for example, if we go Nurse, Nurse's Calling is an excellent perk for her. Finding people healing is awesome. Agitation can be great from the Trapper to put people in basement, which is really good at defending, or to put them closer to other gens, waste less time while you hook. This is great. Brutal Strength is also never bad on her. Enduring, if you are afraid of pallets, can also be a way to make you lose that fear from the Hillbilly. Predator can also be great if you lose a survivor in chase, which happens sometimes. You can see their aura, you can even snipe them or at least keep track of them in case you actually lost them. So all of these perks are awesome, but let's assume that you have none of them. And I mean none of them. This build hopefully will be serviceable. Oh, Hag as well. Yeah. If you have Hag, like Ruin can be amazing. Third Seal can be quite crippling against some teams. So yeah, you have a lot of stuff that you can go for. But even with nothing, this should be all right. As for add-ons, all right, there's an add-on that makes her hatchets insta-down, but you only get one. Try it at some point if you want, but this is not something you should start with. It's actually a good idea to throw multiple hatchets so you can learn them. There's no point in reloading after every hatchet. It's a really bad learning add-on. She also has add-ons that change the speed of her hatchets, the Rose Root and the Yellowed Cloth. I don't recommend them. And add-ons that increase how fast she pulls up her hatchet, which are the Mana Grass Braid and the Flowered Babushka. The only problem with these add-ons, they are not bad, but they will mess with your muscle memory. I've seen a lot of killer players, and I generally have seen this. They run these add-ons so often, one day they take them off, and they don't know how to play the game. So I would recommend that you learn the basic Huntress, use add-ons that don't change anything too much, right? When it comes to her wind-up, how quickly she readies up her hatchet, and then you can experiment with this. Add-ons that I think are pretty safe. Any add-on that inflicts a status effect is fine. Any add-on that makes them exhausted is fine. Add-ons that give you auto reading on hitting them are fine. This add-on is actually pretty nasty. It removes your terror radius. You still have a lullaby, but survivors often rely on your terror radius to know when you're really close, and without it, it can mess with them. This happens when you reload. These add-ons that gave you a bit faster when you hit someone, they're probably not bad, not great either. And the two add-ons that are really underrated are the halves, the brown half and the green one. These add-ons make it so that when you hit a survivor with your hatchet, or even not when you hit, when you toss a hatchet, you can toss the next one sooner, or you can attack sooner, or you can move again at normal speed sooner. These add-ons are so ridiculously strong, especially for their low rarity. With each of them, you save 0.2 seconds or 0.1 second, which is super big if you can believe it. There's also some add-ons that inflict some status effects or that make the survivors a bit louder. They're not bad. You can almost not go wrong. There's also one that makes you reload a little bit faster. This one's not very strong, but it's very simple, so we're gonna use this one, okay? Let's ready up for this match and see how it goes. All right, we have a fairly outdoors map. This is the corner of it. Most of the gens are pretty far away. So again, we're gonna take a path that will hopefully give me the best chance to see people, even though it's so bright and it's hard to see. Yeah, I generally struggle. I do see some scratch marks here already. And it looks like we have a survivor. All right, beautiful. Let's chase him. This is one of those places that, as I told you, you cannot shoot over. I'm gonna run through it. And look, the survivor got greedy, and I'm gonna get a hit. Wait, they got very greedy. I'm gonna get more than a hit. And as I told you, that is the power of melee hatchets. Perfect. Okay, that one had to be a bit precise there. She got greedy twice. And the thing is, after being greedy the first time, she should have stayed in the loop. If she stayed in the loop, I would have hit her with a basic attack. But because she went so in the open, I actually had the opportunity to go for something more than that, which was a hatchet in the open. Did you stay here, buddy? I didn't see you. Maybe he started walking this way? Wow, I really lost him. I thought he was gonna do something really crazy and out of this world. I found him. I'm gonna pretend I haven't seen him, chat. Remember what I said? To aim really much to the left? It works. That's what I did for that guy. I hit her, she's fresh off the hook, so she doesn't go down. And that is A-okay. She's being a little bit careless here. And I think this would be a really good time to reload. But it's okay, she's gonna hit me with a certain perk, and she's gonna waste it, watch. Oh, she didn't fall down. Maybe she doesn't waste it. She ran me pretty well there. Excellent job by her. We lost the generator. She has to drop down here. Cancel. Dead hard. And she disconnects in 3 seconds. Unless she's playing with friends. In which case, maybe she's less likely to disconnect. That's alright. Thank you for your patience. Let's put her on a white hook so that she gets the anti-heal effects from whipping wounds. Why not? It's not super nice to go for a survivor right off the hook. But I mean, if they play it like this and they make a mistake, why the hell not? It's not your job to make it easy for them. Right, so this generator got blocked for a little bit. We could kick it, see if we find anyone. We don't have a lot of info perks outside of Bitter Murmur. So unfortunately, we don't find anyone, but that's all right. We'll come back. We don't need to go for Nia, but it would be nice to go for someone else. Beautiful. This girl is in the open. I'm going to get really, really close. Really, really close and do a melee distance hatchet. Not around the corner, but here. Notice that if she walks into me, I step back a little bit and no problem. Here she's injured. Go for a basic attack. No need to use a hatchet there. Unless there were other survivors nearby and I want to do as much damage per second as possible. If survivors were coming out of like basement or something, it is maybe a good idea to do hatchet, 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 hatchet. And you do more quote unquote DPS, if that's a term you can use in this game. Unfortunately, the Hanato stayed injured, which against killer like this has implications. You can be sniped. I knew that he was not going to be easy to hit. I figured that he would get a bit too close. And remember, the hitboxes are generous. So if you fully charge a hatchet, very difficult time to react to it. Very difficult chance. It's going to be a... Oh, hi. Beautiful. I hit the Jonah. I can go for a crazy shot here. No, she's behind something. We could hit the Jonah if we can. Let's see. Does he go for the shack? He does. Hold it. Hold it. He's gonna... Ah! We lost it. One more chance. One more chance, chat. Beautiful. Almost there, guys. Right. This is the point where this chase is not very beneficial to us. And I'll explain why. There we go. This guy has never been hooked. We are 2 gens. Everyone else is either dead on hook or will be dead on hook soon. So hooking this guy is kind of a nice guy thing to do. But what can I say? We're feeling really nice, so we're gonna hook him. If I was playing a bit more seriously, maybe I would think to myself, maybe it's better to go for one of the other survivors. But it's okay. We see that that generator is blocked. That's my perk, no holds barred or deadlock, depending. That tells me that this gen is the one with most progress. We have this gen, and this gen over here. These 3 gens, we could try to bunker down here. Yeah, this one's quite progress. Still regressing though, from the last time we kicked it. Wait, no, it's not. I don't know why I thought it was. Having some perk to find survivors around now would be amazing. The survivor that is dead on hook most likely is gonna play very carefully. The other ones, maybe not so much. And they have a boon here. Anytime you see a blue skull like this, this means it's kind of like a counter hex. It's a perk that gives an effect in the area that makes the survivors a little bit stronger or harder to track, or they heal sooner. Stuff like that. Just keep it in mind. If you can destroy it, maybe destroy it. They can set it up multiple times, so it is a bit annoying. Hey guys, what's up? I'm struggling to find people. Maybe cancel real quick. This is the type of rock that's a little bit difficult to play around. Remember, do I see him when he goes into the shack? Yeah, I can hold hatchet here. Remember, he's gonna... Do you see? Beautiful. I tried to mung him there, but I think he might have just held forward. I see him. Beautiful. I can hold it. He's gonna try to dodge to the right. He's too smart. He didn't dodge. We're gonna go back, see if he mangames himself. By walking into shack, he does. That hard. Notice that because I'm so slow, if he goes around the... loops around the generator, I might never hit him. So what I do is I do a little fake out. Pretend to go counterclockwise and go clockwise, or the other way around. These 2 girls are super important. I need to let her see me with 3rd person, make her think I'm going to the right, then I come to the left and she doesn't start running the other direction. And there she is. If I can down this girl quickly, this game is over for them. She'll fake it? No, she won't. Pretend to cancel, pretend to go the other way. I'll go for an attack. Why? Remember, this is one of those pallets that if I hold the hatchet, I cannot shoot over it, and it's going to be a disaster, so... Oh, that would have been beautiful. That would have been beautiful as well. They are setting up a boon someplace. It would have been nice if we pulled that off. This is tricky. This is tricky. I have 1 hatchet. Oh, she made a mistake. Dead heart. We're gonna cancel it. She's got dead heart. She's gonna use it right about now. Okay. There it is. Hi, Renato, what's up? He might have a flashlight or something. Maybe that's why he's sticking around. Alright, let's find out. Oh no, they didn't pull it off. Okay, she said, I imagine that main or nearby is being done by the person that's injured. I'm not gonna go for this girl. She still has 2 hook stages. I want to defend these gens. Ooh, damn. Bitter Murmur's gonna show me everyone's aura. We know which one gate they're gonna try to use, and we also know what we're doing here. I see his aura. I honestly... That was my chance to down him, I think. He's greedy, he's greedy, he's greedy. He's dead on hook, so I could hook him. Unfortunately, the other guys, for all we know, that guy healed, corner of the map. He healed, and he must have taken a little while, and he was injured not too long ago. I'm gonna take my chances to find the Jonah going around towards the gate from here. There he is, perfect. We predicted that perfectly, beautiful. We saw the HUD, we saw that he was injured. We can catch him before he makes it to the exit gate. Very important. We aim at their butt a little bit to make this. Oh, he has overcome. That's such a good perk. Does he have a teammate to help him out? He doesn't. If this girl had stepped out a little bit to take a hit for him, she would have been able to help him. Unfortunately, she is a bit of a lousy teammate and didn't help him very much. I haven't found her, even though I know that she's around. Let's try to hook him, otherwise he's out. The other gate is closed, 100%. We know this girl opened this gate and has not had a lot of time to get out. Well, I have a question. Where did she go? Well, she's already healed. Oh my god, I could have gotten head on or something. I have a question. How did she heal so quickly with a flashlight? By getting inner strength from a locker. Without a medkit, you can't really heal so quickly, so the only option, realistically, was Inner Strength, a perk from Nancy Wheeler that heals you after doing a totem. And the only logger we could find was there. That was so stupid. Why would she do that? Why would she do that? I got scared because I figured that out a few seconds ago, and I thought maybe she had head on and she could stun me, and then they both walk out. So that's a little scary. If you can avoid walking in front of lockers, if you have to, you do it. But if you suspect that someone's in a locker, a perk from Jane Romero, head on, could stun you. Watch out. Oh yeah, what a crazy game. Okay then. LMAO. Sorry guys. You just... Right. So yeah, this is Overcome. A really good perk for beginners, by the way. When you get hit, that normal speed boost that you get is actually extended quite a bit. And he almost single-handedly saved this guy. That's not oomph. I'm sorry. Person with a very suspicious name. But yeah, are there any big things that we forgot to cover in this match? I am sure of it. I'm sure we forgot at least one important thing. But hopefully you've learned some of the basics and you have fun with this killer, which is as simple as she is fun. Alright, it's time to play Freddy. Freddy has been reworked many times. If you watch some videos from olden times, he used to be really bad, then used to be really good, then used to be really bad, and now honestly he's in a really good spot. And his power is more complex than ever. I'm going to be using 2 add-ons to explain 2 specific scenarios, but let's pretend that I have no perks, no add-ons. Let's talk about it all. Now, the thing to know about this killer is that in almost every aspect, he is an M1 killer. M1 killers are described as killers that mostly down you and chase you with their M1, mouse 1 basic attack, this. And they typically move at the normal speed of 4.6 meters a second, which this killer does. They normally have a 32 meter radius, which this killer kind of has. And the normal stun, normal launch, normal everything. So what that means is that this is a great killer to play when you've already played some of the killers like him. So you played a lot of Trapper, you played a lot of Myers, you played a lot of Wraith. This killer is gonna feel pretty natural. But he's far more complex than any of the other M1 killers that we've seen, so there's a lot to learn. Now, this killer has arguably 3 different powers, okay? And he also has a passive ability. The passive ability is sleepiness. Survivors become asleep over time. When a survivor is asleep, they are susceptible to your other abilities, and they glow blue like this. But they can find clocks around the map that will make them awake. Also, if they awake themselves with a clock, they will have a small period of invulnerability. This means that no matter what I do to them, they are not falling asleep while they have a yellow icon on the HUD. Do you see the yellow icon on her face? This girl is functionally impossible to put to sleep. All right? It's like a newborn baby. They do not shut up. It's impossible to make them rest. Okay. Now, after a little while, the yellow period is going to end, and she's going to fall asleep over time. There are a few things that you can do to make them fall asleep faster. If you hit them with your snares, which we'll talk about in a minute, they fall asleep quicker. If you blow up a fake pallet, which we'll talk about in a minute, this also makes them fall asleep quicker. Like so. Right? And if you teleport to a generator or anything else and they are nearby, that also makes them fall asleep quicker. Yeah, feel free to wake up. It's completely fine. Right? And if you hit them, they also fall asleep immediately. That one is immediate. However, remember, if they are yellow, that none of those things work. While they are yellow, they are 100% immune, and it's 30 seconds, except with some add-ons. There are also other ways that survivors can wake up. If there's two of them, they can slap each other in the face a little bit, and they wake each other up. Also happens if they miss a skill check. So, Mrs. Fongmin, could you please go on that generator? We're gonna help you fall asleep. We're gonna teleport. That makes her fall asleep quicker. We're gonna send a snare. We'll explain what they do in a second. That's gonna make her fall asleep quicker. We're gonna blow up this fake pallet, and if she's nearby, that's gonna make her fall asleep quicker. Okay. Now, could you please miss a skill check? Thank you. That is also a way to wake up. Notice that when she's in the HUD, when we look at the HUD, she has a little bit of like aura around her. That means she's asleep. But she's gonna wake up when she misses a skill check, and that will disappear. So that's how I can know, other than her being blue and being bright, that's one way to know that she's woken up. All right, let's see if they get lucky and they get a skill check. Any time now, any day now. Statistically, we could be here 5 years and never see it. She's gonna complete this gen and not get a single skill check. Thank you, behavior. We'll be back in after the commercial break. Skim. Please, Fongmin, could you please scratch your nose? We've been told to scratch your nose. You're not serious, dude. You're not serious. It's gonna complete the gen without missing a Oh, she's actually gonna complete the... What is going on? Okay, so she woke up. But if you wake up in this manner, you do not get the yellow immunity. So I could now just attack her, and look, that would immediately put her to sleep, okay? So very important to understand the difference. Now, let's talk. Let's forget about you. Go heal somewhere else. I don't want to see you. Not after that. Let's talk about the simplest ability of Freddy. The dream projection. Okay? The teleport. The dream projection allows you to teleport to any generator in the game, and you will appear next to it. You can also cancel it. Let's cancel it. You see a little white aura letting you know more or less what you're going to look at. And this is quite important because when you appear, if you're in the middle of a chase, you can have to readjust yourself, right? So that's quite important. Notice that if I cancel it, it still goes on a pretty big cooldown. So canceling, it's something that you can do. For example, if I'm chasing a survivor and they're going towards this gen and it's a bit of a dead end and I teleport and I see that they're running back to me, then just cancel and whack them, right? But yeah, let's teleport for real and see what happens. When you have the ability to teleport, you will see that there's an arrow and it switches to the center that is closest to your screen. It can be this one, it can be this one. Once you start, don't worry, if you look away, it doesn't matter. It's already locked in. Bam. Ta-da! Generators that are completed, they typically don't show up in the map for a killer, but while you have your ability, you will see them in color white to let you know that that generator is completed. Generally speaking, you don't want to teleport to generators that are completed because survivors are not, generally speaking, going to be there, but occasionally it could be useful, right? So when do you teleport? The answer is in between chases. Anytime you can. Anytime you have information from a perk or your own intuition, and anytime that you know that you're in a really bad spot. Say, for example, that overall survivors were on that side of the map, and I am chasing this girl, right? And she does a really good job, and she goes down in the corner of the map, right over there. So, Fong, could you please do that? Yeah. She goes over there, she goes down, right? And oh my god, I'm so far. Right? So I'm gonna down her here, I'm gonna pick her up, I'm gonna go to the closest hook, and I'm gonna hook over here, and then I'm gonna teleport all the way across the map. And at this point, if I see a survivor, I'll get a hit. Beautiful. If not, maybe I'll kick this generator, especially if I have a perk for it. And now I will go around and try to find another survivor. So for map mobility, you can use it. In chase, you can kind of use it as well. Survivors do hear a sound effect, but sometimes survivors are a little stupid. Sometimes you can see a survivor run into this building. You see that they go up, you start teleporting, and you appear right next to them. So if you are a little bit creative, you can use it in chase as well. Now, very, very important. There are 2 add-ons that allow Freddy to also teleport to things other than generators, right? And that is the class photo, which allows you to teleport to exit gates, like this. You will not teleport at the exit gate itself, but instead somewhere nearby. And there's also a special one named the Paint Thinner. This works if a survivor breaks one of your illusory palettes. We'll talk about this in a minute. So, Fawn, could you please... oh, hold up, I'll make you fall asleep. Oh, I can't. Yeah, please get blown up by this pallet if you don't mind. Yeah, beautiful. Could you please drop this pallet? Yeah, you see this heartbeat? This means that I can teleport to her. And it's a really quick one too. Hold up. Hold up. Do it one more time, just so I can show it. Yeah. And look at that. Wow. It's not as strong as it sounds. Normally, these 2 add-ons, they don't come into play very much, but I just wanted to explain that that's 2 options. Then on top of that, there's another thing that survivors do that will allow you to teleport directly onto them. And this only happens if they are asleep. And that is if they are healing themselves or someone else. Fawn, could you please go to the corner of the map in the middle of nowhere and just start healing over there? Yeah, somewhere where there's clearly no generators, just to showcase what it's like. Yeah, if you see a heartbeat and you're like, oh, what is that? That is a survivor healing. Either themselves or somebody else. And you can teleport to it. And you will appear somewhere randomly within about 12 meters. If you are healing as a survivor and you see this little dust coming from your feet, that means that the killer can teleport to you. And even if you don't teleport, even if your cooldown is not ready, paying attention to this is very important. If I hook a survivor and I know that another survivor is on the ground, and then I see a heartbeat and I know that it's the other 2 healing each other, well, even if I can teleport, now I know exactly where to go to make that team really, really hurt. So this is a great source of teleportation, but also, more importantly, a great source of information. The way that survivors can play around this is to be sure that they wake each other up and stay awake often to not heal while they're asleep. Do you understand that? So that's all there is to the teleport. It's very, very, very simple. It is one of the most useful, but also easiest parts of the skiller's power. If you have perks that let you know where survivors are after hooking someone, and there's several of them, you can have an even easier time. If I have the perk, for example, Barbecue and Chili from the Cannibal or Thrilling Tremors from Ghostface, I will see which gens are probably being done and then be able to choose them immediately. Let's now talk about his 2 other abilities that require a little bit more active input from you, that are a little bit more difficult to use. The first one is, forgive me, what's called a Dream Snare. Now, Dream Snares against awake survivors don't do anything. Fawn, could you please go and wake up somewhere real quick? Just to showcase it. We've shown it a few times, but against a survivor that is awake, a Dream Snare is kind of like a projectile that traverses over the ground. It doesn't do anything. Now, even though she didn't react, I know that I hit her because on the top right of my screen, as you can see, I actually get some points. Right? And what this means is that if you hit a survivor like this, they will fall asleep much faster. So if they were about to fall asleep, she will fall asleep quick. Now, chat, here's a quiz for you if you've been paying attention. Why is she not falling asleep now? I just hit her a bunch of times. Normally 2 of them should be enough. So why did she not fall asleep? Did I forget something? Can anyone help me out? Come on. Immune, exactly. If she uses a clock, she is immune to falling asleep. Only after the clock effect is out, after 30 seconds, then I can start using my abilities. So now, look, that put her to sleep. Perfect. So once a survivor is asleep, then this power becomes really powerful. Fawn, could you please come here real quick? I want you to run What the hell is that? Her face is so weird. Could you please run down the street? And we're gonna see how long it takes me to catch up, okay? Okay, so a survivor that is far away as a killer with no extra mobility, it takes a little while for me to catch up, right? And then, bam, I could hit her now. With this ability, you can catch up to survivors much quicker because you slow them down. So please, Fong, could you run back in the opposite direction? Look, if I hit her with this, look how slow she becomes. Look, I don't lose any distance, and look how slow she becomes. I'm gonna do it again. And look, I could even run ahead of her and hit someone that she's protecting. Bam. So this is an ability that allows you to massively catch up to survivors in chase. So I want you to play this loop right now. And let's see, without a power, what it's like. Obviously, she might want to vault the pallet, right? And then if I'm chasing the other way, like, it's a little awkward. I don't have any power. I'm a normal killer. And if you want to vault this. Yeah, you want to vault it. When you're chasing, vault it and keep vaulting around it, okay? Just keep doing it in circles. Go for it. Don't go on the outside like you're doing right now. Just vault it, just to demonstrate. Yeah, keep going around the car to showcase and then vault it. Thank you. Sorry, I wasn't very explicit. Yeah, you vault and now you do another loop. Right, so in a situation like this, let's assume I don't have blood loss. Yeah, this is kind of awkward, right? So this is the kind of situation where a normal killer without any power, maybe I turn around now, I would struggle. The problem is, if you have your power, you slow them down, they don't make it around. They don't make it around because they are so much slower. It does have a bit of a cooldown, but if I hit them like this, look, she doesn't even make it one loop around. I'm probably going to be able to hit her right now. So that's how powerful this is. This, if you are accurate with this ability, it's unbelievably powerful. The only downside is obviously, I guess there's two downsides. Number one, if they're awake, you can't use it. And number two, there are some pallets that are so strong that even if a survivor is super, super slow, they can just vault them, right? So what would be a good example of that? I'm not too sure. But let's say that if a survivor is very slow, and let's say this pallet was bigger, and they're just vaulting back and forth, like, slowing them down doesn't slow them down on animations, it only slows them down while they are running. So we're gonna keep that in mind, right? So very simple ability. You don't really lose distance by preparing it or shooting it, really. As long as you're hitting them, it is really, really powerful. Now, the other ability that we have are fake pallets. Fake pallets have basically two functions. The first one is they make a survivor fall asleep very, very instantly if you hit them with it. So fake pallets, you cannot just put them anywhere. You have to put them in places that are predetermined. So any pallet that is missing, for example, if this gets broken, this will be a spot. This used to be a pallet spot in the game, so it's coded, and I can put it there. And up here, for example, there's no spots. So yeah, could you please drop this pallet just to demonstrate? So this is an ability that gets a little bit stronger as you break more pallets. Because look, now I can place it in, right? So if a survivor is awake and you hit them with a fake pallet, they will become asleep. But if you hit them with a fake pallet while they're asleep, they take damage. Look. That's huge. It can even hit multiple survivors too. So the general idea with fake pallets, all right, is that as you go out on the map, you're going to place a few of them. There's no downside to having a few of them. You're going to put one there. You're going to put one... Oh, there's nowhere else in this map. One there, right? And if survivors are far away, fake pallets look like normal pallets. And if they are close, then they see that it's fake. If they're awake, they don't see them. It's only... All of Freddy's powers, except the teleport, mostly only work while survivors are asleep, right? And the idea is that if you chase them into it, you can hit them like this, or look, immediately put them to sleep. And if the survivor tries to play around it, well, maybe you can just hit them normally, right? So that's the big idea. Now, one thing to remember is that fake pallets still work like normal pallets. So could you please stun me with it? Oh, 1 second. Yeah, you can be stunned by your own pallets. So what is a very simple way to avoid this? Well, very simple idea. If there's a pallet and you're chasing a survivor, just blow it up and then they can't do anything, you know, and then you hit them or whatever. Another thing not to do, ever, 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 this would be a massive criminal mistake. Fong, could you please crawl under this pallet? If you're not a survivor here, you're like, oh, I'm going to be like a trapper. I'm going to set up, you know, and then I'm going to pick up. This is a horrible idea. Why? Very simple. If I pick up, and another survivor comes by, they could drop it and then rescue her. So never ever do that. Always get rid of the pallet, pick up if she's underneath it, and then you can put it down later when you hook her. So we're gonna just put a few pallets around the map, more so as we play the game. And if a survivor is chasing to them, we try to blow them up at the perfect time. I don't know if you can tell, but when we blow it up, it has about a couple second delay and it covers a circle. Do you see this blood? This is the circle. This is the circle that we either put them to sleep or damage them. And outside of this, that's it. That's Freddy. The hard part of Freddy is not any of his powers. It's using them all together. We chase around Shaq. We make sure we switch to snares. We slow down a survivor. The survivor goes this way. We switch to pallets. We blow this up. Then we down the survivor, put them on the hook, decide to teleport across the map, go for someone else, and that's it. There's also one trick that I'm not sure if they're ever going to remove. But when you have a pallet, if a survivor is body blocking you, because they want to protect someone else, you can actually hold this and you go through survivors. So say, for example, that someone is very vulnerable and a teammate is body blocking this doorway, which is really tight. Normally, I wouldn't be able to walk around the survivor. I can just switch to pallets, hold this, and I'll go right through them with a bit of effort. So that's a bit of a dirty trick, and we might use it at some point. But outside of all of these basics, let's also talk about which builds work best on this killer. So as we mentioned earlier, one of the main strengths of Freddy is how good he is. Thank you so much, Horn, for the 9 months. One of his major strengths is being able to hook a survivor and immediately harass generators. So there are a variety of perks that help you in this, and you could have a really strong build like this one with, for example, Thrilling Tremors from Ghostface. When I pick up a survivor, any generator that is not being done will be blocked, and the 1 or 2 that are being done will not be blocked, so then I will be able to teleport to those. I can also kind of trick survivors. I could fake a teleport, and when they let go scared, I could then pick up, and then the generator would be blocked. That's a bit of an advanced trick that you could do on him, right? Or the perk Barbecue would get a really similar effect. You hook a survivor, and you see everyone, so you know which generator to teleport to. And then when you teleport, you can immediately kick them with Pop Goes the Weasel, or apply some other effects, or scare them off with Deadman Switch, or use Pain Resonance, and if you see the sparks, teleport to that generator. All of these perks work really, really well. But if you don't have any of them, don't worry. We can go with something really, really, really simple. His own perks, by the way, are actually quite good. Fire Up is an amazing perk. As you get towards endgame, closer and closer, each gen is going to make you faster at picking up, dropping survivors, breaking pallets, vaulting windows. It's honestly a really, really nice perk. I'm not going to put it in this build, but just so you know, it's really, really good. His most fun perk by far that will make you see a lot of, that you probably have seen in a lot of compilations and funny moments, is Blood Warden. When you hook a survivor in the end game, if the exit gates are open, they get blocked and survivors can't exit, and then you can catch them in the exit gate. It's a little bit predictable on him because it's his own perk, but it is really, really good still. And it's always fun to bring it, right? We're not going to be using these perks very much. We will use the perk Remember Me, however. If we hit the Obsession, everyone except the Obsession will be slower at opening gates in the endgame, and it gets stronger and stronger. No Holds Bar or Deadlock makes gens slower passively. That's really good. Since we have a perk to slow in the endgame, Know It is awesome. This killer hits with basic attacks, so any instant perk typically can work pretty well with him. Same with Sloppy Butcher. Every time we hit a survivor, unless we down them with a fake pallet or something, we will be applying Hemorrhage. And slower heals means there's a bit more pressure for survivors to wake up before healing, and if they heal when they shouldn't, I can teleport to them, so it all gets together. Very simple add-ons, decrease immunity and bigger size of the Dream Snare. That's what we're looking for. Decreased immunity means that yellow period in the HUD lasts less, so I have more chances to use my power. And the bigger snare means that the hitbox is bigger, it's harder to miss. Those are good for beginners, and you don't really need to think about it. There are so many other add-ons with wacky effects, but if you want to get started, those are some simple ones. Okay, so one thing that we didn't go into a lot of detail is that survivors that are asleep actually don't hear your terror radius. Terror radius perks don't work very consistently on this killer. And also, at the beginning of the game, all of them start with a 60-second timer, so they don't start asleep. You also cannot teleport. You can start putting pallets down, like fake ones like this, and we're gonna do that. And it's a good idea to do that, and you can obviously use snares. Thank you for the subby, Breck. But you cannot teleport right away. That would be really good if you could. So we're gonna put a few of these. I'm a little surprised we haven't seen anyone. Maybe on this generator? Great, here's a couple people. Oh, if you can go for a hit, always go for a hit. That immediately puts them into the sleeping mode, and now we can just hit her with a snare. That slows her down, and that pallet over there, she doesn't even make it. Look, Without the snare, she probably would have reached it. So that's how simple it is. Now, keep in mind, this skill is the Obsession. And I have a perk called Remember Me that gets bigger and bigger. That sounds kinky. Gets stronger and stronger the more we hit the Obsession. So that's very important. We're gonna try to hit her many more times and ideally kill her and get her out of the game. Did she go here? Am I stupid? No, I'm not. Alright, let's take the generator. It's not like they're gonna be able to do it for a while. Oh, hello. You know what? Forget about the generator. This guy's in the corner of the map. Let's chase him. Let's slow him down. Easy peasy. I forgot to mention this as well, but snares have two very important properties. Number one, they go through obstacles. They don't go mid-air like the Doctor Shock. They don't like cover, you cannot throw them like a Hunter's Hatchet. But they do go through walls, as you saw right there. What are you doing, buddy? What are you doing? What are you doing? I kick the generator first, and I'm gonna hook right next to it, make it really awkward. Now, if I were them, there's one survivor I haven't seen, and they would be doing a generator. I'm gonna teleport here, see what happens. Okay, we didn't guess correctly. They're not here. But that's okay. We now... Oh, I see a bird. Someone could be here. Can we place some fake pallets around here? Unfortunately not. Oh, there's someone here. Beautiful. It's Lara, who I've already hooked one time. Perfect. We hit her. She immediately goes into sleepy mode. Let's put a fake pallet there. Ah, this is very simple. I'm going to slow her down here. And that hard. Do you have it? Nope. Right. There's one more property that's really, really important about snares. When you slow down a survivor with a snare, they don't have the speed sufficient enough to fast bolt the window. Now, this is a bit of a basic concept that many of you probably already know, but there are 3 ways to vault a window for a survivor. The slow vault, if they don't hold shift. This one's very slow, they don't do it in chase. Oh, I kind of went for a silly mind game there. Then there is the medium vault. I am so bad, chat. I am so bad. That should have been a hit. I just missed her. And then there's the fast bolt. The medium bolt is when they hold shift. The fast bolt is when they hold shift, but they also run at the window with enough momentum and with the right angle so they can get a faster animation. When you slow down a survivor, they are so slow that they cannot physically get the medium vault. Anything but the medium vault. Oh, I could have done something huge there, actually. Anyway. Let's down this kill. Lara's definitely a little bit silly. We make her fall asleep with the pallet. And now if she loops again, she's gonna die to it. Oh, not quite. She wasn't in the radius. I don't know what she's really thinking. I don't know if she's cocky or if she's just giving up. I think she's just giving up. Alright, whatever, man. I'll go for someone else. Good effort, good effort, good effort. So, for example, when playing around Shack, this can be super, super important. Because the difference between the speed at which a survivor goes through a window at fast vault is very significant. Look. Look. Nah, I can't show you. He's going for the pallet, obviously. But if he had gone for the window, he would have been hit 100%. And it would have been so obvious. Maybe I can show you? Maybe he will go? Okay, can we blow up a fake pallet to make him take damage? Oh. Okay. Oh! Bam! There you go. That's what it looks like when a sleepy survivor gets hit by a fake pallet that you blow up a second before. Keep in mind, if he was awake, that would have put him to sleep, but it wouldn't have affected him otherwise. And if he had the yellow icon invulnerability immunity, because he used the clock, he would have been completely immune to that. Completely. Right. So, back to what we were talking about, snares. This is a concept that we're going to learn on a few different killers, and it will be very important on Clown later. But anytime you're in a loop and the survivor does not drop the pallet, let's imagine this is a normal pallet, or let's just go here. We did this earlier with Lara. The idea is to wait at the pallet, hit them when they're at the edge of the loop, maybe fake one direction, go the other, they double back, they lose distance, and tada, you hit them. Can I show you that? No, because he drops it. Okay, let's just break it. Give them a little break. We've hooked them 5 times. They haven't done a single gen. I think the survivors are feeling a bit unmotivated. Why don't we chase this Cheryl? Maybe she can show us something. Look! Do you see? Do you see how she did not do the nice vault that is really quick and carries all of her momentum? Because she was slowed down by the snare, she had to do a very slow medium vault animation. Now, for pallets, this is not the same. For pallets, all pallets vaults are fast. So, for example, you see? This is very fast. Even if I slow her down here with a snare, this is a fast... Well, she's faking it. She probably thinks she's incredible right now. Yeah, even though she's very slow, if she presses space, it's still fast. So let me show you. Yeah, this is always fast, no matter what. Just to drive home the point. Look, 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 look. That's still a very fast bolt. So on pallets, this doesn't work, so don't be stupid. But on Windows, it absolutely does, and I'm gonna show you right now. Like, look. You see how slow this is? I can even grab her. You cannot grab during fast bolts, even if they're injured. You can only grab if they're injured and it's a medium or a slow bolt. I know a lot of killers don't know that. They go to a survivor, they press the attack button really close, and they're like, why wasn't that a grab? You cannot grab during window fast bolts. You can grab during pallets if they're injured, any of them, and you can grab windows, but only if they're medium or slow bolts. That's important. I did not know that. There you go. And to grab, you just get really close. You need to be close enough, and you just tap. Don't do a lunge. If you do a lunge, you'll just get a normal hit, okay? All right, so we've been talking a lot, and I feel like I've lost my north a little bit. In times like this, it might be a good idea to just switch to pallets and see if you can place a few of them. They could be useful later, right? But yeah, the survivors are just giving up so much that I don't know if there's any point. But I guess it's a good opportunity to learn. Okay, we're gonna blow this one up, and that's damage. Beautiful. Even though they get a speed boost, I don't slow myself down, so obviously I catch up really quickly. This is 2 survivors healing, and I could teleport to that, but there's no point. Now we are in a very ideal situation for my perk Remember Me. My perk Remember Me gives me slower exit gates on everyone except the Obsession. And it powers itself up by hitting the Obsession. We've already powered it up to maximum, so the exit gates are gonna take... oh, it's a little hard for the description, but they're gonna take another 30 seconds extra on top. So that means that instead of 20 seconds, which is default, they're gonna take 50 seconds, which is massive. And the only person that's not affected is the Obsession. But because the Obsession is dead, unless these survivors have a perk to create a different Obsession, and there's a few, they will 100% have to go through it. And this also works in the final 1v1, by the way. So if I close the hatch and there's 1 survivor left and they have to open the gates, they will do them slower, which is super, super crippling. And it basically reduces their chances to escape from 10% to nothing percent. So that's important. What are they doing here? Right, this survivor is asleep, which means we can slow them down with snares, if I don't suck. Alright. That did not have any right to work, but... Okay. How is it that I have 100 hours and I'm considered a beginner? This game has a very steep learning curve, and it's a learning curve that does not overlap with other games. Whereas other games, you can learn to be a good, I don't know, siege player, and then some of that aiming can maybe translate into CSGO or Overwatch. This game is just very unique. And there's so many different characters, and they're all so different that until you've learned how to play them all, and until you've learned how to play against them all, and you've seen every map, and you consider all the perks, which keep changing every update, it is quite difficult to expect you to be really decent at the game. You can have 1,000 hours and be very, very hard pressed to win against a person with 5,000. And I know people with 5,000 that would never ever win against other people that have 9,000. It's not just about hours, but yeah. So it's not something to make you feel bad. It's something to actually make you feel good. Other games, you have 100 hours and that's it, you've mastered them. There's nothing else to learn. This game, you can play for thousands of hours and still learn things. And that happens to me. I have 14,000 hours in this game and I still learn things every day. And I think that makes me have a much better time as a result. It's one of the things that actually makes me want to play it. Anyway, we're gonna wrap up this game. We've covered pretty much everything I think you should know. Oh, right. Chat, is there anything important that we didn't cover on our Freddy? Pff, okay, dude. Whatever you want. They're healing here, so yeah. Oh, actually, yeah, one thing that's quite important. Oh, damn it. One thing that's quite important. Hitting a survivor with a snare makes them scream if they are already asleep. So on top of slowing them down, it screams. This is important because it interrupts them. You can use this. I'm pretty sure it interrupts them. So you could use this to possibly get them away from a totem or something like that. Chad, I'm right about that, right? It's the first thing I've said today that I'm actually not 100% sure. Because this killer is a little bit new. At least in its current form. Right, so this girl is healing. We're gonna teleport. Yeah, you can interrupt them like... This game is not serious, man. This game is... not serious, man. Oh, okay, man. How much sleep does your power add? If you hit them with a basic attack, immediate sleep. If you hit them with a snare, 50% sleep. Pretty much. Not exactly, but pretty much. If you hit them with 2 snares, that's pretty much it. And if you hit them with a pallet, that puts them to sleep as well. Other than that, you have to wait 60 seconds. If they use a clock, you have to wait 90 seconds. So yeah, if a survivor is yellow on the HUD, it might be better to just leave them for a while or wait until they're not yellow before you try to put them to sleep. It's completely fine to leave a survivor, go for someone else. This killer has the mobility to do exactly that. So yeah, we didn't really get to see our endgame perks, but hopefully that covers it for Freddy and I didn't forget anything important. Enjoy playing as him. He's honestly quite fun to play now. Okay, as I promised earlier, before we move on to the next killer, I want to show you what it looks like from the survivor point of view. This right here is a clock. There's a few of them around the map, but because I am awake, I don't see it. It only is active when I am asleep. Freddy, could you hit us with a snare so we see the sleep timer? Oh, look at that. The sleep timer does almost 50%. So yeah, 2 of them or 1 if you're already halfway will put you back to sleep. Now, it's very important to mention that when a survivor is awake, Freddy is kind of normal. Normal terror radius, normal everything, right? By the way, pallets are glitched right now. Normally, you shouldn't be able to see them. Yeah, it's a little silly. They're a little bit glitchy for survivors. But the point is, you hear the normal terror radius, and if you go to the accessibility, for example, you hear the heartbeat, right? But look at what happens when I fall asleep. Mr. Freddy, could you please blow up this pallet over here to make me fall asleep immediately? Thank you. Oh no. Look, where's my heartbeat? Hold up, let's end the chase. There's no heartbeat. When you are asleep, this killer does not have a conventional heartbeat. Instead, you have a lullaby. The lullaby is pretty much like the heartbeat. It does have the same range. Instead of seeing the heart, you see this little dot to let you know. And if I go far enough, like you can stop right there, please. There you go. This is the other part about Freddy. When you are awake, there is a range where he is somewhat visible. He is intermittently visible, as you can see over there. And then if you get further than that, he is completely invisible. So I think it's here. Yeah, outside of his terror radius, you're just not going to see him, even if he is there. So that means that in the very, very, very large maps, he can operate with a tiny little bit of like, I don't know if you would call it stealth, but kind of like a somewhat passive stealth. So keep that in mind. When you are asleep, you will see him, though. One thing that we didn't mention is that missing skill checks wakes you up, but we didn't really show that it also happens if you use healing. So, yeah. In a situation where... Hit me, please. In a situation where I am asleep, the best way to wake up is to use the clock, right? But if you're absolutely desperate and you know he's busy, you can miss a skill check healing. I'll try to do it right now. And this will also wake you up. But it doesn't give you immunity like the clocks. Let's see if I can miss a skill check. Please, game. I'm gonna touch my nose right now. This normally works. There you go. However, it's not a good idea to heal while you are asleep, because as you could see by the dust on my coming out from my feet, he could teleport to me. So yeah, if you wanna show us what it looks like, you wanna put me to sleep with your snares? Hit me with them? Yeah. So right now, for example, I can heal no problem, but the moment I fall asleep, you'll see that the dust appears on my feet. Yeah, that right there, and that's letting me know that I am vulnerable. If he has the add-on that allows him to teleport to exit, this will also happen in exit. So if I go to an exit in the endgame, and I start opening it, and I see that same dust, like, let's say I start opening it, right? And I see this dust on my feet, that's my warning that, hey, he has the class photo add-on. So what I need to do is go up. Obviously, if he's busy, you can take your chances. And if you're healthy, you can take your chances. But what you might want to do in this situation is wake up with a clock or whatever, or with a teammate, and then you start opening it, and it doesn't work if you're awake. All right? And that's all you need to know about this. It's important to see it from the survivor point of view, so that if you're Freddy, yeah, you know what they see and what you're dealing with. Goodbye. All right, now properly, let's move on to the next killer. Okay, it's time to play the pig. This is a killer that is quite popular among a lot of players. This is a fan favorite, I feel. And the best part about the pig is that she is pretty much an upgrade to a basic M1 killer. M1 killers are killers that down you and primarily chase you with their M1, mouse 1 basic attack like this. And this has the best of both worlds. She has a normal lunge, normal stun, normal movement speed, but she actually has a smaller terror radius. This means that because you move at 4.6 meters a second, if you're going towards the generator in a straight line like this, compared to the trapper, you're probably gonna give them the heartbeat a little bit later, because 32 to 24, that's a difference of about 2 seconds-ish. So that means that a survivor will overall be a bit less aware of your presence. Boop. So this is awesome. What this means is that even though I don't think you should play Pig as your first killer, if you play a little bit of Trapper, a little bit of Wraith, a little bit of Doctor, whatever, and then you play Pig, she's gonna feel right as rain. She's gonna feel just like every other killer. And then on top of that, you have really, really good powers that help new players, and she's really, really good. Now, let's talk about the simplest one, okay? She's got like 3 different things going on. The first one is her stealth. When you press the crouch button, you move at a reduced speed, and you gain the undetectable status effect. You can see it behind my webcam. This means that you lose your terror radius. Now, compared to the Wraith, this is not something that you want to use universally all the time. The Wraith becomes undetectable and moves very fast, much faster than survivors. This killer moves slower. If I chase after a survivor, Fawn, could you please run away, just in a straight line? You'll see that I don't really catch up very fast. In fact, if there's a lot of distance between me and them, like, this is kind of pointless. And I also don't start chase, so yeah. Needless to say, you're not covering a lot of distance. If they see you because they're hiding, they're gonna hide, they're gonna call you out. You don't want to use your stealth all of the time. But if you have a perk and you know more or less where survivors are due to the perk, the information from the perk, or from your own intuition, it's not a bad idea to use your stealth to approach a survivor. Keep in mind that at the start of the game, survivors will often spawn and see the specific prop that this killer makes appear on the map. Unfortunately, as a killer, you don't see it, but we can find it. Here it is. There are, what, 5 of these in each map? And what this means is that if they spawn in and they see one of these little traps, one of these little contraptions, they will know that it's a pig, and they're gonna be a little bit more aware of the possibility of you stealthing around. So, for that reason, do not immediately start using your stealth every single time. Try to find the right situation for it. When you're in stealth, by the way, you don't set off crows as well, which is nice. Unless you walk right into them. So that is really, really nice. So yeah, if you have a perk to let you know when survivors are, if you have a really good idea of where they might be, use it. Now, one thing to remember about every killer that gains undetectable is that the way undetectable works, it's not completely instant. If you have a 24-meter terror radius and you become undetectable, it takes a couple seconds for the terror radius to shrink into nothing. And likewise, if I stand up right now, she's not going to hear my terror radius until now, more or less, right? So it transitions in and out, it fades in and out. For that reason, if there is a group of survivors there in that generator, and I go, ha, they have already heard my terror radius. Don't get me wrong, they might be stupid. Maybe they are like, oh, it went away. Oh, I'm gonna stay on this gen and look at the ceiling for some reason. They could be stupid, but you wanna be a little bit smart. Do not start using your stealth 5 meters before the generator, all right? Now, very, very important idea. What do you do if you successfully creep up to a survivor? 3 scenarios, all right? Scenario number 1. The survivor has no idea that you're there. let's say that you've approached from a very unnatural angle. You can tell, you can look at their face, okay? You don't know when their camera's looking at. But let's assume that you've sneaked up on them in a mightily heavy fashion, like this. You could use your ambush attack, which we're going to talk about in a minute. But in this situation, it's almost always better to uncrouch and then try to grab them. Now, if the survivor is very stupid and they don't react, you will grab them. That's an insta-down. Huge. If the survivor begins to run away, then you'll probably still be able to hit them with a basic attack. There's only one scenario, and one scenario only, where you need to use your ambush. And that's if the survivor has sprint burst. If the survivor has sprint burst, and they notice you right now, they will sprint away. That's the perk from Meg, and then you will whiff. So in that very specific scenario, if you have especially add-ons to do that, you might want to do this, and you might be able to catch them even through sprint burst. But outside of that scenario, and especially if the survivor is boxed in, always uncloak, always uncrouch, because worst case scenario, you get an attack. Best case scenario, you get a grab. And that could be so big. Now, one thing to remember is that you are not completely silent. When you uncrouch, your blade comes out and it does a little shilling noise. Survivors could listen to that and they will react to that. So, you know, when they're doing a gen and they're talking on Discord and they have music blasting in their YouTube playlist, they're not gonna hear it, but they could. So, outside of stealth, what other things do we have? We have something called the ambush. The ambush is something that you can use out of your stealth by holding the attack power. And wow, it goes forward. Wow. And it goes really far, really fast. Funnily enough, as I explained, you don't necessarily want to use it out of ambush, but it's really good to use it in chase sometimes. Now, some interesting things about the ambush. You have full control over it. In fact, if you don't move forward, you go very slow. And if you hold the back button, you stand still. Pretty much, you know? Yeah. And if you hold forward, which you should, you go further. You go... Yeah, you see? You see how I speed it up? You always want to hold forward. And you have full control. You can go left, then right, then left, then right, then left, then right, and hit them. Now, this is going to be very similar to the Freddy part and very similar to the clown part that we'll see in a minute. If a survivor makes the mistake of getting to a pallet and not dropping it, please go ahead and don't drop it. And now they are on the short side of the pallet. Both of these are short. They are screwed. What you do in this situation is you crouch, you make sure they're not leaving, right? And then you hit them and there's nothing they can do. You're so fast, there's nothing they can do. The only thing they could possibly do is predict you and guess right. And if you're a bit slow and sluggish, they could stun you. So Fawn, could you please run through the side with the red buckets and then drop the pallet and stun me? Please? Yeah, just... When I charge my thing, go clockwise and stun me, okay? If you know what I mean. Yeah, I'm gonna charge it. No, I messed it up. Oh. This can happen to you if the loop is a little bit bigger. But there's one very easy way to make this even less likely. I already think that it's pretty much impossible for a survivor to do that, right? But there's one way. Could you please go on the edge of the loop again? One thing that you can do is simply hide yourself, pretend to go one way, then go the other. And that's gonna get you hit pretty much every single time. There's a chance that the survivor somehow guesses where you go, but it is very, very skewed in your favor. The only thing they can do is obviously run away. And that's something that you need to be prepared for, right? So say, for example, that she's on this side of the pallet this time. And let's say that I'm a little bit inflexible with my thinking, and I forget that she can just run away. So when I crouch here, she's gonna run towards that little staircase and just run off. So in this situation, I'm like, okay, guys, I'm crouching. Okay, I'm crouching. Ah! Oh, where'd she go? Oh, she's all the way there. Oh, now she drops from there and now she's safe. So you need to be a little smart, okay? How would we prevent that? Very simple. We crouch, but we keep an eye on her. Is she going left? Is she going right? Okay, bam. Nothing she can do. So if I play this right and I look properly and I make sure she's not pulling my leg under me, then it's going to be a hit no matter what. So in pallets like this is awesome. Now let's go see a pallet where this isn't awesome. Right. This map has a lot of these, so... Yeah. I mean, in a situation like this, needless to say, please drop this pallet. In a situation like this, vault the other way. My power here is completely useless. What am I gonna do? Oh, well, if I go from here, she's just gonna go around, and then I have a cooldown, and then she's going back, and I'm just gonna vault it, and we're back to the beginning, and yeah. So in a pallet like this, obviously it's worthless. And normally this trick only works if the pallet is still up and the loop is a little smaller, right? So yeah, in a situation like that, we wouldn't want to do it. In a pallet like this is interesting, because on the one side, this pallet has a very open area on one side, but on the other side, look, it's very claustrophobic. So with a pallet like this, what you want to do is actually trick them into dropping it. So I'm gonna chase her and be like, drop it, drop it, drop it, aha, she dropped it. Now she's in trouble. But it's very important that we do this right. We need to come from this point, and now she's trapped here. I can crouch, make sure she doesn't leave, and we tricked her. She thought that we were gonna approach from that side, so she vaulted and we caught her. She could have been really smart though. She could have faked it. She could have waited, and then I go, and then she vaults for real. So it's a bit of a 50-50, but hey, a 50-50 is sometimes better than a 0. So we take that. We take that. But what definitely wouldn't have happened is if we made her drop this pallet from this side, if I didn't approach from the other side, if she dropped the pallet here, what am I going to do? She's just going to run to the next one and I'm going to have to break it. So it's almost something that comes up with every killer. You want to make sure that when a pallet is about to be dropped, you get the best possible angle. Like here, for example, if I'm chasing a survivor, if I chase from here, when the pallet is dropped, she'll be on the other side. But if I drop down, and I chase from this side, when the pallet drops, I'll be on the other side. In this case, it doesn't make a difference. This pallet is too good. We can play it either way. But in other pallets, it does. And it is important. Here, for example, does it make a big difference? I'll tell you. I'll tell you what. If I break... This is basic killer 101. This is not pig. If I break the pallet from here, she goes to that room, which is powerful. But if I break the pallet from here, then she goes to that room over there, which is way more powerful. So this was the worst play. I should have done it the other way. Now she's gonna reach that pallet, which is really strong, and she's gonna drop it. I can't really play around this. Yeah, she's gonna drop it. My power here is useless. So yeah, I'm gonna have to break it. There's another pallet in the room. My power here is not entirely useless, but pretty much it is. Does she drop it? Does she drop it? Let's see. Okay, let's cancel that. She's gonna drop it this time because otherwise I'm gonna catch her. Oh my god, she's too smart. Okay, can I catch her here? Doubtful. It's too big. Loops like this, don't bother. Your power is good in some loops that are smaller, but it's not good in every loop. Sometimes the pig has to just chase you down, get rid of some strong pallet. A pallet like this is not very good though. A pallet like this can be outplayed. Any pallet that has a small side on one side or the other can be played and can even be pretty scary. Now, there's one more thing. Please stop watching TV. Fong, we're working. There's one more thing we haven't talked about. The ambush has a lot of other quirks, and we'll talk about that. But the final power is her Jigsaw's baptism. Every time you down a survivor, you see that I have a countdown on the a number on the bottom left. You have 4 by default traps that you can give them out. And this is something that you can do only when they're on the ground, okay? We press power button and ta-da, we give them a trap. We have 4 by default. These traps will not do anything until a generator is active. When a generator is popped, the trap is gonna start glowing red. And it's gonna start glowing with a different color. And then it's gonna change color and it's gonna become orange and then red, and the timer is gonna run out. If the timer runs out, that person immediately dies, even if we have never hooked them. So yeah, that's a pretty big deal. They need to remove it. How do they remove it? They need to search boxes. There is a certain logic to it. Basically, it's kind of like semi-random RNG. Sometimes they will remove it on their first search. Sometimes they will remove it on their second search. Sometimes it will be on the third, and if not, it's always on the fourth, right? And every single time, these searches are going to amount to 12. So on average, each person will be searching it 3 times. If you want to know what that means that if, for example, if a survivor has 3 searches, let's do it. 3 searches, and then 3 searches, and then another, hold up, I lost count. Another 3 searches, then the last survivor because on average it's always 12, the last one, if it's 3, 3, 3, then the last one's gonna have to be 3 as well. And if it's 3, 3, 4, then the last one will be 2. And if it's 3, 2, 2, the last one probably will be 4. You get what I mean? Like on average, or yeah, I guess it would need to be 4, 3, 3. I'm losing count. But my point is, there's a limit amount of searches so that not all survivors have to search 4 times and not all of them get it off first try. Just so you know. Now, the general idea when you put a trap on a survivor is that because they cannot really do gens and they have to remove it, you want to ignore that survivor for a bit, right? If I hook this survivor and I have the option between chasing her later or chasing someone else, normally I will chase someone else. Now, if she is really stupid and gives me a free down, you bet I will take it. I'll pick her down, pick her up, put her back on the hook, easy peasy. But unless she gives it to me on a platter, I will let her waste time doing boxes and I will go for someone else. Okay? Very, very important idea. If you chase the person that is not doing gens, then the other people do gens. Okay? And the trap prevents them from going through exit gates. So it is a really good tool for the end game as well. They can go through the hatch, however. And if you put the trap at the end game, since all the gens are done, the trap is inactive. So it's not going to work. You want to put your traps typically as quickly as possible, as early as possible. Let's now get a build going for Amanda, the pig, to, I don't know, enhance your chances, increase your chances of winning with her. Okay. One thing that's important to remember that my chat just reminded me of, as survivor on the ground, the trap, even if it's active, is paused. And as survivor that is on the hook, even if the trap is active, it will be active when they come off, but they cannot die on the hook and they cannot die on the ground. So don't worry about that too much, all right? You typically want to just hook them as quickly as possible. And if you see a survivor with a trap and you start chasing them, that also pauses the timer. So think about it this way. If I'm chasing a survivor that has only 10 seconds on the trap and they're about to die anyway, it's actually a better idea for me to leave the chase and then they will die to the trap, right? Or at least they'll be scared and they'll be wasting time removing them. So what are some of the builds that you can run with her? Honestly, so much. You can run, because she has her own built-in slowdown to make the gens not go as fast and make survivors a bit less efficient, she can actually get away with running a lot of different builds. But with basic perks, even if you have no teachables from other killers, you still can do a lot. Fortune Fuel is amazing. My name is different because I have the Pinhead DLC. This perk is amazing on Amanda. Any survivor that doesn't hear a terror radius that has a box is going to be so lost. They might sometimes go across the map looking for the boxes to remove the trap and accidentally run into you, which could be an easy down. And it adds a lot of pressure. And if they want to remove the totems to remove the effects, then they're wasting even more time, doing even less gens. And this is great. Obviously, we don't want them to pop too many gens at once. Every time they pop a gen, that's a trap that might be active. So one of the worst things that could happen is that you get your first down and then jump pops before you even put the trap down. And if that happens, that trap is going to put a bit less pressure on survivors. So with Deadlock or No Holds Barred, if you don't have the Pinhead DLC, this prevents gens from popping too quickly and it makes sure that more traps will be active, which puts more pressure on survivors to remove it. Awesome. Needless to say, anything that makes healing slower after a hook or makes them do gens slower is also amazing. With this killer, many times you will want to hook a survivor and then forget about them for a long time. So this is the perfect perk for that, if we can make it work. And for the first time ever, we're actually running the perk Whispers. Whispers could easily be replaced by other perks like Discordance or even Tinkerer. It is a stealth perk, which is a bit redundant, but the information is still really, really good, right? If you have those perks, feel free to go for that. Or Thrilling Tremors, if you have Ghostface, amazing perk on her as well to let you know which gens to go to after a hook. But if you don't have any of that, Whispers is great. With a 24-meter terror radius, the 32 meters detection on Whispers is amazing. This is basically a little cheat code to let us know when to use our stealth. So I'm not going to be crouching everywhere around the map. I'm going to go towards a gen. And when I see that I'm 32 meters away from a gen, more or less, and Whispers turns on, that means that a survivor is there. I can then crouch, and the survivors will never even hear a slimmer of my terror radius, not even a little bit. That means that I can get close, and when I hear them work on the gen, I know that they're there, and then I go for the ambush or for the grab, whatever is most appropriate at the time. So that is wonderful. There are a lot of add-ons on the pig that change her quite a bit. If you don't know what to run, add-ons such as the Crate of Gears, which make the survivors take longer to remove the trap, are always good. Never a bad idea. Crate of Gears, Bag of Gears, always good. Add-ons that give you extra traps, also not bad. Nothing wrong with them. Maybe stay away from the add-ons that change the way traps work. They can be fun, but maybe you shouldn't do that in your first playthroughs. The add-ons that have effects on the traps are not bad, but typically when a survivor has a trap, you don't want to chase them. You want to go for someone else, right? Make them waste as much time as possible. So you don't really care if a survivor is exhausted with a trap. Another set of add-ons that you can't really go wrong with are the chase add-ons that make her power more powerful in chase. Let me show you some of them. There are this one that makes your your miss attack cooldown a bit shorter. This one, which makes you move a little faster when you crouch. This one that makes you crouch and uncrouch a little bit faster. Not bad. And my personal favorites, personal picks, the Last Whale and the Workshop Grease. This makes you charge your ambush faster, which makes it more usable in chase. And this one makes it faster. Only 5%, but it's 5% of a pretty big speed already. So even though it has a penalty, that penalty is easily overridden by the Workshop Grease. So this makes our power a little bit more powerful in chase. And it also means that I can crouch next to someone and catch them no matter what. So that's really cool. Yeah, she's received some buffs, so she's in a really good spot. Let's see if we can get a nice game going. And I'll be talking constantly, not just what I'm doing in chase, but also how we should be approaching the different survivors and how we should rotate from one to another. All right, this is a map that's very, very long. It's a little bit thin, but very long, so it's perfect for whispers. We're gonna go slightly on one side so we don't get spotted from a distance. When whispers turns on, that means that someone, anyone, or multiple people are within 32 meters. And that will be my cue to maybe, if I want to, crouch. Let's see, still on, okay. If I did that right, they shouldn't hear my terror radius much or at all. And I imagine they might be on the Shen, so let's go say hi. Oh my god, they're not on this Shen, they are the Gen. Okay, listen. One bad thing happened, they got away and they didn't get grabbed, but one very good thing happened. They missed 2 skill checks. That's 20% of the Gen gone. So that's huge. Absolutely huge. One very important thing about the traps, by the way, is that they actually move the survivor on the ground a little bit. And I'm gonna explain why that is kind of important in a second. Oh, someone's on that Gen, you hear that? I'm gonna get a hit on this girl. She'll vault back, maybe? Oh, damn, that was a good play by her. I'll do a little mind game. I don't know if this is gonna work. Oh, this girl's too smart. Let's go back. Let's go back. I wanted to just get a quick hit on her and then go for the person here that's still in this Gen. Okay, I don't know if you guys noticed, but this girl literally went back and touched the generator. Are we insane? I can't tell if we are throwing. This girl touched the generator. If you touch a generator, any anti-tunnel perks or any anti-tunnel features are disabled. The game considers that a conspicuous action. And what that means is that it assumes that you're already safe, that the killer is not chasing you, because why else are you doing a generator, right? And it allows the killer to instantly down you without any protection. So even though I told you that generally speaking, you should go for people that don't have traps on their head, assuming that not everybody has a trap on their head, if someone does something as immensely stupid as what that Feng Min player did, then down them. And if you want to hook them again, because they don't have anything to protect them. So if I wanted to, I could have hooked her again and she would be dead on hook at 5 gens, 5 seconds into this match, which would be really, really bad. Okay, easy hit there. She kind of messed that up. These 2 pallets are strong together, but if I break one, the other one is quite weak. So, oh, she's still here? Okay, I already showed you how to play this, right? Super, super easy. If it's a pallet with a small side on one side, hi, buddy. That's a bug. Don't worry about it. You can just crouch on the pallet itself, and it's an easy hit. Why don't I go for her and see what she does? I can always go back to Sable in a second. I can get a free hit and maybe just go away. With these 2 add-ons, by the way, you can just catch up to survivors from a distance because you are so fast with them. So, yeah. There's no reason to do that. Basic attacks are simpler, and they apply more perks. So, let's put a trap on her and start over. Now, if a survivor goes down under a pallet and you have a trap available, the act of putting a trap does move them towards you slightly. And then if you take another little step back, you can also vacuum them even further. So, for example, you put a trap, move them a little bit, then take a tiny little step back, tiny little step very quickly, and then press space. And suddenly, instead of being close to the pallet, you're now far enough that if someone else was here, they would not be able to pallet save. If you think that someone is able to pallet save and they are right on the middle of the pallet, even a trap will not help you, unfortunately. In that situation, if you're really, really, really scared, you might want to simply pick up, then carry them, then drop them, and then put the trap, and then pick them up, and then put them on the hook. Just remember that if you drop them too many times, they will escape quicker, so you don't want to do that over a long distance. Anyway, we see some Sky Smart, some blood. Let's chase around. Hey, buddy, what's up? Keep in mind, this skill does not hear my terror radius because she has the Hex Fortunes full. So, yeah, even if I don't use stealth. I feel a little bad for her. She's dead on hook. Even though her trap is not active, yeah, we can let her boop the snoop. Boop the snoop. Nah, that's my ear. Alright, good enough. Do you see how her face goes from like to like normal? It's very expressive. We'll let her be and we'll chase somebody else maybe. Yeah, by the way, you can tell if a survivor is about to die because during the last minute, the trap takes 2.5 minutes-ish to kill them. During the last minute, they will beep, 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 and it will have a yellow light. And during the last 30 seconds, it will have a red light. So if I notice that this survivor has a red light, I will not want to chase them. Like right now, their trap is active, right? So 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 20 seconds, 2 minutes, 10 seconds. When we are in the final 30 seconds, what I might want to do is interrupt her. I might want to interrupt her quickly so that the trap removal minigame is reset. Right? But then I don't actually want to chase her. I want her to die to it or waste time, right? So while she is doing the minigame, I go, I scare her off, she lets go. Okay, I leave her. Bam. And as you can see, if I start the chase, instead of red, the trap becomes white momentarily, letting you know that it's paused or that it hasn't started yet. So let's see who this is. This is Elodie. All right, we haven't chased her, so she's a good target. Now, in many loops, your power doesn't really help a lot, so don't feel bad just playing like a normal killer. It will feel very natural because, as we mentioned earlier, she's a basic M1 killer. But in others, you can use your power a little bit. These double pallets are interesting. I don't think you should be able to use your power here, but... Oh, she just ran out. Oh, she didn't. I could actually hit her there. My bad. Oh, that's unlucky. Ah, this pallet is so bad. Yeah. So these pallets can be strong if you drop them early, but yeah, you see how easy it is to walk around it. So yeah, this skill's not even under the pallet, so I don't even get to show you that trick that I told you about earlier. Okay, let's pick up, see if they go for a flashlight serve or something. No? Alright. Right, so what has happened now is that I've gotten rid of all of my traps. They've gotten rid of all of them. You need to realize that your traps, sometimes they will kill survivors, but unless they make a big mistake, they typically shouldn't. Think of them as a threat that makes them stay busy and outside of generators rather than just the execution part, right? So think of them as like alternative mini games that they have to do, wasting time. Not necessarily something that you will use offensively every time. All right. Oh, I'm sure then. Ah, sure, let's break one of this one up. This poor souls, man, this poor souls. All right, look around. Do you see that generator that's over there? There's something that we can learn with our perk No Holds Barred. The perk No Holds Barred takes the generator in the map that has the most progress, and when one of them is completed, the one that has the most progress will be blocked. This generator, judging from the pistons, is a little bit under 50%, right? If the third one was moving slightly, that would be a little bit over 50%. So this tells me that no other generator in the map is above 40%, because otherwise that generator would have been blocked instead, right? So you can deduce not only which gen has the most progress, but how the other gens are looking like. And why is that important? Well, if I know that every gen in the map is either 40% or less, I can actually make some important decisions, right? So if I know that every gen is not ready to pop in the next minute, maybe, I can look at the HUD and be like, oh, you know what? I could actually chase this girl right now, and even if it takes me a minute to down her, I can probably kill her and then get someone else. But she's not dead on hook, and she has a trap, so we're gonna let her go. She also, I don't know if you noticed, but she has a yellow icon, which means that she doesn't have a lot of time. We're gonna let her go. And because we know that there's not another gen that's gonna pop immediately, right? We're gonna wait. Is someone running into us? No? Okay. Maybe they're healing. Hold up. Whispers is on, so we know someone could be nearby. Hi, guys. What's up? So now I know that I can kill this girl, and time is probably on my side. Let's see if we can get a free hit on this girl. Easy peasy. What's on the movie? Oh, Frank Stone. Don't recommend it. Let's go and kill this girl. She's dead on hook. One of the biggest mistakes that I see new players make, especially before the HUD update. Okay, what the hell are you doing? Is ignoring a person that's dead on hook and then go and doing something else. If someone is on their second hook, just get them killed, man. Just get them killed. Don't get distracted by silly sables going into the bathroom. She's peeing? How did she get up there? I have no idea. She probably just walked while we were setting down. While we were picking up the other girl. Yeah, I don't know. These 2 hours I played really strangely and a little bit clumsily. So I feel like we haven't learned a whole lot. I will tell you already that the pig does not have a lot of tools to deal with some strong loops. Alright? Her power is very good in situations like this, right? And it also, there's a few loops in the game where her power just pops off and can give you like, it can make you like jump across like little, because you move so fast, you can jump across little gaps and stuff, and it can be really cool. But there's also loops where your power is not that useful. So bringing some perk to help you with chase a little bit is completely a-okay. We didn't choose to do that here, but it's something that we'll talk about. If you, for example, play the clown, you can unlock Pop Goes the Weasel, which is an amazing perk on her, and then maybe have Bamboozle to help you with windows in like Shack. And then if you can pre-block windows, then they have to play Palace a little bit more, and maybe your power is a bit more useful there. You could also have Pop, Tinker, Bamboozle, and that alone would be an amazing build as well. And if on top of that you have No Holds Barred or Deadlock, perfect. By the way, a survivor with a trap, if the trap is active, cannot leave through the gates. We've mentioned that, but they can leave through hatch. However, if we are in the end game and all the gens are done, your traps are worthless. The only reason you would want to use them is maybe to maybe drag someone out of a pallet, or if your trap has an add-on that inflicts exhaust or something. But other than that, don't do it. Also, when you down a survivor, this is an easy mistake to make if you're new at Pig. Do not put a trap on them if they're dead. This survivor, right now she's the last survivor, so it doesn't matter. But this survivor would be a good candidate for a trap. I put a trap on her, I put her on a hook, she'll have to get rid of it. If she already has 2 hooks on her, don't bother. Just hook her and she's dead and save that for someone else. Normally, there are almost no situations where you don't want to put a trap down. If a survivor is not dead, just put a trap down. There are some very hyper-specific situations where you're like, you know what? I think the survivor is pretty weak in chase. Maybe I want to chase them after the hook because I think they're very clumsy. I'm going to save one trap for a little bit later. If there's a lot of generators left and you want to make that call, completely fine. Otherwise, for the most part, you down a survivor, put a trap down. It's really as simple as that. This is a fairly simple killer. So yeah, all of the complexity comes from using the ambush and learning how to use the add-ons to make it a bit more powerful and knowing where and how to use it. But other than that, she's honestly pretty simple and very accessible, which I hope makes you enjoy her a lot. Okay, friends, it's time to talk about the clown. And trust me, if this killer is not on your radar, well, your radar does not detect things very much because he's huge. He is so big. His belly should show up on any radar. Jokes aside though, you might want to play this killer because he has 2 very appealing things. One, he has 2 really good perks and 1 perk that is not bad to have. So overall, he has an amazing set of perks. And number 2, he's very accessible. He's very easy to play. Much like Trapper, much like Wraith, he is an M1 killer. An M1 killer is a killer that mostly downs survivors and chases survivors by using their M1 mouse 1 attack power, their simple basic attack. And this is a killer that does everything that every other killer does, but maybe a tiny bit better. He has normal terror radius of 32 meters, normal movement speed, normal launch, normal stun times. Everything is basically the same. And then on top of that, he has 2 types of bottles that he can switch to help him in chase and sometimes even a little bit outside. You will see which bottle type it is by looking to the bottom left. If you press left control, just tap it, you will switch. Pink is the slowdown, yellow is the speed up, okay? It's that simple. The one with the bigger icon is the one that speeds you up. The one with the closer one is the one that slows survivors down. Now, the first thing to remember about this killer's power is that even though when you hold it, it looks like your stand changes a lot, you don't lose any distance for doing this. I am now going as fast as if I wasn't holding the bottle. So this is already a stark contrast to other killers, such as Nurse, such as Hillbilly, such as Huntress, where if they hold their power, they massively bring themselves down. And some of the killers that we'll see later, maybe they don't massively bring themselves down, but they do lose distance. For example, with Doctor, which we saw a few minutes ago, if you are like tapping your power a lot or shocking a lot, you are losing massive distance in chase. With this killer, it is completely fine to throw bottles. The only thing that you're gonna obviously do is run out of them, and then you'll have to reload. Let's throw some bottles. Somewhere, doesn't really matter where. Let's throw some over there, some over there, some over there. You see that my counter goes out. And one thing that's also important to remember is that your bottle count is shared among both types. So I threw 3 pinks, and now I'm gonna throw 3 yellows. And if I switch to pink, it's the same ammo, right? And at any point when you're not in full, when you don't have a full capacity, you can hold left control and you will reload. Now, reloading does slow you down a little bit. If I run in a straight line and I reload, you do see that I slow myself down a bit. There are a couple add-ons that make this even faster and make it feel like you don't lose a lot. So yeah, you don't want to reload unnecessarily, right? So yeah, you don't want to waste bottles, but the thing is, you don't lose a lot by using a few of them. And because you're going to reload between chases anyway, it is okay to try different types of bottles and try to get their effects. Let's talk about one thing really quickly that both bottles can do, which might, it's not the most important part, but it might occasionally help you. Can we find a little totem or something that our Feng Min friend could do for us? Because this killer has a very special property that we might want to showcase. Now, totems there are 5 of them on the map, and they spawn on very specific locations. If you know where they can spawn, you typically find them pretty quickly. Although this time around, okay. So let's imagine that this totem was something really important. Look, do you see that? Anytime you hit a survivor with that direct bottle hit, on top of whatever the bottle does, it does interrupt their actions. No, even if it's a yellow. Now, there's a couple ways where this can be really important. If they're working on a generator, it's not that important. Could you please work on the generator? And when I hit you with the bottle, just keep working on it? Yeah, I mean, she can just get back on it. However, totems, when you lose progress, you lose it entirely. So if you have a totem that's being done, and you interrupt the survivor from a distance, then they will lose all of it, and you'll be able to interrupt it. Same thing with unhooks. If a survivor is unhooking, and you throw a bottle and you interrupt that unhook, well, now you can hit it, and now you interrupt it again, and now they unhook, and then you hit them again, and now you did a trade. So you have at least one person down. Whereas if you didn't use a bottle, they would get the unhook, you'd get a hit, and then they would both run out. So you would have an injury, but it's not as good as a trade, right? It's much better to get 2 health states than to get just 1. So remember, okay, that's going to be important. Aiming with the clown is a little bit difficult, okay? Hitting directly with bottles is a little bit tricky. It doesn't have any benefit outside of these scenarios that we just explained. But one thing to remember is that this killer is a little bit like Huntress. If we decide that we don't want to use our bottle, we can, instead of releasing, which is what throws it, we can press the attack button to cancel. So if I expect to need to use my bottle, I could go around a corner and be like, oh, okay, do I use it? Do I use it? Do I use it? No, I don't need to. Okay, bonk. Right? So you can cancel. Very important. And one thing that you'll notice as well is that when you hold the bottle for a second, it blinks. That blink means that it's fully charged. Let me show you what that means. If I just tap the bottle without charging it, it flies about that far. However, if I charge it fully, it goes a little bit further. You can tell, right? It's actually quite a lot further. I personally think that it's not the most important thing in the world to try to get super good with this. This will come naturally. But remember the difference, okay? Normally, if you toss it without much charge, it will have a little arc and fall down. If you hold it a bit more, it will go further. Do you see how it flies a little higher? What I personally do if I need to hit a survivor directly is when it's fully charged, I aim down a little bit. Let's imagine that the survivor is the pallet. Bam, that's a free hit, right? So that's more or less how you want to do it. We've talked about all of the physical properties of the bottles because I think it's important to get that out of the way. But let's now talk about what the effects of the gas are. So whenever you throw a bottle, it's going to depend. They both work the exact same way. Physically, they work the same way. What they do is different, but it's the same. Whenever you throw a bottle, it's going to traverse through the air until it hits something. and then it's going to release a few clouds of gas. Now, funnily enough, if these clouds kind of fall off naturally from the point of break-in, if I throw it in a corner like this, there's almost no spread. All the clouds are basically together, right? But look, if I break it on a tree up above, look at that. Wow, you can actually see the individual clouds now. Now, I think both of these options are bad, okay? Generally speaking, you don't want to cover too little ground because, I mean, a survivor could easily step around that. And you also don't want to spread them so much that there's massive gaps between like, you could just, like, run through, right? So, generally speaking, you put it when you need it, and if you want to blanket a slightly larger area, you can hit something a little bit elevated, and that would be good. This is excellent. Look at this. Covers the entire loop, and there's not too many gaps, right? The pink bottles slow down survivors by 15%, if I remember correctly. 15% is very significant. It means that if you are in a loop, you are now not 15, but 30% faster than them. And it also helps a lot when going in a straight line. Fengmin, please, could you pretty please go in a straight line? Let's follow me and run a straight line down this little corridor, perhaps? Down this little line? Yeah. Let's see. Let's catch up to her. Go, straight line, away from me. So I hit her with a bottle. Look how quick I'm catching up. Let's throw another. Alright, okay. You see how quickly it lasts? The survivor will be coughing and slow down for as long as they are in the gas, and when they leave the gas, or when the gas itself disappears, which happens after 8 seconds or so, it will linger for a little bit afterwards, and that's it. Okay? Now, one very important thing that the game does not... It's 12%? Yeah, it's 12% now, thank you. One thing that's super important to remember is that a survivor that takes a hit immediately becomes immune to this effect. So it is actually not a good idea to do this. Let's say that the survivor's healthy, right? And she's running away from me, and I know I'm going to hit her already. Don't do this. Never do something like this, where you throw it and then hit her. There's no need to do that, because you wasted 90% of that bottle. You might as well just hit her normally and save yourself that bottle. Now, needless to say, if this survivor was about to beat me to a pallet, and that little bottle is the difference between me getting the hit or otherwise being stunned, then yes, then it's really good. But do not necessarily throw a bottle right before a hit. It's not the end of the world, but you don't get the most out of it. Okay? Now, other than running in a straight line in the open and catching up the survivors that are just trying to run a straight line, how do you mostly use the pink bottles? Very simple. The basic idea is that you're going to chase a survivor into a loop with a pallet, right? Let's go over there. And ideally, the survivor will not drop the pallet. This survivor could drop the pallet right now, but she's not. Aha. She is now on the loop, but has not dropped the pallet. So how do we play this? Very simple. Now, if I chase this normally, she's going to loop around and drop the pallet. And obviously, this is not good. I don't get the hit, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to put her on the furthest point from the pallet. And we're basically going to aim a bottle there. And now, if she tries to do the same, we might yet catch her. You'll see that sometimes even that is not enough. But there's one way we can make this even deadlier, okay? One way we can make this even deadlier, even without the other types of bottle, is instead of putting the bottle on the very middle, we'll put it on one side. Because right now, she only has to do half the loop to get here, right? So we're going to put it on one side. We're going to chase into this direction. She'll step into the gas, and then we're very quickly going to transition back. And now she's going to have to go the entire loop and then a little bit extra. So we could do something like this, right? She runs into it, and then we switch back, and now she has to go slowly. And look, that's enough for a hit. Bam. So that is one really easy way of getting a hit in one spot. Another thing that can also be done is if a survivor drops the pallet immediately, let's say she drops it immediately, I could throw one, and two things can happen here. Number one, she runs away, right? And then I make the call that, okay, I saw that, and I ignore the pallet and maybe catch her, and now we play the next pallet, and maybe we do the same thing. Or another is, you know, she drops the pallet, I immediately drop this on her, and I break it, you know? And okay, she made distance, but not as much distance as she would have made otherwise. And both of those options are okay, especially the first one if you can get away with it. And another thing that this power is very, very good with is windows. Let's go to shack. Shack is an example of a really powerful window. Every outdoor map pretty much has a shack. So it's something that you're going to be dealing with a lot. Now, let's imagine that the survivor is in the middle of the shack, right? And they hear my terror radios, they see me approach, and now they go for the window. They're going to get what's called a fast vault. Do you see how she did like a very athletic vault over that window? That is a slow vault. That is really, really good in chase. And this killer can prevent it. Let's do it again. Fawn, could you please fast vault that? Right. And then I realized, oh, damn. I need to chase this girl. So I'm maybe going to chase around here. And she's going to go around. And now she's going to go. And she's going to do the exact same thing again. And this is where most killers struggle in shack. But with this killer, when you slow down a survivor with your power, they lose so much speed. They are hard-coded to not be able to vault a window. Not with the fast vault anyway. They'll only get a medium vault. So please, could we start over here? I want you to go around and do the exact same thing. You try to fast vault the window, okay? Let's wait until the window becomes unblocked. There you go. Go for it. So let's throw a bottle right there. And let's see what happens. Look. Look. Do you see how easy that hit was? Even though I was really close, even if I was really, really far, I could get that. Can we demonstrate it one more time? Or did the window block again? I guess the window blocked again. Yeah, hopefully you get the idea. If you anticipate that a survivor is going to block a window and you manage to put a bottle on it or before it, that is huge. That is super, super, super huge. This is another type of tile that is pretty common, but I want to find a TL, something that is even more common. Maybe we have a TL right here. We have a TL right here. Beautiful. So let's show you how to play a TL. I'm not going to show you how to play every loop. I think with a little bit of intuition, you will be able to figure it out. But we're just focusing on putting bottles, and you will see how simple this is. So normally, there's two right ways to run this loop, right? There's one right way and a incorrect way. Let's show the incorrect way of playing this loop. I chase clockwise. So she's going to take the window now and then go to the right and then take the other window. And she's going to loop this forever. Oh no, I don't reach her. Okay, so let's keep chasing this way. Oh no. You see this is not good, right? This is... We're almost going to lose chase here. So obviously what you do as a killer is you do it in reverse. Instead of chasing clockwise, you chase counterclockwise. And when you chase counterclockwise, it is still a little bit risky, because let's say that I chase you counterclockwise, you're gonna go around and you try to loop around. Yeah. She most likely will go through the outside. Could you go through the outside? Wait, hold up. These windows are blocking. 1 second. Okay, the window hasn't blocked. So let's chase in the opposite direction. Let's see what happens. So she runs. And now I don't know what she's gonna do when she goes around the corner. So I'm too late. So I could have guessed that she would do that, but it's a little difficult. The problem for survivors is that with the clown, I don't have to guess. If this survivor is here, I can put a yellow pink bottle right there, and look. If she runs now, run. Go for it. No matter what she does, she's gonna cough, and if she gets to this window, it's gonna be a medium vault, and I will have a very easy time hitting it. And if she goes anywhere else, she's going to be so slow, I'll catch up to her. And what happens if it's the other window? The exact same thing. The point is, with this killer, you can slow down a lot of windows, and it's one of the strongest parts of his power. Let's now talk about the second type of bottles. This is not the afterpiece tonic, this is the afterpiece antidote. The first thing that the antidote does, by the way, is cure you of slowdown if you're a survivor. This is something that you need to remember. This, unlike the pink bottle, affects both sides. So if I walk into this, as you're gonna see behind my webcam, oh, not if I end the game. As you're gonna see behind my webcam, if I walk into my yellow bottles, I actually get a 12% haste. And the survivor gets it as well. And if they have been affected by a purple bottle, they get cured immediately. Let's show that. Can we show that? Can you go into the purple and then into the other one? Yeah, look. Now go into the other one. Immediately cured. You see that she doesn't cough anymore? So you need to be really, really careful when using yellow bottles, because you can actually backfire their effect and give it to the survivors if you're not careful. What do I mean by this? Does it mean that you should never use yellow bottles? No. Definitely use yellow bottles. But let's start with pinks and use yellows whenever it makes sense to do so. Let's talk about the simplest possible way to use a yellow bottle, okay? In between chases. In between chases, let's say that I hook the survivor and I put her on the hook, and I look at my bottles, and let's say that I have 2 bottles, or even 1 bottle left. Obviously, I want to reload, right? And I want to make it all the way across the map. So, since I have 1 bottle, and it's going to be wasted anyway by reloading, one simple thing that you can do while you're traversing the map is to simply throw a bottle ahead of you, and now start reloading. So that didn't slow me down, and it gives me a bit of a speed boost, and now it's giving me a tiny little bit of map mobility. It's not insane. It's not gonna make me rival the Hillbilly in terms of mobility, but it's nice. If you're gonna reload anyway and you have at least 1 bottle to spare, you throw it, and that's one simple way. It's one super simple trick that you learn it once and you can do it every match, and it just helps you be a little bit more efficient here and there. Now, the other way to use yellow bottles that is also very, very simple is the exact same principle that we used earlier. Let's say that we chase a survivor into a loop with a pallet, right? Let's go over there. Now, let's assume that this pallet has 2 sides, the short side and the long side. Why do I call it the long and the short? Well, very simple. This one, you can see it's much shorter, right? If the survivor is playing the short side, this is basically suicide against Clown. Because what I'm going to do, if you try to loop me here, I'm going to put 1 bottle there. I'm going to go like this, then I'm going to switch directions. And, okay, this is the best survivor I've ever seen in my life. But other than that, like, I could do this. And it's basically a guaranteed hit, right? Because it's such a short part. And I can react, and you don't have reaction time enough to make it there. But if the survivor plays the long side, as we saw earlier, it can be a little bit more complicated. So could you please go to the long side? Yeah, here it's a little bit more complicated, because if I only throw 1 bottle, and I only chase with 1 bottle, sometimes a survivor will beat me to the pallet. And yeah, I'm not getting the hit. This is where the yellow bottles can come into play. With a yellow bottle, you can use it together with the purple to have... Why is the chase music so annoying? Oh my god. You can use the yellow bottle in conjunction to make this basically inescapable. Once you make sure the survivor is trapped here, you put the yellow bottle at your feet. Now you put the purple over there. And look at this. I am basically so fast and they're so slow that when I commit to one side, I'm gonna catch them. And there's almost nothing they can do. If you don't mess it up and you don't get too indecisive, it's essentially unavoidable. Something like this, right? And then I can lunge. And look, even when she was doing her best, it's really, really hard to stop it. I am moving faster, they are moving slower. The difference between us is absolutely huge. Now, one thing to keep in mind with pink bottles around pallets is that even though you are slowing down their movement speed, much like with Freddy, which we saw earlier, their vaulting speed is always the same. Could you please shoot up this pallet again? Like, one thing that you should never do is try to play around the pallet in reverse. Like, when you vault a survivor, when a survivor vaults a pallet, they always fast vault it. There's no medium vault. So even if I put this on her, like, she's gonna vault it just as fast. So this is literally unplayable for me. Like, unless a miracle happens and she makes a mistake like this, I am not gonna hit her. In these situations where a survivor's on a really good pallet, if you are completely desperate, you could use a yellow bottle and then maybe put a purple so they don't see as much. And maybe they do make a mistake and you get a really, really close hit just like that. But in most situations, you don't want to do that. You just get rid of the pallet, chase them into something else. Another thing that you can do, by the way, if you want to speed yourself up a little bit, is if you know you're going to do a certain action that takes a while, you could throw a yellow bottle here. And while you break it, you're going to get it. We see the haze there, and then you can start reloading or maybe get into a chase a little bit sooner. But basically, don't use the yellow bottles in a super, super crazy way. Start in a simple manner to speed you up in some loops, and later on you'll find more and more complex. I'm going to show you one of my favorite ways to use a yellow bottle that can be done in Shack specifically, and this is something that is somewhat repeatable. So we're going to wait for our friend to come to Shack, and we're going to try to combine the elements that we talked about earlier. This is a little bit fancy, but you will come up with your own ways, and you will find out more and more. And hey, if everything fails, there's a 300-page clown guide out there that you're always able to check with more tricks like this. So the big idea here, right, is that the survivor, right now, let's say the survivor vaults the window here, and they are on this side of the map, they're seeing me here. If I chase from this side, she's gonna mirror me, right? And if I go the other, she's gonna come back to the space in front of the window. So what I can do here is I can put a yellow for me, and then block that door with a pink, and by the time I chase her, She's gonna be slowed down here. She's gonna medium vault the... She's a genius. She just went for the pallet and run ahead early, so that didn't work. But if we do it right, it should work. If we put a yellow at her feet and then toss a pink there, and now I chase, this is basically gonna slow her down to the point where she medium vaults, and look, I could even grab her. So combinations like that can be done not just in small pallet gyms, but also in Shag, in many main buildings, and everything like that. And literally, that's all there is to Clown. He is really this simple. The only complexity comes from using the right bottle in the right situation and having enough experience to know whether you need a bottle or not. For example, if a survivor is being chased into this pallet and I'm really confident that I can down them without any bottle, well, I might just swing. If I'm not too confident, maybe I'll throw one and I'll try to hit him before. And knowing when to do what is something that's going to come with a bit of experience, but that's something that will happen naturally. Really. Everything else on top of that is just knowing a few setups and being able to use the R. Keep in mind that sometimes if you want to place a purple bottle in a very specific way, you can throw it and maybe even make it appear, for example, on the other side of a wall, right? So you can use things like that, or finding elevated spots to cover a bit more distance, but that's something that we'll improvise in and figure it out as we go. Let's now focus on what builds you can bring on this killer to maximize their potential. Okay, so as we talked about earlier, the Clown comes with some amazing perks of his own. If we look up Clown in the search, we see that his perks are Bamboozle, which allows you to block windows when you vault them. You also vault them a little faster. This is not a perk that is necessarily the best or most necessary on Clown, but a lot of the insta-down killers, like the Hillbilly, love this perk. So having it unlocked is amazing. Remember, if you level up a killer to the point where you prestige them, their perks start appearing on everyone else's blood whips, and they become unlocked. The more prestige, the more consistent they unlock, right? So yeah, this is a really good perk. Maybe not the absolute best on Clown, but still really, really good. Chordophobia is also a cute perk. If you don't know what to put on, it's not bad. It makes everyone around you heal slower, and it can be a little awkward and disruptive. It can be really good in terror radius builds. It's not so good on stealth killers because they don't have a terror radius. It's not incredible on Clown, but I mean, it's not bad. You put it on, it's gonna do something here and there. And Pop Goes the Weasel is definitely the perk that stands out. This perk is good on everyone. The higher mobility the killer, the better this perk is. Every time you hook a survivor, the next time you kick a generator for the next 45 seconds, you're gonna do so much more damage on it. Instead of doing the usual 5%, which is very easy to undo for a survivor quickly, you do 25% total, which is a pretty big deal. This, with a few other slowdowns, can make the generators really difficult to complete. So we're gonna take two of his best perks, Pop and Bamboozle. We're gonna give No It. Keep in mind, this killer hits you with his basic power. He doesn't damage you with his bottles, so any instant perk typically works pretty well with him. And as our final perk, we're gonna have No Holds Bar or Deadlock if you have the Pinhead DLC. It's not the most synergistic because it can block gens. It doesn't work so well with Pop Goes the Weasel. But as far as basic perks go, yeah, this is probably one of the best we've got. As for add-ons, a couple add-ons to stay away from. Do not use the add-on that insta-down survivors. It sounds good, but then you realize that it makes your bottles go up to 1. It's really not a good idea. If you don't know what to bring, honestly, you have great options. Extra duration of the slowdown is always great. Extra hinder on the slowdown is never bad. The two add-ons that decrease your reload time and make your reload movement speed faster are super simple. I'm gonna be running that. And also, Starling Feather isn't bad. Starling Feather allows you to throw bottles consecutively more. The other feather is almost as good, despite being a fewer rarity, one less rarity tier. It's still almost as good. And this allows you to spam bottles if you miss the first one, or spam a bottle, and if the survivor runs into you, hit them with your basic attack sooner. So it really wouldn't be a bad idea to have one of these as well in your first Clown matches. But I've said my mind. I'm gonna go for double reload, which feels really good and is really funny. Let's see what we can do in the real match that we're about to play. All right, we're about to start our match with Clown, and okay, this is an indoor map. It's a little bit hard to know exactly what you're doing, but let's imagine that it's just a normal map. The general idea, thank you Capybara, is to go to like the 1 or 2 generators that are the furthest and look around and try to look for scratch marks or flying crows or something that will give away a survivor. Now, some people might see that yellow bottles speed you up and think that, oh, I should be using yellow bottles all the time. Shouldn't I? I should just be spamming them. And the idea, I think, is well-intentioned, but ultimately, you don't want to do that. You really don't want to do that. If you start throwing yellow bottles all the time, you're gonna have a problem. This is one of those pallets that we cannot really do anything about, but we're waiting for a mistake. Like that. We're waiting for a mistake. We know that the bottle itself is not going to slow her vault down, but we're kind of spitting ourselves up and looking for a mistake. So what is the problem with just spamming yellow bottles? The survivors hear the bottles, and they see the gas, and they know where you're coming from, and you lose the element of surprise. And then at some point in your first chase, you're going to have to reload. This is Pop Goes the Weasel, by the way. You're going to see that there's a big puff of smoke, and that means we've done more damage. This is something the survivors can see, so... Oh, hello. Hiya. Could I get a free hit on you, maybe? Yeah, she had to drop that one. Do I get a nice little hit on her? Ugh. I don't know. I think he's going to find a pallet here, sadly. Time to reload. Nice, nice, nice. Wait, that didn't hit her? Wait, what? That was mad odd. Wait, you serious? Okay, that looked really sketchy, I know, but I knew what I was doing there. Alright, let's put a yellow over there for me. That looked really sketchy as well, I know, but I thought I might get away with it. What they did there about that rescue was so silly. But yeah, long story short, it is not a fantastic idea to... Oh. To drop pallets like an absolute mad lad. This is really not amazing. That's good. She made a mistake here. So kind of throw them if you are in a desperate situation. If you're like going towards the last gen and it's 95% and you think like being there 0.2 seconds sooner is going to make a difference, then by all means, use a yellow bottle, you know? And if you have a perk that lets you know where everybody is, or if you have some add-on that makes the yellow bottle have more utility and you know what you're doing, by all means, go for it. I don't see why I'm even checking this. That gen over there is probably the one being done right now. No, actually. The gen with most progress is the one in that corner. Oh my god. Yikes. This is a problem because deadlock or no holds bar is actually going to prevent me from doing this gen, from kicking it. This is so unfortunate. I'm so stupid, man. I'm so stupid. And they all sprint burst away. That was such a waste. But it really wasn't wasteful because it did tell me something that is really good to know. Does she vault and panic? She does not. She's still slowed down. Awesome. Do I grab her? I'm gonna grab her, chat, and tell you why. Oh my god. Oh my god, that was huge. Because I wanted to save as much time as possible. Unfortunately, these survivors are kind of coordinated and they just took in each other's gens. And they finished that one, so I can't even pop it. Did you see what happened there, by the way? She tried to blind me, but the coffin... Sorry, I tried one thing. The coffin actually interrupted her animation. Oh, hi! That's insane. What the hell? She caught that with her teeth. So one of the reasons why these people have done... this is Dead Hard, by the way. No? One of the reasons why survivors have done gens fast is because they never even bother healing this girl at the start. That gen over there was the one with most progress. Let's check it. If it's at 0, then we know that they just don't have any other gens started. We have a bit of a 3 gen as well going, which is good. It's not at 0. Hello? She's gonna drop it. Okay. Awesome. Let's not lose track of what's important here. Let's break this pallet, which is in a gen that has progress. Let's apply this pop, which is going to be really helpful. We haven't lost chase super quickly, which means this girl didn't run away immediately. Let's check if she stayed here. She did. We're going to put a yellow bottle on one side. We're going to see where she's headed. We're going to make it explode over there. Does that hit her? Yes, it does. Do I need a second one? Maybe I do. Second one over there just to make sure. Bing, boom, down you go. Beautiful. Remember, we start with very simple ones, and if it works, great. If we need a little bit on top, great. I think here I probably needed the yellow and the 2 purples, because the purple on its own doesn't last so long, so... Alright, so the one thing that could really ruin my day is if they finish this gen over here, because then I would have no longer a 3 gen. I could have waited a little longer there. There's something that could have been done there. Maybe she has a perk that makes her insta-downable. It's one of those... Okay, that's good. I have 1 bottle. I need to be really careful here. I'm gonna throw it there, pretend to fake it, and beautiful, she ran into it. Now, question, do I want to hook her? Absolutely. Do I want to hook her yet? No, absolutely not. We are defending the 3 gen, but we have a pop here, so we spend the pop, which is a one-time use, then I hook this girl, Or if I was crazy, I could just not even hook and go straight for the other two over there. We have a quick look at the HUD and we remember that Lara's dead on hook, Nia's dead on hook. They're both good targets. They're both people I want to focus on. These two other girls, I mean, if they give me a quick down, awesome. But I don't care as much. Let's check on the state of the Shen. It's a nothing. Beautiful. They've been rescued. Oh, that girl is injured. Hold up. They're gonna body block for her? Yeah, obviously. Why wouldn't you body block for a teammate, right? I'm gonna pretend to reload. I'm gonna fake it. And this like give me a down. Fake it again. It worked. I don't know why. Cool. Do I have another pop that I can use? I do. Hi, Lara. She's got sprint. Oh, actually, I don't think she did. Doesn't matter. Let's not get greedy. Right now, we are doing something that in most situations would make you lose the game on the spot. We are so many hooks into the game, 7 hooks into the game, no kills. This is normally a really bad idea, but because we have pop, we can actually fight for the gens, which is awesome. Okay, I don't know what that was. We broke this pallet. No, it's not broken. Okay, I need to reload, but I need to find the right moment. They don't know. Okay, she's cornered. Look, she can't leave this room. I can reload now. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna put a yellow bottle somewhere in the middle for us. We're gonna put one over there, aim a little higher. And she is absolutely dead here. Dead heart, maybe? There is a dead heart. A little bit hard to see because she's got the cough animation and you can't quite tell. Can I do another pop? Yeah, sure, why not? No, never mind, it's sparking. Right. Now remember, they do have a person with a flashlight, so maybe pick up looking at a wall. This is a very simple killer concept that I think most of you already know, but in case you don't, a survivor can blind you when you're picking up, and if they do it at the right time, you will lose the survivor that you're picking up because it's like a flashlight rescue. Now, the way to avoid this, generally speaking, is to look at a wall. Or if there's no wall available, you can alternatively... By the way, putting a pallet... That could have been a hit if I launched a little earlier. This is still kind of a bad idea. That's better. You don't want to aim at the pallet. That's something you do in very desperate situations. Wow. That should be it. There you go. That being said, do I want to chase this girl? Actually, yeah, maybe. Oh, hi. Dead heart as well? No? Why did I think she had it? I'm stupid. I think the dead heart run. Oh, did she get a speed boost from my own perk? I think she did. Yeah, I showed you what you should not do in this situation. Oh, that's excellent. Nancy's come to take a hit. Nancy being the only survivor that is not immediately dead. Am I dumb? Did I lose her? I sure did. Well, if anything, maybe this shows you that you can make some mistakes and still be in the game, but we'll see. She should drop this pallet immediately, which she most likely will. I know what's gonna happen next. Is that good enough? Remember, we don't lose any distance for... Oh, that was beautiful. We don't lose any distance throwing bottles. So... Hello. Where is your rescuing friend? Hello. I mean, in this situation, with the last gen possibly being done, it's normally better to just make sure you get the kill, but I think we're okay. Plus, we have the perk Noed, which is going to activate in probably about 5 seconds. And that is pretty good. Even if they were healthy, we will insta-down, so... Alright, I'm saying 5 seconds, assuming the Shen is done, but looking at the pistons from a distance, it doesn't look like it's done at all, so... Yeah. Okay. By the way, it's incredibly easy for you to throw the wrong bottle when you're not paying too much attention, and the game sometimes gets a little buggy, and it doesn't switch bottles when it should, and it is a bit infuriating. One piece of advice that is not necessarily like... It's not... It doesn't have any in-game advantage, it's just good for your brain. Is to, generally speaking, default to the purple. Right? So, because the purple or pink is the bottle that you're going to be using the most, what you want to be doing most of the time is use the yellow bottle, switch back. So, I will... put a yellow bottle to reload or to help me in chase, and then when I'm done, I will switch back. And that way, whenever I enter chase, I default to using the pink bottle first, which is the one that you're gonna be immediately more benefiting from, right? I don't know if you've noticed this, I have neglected to mention this, but yellow bottles have an activation period, and this is quite important, I'll explain in a second. when I throw a pink bottle at a survivor, it immediately begins to slow them down. Well, not if I miss, but you know what I mean. Let me show you. Look at the scream, okay? Oh my god, that was a... That is a bug. That is a desync moment. The server thinks it's in one spot. But you see, right? It works immediately. That is a desync moment where the server thinks the bottle hit a wall, but then in my own game it kept going, so you see a discrepancy. But yeah, that's just DBD spaghetti code. What I'm trying to get at here is that yellow bottles require a little bit more planning, and you use them a bit more sparingly. When you throw a yellow bottle, it's actually going to be white for a second, and then turn yellow in about half a second afterwards, right? That is when it begins to work. This has one important implication. If you throw a yellow bottle at your feet, you're going to miss it. So you don't necessarily want to do this. Because look, it didn't work. I didn't get it. Right? It is a better idea to aim it a little bit higher. Oh, they disconnected. Thank you. And then by the time you walk there, you get it, right? Or if the survivor is trapped in a place, it doesn't matter too much. If a survivor is trapped in a place, you might as well do whatever the hell you wanted to do anyway. So, say for example, this survivor's trapped here, right? Well, not really, because it's a bot and it's stupid, but... Say the survivor is on this loop, then and the pallet is dropped and you're here, then you can do whatever the hell you want. It doesn't matter. In a loop this small, even one pink bottle is probably enough to kill them. So, yeah. That hopefully teaches you the basics of Clown, even though it can get a little bit tricky. For the most part, this is a killer that you can play on baby steps. Baby step number 1, play him like a normal killer. Baby step number 2, throw a few pinks when it makes sense here and there. Try to take mental note of which pink bottles work and why, and which ones don't, and then try not to do the same. And then baby step number 2, put a bit of yellow here. Baby step number 4. Yeah, you get it, right? You can incrementally get good at this killer. You don't need to dominate every aspect of its kit to do well. I hope that you have a lot of fun with them. And now on to our next killer. Alright friends, it's time to talk about the Spirit. Now, unlike many of the characters that we talked about prior and the Clown, which we just talked about, the Spirit is not a basic M1 killer. Yes, she does down you primarily with her basic attacks, so insta-down perks like Know It or Surge can work really well on her. In fact, they're really good on her, but she doesn't move and act like normal M1 killers. She is slower than the Trapper. She has the same speed as Hag and Huntress, 110. And this means that if you're catching up to a survivor without using your power, you're going to take a little bit longer. And because survivors generally have a smaller hitbox, which means they hug more tightly around loops, if you chase a survivor on a loop, any hit that would be doable for the Trapper will be slightly harder for you. And if the survivor has some extra speed from some perk or add-on, it can really be super, super difficult to chase normally. So this is a killer that you want to play in a very different way, and you want to use her power often, otherwise she's just a worse Trapper. The one thing that this killer has that almost no other killer has is a passive ability. She has a passive ability called passive phasing, where every now and then she kind of flickers away and disappears. Only one other killer has something similar to this, right? And the idea is that you can't really know when this is happening. You as a killer don't know when this is happening, but from the survivor point of view, it can be a little bit confusing because they're going to see you on and off, on and off. You're going to disappear a little bit. There's one add-on that makes it happen a bit more frequently and make it last a bit longer, but for the most part, it's out of your control. Sometimes you might get hits or might confuse survivors thanks to it, but it's not something you can control. So yeah, as a general rule, this is a killer that you need to play using her power. Because she is so unique, I recommend that you don't just play Spirit. If you really, really like her and you want to learn her early in your DBD career, that's fine. But be sure to also play other more simple killers like Wraith. Because when you learn this killer, you can be really good at Spirit, but that won't make you good at necessarily any other killer. So, other than the passive phasing that this killer does in the background, what is her power? Her power is called Yamaoka's Haunting, and you need to charge it for a few seconds, and then you'll begin to move very, very, very fast. Incredibly fast. You can see that I'm covering half the map really, really quickly. Without any add-ons, she moves way, way faster than survivors, even with some of their best perks, but she needs to go into a recovery mode, and you cannot use her power at all until it's fully recovered. The general rule of thumb is that for every 1 second of power used, you have to wait 3 seconds. This can be a bit lessened with add-ons, but look, if I do 1, 2, 3. That's gonna be about 9 seconds of waiting, right? Approximately speaking. Yeah, multiply it by 3, more or less. Now, what is so powerful about this power, but what are its limitations? We've already seen that you move really quickly, but the problem when you go into hunting is that you don't see survivors anymore. The moment I begin to use my power, they're going to disappear, and I will not see them until I appear back. But this also goes for them. They don't see you. When you stand still, they will see you stand still, and when you begin to use your power, the only thing they're gonna see is the husk that you leave behind. So from the survivor point of view, you're gonna look like this, and then you're going to magically reappear, aha, right in front of them. Or whatever you go. When you are using your power and actively moving, they do hear a bit of a hum, a little bit of a vacuum sound. So if I approach a survivor, for example, let's say I use my power here, and for some reason I go around, even though they won't know exactly where I am, they will be able to tell that I am roughly behind them or to the right. So yeah, that is not a problem because again, you move so quickly that even if they have an approximate idea of where you are, you're still really strong. And you also have a bit of a whooshing sound that can be heard even from a bit of a distance, even if the survivors don't know exactly where it is. So if a survivor is completely invisible, how am I supposed to find them? Let's go from more subtle and more difficult to find to more obvious, right? The most subtle thing that a survivor does, even if they're standing completely still, every survivor has a breathing sound. If I get really close, I can barely hear it, man. And I have really low volume. If I get really close to a survivor, you can hear them breathing. Some of them breathe a little bit louder than others. Also, anytime they are moving, unless they are crouching, which is really muffled, anytime they're walking or running, you will hear footsteps as well. So that's another cue as well. Survivors also have a panting sound when they run. Feng Ming, for example, is really loud. So, Fong, could you please just run in a straight line somewhere and we'll listen to you? You hear her breathe through her mouth, not through her mouth, hopefully. You also notice that a few things are still visible. Grass being moved is still visible. Scratch marks are still visible. So could you please run into the grass a little bit so we can see that? Yeah, so that is a dead giveaway that a survivor is there. And other things that interact with the environment, like a locker being open, is perfectly visible. Or a pallet being dropped, or even a pallet being vaulted. Could you please vault this pallet after you drop it so we see the puff of smoke? Yep. If you see the puff of smoke on that side, it means they're vaulting towards you. So, yeah. Survivors can also try to mess with you a little bit by, for example, doing something like running in a straight line and then crouching and running back. But basically, if you are paying, doing something like that. But if you're paying attention, most of the times you will be able to track them, especially if they are injured, unless they have some perk that gives them stealth, or they just recently got off the hook and have some anti-stealth. An injured survivor is really easy to hear, and this is one of the loudest ones. So I'd like you to run in a straight line, and we'll show our viewers exactly what a chase looks like. Normally, you get a hit, right? Survivor makes some distance with the speed they have, and then you're gonna charge your power, and you're gonna follow the scratch marks. And at one point, you're gonna see something that lets you know, okay, I'm really close. Whether it's footsteps, whether it's the loud noises getting louder and making it really obvious that they're really close, or even grass moving as well. That can also be a dead giveaway. And then you're just simply going to hit them. And that's literally all there is to Spirit. That's all there is. This is her power. There's nothing else. How do we use it effectively? Most of the times, the general idea is if you know where you're headed, you can use your power for mobility. So if I hook this girl here and I know that gen is being done, or I have a very good intuition that gen's being done, I could use some of my power to get there. Maybe I save some of it so that my cooldown is a bit shorter, and then I enter chase, I go, okay, maybe I get a free hit, awesome, keep chasing, bam, my power's now back. One thing that's quite important to do on Spirit is to understand that while your power is in cooldown, you are not quite as effective. In fact, you are quite weak. So let me tell you a mistake that you can make while playing as a Spirit. Let's say that I use all of my power because I misuse it. So I use all of it, right? And now I chase this girl and she goes to the nearest pallet, which is that one over there. Let's go. And she's gonna loop me now. I don't want to be stunned, so I wait. Okay. Hold up. Ooh, oh, damn. Okay, hold up. Let's get a hit, guys. Let's get a hit. Oh, damn it. Okay, hold up. Uh-oh. Okay. You see the problem here, right? We did two big mistakes. Number one, don't respect pallets. Do not be scared about pallets while you're on cooldown. While you're on cooldown, you're not at full power. That is the perfect moment to just run through the pallets. Don't be scared of them. Use that moment to break pallets, to get them out of the way, and it's fine. When you get your power, you will be able to play around them. And if you already broke them, perfect. You don't even have to play around them. If they have no pallets, this killer is really difficult to deal with. And another mistake that I made is I started using my power like this. This is a horrible idea. This is terrible. Normally, while you use your power, you're gonna lose sight of the survivor, right? But you at least see in the direction in which they were moving. So if a survivor runs away right now, start running away, please. And then do whatever direction you want. Like, I'm gonna lose them, but at least I'm gonna go to the last spot I saw them, follow the scratch marks, and bam. You know, there I could hear her breathing and panting, so I found her. If I start my power from behind like a wall like this, and I don't see them, I don't even know where they were headed. So if I start a chase right now and I do this, I don't even know where they started moving. So it will be a lot more confusing for me. So try to start your phase in a place that is good for you. Why don't we go to a corner of the map and show another one of the simplest ways that we can play Spirit. As a general rule, you want to zone survivors. This is something that every killer wants to do to some degree, right? But it is particularly important on Spirit, and we do it in a different way. So here's a survivor that I'm chasing into the corner of the map, and they reach this pallet, right? Now, the wrong way to play this pallet would be to chase in this direction, clockwise, and then she drops the pallet, maybe. Oh, now she can make it all the way across the map. The big idea, right, is that we want to zone them into the corner where they can't escape easily, right? So let's say she goes to the pallet, and I chase counterclockwise. Now she drops the pallet. Okay, and now I go to a spot where I have good visibility. I see the left, I see the right, and I start using my power here. And here's the funny part. Sometimes, if a survivor is a little bit stupid, they might not realize you're faking it. Sometimes, you might stand still, and the survivor will mind game themselves and bolt into you, and it's a free hit. You shouldn't do it all the time, but because normally when you stand still, after a couple seconds, you begin to emit the sound. But survivors are panicky creatures. Sometimes they see you stand still for a second, and before they even hear the whoosh, they already think, oh my god, I'm gonna go, and they will make a stupid mistake. So one thing that we could do in this situation, right, is put ourselves here, start using power. I see that she hasn't moved, I hit her. I see that she's vaulted, maybe I can still hit her, maybe I can get the grab, maybe I'll go around. Either way, I will react to whatever I'm hearing, right? Never, ever, ever, in this situation, I want to do it the opposite way. Because if I do it the opposite way, right? What if I start using my power? And now, instead of being around the loop, she could have just escaped somewhere else, right? She could make it into the map. Whereas if I do it from this direction, she really has no escape. This is the corner. So yeah, zoning, super important on the Spirit. Now, another thing that's also quite important is to try to fake out the information that you're giving the survivor. Could we please come to this pallet right here? Let's assume that the survivor drops this pallet. Now, one thing that I could do is start using my power and chase her from this direction while I'm in power, and then try to catch her before she makes it all the way around. But one thing that's kind of funny is that even if I'm not going exactly there, she doesn't necessarily need to know. Like, if I use my power and I go to the left, she's already hearing me from the left side. So sometimes she might vault, and I can already, like, fake it. So I don't need to go exactly here to make her think that I'm going there. So, yeah. What are some examples of that? I mean, there's a very extreme example that we can show you in, for example, Shack, right? In Shack, you could have a survivor in that corner, right? Like, let's say, yeah, could you please go behind this boarded up window? Yeah. You could literally make it seem like you're using your power. I will pretend to go to the right, and she's gonna go towards the pallet. right? She's gonna run towards the pallet, and she thinks I'm behind her now. And maybe runs to the pallet, and then I can meet her here and literally whack her in the middle of the head, right? Just because I can kind of manipulate the sound and make her think that I'm doing something more fancy than what I really am. So this is something to keep in mind as well. Just remember, every survivor is gonna have tendencies, okay? When you chase a survivor, pay attention to what they do, and more importantly, pay attention to see if they have any perk that can make them quiet. Jake Park, one of the basic survivors, has a perk called Iron Whale that can make a survivor make no breathing noises when they are injured, and no injury noises when they, no cries of pain. So I need to figure out really quickly if the survivor that I'm chasing plays a certain way. Do they back and forth a lot? Do they stand still a lot? Can I actually hear them? And maybe prioritize the survivors that you find a little bit easier. Let's give this killer a fancy build that will help us and hop into a real match and see what it looks like. Ow. Okay, so let's get a beginner build on the Spirit. Funnily enough, I am not using any of the Spirit perks. I think they are good perks, but they work better in other types of builds, maybe on other killers. Rancor is a fine perk if you've got nothing else. Personally, I think Noid is a simpler endgame perk, so I'm running Noid instead. Haunt the Ground is pretty nasty. It does sometimes make it backfire when survivors cleanse totems, but you want to run it alongside other hexes. And we're assuming that you don't have any hexes at all in your build. Let's assume that you have none, right? Spirit Fury is also pretty fun. It makes a pallet break when you get stunned for basically the third time, if you've already broken the previous two. It works much better with the perk Enduring from the Hillbilly, but for this build, as I said, we're going to assume that you have no other teachables. Sloppy Butcher is an amazing perk on the Spirit. Either this or Weeping Wounds, both are really, really good. Making sure that the survivors have a harder time healing is good. The more injured survivors, the harder it is for you to track them. There is a world of difference chasing a survivor that is healthy and being really smart, and a survivor that is injured, and no matter what they do, they are making constant, really easily trackable noise that you can follow very, very easily while you are in phasing. This is a simple perk. It's called Deadlock or No Holds Barred, depending if you own the Pinhead DLC, and it just slows down gens for us, not have to do anything. Search from the Demogorgon could also be a really great replacement. Space from the Shadows honestly works quite well on the Spirit. She doesn't have the biggest throw radius or anything, so when you are around, you are going to get information from this perk to point you in the right direction, one of the better info perks. And remember, when you are using your power, you don't see auras. So a lot of perks that would be really, really helpful, like Nurse's Calling, they might be helpful, but they don't help you during chase itself because you are completely unable to see the auras of survivors, just like you can see survivors themselves. But this is an exception. You do see the procs from Space from the Shadows. Since this killer downs with basic attacks, Noid is also a pretty easy choice. Let's hop into a real game. Oh, I did forget to mention, there are a few add-ons that are worth keeping an eye out for. Notably, I would really ask you to stay away from the Yakuyoki Amulet. This add-on used to be really strong, but they changed it, and it now has a very major downside. It loses your speed, and you don't want to mess with that. There are two add-ons that are pretty powerful, the Mother Ring and the Dry Cherry Blossom, that have good effects, but they also make you unable to see scratch marks while using your power. They are not the most beginner-friendly. I would stay away from them for a while. Add-ons that make you faster, there's two of them that are not the Mother Ring. The Daycap and the Zori, these are always good. The two add-ons that make you charge up your hunting faster, the Gifted Bamboo Comb and what's the other one? The White Hair Ribbon. These are also really, really good. And probably the best type of add-on is Recovery. Recovery is always, always good. Anything that makes your power come back sooner, allows you to stay on the move more frequently, gives you less downtime. Any three of them are great. Obviously, the best one is the Rusty Fluid, which is the rarest. But yeah, you cannot go wrong with that. I'm personally gonna go for Charge Speed and Recovery, which is excellent, excellent stuff, even just with Green Rarity. Okay, so a few things that I forgot to talk about in the first segment of this little tutorial is that your husk itself has collision. So when you start using your power, if you leave it, like say here, you can actually use it as a bit of a pillar, kind of like a blocking block. I'm gonna stand still here for a second until I get my power back. Let's see if she gets a little bit silly. Sometimes the survivor thinks they're being really smart by doing something like this. Oh, they actually did play this really smart. Wow, well done. I see that someone else is on that gen. They're gonna beat me to this window, unfortunately. No biggie. Let's switch directions. They actually left. I'm onto them. Ooh. Did they? Yeah, okay, they made a mistake there. Thank God. Thank God. Keep in mind that survivors hear a relatively directional whoosh, so you can't really catch them off guard entirely if they're paying attention. Okay, once a survivor is injured, it is night and day. It is so much easier to chase them. And I don't know if you noticed there, but also another thing that can help you a lot of in chase is if you actually lose the chase. This is a little bit complicated and it's not super obvious, but when the game detects that you're after a survivor, the chase music begins. Ching! You see, you hear that little ching? That plays when you begin chasing the obsession. She turned back. Well done. But if the game doesn't see you looking at a survivor and the survivor is moving far away, the game thinks the chase is over. So in a situation like this, because the chase music is not playing, I can actually listen better. So in this situation, look. Oh, wait. Oh, that was brilliant of her, actually. I could hear her very clearly because the chase music was gone. So if you can, do whatever's possible to avoid starting the chase or to lose it quickly. There you go, something like that. She was just waiting in the middle. We see that girl over there. If you trick the game into thinking that you're no longer chasing, your chase is going to be a little bit easier. And I'm saying the word chase so many times that it's starting to lose its meaning. But hopefully you understand what I mean here. A couple of things we're talking about. If you have to deal with flashlights, by the way, flashlights can prevent you from starting your power. And if you get somehow blinded by a flashbang or a firecracker or a flashlight aimed at you, you will also be kicked out of your power. Nice. Okay, let's get this. Beautiful. This is a great example of I didn't have my power, so I just went through the pallet, and now that I do. Beautiful. I think she popped a syringe. It was a styptic, actually. Fair enough. Very good. This did get her a second chance, but hey, we got our power back. We're gonna do it one more time. Ta-da! A little bit hard to see the scratch marks because they take a second to materialize, but we got it. Here, we honestly applied a lot of the principles that we talked about earlier. We zone her. We made sure that she was against the edge of the map so that she only has basically 1 or 2 ways to go. Okay, that generates the most progress. And when we had our power on cooldown, we didn't bother breaking it. Wow, that looks kind of cool. When the power wasn't on cooldown, then we used the power, right? So don't overthink chases, basically, at the wrong time, and that's pretty much it. And there's a couple more things that I had written down that we need to talk about as well. Okay. Listen. This is so perfect. We haven't started the chase, so I can hear super crystal clear. After this hit, I don't think it's worth it to look away or try to lose the chase. Obviously, you don't want to go so far that... Oh, lost the chase? You always want to keep in mind that survivors can and will... Ooh, that was good. Can and will sometimes run back and do a 180 because they know that you don't see them. Especially if they have some perk to make them quieter, they will try to mess with you. Okay, let's hook this girl. That's a little bit unfortunate. Ooh, wow, I kind of maybe complicated this one. Cheryl is set on hook, which is awesome. Oh my god. Okay, good. Whew. Yeah, that was a little tricky, I'm not gonna lie. Maybe a good time to break this pallet now? Okay, I think the other 2 girls were healing together over here. If I stay here, I have a feeling the last one's gonna show up. I was wrong, it seems. Remember, I don't see survivors, but I would see their scratch marks or crows. Oh, you're actually just on the gen! Oh my god, okay. These people know that time is on their side. But they didn't know that I was standing still there. If your power is on cooldown and it's gonna come back in 2 seconds, there's nothing wrong with just standing still. As I explained many times, survivors sometimes just mind game themselves. Right, we don't want to lose that gen too quickly if possible. I might break this because my power's on cooldown anyway. It might not be the shortest way to end this chase, but it will help us in the future ones. Okay, we're right on top of her. Whenever you're swinging through a pallet like this, very important, do not hold the attack button. When a survivor drops the pallet, if you're holding the attack button, you will get stunned, you won't get the hit. However, if you end the lunge right as they're dropping it, especially with ping on your side, you will get the hit. Your hitbox is more likely to register that way. All right, I think that gen has to go. We need to find Cheryl and maybe hold one of these gens. Ooh, wow, they're doing a lot of progress. Who is this? I'm interested. Oh, injured Lara, perfect. We did have slightly better pathing than her last time, that's why we caught her. Or was it someone else we caught? Yeah, we caught her. She knows I'm faking this. Wow, so here we have an example of a survivor with the perk Iron Will or some other similar that literally just stands still. And this can be a bit difficult. Sometimes if a survivor just stands still and they're healthy, or they stand still and they have this perk, it's generally really hard to know what the hell is going on. As a general rule, one tip that I give to every Spirit player, how do I play Spirit better? Use your power in short bursts. You chase after the survivor. If it's obvious that they're leading scratch marks north, you follow them north. But if at one point, it's not extremely clear where they are, that is okay. You end your power. Best case scenario, they were standing still and you see them and then it's a free hit. Worst case scenario, maybe they played a trick on you and you lost them, but at least you get your power back sooner. Remember, power. Actually, yeah, I just hit her. Much simpler. All right, I think the other two girls might have been busy healing behind me. I don't know if they use a medkit, but I see that none of them is going for the rescue yet, so we could play this a bit nasty. This girl's dead. Do we see any scratch marks? Do we hear any crows? Do we maybe kick this? I don't think they sneaked past me. Yeah, I could kind of hold this part of the map a little bit. Oh, someone went back on that gen. Okay, there's pressure on me now. Okay. When you see all four pistons moving like this, that means the gen is somewhere between 99 and 75%. So that's not great. That person hit stage 2. That is very good. I will likely... You know what? I honestly think we could continue chasing after the Sable, and I think we'll kill her. You don't think they were trying to heal, do you? Oh, they were trying to heal. Okay. If they finish the other gen, they'd almost do me a favor. I knew she was gonna do that. That was just guessing. That was literally just guessing. But I figured she would do that just based on her behavior. Alright, let's chase after her. Oh, wow. This is not so good, chat. This is not so good. I don't know why I'm overcomplicating it. Funnily enough, it would have been better if we never actually injured this girl. Waiting out for a little dead hard. Okay, my fear is that if Lara immediately went for one of the gates, look how far these gates are, man. Look how far these gates are. This is gonna take forever, man. By the time I get to one of them, they're both out. But that's alright. This girl's on hook at least. Oh yeah, like, I'm sorry, man. This was a little poor handling. Yeah, I think Lara was the one that started opening way ahead of time. What I needed to do to defend this game, realistically, after kicking that gen, I needed to defend it a bit longer. In case you want to learn from my mistake there. But honestly, that doesn't really matter too much. Let's have a little look. This was honestly really, really helpful for this girl. Let's have a look and see what Lara exactly did to be so silent. Oh, she had her own will. Not gonna lie, Calm Spirit is a very, very unusual perk to see in my lobbies, but I think it was really, really helpful here because it probably did save her from spies a few times. And then she just had full-on stealth. Damn. And these toolboxes are pretty strong, man. At some point, yeah, this gens were gonna be a bit hard to deal with. Well done. GG's, even though there's no one to read it. Okay, let's go over just a couple more things that we haven't talked about, especially from the survivor point of view. Okay, there's only a couple things that I didn't get to showcase that I think are important. The first one, you might have noticed, but that I didn't explicitly state out loud, is that when you are the spirit and you're using your power, you move faster, but some of the speed carries over after you end your power. You see how there's like a couple, I don't want to say a couple seconds, it's more like half a second, where you transition from your high speed to your normal speed, which is slower than the normal. This is where the spirit can use some crazy lunges, however. You can end your power and do a much longer chase than usual. And if you do have one of the two perks that extends your lunges, yes, it stacks with it. So Don't forget that that's something that you can do. Also, another little trick that you might find useful is that when you use your power, survivors disappear and they have this little animation. Do you see it? That little animation, believe it or not, can be really easy to spot. So if you are looking, could you please hide, I don't know, in this corner right here? Right in this corner. If you're looking from a distance at a big... No, like on the side of the corner that we see you. Yeah, perfect. Right now, I'm gonna be honest, if she was hiding right there, I would not in a million years spot her right away. It's really difficult to spot her. If we stand still, we see that her breathing moves her back and forth, but look. Do you see that? Do you see how easy it is to spot that little flamey animation? That can be pretty helpful. So yeah, if you're looking at a big line of sight where you could possibly see a bunch of survivors, you can also tap your power to maybe get a glimpse of a survivor somewhere. Don't forget about that. Well done, Fang. Thanks so much for the help. On to the next healer. Go into the slugger. You won't. Go into it. Go into it. Oh, wow. She disappeared. Anyway, we're now playing the Legion. The Legion is an amazing killer. He comes with at least one very useful perk and is quite tricky for beginners to play against and has quite a lot of built-in utility, but he's also simultaneously very easy to play as a beginner yourself. I have a brown add-on to make my recovery faster, but other than that, you know, I'm playing the basic Legion. Legion is a basic M1 killer, which means that if you play Trapper, if you play Wraith, if you play Hillbilly, if you play Clown, it's the same movement speed, the same terror radius, except when he's using power. I'll explain that in a second. And the same lunge and the same stun time. Everything is the same, so this killer will feel immediately familiar. However, compared to some of the killers that we've seen up until this point, they're actually a tiny little bit shorter. They're not as tall as Trapper or nearly as tall as other killers like Pyramid Head, which means that around some loops, you can actually kind of trick survivors a little bit. I don't know if this is a great example. Keep in mind, survivors have a third-person view. They can angle it over obstacles. So, you know, it's not super simple. But say, for example, a rock like this, if a survivor, for whatever reason, is on the other side of this rock, and you do a little mind game, like, they don't mirror your movements perfectly. They don't see you. So they won't see the tip of your head poking easily. So this is a small advantage that so far only one killer has had. Only Freddy has been a bit short like this. Or maybe Pig slightly. But yeah, most of the killers are a little bit taller, so keep that in mind. So this is a killer that is super easy to play as a normal killer. But don't worry, the power is also very simple. The power is called the Feral Frenzy. Basically, when you tap it, you begin moving a little bit faster and you unlock the ability to stab people. Now, when you stab, you make them go from healthy to injured and also apply Deep Wound. Deep Wound is a special status effect that makes a survivor unable to heal immediately. They have to first remove the Deep Wound. And it is the same thing that happens when you hit a survivor off the hook. It makes them have a yellow bar that you don't really see exactly as a killer. The survivor sees how much the progress is. You don't see the progress. She's now getting rid of it, right? So I don't know exactly how much left there is. But yeah, if I chase her now, can I chase you? Can you start running? She doesn't lose it. But if she doesn't do anything about this, she will go down. So she has to remove it, right? You see how it's a special animation? You see that it's not... Yeah, you can go ahead. Oh, she already finished. Perfect. So yeah, the problem is, even though this is a really good way to injure people, this does not down survivors immediately. So if I hit her again, notice that it doesn't down her, it just puts her back into the Deep Wound, right? Now, is there any inherent value to being Deep Wounded? Yes, quite a bit actually. If I leave the survivor, they can't just immediately go on a gen. At some point, they have to get rid of it. So that's about 12 or so seconds that they're going to waste. And if I stay in chase, she cannot use medkit on herself, which could be useful. And she also cannot be healed by other people quickly, which is useful. If she has a perk like Adrenaline, which immediately heals her, will only remove the Deep Wound, but it will not heal her to full. So there are a few benefits. You should try to put as many people into Deep Wound as possible. And then after you're done with that, typically this killer transitions into being a normal killer. Now, even though I've said this killer moves faster in this movement speed, it's still not incredibly fast, but every time you hit a survivor, you gain a little bit more speed. So now if I hit another, I'll be even faster. If I hit another, I'll be even faster. And when you hit 4 survivors, the final hit is now lethal. So if I hit a survivor for the 4th time, the next one on that survivor or any other, even if they're healthy, immediately puts them down. This is why survivors will typically, against this killer, they won't always want to heal, and they will almost always want to split up. Very, very important. There are a few other things that you can do with the power that are not available to most of the killers, which is vaulting. You can actually vault windows. It's not as fast as a survivor vault, but it is really, really fast. You don't lose much distance. And you can also vault pallets. Now, some pallets, honestly, why would you want to vault? Like, if this pallet right here, what's the point of vaulting this pallet? There's absolutely no point in vaulting this, because if a survivor vaults, I can just walk 2 feet around and bam, hit them anyway. But for some other pallets, it is incredibly, incredibly important. For example, if we chase a survivor up into the 2nd floor here. Oh, you want to serve us a drink or something? Yeah. If we chase a survivor into the 2nd floor, in the 2nd floor of this map, there's always one very, very strong pallet, right? It's either on the left or on the right. Let's check which one it is. I think it's on the right. Yep. So this pallet, as a normal killer, would be an insanely good pallet. She drops it, right? If I'm a trapper, what am I going to do? Throw my trap over the pallet? No, it would be 100% a pallet that I have to break. As this killer, however, after I get her to drop it, I can just use power or continue using power. And bam, I'm on the other side. And I hit her. Now, one thing that's kind of important is that your power can end in 2 ways. Number one, well, 3 ways, I guess. One is if you down a survivor. That ends your power as well. Number one, I run out of time. If after 12 seconds or 11 seconds or 10 seconds... No. Yeah, it's if after 11 seconds, I don't cancel, my power automatically ends. I can also cancel manually. And canceling manually is a good idea, because many times you don't need to use all of it. You want to have it again. If I hit the survivor, keep in mind that my terror radius has become bigger. During power, it's 40 meters. I will hear the heartbeat of other survivors. I will actually be able to find them. But if I see that they're really, really far, I don't need to exhaust it. I can just cancel it early. And then by the time I go to the other survivors, my power will be available a little bit sooner. So the first mistake that you can make with Lesion is to try to exhaust your entire power every time. You don't have to, in fact, you don't want to, especially if you're not running this ruler add-on that makes your cooldown way shorter. If I hit Feng Min and I detect someone far away, I'm just going to, like, say I hit her and I detect someone that is in the corner of the map. Great, I can hit them. That's perfect. Okay, where are they gonna go? They can. Okay, I hit them. Then I detect that someone that is really, really far away, and maybe they're on a 2nd floor or something. I can't catch them. I can cancel the power early, and then just walk to them, and then do it again. The idea as a Legion is that you want to have maybe 2 to 3 people injured at any one given time. If one of them makes a massive, massive mistake, and you can get a quick down, you take it. No problem. But for the most part, that's our plan. Injure a survivor, try to injure as many survivors as possible. If it's not possible to do it immediately, cancel our power in between and get a couple people injured, and then we will stick to whichever survivor looks to be the most vulnerable. This person is in a bad spot without many pallets, we go for them. This person is going to drop us a really good pallet. Okay, maybe we chase them for a little bit. But after that, we would just want to get as many downs as possible and play as a normal killer. There's really not that much else. Now, every time you get to a pallet, there's going to be a funny back and forth, right? Could you please go to a pallet, Mr. Survivor? If you get stunned, you will lose your power. Right? So there's going to be a bit of an awkward back and forth sometimes, where you get to a pallet and a survivor is like, ooh. I guarantee you, even the best survivors eventually make the mistake and drop it early. You know? As a survivor, sometimes you just have to accept you're gonna get hit, but many survivors, they panic, so you just wait, vault, and maybe they do a little something, but after that, you just hit them, and then do whatever you gotta do. Keep in mind that while you're in power, you can vault pallets, but you can't break them. So sometimes you will have to just end your power and break them manually. Legion honestly has great synergy with some of the perks that are free, but he also comes with a couple that are worth considering. So let's get a good build on Legion going. As far as builds are concerned, the Legion's best perk by far is Discordance. This perk is incredibly good on, I would say, almost every killer in the game. It lets you know when 2 or more survivors are on a gen, and multiple survivors being bothered and pushed off a gen is almost always really, really good news for you. It means they're not being as efficient as they could be. If Discordance doesn't go off, it's also a hint that survivors are either not doing gens at all or they are spreading out. So either way, you're getting some information. This is great. And since the Legion benefits from hitting survivors that are in close proximity, obviously it's a great perk that really enhances our early game strategy. Other perks like Lethal Pursuer from the Nemesis could also achieve a similar goal of letting us see everyone at the start and trying to hit as many people as possible. But we'll go with the Discordance one, which is the most basic. As for perks that we're going to put on top, we're going to have Scorch Hook, Monstrous Shrine. We're going to make sure that anytime we hook a survivor on a Scorch Hook, even in basement, they die a little bit sooner, put a bit more pressure on their teammates. This could easily be replaced by any other perk that you like, honestly. I just thought it would be cute to run this one. Gift of Pain is also a Scorch Hook. This has a different name if you don't own the Pinhead DLC. It's called Weeping Wounds. But don't worry, it does the same thing. And a survivor that gets unhooked has a harder time healing. If they stay injured, well, they are more vulnerable to you. If they heal, they do gen slower, which is either way is good. And Deadlock is also a really nice perk. It's called No Holds Barred. If you don't have the Pinhead DLC, just blocks gens without us having to do anything. As for add-ons, the add-on to extend the duration of your Fire Frenzy by 1 second from 11 to 12 is almost never ever bad. And this one is also great for beginners. If we cancel our power or if we use our entire power, it comes back a little sooner. There's almost nothing wrong with some of these add-ons that just have funny effects that don't, like for example, slowing down the rate at which survivors remove their deep wound. This is all fine. I would just stay away from add-ons that have obvious downsides, like the Never Sleep pills. This is more for a specific build. Maybe don't run this one. It sounds really good. Oh my god, it doubles your power duration, but it does make you a lot slower. So just start with the basic add-ons and you can probably build from there. By the way, we do have some really strong add-ons later on that give you information on generators or allow you to break pallets when you vault them, but you can get to that eventually. We'll start with very, very, very simple ones. Our game plan is going to be super, super simple. Try to figure out where the big bulk of survivors are. The more we catch next to each other, the better. Even if they start splitting up after hitting one, we can go for someone else. So that's going to be what we're going to achieve. Get as many people injured as possible, and then go for whoever seems to be in the worst spot. Okay, we're playing an indoor map, which always is a little bit unique compared to the regular outdoor maps, but that's okay. We'll do our best. Oh, Discordance is already telling us that 2 or maybe even 3 survivors are there, so that's perfect. I might even start using my power early. One thing to realize is that when you use your power, you don't see scratch marks as survivors leave, so it can actually be a bit of a bad idea. What the hell is this guy doing? It can be a bit of a bad idea to use your power so early that you don't actually see them. Is this a hit? Absolutely. Now, I've hit 3 people. Do I hear a 4th one? Yes, I do. If I hit this guy, any follow-up hit will be an insta-down. Do they know that? Do they know that? I'm gonna vault. Oh, never mind. He vaults into me. Well, let's vault. While you vault, by the way, you don't lose your power. Like, your power is paused. And also, I forgot to mention this, but every single time you hit a survivor, your power completely regenerates to full. So you kind of use them as a spring. Wang, 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 wang. Here we got pretty lucky. We got 2 survivors against the edge of the map. Then, you know, we hit 1 right before that. And then this guy, he didn't have the most options and didn't have any perk to make distance. Normally, it is a little bit harder to achieve what we just did. Hiya! Oh, hello. Be careful. When a survivor walks by a locker, there's one thing they're going to try to do frequently, which is to hop into the locker. If they hop into the locker and you whiff, if you miss your power, you lose all of it. So that can be a bit crippling. Don't worry, if they are a little bit silly, you can press spacebar and open the locker and just grab them. Sometimes the game lags out and it's difficult though. And also another thing that you can do, by the way, is I'll show you in a second. 3, 2, 1, now. You can actually use your power and pick someone up. If they're not being healed, you can pick them up. I say this because every now and then you could use this to save a little bit of time. We're gonna hook here, which will apply our perks. Or Scorch Hook perks, that's awesome. No Discordance anymore, so they are splitting up on gens. Maybe let's check on this one. Seems like it hasn't been touched in a minute. Maybe we kick it, perhaps? But yeah, every now and then, if a survivor, I don't know, goes down past a window or something, you could vault the window with your power and then pick them up to save a bit of time, you know? All right, let's hit the survivor of the hook first, because I don't want to chase him. If I don't want to chase him, I will hit the person I don't want to chase first, and then go for the other one. All right, this pallet's gotten... Oh! Ah, that's so silly. Okay, that's a perfect example of why... Yeah, this is a little silly. I desperately tried to press the spacebar to grab him out because I knew he was going to do that. Unfortunately, the game is a little laggy, and in this situation, for some reason, it won't let you do it. But if he had been a tiny bit slower, or if the connection was better or worse, it would have worked. Okay, pretend to break it. You will have to do a lot of simple mind games with this killer to get hit sometimes. It is going to be great practice. Let's make him go into the other corner. Break it now. He's kind of cornered there. I honestly... Yeah, you see what I mean, right? Okay, buddy. Let's get him. That's all right. There's 2 survivors right next to me. Honestly, I could break that breakable wall, but I don't want them to have escaping areas. I want them to be cornered, so I'll just go through here. I could just get it down on this guy. Ooh, okay, that's fine. They're cornered here. Look, there's not much they can do. Okay, I got stunned out of my power. By the way, if I hit a survivor that's out of the mending, if I hit a survivor that's out of the yellow bar, obviously that ends my power as well, so I don't want to do that. I'm gonna go for this guy because he's off the hook and he's more valuable to me. Because if he goes on the hook, he will be on his second one. Another thing to remember is that they cannot use the perk Dead Heart if they have the yellow icon. The yellow bar. Dead Heart is a perk that puts you into Deep Wound, and you cannot be put into Deep Wound if you're already in Deep Wound, so the perk is completely unusable. And they cannot use a Styptic or a Syringe or any other add-on that requires you to use the medkit first. Keep that in mind, okay? Alright, let's go for these 2 or 3 survivors. We don't really know. We see that there's scratch marks here, but no blood on the scratch marks, which means that this is the Bayermar and the David. I think they're both running together now. Are they? I'm not sure, actually. Yeah, one going to the right, one going to the left. Who do I stick with? Doesn't matter. Hello. Damn, this is confusing. Damn. You know what? I'm gonna use power. Because he's injured, I can hear him. Wait. Oh my god, that was actually kind of difficult. Yeah, there you go. Hitting a survivor makes you lose your power if the survivor was already in Deep Wound. Sometimes survivors will be a little stupid though, and they will cleanse their Deep Wound right in front of you, and then you can hit them and maybe get 4 hits, and then after that, the 5th one. There you go. Okay, there's a survivor that I can hear clear as day on the other side of this wall. Hello, buddy. Let's chase him just a little bit, and we're gonna do exactly what I told you about earlier. I'm sorry, dude. How was he so fast? We're gonna mind game this. Oh, nicely done. Okay, I'm gonna hit him. I don't hear the heartbeat of people on the ground, but I remember that I left the ace right here. So we're gonna evolve this. Oh, hold up. This is a free hit? Free hit? Free hit? Ooh, I don't know if it's free. Yeah, okay. Believe it or not, doing a lunge at the end of your power is not a big deal. If you miss the lunge, you lose all of your power. And if you don't miss the lunge, well, you get the hit. So either way, it's good. Sometimes, if I know that I'm going to use my entire power for mobility, I'll even do a lunge at the end just to get an extra half a meter or whatever. So yeah. Don't forget that that's something that you can do. Because there's no punishment. There's no further or longer cooldown at the end if you do a whiff. Hi, David. What's up? Alright, buddy. Go. We'll give you a chance. In a situation like that, you might want to use your power. Because now this David, who has been hooked, he could have that hard. By the way, if you get blinded... Oh, we did a dirty trick here. If you get blinded, you lose your power. So, you can do some tricks here. Does he have that hard? Nope. Okay, so... I have a question. And you tell me if you've been paying attention. What did I do back there? I body blocked him, right? He wanted to go back to the pallet, but I very carefully moved my butt back and body blocked the pallet. Why don't we do that every single time? Why don't we hit a healthy survivor? Let's assume this guy's healthy, right? Let's assume this guy is healthy. Well, he's still healthy. And then I hit him like this, and then I go in front of him and body block him with, like, why don't I just do that? Well, as you can see, it doesn't quite work. When you damage a survivor in any way, the survivor loses collision with you for approximately 3 seconds. So for those 3 seconds, which is more or less what your cooldown of coming out of power lasts, you don't really have the power to body block them. However, if a survivor makes a mistake, and after those 3 seconds, they go somewhere where you can actually body block them, then you should absolutely use your speed to do that. Okay, buddy. At this point, this is a bit of a pattern that they're doing, huh? Alright, let's hook them. So, for example. Oh, wait, is this a good example? I don't think so. I think it's gonna be a little bit difficult because this map has so few spots where you can generally do this. But the idea is very simple, right? Like, I would hit a survivor, run ahead of them, and if they were beating me to, I don't know, like a very, very strong window, I would... Let me hit this. Nice. I hit him as well. Nice. Now go back to this guy. Well, it doesn't matter who we go to, but well, let's be nice. Let's go to this guy. And look, look, look. Ooh, I could almost do it. Okay, the ace here, unfortunately, was not born yesterday. He's quite smart. And what he did, he actually took that wide. He's dead, though. He actually took that wide in order to prevent me from getting ahead of him. Right? But if I had managed to be a little bit faster or be there a little bit sooner, I would have been able to get ahead of him, body block, and then immediately cancel. And make sure that they don't try to weasel their way past me, and then I could have body blocked that and possibly gotten the down even sooner. Also, you might have noticed that when I go down in elevation, sometimes I will do a lunge towards the fall like this. Why do I do that? Am I trying to swat away flies in the air? This is a trick that you can do with every single killer in the game, and it saves you a bit of time. It's a little bit hard to explain, but very easy to see once you have seen it one time. Let's hit the ace, super quick. Oh, there's the final survivor, Barmar. Can I... Yeah, he doesn't have collision with me. Alright, let's look at the heartbeat, see where they're going, anticipate it. Pretend to fake it, we don't. Pretend to vault it, I mean. And yeah, perfect. Now we're gonna chase for a little bit longer. And, ooh, perfect. I body block it, look. Perfect, I could not come up with a better example than that. Let's see what just happened. Do you wanna come out or what? Come on, man. I'm sick of pulling you out of these places, man. You need to work on this, dude. Alright, so that was a perfect example. If I had just hit him, I would not have collision. But because I had hit him a few seconds prior, I used my extra speed to come to this part of the pallet and block it just enough so that he can't get past me and drop it on my butt. So that was perfect. I think that's a perfect example of the kind of situation where you do use your pallet. 3, 2, 1... Aha. But, you know, any sooner than that, and you probably still don't have collision, and then they're gonna go right through you, sadly. Bonk. Right, so this is a situation, by the way, where if you want to, you could use power just to vault. It makes you lose your entire power, but it doesn't matter. By the time you hook, you probably have it back, right? So yeah, you could save like 0.1 seconds doing that. We've gotten rid of 2 hooks here, so the only other hook is really far. I'm not sure I make this, chat, but I don't see any other way. I think he escapes last second. Ah! We tried. Yeah, I will explain in a second why I swing at falls. I think we're gonna have a bit of time, so we'll be fine. I'm gonna... You know, sometimes you can just vault a pallet. Like, that pallet is insane, by the way. That pallet is super, super strong. If he had stayed there, he would have been fine. But sometimes, if you vault a pallet, the survivor might panic, not realize that you were gonna do that, and run to a weaker part of the map anyway, which is exactly what happened. Let's see if you have that hard. Go on. No? Perfect. So, yeah, if a really, really strong pallet gets dropped, and you want to take your chances, you can just vault it. And even though survivors theoretically should be able to outplay that, you can still do it just in case it results in you being in a better spot. Anyway, so when you drop from a height and you want to go immediately at 180 back into you, look how awkward this is. You drop, and then you start walking this way. Sometimes, if the drop is a little... if the platform that you're dropping from is a little thick, you waste a little bit of time adjusting. That's why it is a good idea to lunge. When you lunge, you earn a lot of speed quickly, right? You gain a burst of speed, and then you slow yourself down very dramatically. Normally, you slow yourself down so dramatically that it's not a good idea to just lunge and lunge. You don't go around the map lunging like a maniac, right? However, during the time when you lose that speed, since gravity is pulling you down anyway, you get the best of both worlds. You get a little bit of speed boost to get to the drop, and while you're slowed down, you're falling down anyway. And it's easier to control your camera while you're lunging as well. So it is a pretty nice idea. It's something that you can do with absolutely every single killer in the game. All right, before we move on, I thought it would be appropriate to go into a bit more detail about which perks and add-ons can be a little bit synergistic with Legion's power. Because when you enter your power, you have a 40-meter terror radius that gets a bit bigger. You want to detect as many people as possible. If you have stealth perks that make you have a 0 terror radius or a smaller terror radius, this will effectively nerf the distance at which you can detect people. And if you have something such as Hex Fortune Full or Plaything, because I own the Cenobite DLC, you actually don't detect these people at all. If these people are completely oblivious, they do not count as in your terror radius. So watch out for Stealth and Oblivious perks, okay? These can't, they can have a place in your build, but at least know that your detection will be made worse. Also, we briefly mentioned that when Legion stabs people with their Feral Frenzy, this is not a basic attack. So it will not apply things like Sloppy Butcher. It will not apply insta-down from like Noed, as you're seeing on screen right now. So keep in mind that these perks might still be okay on Legion, but you won't get immediate value. Other perks, such as, for example, Surge, these are completely fine on Legion. In fact, Surge is one of the best perks on Legion. Even though this perk only applies on when you down a survivor with your basic attack, that's what you're going to be doing most of the time anyway. The only situation where you'll down someone with a special attack is if you hit them 5 times or if they hop into a locker like that Barmar was doing the previous match all the time. So yeah, other than those two relatively rare situations, most of the times you injure with your special, but then you down with your basic anyway. So perk like Search is completely fine on Legion. Really, really good beginner perk as well. So keep that in mind when making builds for Legion. All right, time to go to the next one. Okay, it's time to play as the Plague. Now, the Plague technically is an M1 killer. This means her terror radius is 32 meters. She moves at 4.6 meters a second, which is 115. Same as Trapper, same as Wraith, same as the basic M1 killers. And for the most part, you could play her like a normal killer. This lunge, even though it looks a little bit unique and her power and her chain sensor is a little bit weird, it is exactly the same as basically every other killer. Now, compared to Freddy and compared to Legion and even compared to Trapper, this killer is a little bit taller than them. She is actually really, really tall and has a crown. So if for Legion, I told you that you can get away with getting behind obstacles and mind gaming, with this killer, it's the opposite. Even if I don't see the survivor behind this car, that survivor sees my entire head super easily. Something to be a little bit aware of, okay? When you play her as a normal killer, remember that she is very, very, very tall, which in Dead by Daylight, unfortunately, is a downside. Now, even though she is a basic type killer, I think this killer is actually really difficult to play. She does have really good perks, so it's worth unlocking her, but she's a little bit difficult. Cut yourself some slack if you're struggling with her, okay? There are a lot of things that this killer does that change her speed and change the way she moves and everything, and it is a little bit complicated. Let's begin by just doing the most basic thing that we can do, which is to infect things. This killer's power allows her to puke. As you can see, if you charge it longer, you shoot more of it. If you charge it fully, you can even hold it. When you hold it, by the way, you move at almost movement speed of regular walking. I don't know if you can tell. Hold up, let me... Like, when I charge it, I do slow myself down a bit. But notice that when it's fully charged, I actually speed up a little bit. Like... Now, can you tell? Looking at the ground, can you tell how I sped up? So sometimes you could even hold it and chase after someone. We'll explain why that's important first. Now, the very most basic thing that you can do with this puke is infect objects. Anything that a survivor can interact with can basically be infected. This includes pallets. You will see that it's infected because it has these little green particles. It includes windows, vaults of any types. Like, for example, this one. For windows, you don't need to hit the exact edge. You can just aim at the bottom of it, and that's good enough. And it also includes lockers. Let me demonstrate. Anytime a survivor touches one of these things, they will become infected. You can even infect their items. Fon, could you please drop this for us? Yeah, you could even infect an item on the ground. And now if she picks it up, look, she's going to be infected. Boop. Yep. And she's going to start coughing. We'll come back and check on her in a minute. What are some other things that you can infect? Totems and generators as well. I never knew that. Yeah. There's often a totem here. Oh, we didn't get lucky. Yep. You can infect generators. One really easy way to infect a generator, even if they are behind a wall or an obstacle, is to aim at the tall lights. So I don't need to hit the generator itself. Any part of it will infect it, right? So, for example, if I'm behind a wall, I could do this. Hit the pole at some point. Oh, it looks like I missed. Look at the top right of my screen, by the way. When you see that I get some points, contagious, 25. You see that? That means that you've successfully hit it. You can even do one big puke. If you're walking through an area and you want to inflict everything, you can even do one big puke and get multiple things at once, right? Like, wow. Sounds a little silly, but look, I got the locker, I got the other locker, I got the window, and I got the pallet. Now, should you be infecting absolutely every single positive little thing that you see? No, you don't have to. But it is something that you can do in between chases and at the start of the game, and every now and then. You shouldn't go out of your way to do it. But for example, if I just spawned in and I'm looking for survivors, I will do a quick puke. I'll do a little boop. And if I think the survivor could be here, I'll do a little puke as well. It slows me down a little bit, but for the next 40 or so seconds, this is going to remain infected. And any survivor that touches it becomes infected. We'll explain why that's important as well. If I'm chasing a survivor as well, and I don't have a nice way to infect them, I will also puke at something that they're gonna vault or touch. You can also, obviously, puke on the survivors directly. So if I touch them just a little bit, they're gonna be infected briefly. Unfortunately, as a killer, you don't see how the infection works. It's kind of hidden. They see how infected they are, but you don't really see it. There is technically a little trick. If you infect them a bunch like this, you can actually look at your scores, and depending on how big the number is, if it's close to 75, they're almost fully infected. I got 28, so I know that this girl is halfway infected. So a little bit more, and she should be... Yeah, she should be infected in like 3... Oh, wait, no. She needs to move. That's an important one. If a survivor is not moving or running, they don't... It doesn't do anything. If they walk or stand still, it's pause. If they move, vault, basically anything that isn't... there you go, fully infected. Anything that isn't standing still or walking, they are slowly getting infected. The more you puke on them, the faster. If you only puke on them a little bit, then it will take them about 45 seconds. I'm going to quickly switch to survivor to show you what this looks like, okay? Okay, let's first show what happens if I touch something or even someone that is infected. Let's, for example, puke on that pallet. There you go. Just a little bit is enough. Perfect. If I touch this pallet in any way whatsoever, not by contact, but like actually interacting with it, look at my HUD. I am now partially infected. Now notice that if I stand still, the infection doesn't grow. And if I walk, the infection doesn't grow. But if I run, it does. And if I'm vaulting or doing generators or literally anything else other than standing still or walking, it does progress. In about 45 seconds of me doing stuff, I will get infected. It can be a bit faster with some multipliers and some add-ons, but more often than not, it's about 40 or 45 seconds. But does that mean that I can just stand still? No, because she can also speed it up by puking on me. Could you please puke on me? Yeah, you see how that speeds it up? If she's very accurate and hits me with most of the puke, I will get fully infected very quickly. Show us, please. Yeah. There you go. Now I am fully infected. Once I become fully infected, you will notice that I am injured. If I was healthy, I would become immediately injured. If I was injured, I stay injured. And I have an icon called the broken status effect. Being broken means that I cannot heal. Even though I have self-care and a medkit, I literally am completely unable to heal. And now I'm also contagious. Look, if I drop a pallet, the pallet is now stinky. If I touch a survivor, let's say I hook a survivor, I infect them. If they touch me, they infect themselves as well. If I go into a locker, same thing. If I touch a generator, and this is very important, guess what? It's also infected. Now, being injured is not necessarily the end of the world, right? You're fine. You can still do gens, do stuff, loop a little bit. It does mean that if you get hit, you'll go down, but it's not the end of the world. A survivor is not immediately pressured in this situation, right? But eventually, if every survivor stays injured all the time, that can be a little bit difficult to handle. There is only one way to remove this infection, and it is to find one of the fountains. There are, by default, 6 fountains, I think. Hold up. And a survivor can go on a fountain, and they need to do an interaction. You need to be here for 8 seconds. You can cancel it, but it will lose progress. And after 8 seconds, they will remove the infection and fully heal themselves. Unless if they were in mending status effect, they will be injured, they won't fully heal. But anyway, there's a problem now though, because there's a downside to doing this. The upside is that A, I'm healthy, and A, I'm now not infected, and I can touch a teammate or touch a gen, and I will not pass on the infection. But the downside is that I've turned this fountain into a red fountain. And the play can use red fountains to become really, really powerful. Let's see why. Okay, I've been told that apparently they patched it. If a survivor is in mending and they use a fountain, they still get the full heal. So that's a good thing, I guess, for survivors. Anyway, please, Fengmin, run very far away. You don't want to be close. These red fountains appear every single time that a survivor cleanses themselves in a fountain. You will also have one of them red by default so that you can use it even if no one cleanses. Now, you want to be a little careful, okay? Because if every fountain in the game is turned red, they will all immediately turn normal and you will get your special power, but then you will waste a lot of them. So you typically want to pick this up every now and then as a plague, right? So when you pick these up, first of all, survivors hear a map-wide sound. It's very distinct. They will know when it happens. And you also begin to whisper very, very loudly. They can hear these whispers. They can hear this sound effect. And you also have a red particle coming out of you that is also extremely visible. So survivors know that you have this, okay? But when you pick it up, you have by default 60 seconds of the Corrupt Purge. And what the Corrupt Purge will do is it turns your puke into a red variant. This red variant has the exact same physics as a normal puke. It travels in the same way, hits the same way. It doesn't infect anything, as you can see, but it doesn't, mechanically speaking, it works the same as the other one. If you could shoot through a small gap before, you can shoot through a small gap now. If you could go over something before, you can go over something now. The only thing that's different now is that instead of infecting, this is straight up damage. So if I find a survivor and I hit them with this, it's straight up a health state, which is a huge, huge deal. Remember how I told you that you can hold your power and move really quickly? I could chase after a survivor after some loop like this, right? And look how difficult it is. What are they going to do? Nothing. I'm going to chase like this and go brrrr, and I'm basically blanketing the entire width of the loop. There's basically no avoiding it. Also, because you don't go through a cooldown after every hit, it is really easy to double tap survivors. Now, I'm going to tell you a little secret. It is sometimes possible for survivors to not be double tap if you hit them too quickly. But yeah, let me see if I can show you that. I'm going to tap my... If you tap your power, by the way, you use the bare minimum. So let me just tap it really quickly. Okay, let's tap it again. Do you see that the second one didn't hit her? That's because survivors have a small period of grace. You can hit them very quickly, but not that quickly. So after the first hit, you go back and then the second one will hit them. And this can hit through multiple survivors as well. So body blocking against this is really not advised. You're just gonna brrrr and hit them all. Now, one thing to understand about this killer's power is that if you get stunned by a pallet specifically, not by anything else, but if you get stunned by a pallet, you will lose this power. So when a survivor gets to a pallet, you need to be a little careful and get them. But do not walk too easily into a stun, or else you immediately lose it and you would have to find a different fountain, okay? And is there anything else that's super, super important about this? Obviously, you cannot infect survivors either. We've talked about that. After your power's down, you can infect survivors. You don't even have to infect them on the ground, by the way. You can put them on the hook. And if you never infected them before, when you hook them, you can quickly puke on them as well. Can you hold charge but M1? No. While you're holding charge, you cannot M1. If you press M1, you will cancel it. So if I realize, hey, a survivor went into a locker, I don't need to go like, there's no point in doing that. If I realize that a survivor went into a locker, I just press M1, cancel, and just pull them out of the locker, for example. Right? So you don't have to do that. But yeah, as I was saying, you can even puke on a survivor that is on the hook. You will not be able to fully infect them, but you can infect them the bare minimum. So you can hit them like this, and that will work. Anyway, simple in theory, but very complicated in practice. This killer constantly asks you the question, should I infect a little bit or should I infect a lot? Should I go for a full puke or just a little bit? Should I pick out the fountain or should I leave it for later? It is honestly quite complicated and you have to make a lot of decisions. That's why I don't recommend this killer for complete beginners too much. But if you want to get into it and want to start learning the basics that will allow you to make those decisions, we're going to play a real match now and talk about our thought process. Before that, though, let's see at some builds that the play can run, even as a beginner. Okay, so as we explained earlier, the Plague has some amazing perks, especially Corrupt Intervention. This perk, honestly, you can give to basically any killer, and it's one of the best perks that almost anyone can run. When you spawn in the map, whichever 3 generators are furthest away from you will be blocked for 2 minutes. This goes away if you down someone, and it goes away after 2 minutes, but it doesn't matter. Even if you down someone early, the fact that a survivor cannot spawn in and immediately get on a gen buys you very precious time. The fact that they are encouraged to go into the map to find other gens also makes it more likely for you to find them, which is awesome. Because we expect survivors to be going into the map, we're going to be running Spies from the Shadows just to find them a little bit. It could also maybe reveal them while we have a red puke so we can find them. No Holds Barred or Deadlock, whichever name you have on your version, is also a really nice perk to slow down the game. And I think Plaything or Hex Fortune Fuel has a different name if you have the Pinhead DLC or not, is also really, really good here, because if they don't hear your terror radius, they're more likely to be close to you and not really be aware. Maybe Spies from the Shadows will reveal them and you'll catch them while they're injured, and that's really, really uncomfortable. Her other teachable perks I don't think are amazing on her, but they are pretty good as well. Infectious Fright, when you down a survivor, anyone else within your terror radius screams. This is really, really good on Plague, but maybe not if you have Plaything, because if they don't have a terror radius, because they're oblivious, obviously has bad synergy. But if I had to switch a perk out, this could be one. It's really good on killers that insta-down and can immediately go chase someone else. It's not bad. And Dark Devotion is a bit of a tricky perk. You hit the Obsession, or down the Obsession, or damage the Obsession in any way, and your terror radius gets transferred to them, and you become undetectable for 45 seconds. During which you can actually go and mess with other people. So yeah, honestly, even these 3 perks are not bad on her, but we're going to go with something a little bit different, see how it plays out. We could honestly, you know what? I've changed my mind. We're going to use Infectious Fright, because that way I can teach you how to use it. Because the other perk, Fortune Fuel, we've seen it a few times. As for add-ons, the Plague has some of the best add-ons in the entire game. I would warn you to stay away from this add-on. This add-on is a bit of a meme add-on. It makes it so that you cannot infect survivors directly. It is good in the right hands, but as a beginner, it complicates her. No need to use it. I also don't recommend that you use the add-ons that increase the infection. The add-ons that increase the infection on your puke are the Infected Emetic and the Emetic Potion. These add-ons make it so that when you puke on a survivor, they become fully broken quicker. They're not bad, but they are a bit map dependent, and as I'm going to teach you in a few seconds, going for the full puke is not always a good idea. It's not always even possible. So yeah, I think these add-ons, even though they're not bad, they could trick you into playing in a way that could really, really hurt you, and I see a lot of beginner plagues struggle with that. So don't worry, I'll teach you how to avoid that. Let's ready up and play this match out. Alright, we're playing in yet another indoor map, which is a little bit tricky because it's a little bit hard to learn the basics. As you can see, the gens that are white are the ones blocked by Corrupt Intervention. That's awesome. We don't necessarily want to chase survivors there, but we do go in that direction so that we can possibly find them. Now, one very important mistake that you can make with the Plague, did she actually just sprint burst away, is to get obsessed with the idea of fully injuring a survivor. A survivor, over time, will become injured with your power, and you can also injure them very quickly with your red power. There is no reason to go on a long chase and try to infect them. The way the Plague code works is that when you hold your puke, even though it looks like one big string of infection, these are actually many, many tiny particles. So when I do this, the game basically looks at it like it's a million tiny little knives. And as you can see, even if you hit a lot of them, sometimes this does not fully infect the survivor. And with a bit of connection being a bit awful, you can go on such a long chase and never ever fully infect, and it's really, really bad. Okay, this is Infectious Fright. It's letting me know that a survivor is there. Do I want to go for that survivor right now? No. I know that they're there. I'm going to use that to my advantage later. There he is. But I don't need to immediately act on that information. Sometimes knowing that a survivor is in one place just means that you act on that a bit later. I'm going to try to puke from afar. Unfortunately, he had a little gap here to run into. No problem. We're going to chase him a little bit. This is not necessarily bad for us. Oh, ooh. I have the opportunity to M1. What do I do? I'm going to puke. Why? Because I can do both. If I had to choose between puking or hit him with a mouse 1 basic attack, I will always do mouse attack. Okay? That's the most important. It puts more pressure on him immediately. Now, let's do this. I don't know if this was a good idea. Yeah, he's still really close. He dropped a really strong pallet here. This pallet, he can kind of loop around for a very long time. Ooh, I'm getting bloodlust though. He's not gonna make it. Okay, I'm gonna hold my power. Remember how I told you that you can hold it? And bam. Okay, no one nearby means no one can go for the pallet save or the flashy save. Awesome. That person seems really far. And that was maybe a questionable time, but I decided to pick up my red fountain. Remember, the puke works the same, but now it will not infect. It's just going to straight up injure, okay? So we don't bother puking on the generator, for example, because it's not going to do anything. They unhook right away, okay? Oh, really? Any short loop is really, really bad against this kind of power, so survivors are going to try. I'm going to hold it. Let's see how she deals with it. Don't get stunned if possible. Bam. I release it right now. Remember, it will not hit twice. It has a bit of a cooldown. But I can now do a basic attack or puke again. I'll puke again. Ooh, that was good. Oh, that was really good. I ran out. Let's pretend I go that way. She'll turn this other way. If I'm lucky, I get her here. She has a pallet that she might drop here. She didn't. And does that seal her fate? She played that pretty well. Does she have Blight? No. Okay. That honestly bought her quite a bit of time. I see that a bird was there. I see that a survivor's here. What I'm gonna do is, these survivors, if we look at the HUD, and we need to be looking at the HUD very consistently, they are not healing. I'm gonna try to punish that. This survivor is against the corner of the map, so I'm just gonna see if I can make them go down. Okay. We'll see what happens here. I could try to pick up my one fountain there. Right, seems like she had Lithe or Balance. We can't quite tell. I'm just gonna swing because I think she was being a little bit silly. We have a hook right here. Beautiful. If she was not infected, I would puke on her briefly, but she is. And I think if these survivors don't unhook now, they're in a really bad spot. They do unhook, okay? We could have decided to leave her on the ground. Let's puke on that gen real quick. Anytime you puke on a gen, if the gen is out of the puke, but it was about to run out, the infection is reset. Same if any survivor touches it, so we puke on it briefly because why not, right? I'm gonna puke up my power and look for blood, scratch marks, anything at all. Everyone is injured. We look at the HUD, right? So this is gonna be a really hairy situation for them. All right. Remember, they don't hear my terror radius. Thanks. Oh, wait, we did take that perk out. They do hear my terror radius. Okay, what are they trying to do here? That person is trapped there, so I'm gonna puke on this girl. Beautiful. This person's trapped, so I go for her next. Watch out for Dead Heart, possibly. Ooh, they did a really nice fake there. Switch my direction a little bit. There we go. Bam. Infectious Fright works on the person on the ground, so it's letting me know that this girl is still here. This is someone else. Okay, let's get a bit greedy. Let's get a little greedy, guys. Let's get a little greedy. Bah. Oh, Dead Heart. No problem. No problem. Who cares? Look how little distance I lost. What is he gonna do with that Dead Heart? Nothing. And keep in mind, when I down him, the final survivor will scream. There's no other survivor. So let's maybe start picking up, shall we? If I hurt two people, that's it. That's Cheryl. So I could go straight for her. Now, I think if this game ends right now and I chase that girl, this is not the best learning opportunity. So let's give them a chance. And I don't know, start picking up. Maybe they go for the rescue. Yeah. Oh my god, Spice from the Shadows is really popping off. This game would be a lot harder if the slogging changes were come through. You're right. If survivors had perks or mechanics to pick themselves up, this would be a lot harder. I would just adjust my playstyle, accordingly. But yeah, you are correct. I'm gonna chase whoever is furthest on the hooks, and I'm gonna be a nice guy TM, okay? We're gonna let this person on the left go for the unhooked, and we're gonna chase this other person who is the ace. Okay, that works. All right. Remember, we now don't have the red puke, so my puke only infects. It doesn't actually damage. He's gonna drop this pallet early. That's completely fine. But yeah. The plague is a constant back and forth of decisions. Survivors need to make a lot of decisions too. For example, these guys have decided they're not gonna cleanse. And you can see the big risk of doing that. If one of them goes down, suddenly it can be really, really downhill for them, right? And it can set off a chain of reactions. Hello. This pallet's gone, so... Oh, I think I get that, actually. Oh, maybe the resilience? I'm not too sure. Perhaps I was a bit too far. I'm gonna be nice and try to finish this chase with Ace. Oh, never mind. He went that way. Where am I? Don't hear them on the right. They could be on that gen, which just became unblocked. I'm gonna pretend to drop down. He's gonna pretend to know that I know. Blah, blah, blah. I see a bird, so that means the survivor's there. That's where we go next. Okay, he's dropping it. Some of these pallets are a bit awkward. Okay. They are awkward, man. I will get him with Bloodlust. But yeah, this is the plague at her worst, I guess. You have a power, and if they decide to not cleanse, you don't really get to use it. I wanted to chase him just to be nice and give them an opportunity, but seeing that all of them are here just doing gens... Come on, use your dead heart if you have it. No? Seeing that all of them are here, I'm just gonna leave. I'm sorry, man. I'm nice, but not this nice. I'm chasing in this direction so that if she drops the pallet, she's cornered and can run in the other. And bam. I don't hear Infectious Fright, which means that the other two survivors are far away. For some insane reason, I don't know who's who, by the way. Well, whatever. Oh, okay, it's the other girl. I'm gonna be nice. Let's hook the other girl. They want me to pick up the one that's not dead. Sure, I don't care. Yeah, I didn't explain what my add-ons are, by the way. We could do that for a minute. My yellow add-on at the top is the Potent Tincture. It makes it so that when I shoot my puke of any kind... You're insane. When I shoot my puke, I have a shorter cooldown and I can do another puke or another basic attack a little bit sooner afterwards, which is really useful. And the one at the below is the Ashen Apple. Or just the apple. Yeah, it's just the apple. They both do the same thing, basically. What it does is that instead of spawning with one red puke by default, I had two. Remember that I had one over there and one over there? Yeah. So that's also really punishing for teams that don't cleanse. Because if they don't cleanse and I have 2 full minutes of being powered up, this is really, really, really powerful. Now, there is one thing that I haven't really explained super well, which is when exactly should you use your power and in which situations it becomes really, really good. I think we can go in a private match and showcase some of these examples in a way that is super, super easy to understand. We're gonna just hook this girl, which is the last one, and just wrap it up. Never mind, I'll see you in a minute. Oh yes, before I go into the next match, yes, you can puke on exit, by the way. And that's a really good way. If you're in the final 1v1 and you close the hatch, you can puke on one exit and then stay by the other. Right? Or puke on both, and if they touch it, you will see in the HUD the person will turn green and you'll know immediately that they are puke. This is also something that you can do throughout the game. If I have a survivor that is red, aka fully infected, and I leave it on the ground, and I see that another survivor becomes green, I'm like, oh, I know what happened. That survivor is starting to heal the other. And if I go around and I puke on one generator, and I look back, and I see that someone turns green, then I know that they're in that generator. More so than with most of the other killers that we've seen so far, you really, really 100% want to pay a lot of attention to what you're seeing in the HUD, okay? Super important. Now, let's look at those examples. Okay, so we're now in a little playground playing with our helper again, and we are going to focus on figuring out whether or not you should be using your power fully or just using it a little bit, right? Anytime you start a chase with a survivor, you're gonna have the question, do I go for the basic attack? Do I go for minimum puke? Or do I go for a good amount of puke to try to fully infect them? Now, I'm gonna give you the easiest, absolute easiest scenario that you can find yourself in. You find a survivor hiding in a corner like this, and you body block them in. If they, like, say that she's being a little rat and she hides in this corner, and for some reason you find them. This is free real estate. In this situation, make sure that you body block them properly, fully charge, step back a little bit, and look at that. Full infection, bam, and you can down them immediately after. So this is the situation that every survivor would dread, you know? They don't want to be in this situation. Unfortunately, it's not always so clear. Let's let her cleanse, and we try a different one. What is another situation where it is actually a pretty good idea to go for the full puke? If you see a survivor, this is a bit more advanced, but if you see a survivor doing something where they are very desperate, you can go for a full puke. I actually did this in a tournament, and it got me 1 extra kill that I wouldn't have had. So, Mrs. Fine, could you please be on this generator and work on it? Let's say that this survivor is absolutely obsessed with finishing this generator, and it's like 95%, and maybe there's 2 of them on it. From a distance, if a survivor is standing still, or if they're unhooking, or if they are doing something like finishing a totem or something like that, you could, realistically, aim slightly higher up. Keep in mind that it has an arc, right? You need to aim a little bit higher. And as you approach, just fully infect them like this. And look at that. Bam! I can immediately grab or immediately hit them, right? Even if they start running away. Look how amazing that was. That was really, 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 really good. Even if they don't get fully infected, by the time they sprint away 2 seconds, they probably will be. So that's another really, really amazing case scenario. Another situation where a survivor is also kind of locked in place is when they're in chase and they are vaulting something or doing something like that that's going to make them waste time. In a situation like this, for example, I am chasing a survivor and my prediction is that they're going to vault that. So I can begin to charge my puke, and when they do vault, look at that. Obviously, if she had done that a little bit quicker and gotten out of the way a little bit faster, she wouldn't be fully infected, but she would be pretty close. Keep in mind that I am right now using that add-on that I told you that you should not use as a beginner. That makes the infection a little bit stronger. Without it, it would be harder. But anytime you see a survivor do a slow animation like a vault, like that, go for it. Like, this is really easy to hit. Unfortunately, outside of animations like this, it's really hard to tell how infected a survivor is. Sometimes you hit a survivor a lot, and it looks like they should be fully infected, but because of lag, latency, and other weird netcode things, a survivor that's been hit a lot sometimes doesn't even get infected or gets infected very little. So do be careful, all right? Most of the time, if you can take an M1, my recommendation is to go for the M1. The M1 basic attack is going to immediately injure them. And if you're not sure about whether you should infect or not, that's fine. Now, even better than an M1 is if you can just puke on a survivor a little bit and then go for someone else, because that's best of both worlds. Super quick infection that will eventually injure or force them to use a fountain, and then you pressure someone else. So if I saw some other survivor, one thing I would do is just infect a little bit and then go for some other survivor and now infect them, and so on and so forth. You get a couple people infected, mistakes will begin to happen. Now, even though this killer is technically range, she is one of the worst range killers when it comes to projectile speed. This is a killer where survivors can react. Like, I'm gonna ask Fong to please crouch. Like, it is super easy to react against a lot of the things that this killer does. Luckily for you, on a loop like this, like, you can kind of just hold your power a little bit and blanket an area and you're fine. Normally, a little bit of infection is enough to infect, but when you have your red puke, you actually want to do a little bit more if possible, just to like blanket an area. You don't want to go sprinkler mode. You don't want to go like this, because even though it looks like all of the projectile is covering the whole area, in reality, they are all small particles and you can actually miss. I don't know if I can show you, but yeah, I got lucky there, but you could do that and sometimes miss a survivor that's literally in front of you. So do a bit of a puke if they're locked in animation. Do a little bit of a puke right on the center. And otherwise, if it's a loop, you can do this and like kind of like counter loop it. We're gonna ask her like for example, this one would be a bit too long, but you'd be surprised. Sometimes you can do this and it goes through gaps and hits them. One thing that you can do as well is kind of like hold it. Because you slow yourself down and your projectile is not too fast. If I had the red puke, right, and I was chasing a survivor around Shack, what I'm not gonna do, let's say that I'm chasing a survivor. Hold up, I think this orientation would make more sense. Let's say that I'm chasing a survivor who's going around Shack, and I want to hit them before they make it around this corner. If they make it around this corner, it's too late. So what I don't want to do is this. I don't want to start aiming in the middle and then aim to the sides like this. I'm going to miss. In this situation, the survivor is most likely going to hug the wall. So in this situation, I want to immediately aim over there at their escape route. Does that make sense? You aim over there, and then if they make it, you were too late. If they don't make it because they dodged to the left, guess what? They lost so much distance that you're gonna close the gap and hit them a second time. So you almost always want to aim very, very precisely at the place that they're trying to beat you towards so that they don't get there fast. One problem would be that if I do this, by the time my puke goes to the right, he's already around the corner. So in a situation like this, I want to be very precise, aim over there, and if they dodge out of the way, they'll have lost too much distance dodging out of the way. I'll hit them with a follow-up. That's the general idea with Plague. There are some cool shots that you can do. You can hit over things like that. You can sometimes walk backwards to remove some of your... You see how the particles are falling down? Some advanced tricks exist where you go to a loop. The survivor maybe, I don't know, drops the pallet, and then you kind of blanket it from afar like this. and you can see that it kind of covers a part of it. But don't worry, you really don't need to do anything too fancy. What we've taught you in the last few minutes should hopefully cover it for the plague. I hope that you have a lot of fun with her. She really is quite a fun killer if you get the hang of her puke. Alright folks, we are playing Danny Olson, aka the Ghostface. Fun fact, this Ghostface is not from the movies. It's the same concept of an assassin, like a serial killer from the movies, but it's actually an original character from DBD. You know, the only thing they have the rights to is not the characters from the movies, it's the mask itself. Anyway, Ghostface is an amazing killer to play early. He is licensed, which means you have to pay money, real money, to buy him, but he has at least one very useful perk for beginners. The other ones are not bad either, and he is a normal M1 killer. He has the same movement speed, the same lunge, the same properties as a basic killer like Trapper. He is shorter, which is awesome, and he also has the ability to crouch, which like immediately can make you difficult to spot behind some obstacles. So in most ways he's better. And I believe his terror radius has also been made smaller now. I think it's 24 now, it used to be 32. So in every way, it's just as good or better than an M1 killer. That's great. That means that if you know the base, if you played tutorial, played a few matches of Wraith, a few matches of Trapper, this killer is going to feel super, super similar, and there will be a big overlap. Now, on top of that, this killer has one power, and it's super, super simple, and we're going to talk about it. The power is called, what is it called? Yeah, it's called stealth mode here, but what is the actual name of the power called, guys? Night Shroud, that's it. The power is called Night Shroud. Whenever you activate it, you're gonna notice that your knife switches into a different stance. And as you can see behind my webcam, I am now undetectable. Keep in mind that when you're undetectable, your terror radius goes to 0, but it does it over time, okay? It shrinks to 0 over the course of a couple of seconds. That means that if I walk up to a generator like this, and I press my power button right now, let's be honest, by this point, they've already hurt my terror radius, you know, so it's not gonna work. So if I wanted to sneak up to this generator, I would need to start using my power more or less around here. This is about 24 meters, more or less. If I press around here, either they will not hear it or they'll hear it just for a second, and that will probably give me a good chance. So the first thing that you do with this power is just go around the map and be undetected. Keep in mind that unlike the Wraith, we are not invisible from a distance, and we do not have any special movement speed. We don't really walk faster or move at like crazy speed. This means that even though it is great to move around the map undetected, it can also be extremely counterproductive. Let's say that, for example, I spawn right here, okay? And I imagine that the survivors could be either on that gen in the middle of my screen or that one. And you know what? I'm like, you know what? It's probably that one. So I'm gonna go around, guys. I'm gonna go around. And then I waste all this time being stealthy. If I find people here, that's great. I'm probably gonna spook the heck out of them, right? But if I don't find anyone here and all of the survivors move around the map and now they start doing gens, I could waste a lot of time. So keep in mind that if you especially come from playing Wraith, as this killer, you need to be a bit more deliberate. It is a good thing to use your stealth, but it's even better to use it when you know where you're headed or you have some information from a perk telling you where survivors might be. The first thing that can make you lose your power, by the way, is attacking, even if you miss an attack. If I miss an attack, look at the edge of the screen, I lose my power and it will go on a relatively long cooldown. I cannot use it anymore. Another thing that will reveal you is a survivor staring at you. Survivors on the ground, survivors on the hook, and any other survivor can reveal you. Not from a locker, so don't worry, if they're in a locker, they cannot reveal you. But basically, any other survivor that's not dead or in a locker will reveal you. And the way it works is like this. If they put you in the center of their screen, you're gonna hear this noise, and it's gonna feel really bad, and they're gonna reveal you. You do get a bit of a killer instinct, which highlights the survivor with a heartbeat to let you know who revealed you. If you don't see it, it was probably the guy from the hook. But keep in mind that their reveal has a bit of a period of grace. Anyway, if they reveal me for a long time, look. Do you see that even though I hit in the last second, I still got revealed? This is a very important thing to understand that can be the source of a lot of frustration. Sometimes a survivor will reveal you and you will be like, how? I was behind obstacle. If a survivor has already revealed you like 80% or so, the last bit will happen automatically even if you hide. So you need to start hiding a little bit sooner. Now, notice that for them to start revealing me, they need to see about a third or more of my body. But look at this. If they don't see me entirely, even if they're looking at me, it might not work. And there's one thing that you can do to make sure that they don't see you. And it's a secondary part of the night shot. It's called leaning. Unfortunately, leaning does not work out, unlike crouching, which you can do whenever you want. Leaning does not work outside of your power. So you need to be off cooldown. All right, let's do it. And the way leaning works is you need some kind of corner or some kind of tall obstacle. And as you will see next to my power, you see my power button? I have a lean indicator letting me know. If I go this way, it will be on the other side, right side, left side. So the way you do it is you either enter your power and then lean, or lean at the same time as you enter your power. So look, I'm turning to the left now. You see? Let's maybe do it somewhere like this. So I lean on the right, I lean on the left by stalking next to an obstacle. I can also do it while standing, like this, for example. Oh, well, this. Now, leaning is very important because it's one of the most effective ways to see past a corner, but also not show too much of your body so that you don't get revealed. So right now, even if this survivor is looking at me, they probably don't see me. You can also stalk without leaning, and this is fine as well. Stalking without leaning builds up the stalk meter on a survivor. You can see it on the HUD. And when a survivor is fully stalked, they become marked. A marked survivor for 60 seconds is insta-downable. So if I attack them right now, they will go down. And they also cannot reveal you. So if I want to keep using my stealth and reveal someone else, mark someone else, they cannot do anything about it. It doesn't matter if they're staring down me directly, they will not be able to reveal you. And I will prove it to you by just entering my power right now. You see? They also glow red if you stalk them to let you know that that's that person. Sometimes you stalk multiple people, you might be confused about who's the person that you stalked. So yeah. The basic idea is that if you stalk a survivor to full and you go on a chase, this is a bit of a bad idea. Fawn, could you please run away and just start looping me normally? Unfortunately, a chase can be very unpredictable. With the right perks and a little bit of bad luck, I could go on a very long chase with this girl. By the way, if I get stunned, I do lose my power, as she will demonstrate. And look at that. Her timer ran out, and now I wasted my time, right? So the general idea that we want to do is we want to only go for people and only mark them when we know they're in a bad spot. So if I see this girl working on a generator, please work on that generator over there if you don't mind. Right? You want to go back? Let's pretend that this is the start of the game. Yeah, that generator over there, the one you were at before. Let's begin. Let's pretend this is the start of the game. And I go into my stealth, right? And maybe I have a perk or intuition to tell me that there's a survivor here. This is what I'm going to do, Chad. I'm going to lean from this tree. I'm going to leave her at 99% or close. And then I'm going to approach, maybe crouching to make myself harder to be seen. And here's the deal, right? If I feel confident that this survivor hasn't seen me, I will lean or stalk a little bit and then fully get her. Wow, she can still reveal me from there. And then down her immediately, right? But if I, for whatever reason, think that I've been spotted and think that she has a Spring Burst perk or some other perk that lets her get distance, it's fine. Leave her like this. The mark never goes away. It only goes away if you hit them or if you, that's it, or if they go down in some way. Unless that happens, the mark stays. So if for whatever reason this girl has Spring Burst and she runs away, right? And I lose my chance, I will go for someone else. I will maybe kick a gen, break a pallet, go for someone else, down someone else. And later on, when she doesn't know that I'm here, I will come, I will fully mark her, and bam, insta down. It's really that simple. That's it. Ghostface is about sneaking up to people, getting hits on them, whenever possible, insta down. If not insta down, maybe leave them close to an insta down and then catch them later while they make a mistake. One thing that's important to remember is that if you stalk a survivor in the open, it takes almost 5 seconds. But if you lean, it's double the speed. So anytime I have the ability to lean, I will do it. So for example, if I'm chasing this survivor, right? Please, Fong, run away. I don't know where you are, but just run away. I will look for opportunities like this to lean somewhere. Look, in 2 seconds, bam. If I chase her and only stalk normally, that would be a bad idea. You don't want to do that. Okay, if you get revealed, no worries. Just get rid of a pallet. Just get a hit if you can. It's fine. You'll catch someone else or you'll catch them later and it's gonna be completely fine, you know? There's typically not a lot of reasons to mark a survivor that's already injured. But I mean, you never know. They might be 99% healed, so yeah. Or maybe they get adrenaline or something and they heal mid-chase or something. So it's also not a bad idea. If it's free, you might as well do it. So here, I'm gonna stalk her and bam, put her to max. Now, one thing that you can do, by the way, is if you have a tall obstacle, you can lean and then stand still within it. Unfortunately, you used to be able to do this, but unfortunately, if it's a very short obstacle, like a tiny rock like this, like here, I can lean out of it, but because there's not enough to hide behind, if I stand still, my lean will break. Oh, actually, no, it does work. Okay. Okay, I guess this one has a bigger... yeah, this is... I'm sorry. This has just a really forgiving hitbox, but if we find something a little bit shorter, I'm telling you, it doesn't work, unfortunately. This is something that you could do. You could lean out of something really tiny, right? And if you stood still, look, it breaks. But it used not to be the case. So in a situation like that, unfortunately, you cannot do that, but you can do it for a bit. Now, there's another... there's one thing we haven't talked about a lot, and that is crouching. What is crouching good for? Well, as we just saw, here, I cannot... if I was chasing a group of survivors and I wanted to stalk them all, I would need to crouch, because without crouching, I wouldn't be able to stalk out of this box. So one of the ways that you use crouch is just to lean from short obstacles. But there's also a bit of utility in other places. In some loops, you could get the survivor behind a rock and then crouch and then do a little back and forth mind game, and that alone will be very confusing and could get you a hit. And another reason why you might want to lean is to interrupt a survivor revealing you. So, Fong, could you please go on this generator and work on it from this side if you can? Yeah. Now, let's come up with some really silly situation, right? Where, I don't know, I am behind some obstacle, like, for example, I don't know if this is good enough. Is this good enough? Can you reveal me from, say, behind this log pile? So yeah, let's imagine that this is like a short fence or something. In a situation like this, I can play peekaboo. You can see that it's very inefficient, but sometimes this can be enough to get a survivor that was half stalk to full stalk, or that was 75 to 99, like I'm gonna do right now. And as you can see, as long as you interrupt their stalking, even for a bit, their revealing mechanic, you will reset it. So, you know, I could do this and keep her basically unable to reveal me. I guess I didn't do it efficiently there, but you get the idea. So that's another thing that you can use crouch for. Other than that, as you can see, super simple killer. So let's get a nice build going for him and play a real match to showcase some of the things that we've learned. Okay, so as I explained earlier, this killer has some great perks for beginners. The first one is Furtive Chase. This perk is in a really good spot right now, but we think that in the next patch it might change. So I'm not sure what this perk will look like. It's a bit of an advanced perk that allows you to switch obsessions, and when you hook the obsession, you become stealthier or stealthy for a minute. So right now it's not a bad perk. Ameliers is an amazing perk, or any killer that can hit you through walls. It's great on Nurse, it's great on Huntress. When a survivor vaults a window, you see their aura for a while, and this helps every killer. It helps every killer, but it helps some killers in particular that can hit you through windows and can mind game you into running back in front of the window and then hitting you. It's not a bad perk, try it out. His best perk, in my opinion, is Thrilling Tremors. Whenever you pick up a survivor, any generator that is being done nothing happens to it, but any generator that is not being repaired gets blocked. So you can use this by elimination to figure out which gens you should go to. So I pick up a survivor, I hook them, I look around the map, I see that there's one gen that is not blocked, and I go, okay, this is the one that they're on. So it's a great way to know where to go next after a hook. It pairs really well with the perk Pop Goes the Weasel, because then you can go to that gen and kick it and do extra damage, but that's some clown. Anyway, even if you don't have any other generator perks, that's completely fine. We're going to pair it with Sloppy Butcher. The more injured the survivors are, the more likely we are to ambush them healing and catch them off guard. No Holds Barred or Deadlock if you have the Pinhead DLC. This perk is also excellent. Blocks gens passively. And my final perk was... what was it? Was it Bitter Murmur? No, I'm using Ameliers. Honestly, Bitter Murmur could also be pretty good. Any perk that gives you random information about where survivors are going can be really powerful. And seeing where everyone is at the end of the game can also be really powerful. Keep in mind that a healthy survivor can go from healthy to down really, really quickly if you anticipate them correctly and you catch them with their pants down. But I guess that since this is his own perk, it might be a good chance to showcase it. For add-ons, most add-ons that have a good description and sound good are good. You really can't go wrong. I would only not recommend I would only advise you against the cinch straps add-on. This add-on is actually really, really bad. This add-on seems like a beginner-friendly add-on because if you miss an attack, you don't lose your stealth. But the truth is, sometimes you want to miss an attack on purpose so that your power immediately goes into stealth. Why would that be? I mean, think about it. If you have a survivor on the hook and you know you're going to be revealed, that means that whenever you get revealed, you're going to have like a 18 or so second cooldown. So instead of letting the survivor reveal you, you could attack on purpose, miss your own attack on purpose, and then you go into the cooldown. And then since you're no longer on cooldown, you can then use your power whenever you want as quickly as possible next time. So for that reason, this add-on is really, really bad. You cannot go wrong ever with the Philly and the Wild Ice matchbooks. This add-on decreases your cooldown by a bit, which is useful always. And this add-on makes it a little bit faster to stalk survivors. You need to stalk them for a bit less, which also saves you a bit of time here and there. So these two brown add-ons are great. This one that changes your stalking speed is also not bad for beginners. Normally, when you stalk a survivor, you're standing still or leaning out of a corner. But in a few situations, you might be doing it while you move, and that add-on makes it a bit smoother. So you can't go wrong with that. Anyway, let's go into the game and see what we can do at the start. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, Treatment Theater Larry's is one of the best maps for Ghostface, so I do feel like this is gonna give us an unfair advantage. Normally when you spawn in a normal big map, you wanna immediately go into stealth, and you wanna strike a careful balance of going towards the furthest few gens, but also try to approach in a way that doesn't immediately expose you. If you can find... Oh, there's a Claudette right there. I'm gonna be nice, maybe the queues are long. Hiya, that is a full expose. I'm gonna go further down. Unfortunately, someone else saw me, but that's okay. Can I get a free hit? Let's try it. Okay, sure. Never get too obsessed with like getting downs, especially if your power is on cooldown. Get a pallet, get a free hit, or have a hit and a pallet, and that's fine. Oh, my perk, Amalir's revealed someone a second ago. Hello. What's up, Dwight? Can I swing here, or? Sure. Alright, that's a lot. Do we take a chance to pick up? You could crouch, by the way, and fake the pickup. You know what? Because that down was so great, I'm going to ignore that girl entirely. Did that actually work at all? I don't know if it did. This guy is absolutely 10 steps ahead of me. I think a loop where you crouch needs to be one where they really don't see you very well. This is a really good pallet drop. Let's give it to him. I think that hook and meg right there, I mean, we did run the risk of a pallet safe, but it was honestly quite oppressive. Oh, hello. Ooh, baby. Okay, 2 people 99. Let's be careful. I mean... I shouldn't have done that, chat. I really shouldn't have done that. I haven't been doing wait, that's my perk on Malia. She's showing me the aura. Let's see what she does. She's waiting over there. Did she see me? She really hasn't seen me? Oh, she did see me. She had her third person view just fine there. Oh, that was interesting, but... Okay, we're gonna make her drop this, possibly. Oh man, it would have been so nice if these 2 doors were open. Okay. Good enough. Okay, at this point, I think we've made enough blunders and we've made enough weird plays, but we're just gonna play a bit more by the book from now on. If a survivor is injured, as I mentioned, you can mark them, you get more points, but other than that, you really don't have a lot of reasons. We see that every generator is blocked. That means that the only gen that they completed was the only one being done. We're chilling. Also, if for whatever reason you find them later. Oh, hello. Beautiful. Okay. This is the survivor that we're looking at. Notice that she has like a little longer skirt. Okay. I'm seeing her thanks to Amalir's. And I think she's gonna run right into me here. Ooh, nicely done. Maybe I could have approached in the opposite direction. There's a pallet here. She's not looking behind her. Which makes me question what exactly her plan is. Alright, let's pick up before she can crawl under the pallet. This room is so loud, it's making my head hurt. Oh. And here, every generator is gonna be blocked. Actually, no, it's not. That one is being done. Okay, so we have perfect information. We know a survivor was on the hook. right? And then another survivor went to rescue, and the third survivor is here. So thanks to my perks and tremors, I now know absolutely everything. Okay, I didn't have a great place to lean, but that's fine. I figured that he would get a little bit scared and go for a step. But yeah, one problem that this killer has is that outside of the stealth and the crouch, which is such a minor mechanic, you don't have anything inherently helping you in chase too much. You're gonna have to rely a lot on little mind games and little fake outs, and anything you learn on other killers will be very, very important. Basement is not a particularly amazing place for this killer. It's not like he can insta-down you multiple times like the cannibal can, but I mean, if someone's coming out of basement, sometimes you get a good amount of stock. We see a lot of scratch marks here. We're gonna try to approach. Hold up. Are they on this gen? No, they're not. Looks like they kept running. There's no gens there, so I'm going to try to cut them off. They're hiding here somewhere. Hello. Nothing wrong with just attacking them, by the way. In this situation, I could have tried marking them, but why? We're so close, we might as well just hit her. And then just... That hard? No? Okay. She has a key, apparently. We'll keep that in mind. Keys can show you their aura at the same time that they reveal yours, and they can use them to open the hatch. So in a situation where she's the last survivor with someone else, I might kill her instead of the other someone else, so they struggle a little bit to find the hatch or something. Anyway, every jump blocked, that's great news, means no one's on them. Scratch marks leading to this place. Okay, why don't we take a little bit of extra time to come from this other angle? Maybe they're on this gem? Oh, they've spotted me. Okay, I get Dwight. Ooh, that's good. So the non-green meg is at like 60%. I'm gonna hit him. You know what? Sure, let's get this pallet out of the way. I'm gonna let him go heal, which he's gonna do slowly with Sloppy Butcher, and then go for this girl. Okay, this girl is nearly stuck, so I don't want to go for a basic attack. I'm gonna look for an opportunity to lean. She can't reveal me because I haven't entered my power yet. Bam. There you go. Super quick, lost a bit of distance, which could make a difference, but luckily she kind of run like a headless chicken. If she goes into a locker, we would just pull her out. And if not, well, she goes down. Well, remember, every gen's going to be blocked, except the ones that are being worked on. So that tells me that that gen over there is being worked on. Also that one over there. Up to me to decide which one I go for. The one on the right most likely has Dwight, which, I don't know, is an injured survivor. So that could be the better play. But this one could have the mech that is dead on hook. So that also seems pretty good. Okay. Ooh. Oh, it was Claudette actually? Has she even noticed me? She's not revealing me. Okay, we mark her. This is Amaliers. It's going to reveal her aura. She actually just kind of liked it. And it's working out pretty well. There's a window there as well. Damn. Damn, nice map layout, dudes. This isn't always guaranteed. She's now going to make it into a very long room. Oh, she made a mistake. Alright, I'm not going to pick her up just yet. I'm going to go here because I remember that this gen was being worked on. There's a chance we interrupt 2 people here. And indeed, we interrupt 2 people. That hard? No. I'm gonna leave this survivor and now chase the other survivor back to my original person that I left on the ground. And I'm gonna lean out of this, and I'm gonna leave her 99. Now, what sense? Here, I'm gonna attack myself. They were gonna reveal me anyway from the ground, but if you wanna just attack to immediately start your cooldown, that's possible as well. I'm gonna hook close to the other survivor on the ground so that they don't have much time to pick him up. And the point of leaving someone 99 when they're injured is that if they ever heal, they don't lose it. So if this Meg ever heals, she, in a way, will be kind of wasting time because she could still be instant down later anyway. This is very awkward because think about it. There are 2 people on the hook and 2 people that can rescue. One of them is injured. If they healed, they are still vulnerable. And the other one is healthy, but look at the hook stages. If she trades with someone and risks her life, she will be dead. So there's no good play for the survivors right now. Oh. Hello. Yeah, this girl will take the knife and just leave. She doesn't want to trade at the hook or anything. And I, depending on how I want to play this, I could play this tactically and kind of wait between the hooks. The only problem is that if I get somewhat close, keep in mind, they will have anti-camp. Okay. They made a big mistake here. I could be a little silly. If there's another survivor that is closer to the hook than I am, the anti-camp doesn't work. So this Dwight is not getting any points towards unhooking himself, and he is going to die. So I could wait this out if I wanted to. Do I need to? Nah. It's fine. We've waited enough. Yeah. He's most likely gonna die. The other girl has already died on the hook. You saw that Meg, the only survivor left, was healing herself. Wait, wasn't that the Meg with the key? Yeah, how did she heal herself so quickly if she has a key? She did heal herself really quickly. She could have gone into a locker within her strength. We saw that in one of our matches earlier. Alright, seems like our survivor just found this gate and has been just waiting here for this whole time. Oh, by the way, do you notice that when you're stuck, you're very, very slow? Yeah. When you stalk in general, you're slow, and when you stalk actively, you're even slower. So yeah, don't forget, stalking in the open. Typically a bit of a bad idea. Whoa. GG's. Well, unfortunately, not every map is going to be as easy to navigate as Larry's. Many other maps have open areas that you have to be a little bit afraid of, so to speak. But yeah, hopefully this was a good example and you had a good time. It was in her healing, but she actually was pretty smart. She had Soul Survivor, so she just opened a gate quickly. GG's, man. Okay, friends, it's time to talk about the Demogorgon. The Demogorgon is a fan favorite. People like to play as this killer. People really enjoy playing against this killer. And the thing that you need to know is that for the most part, he is very, very accessible. If you're gonna buy one DLC that is licensed, the type that you have to buy with real money, I personally think that Nemesis and this one are among the best when it comes to perks. Ghostface can also be considered because he has simple perks and he's a simple killer. This is a killer that is very much a basic killer. Normal movement speed, normal launch, normal terror radius. Keep in mind, he does have a bit of a quirk where every time you break a breakable wall or do an attack or a special attack or even a whiff, that little wow, everyone in the map hears that. So as a Demogorgon, if you do this at the start or something, everyone's gonna hear it. It's just a fun little quirk about him. That means that he is a really good pick to go after, maybe if you've already learned the basics of killer a little bit. So, this killer has arguably 3 powers. Yeah, it's a little crazy. Why don't we talk about the simplest one, okay? The simplest one are his portals. The portals are kind of like bear traps. You always have them at your feet. And you have a limited amount of them, as you can see on the left. And if you don't have enough space, thank you, Colajero, you will not be able to place them. Keep in mind that, especially in stairs and stuff, it just doesn't work so well. But yeah, next to a hook, you won't be able to. There's some limitations. But basically, any space where you could put a little rock, you can put a little portal. Now, it is very important to remember that portals have 2 states, okay? When you first put them down, portals are inactive. You can tell that they're inactive because they are white. I'm gonna put another one, okay? One thing that's important to remember as well is that you cannot pick up a portal. Unlike a trap from the trapper, you cannot pick it up. If you put it down, it's gone. The only way you'll get it back is if a survivor destroys it. Now, let's look again at what it looks like. So we have right now 3 inactive portals. Portals that are inactive are completely invisible to survivors. And they don't have any effect. They don't do anything at all. They're just waiting there to be activated. How do you activate them? Very simple. You travel through them or come out of them. So in order to use a portal, right? You stand on one of them and then you will see that you have a little arrow that allows you to choose which one to go to. When you've made your mind up, let's choose this one. You hold left control. You can cancel it. And if you fully do it, you'll go through this animation. This animation is a little bit strange, okay? It's coded in a way that if you go across the entire map, it will still be pretty fast, but the longer it is, it will take a little bit longer, but it's not completely linear, right? It has a funny little curve to it. The point is, it is quite a really fast way to traverse across the map. Now, because it takes so long to go through the portal, and because you have a cooldown and you can't do it right away, using this in short distances is generally not extremely useful. So you don't want to, look, I can't even teleport again because I have a cooldown. You don't necessarily want to do this all the time in mid-chase or anything like that. So the big idea with portals is most of the times, you're going to put one in one corner of the map, put another in another corner of the map, maybe put one on a hill or some other elevated place, and then just use them for general mobility if you need to. If you know that, the exit gate is there, I need to teleport, well, you do that and you save a bit of time compared to traveling there by hand. Now, we can see the difference between a white portal, which is inactive, doesn't do anything, is completely invisible, and an active portal. Active portals do become visible to survivors. If I could ask the Fong Min, please, to come by and show us what it looks like. A survivor can find this portal and start destroying it. Now, when they get close to the portal, they will be affected by the status effect called Obliviousness, which means they don't hear your tower radios. So, yeah. I wonder if she can come and find us. Hold up, 1 second. Yeah, we need to join the voice chat, otherwise she's not gonna hear us. Yeah, we need our survivor to come here and destroy one of these portals. Perfect. Yeah. So right now, even though she can see me, she will not hear my terrorists while she's working on it. And if she has about 10 seconds, she's gonna break it. If there's multiple survivors, they'll break it even faster. And look at my counter on the bottom left. I'm gonna go from 3 to 4. Ta-da! Another thing that can be done, by the way, is if a survivor is cleansing your portal and you hold your power button, you will actively detect them. Not just on the portal itself, but also from a bit of a distance. So, Mrs. Survivor, could you please come here and demonstrate with us? Thank you very much. Let's hold our power, see if we can detect them. All right, let's see. Go for it. Yeah, as you can see, about 1.5 meters out from the portal, you can detect them. There are some add-ons to extend this. So you can also use portals as a way to traverse between generators and maybe even keep an eye on them. So say, for example, that I think this generator could be done. I could put a portal here or through a wall if it was available, right? And then let's imagine I go really, really far away. And if a survivor comes by the generator and I hold my power, I will detect them. There's no way they can avoid it, right? Unless they completely get rid of it. And remember, if they get rid of it, I will be hearing them because they're in the range. Also, if I teleport while they get rid of it, they get interrupted. So, yeah, they will not get rid of it while you are traversing. Now, one other thing that you've noticed is that behind my webcam, I become undetectable for a little bit every time I teleport. This does not make this killer into an insane stealth character at all. Anytime you teleport, survivors also hear a really loud sound cue that plays all over the map, so they know you've teleported. They might not know exactly where you are. However, because you do get a few seconds of undetectable, if you teleport somewhere and then, I don't know, then you go a little bit around a corner and they happen to be healing here, you could get the drop on them. And if you get the drop on them and they're caught off guard, that means maybe you'll get a free hit or a free down, or maybe you'll get a pallet really quickly out of the way. So yeah, when you come out of a portal, if someone is not immediately nearby, you could sneak up to them a little bit. It's also a really nice idea to put portals on second floors and hills. We're gonna show you maybe when we play a match if we have a normal hill. This is an indoor map, so it's not so easy to see because of a particular quirk of our power, but I'll show it to you in a second. So, for example, it's also a really nice idea to put a portal in a place that is otherwise very inaccessible. Do you see how difficult it is to get to this map? They're going to change this in the next update, but right now it's really difficult to get to this gen, right? So look, I could put a portal here. And this portal would allow me to check on this gen, right? And it would be a little bit tricky for survivors to get rid of it. It might also even detect someone through a wall below sometimes. So yeah, this could be useful. Remember, it will not work unless it's active. And that's something to remember. If I have a place that I am extremely, and I mean extremely interested in protecting, sometimes maybe you have a totem, or there's an exit gate, or you have someone in the basement or something like that. There's also, I guess, something you could do that's quite simple. Put two portals next to each other, like this. And the idea is that one of them you use and the other one you keep as a backup, right? So this one I can use and I can teleport away and then it will be active. The survivors might get rid of it and waste time, but it doesn't matter because what I'm gonna do, right? I'm gonna go around, do my thing. And then when I see that they've destroyed that one, I'm gonna be like, oh, they destroyed the one on the right? Okay, let me put one on the left. Let me put one down here right now. And now I go to the other one. So if there's one place that you're very keen on protecting, you can do that. Now, that is pretty much all you need to know about portals. There's maybe a few other intricacies, but that's pretty much it. Let's talk about his other power, which is the Shred. The Shred is something that you charge with your mouse, and then when it's fully charged or partially charged, you attack, and it releases. Think of it like a really, I don't know, think of it like a really fast dash, right? You hold it, and you release it. Now, I want you to pay attention to this. You see you see that the camera does a little, there's like a little change in lighting? That little vignette around the edges, when it goes black, that means that it's fully charged. That is fully charged. This is partial charge. That is full charge. This is partial charge. It's important because if you don't fully charge, you don't go as far. Look, I'm gonna do minimum charge. Oh, hold up. A little bit more than that. Okay, a little bit more than that. If I do a minimum charge, which I think I got pretty close to, I make it around this little tentacle. Meanwhile, if I do a full charge, look, I make it a couple meters further. You can tell the difference, right? Before we were about here, now we're about here. There's also this shred does two things. It can injure survivors and it can break pallets and breakable walls. If you have a pallet broken in front of you, it's really convenient to break it like this. It also has a secondary ability or a secondary property, which is it sends you flying if you use it off a ledge. So this is why putting a portal on top of a hill is so good. You teleport to the hill, you look around yourself, you see if there's anyone, you see a survivor in the distance, and then you can do, let me see if this works, this. Wow. It doesn't look that impressive, but believe me, this is a massive way to catch up to a survivor. If a survivor is just running a straight line, even though there's a bit of a cooldown at the end, this is a massive way to catch up. So do look for opportunities when you're in second floors. If you see a survivor in the distance or you need to cover distance, even if you're just covering distance, you can do this to go really, really far. Now, could we please chase a little survivor? Oh, perfect. Could you please drop this pallet for me in this one that you're next to? In a situation like this, where you get stunned, it makes almost no difference. I would say in this situation, the survivor probably has already run away, right? While you were being stunned. They've already gone out. In this situation, just press the spacebar. Who cares, right? Who cares? Just break it. It doesn't make it any faster to use your power. However, if a survivor is a little bit panicky and they drop the pallet early, which I think they're going to do right now, please. Then you can begin to charge and bam, immediately break it. It does put you through a bit of a cooldown. Yeah, you don't want to go through the hatch. That's okay. We can run some other ways. Drop a few more pallets. Fung, show us. Yeah, bam. Get rid of it, right? Oh, get rid of it. Bam. This is something that you can do with this killer. However, there are also a lot of opportunities to actually just ignore the pallet and walk around it. So do not get too... Like, for example, here, I can maybe mind game if she drops it and get a free hit. You know, I can maybe fake that I'm gonna break it, and when she runs away, then go and do a normal attack. So do not get too much in the mindset of, oh, I have a power to break pallets, I must use it every time. Sometimes it's not necessary. So let's talk about how to use our shred. The first thing to realize, right, is that if a survivor is in a tight, narrow space, like for example this bottleneck, it is incredibly free. Here, if I'm chasing a survivor into this position, like I can hold my power, the minimum, and go, and there's gonna be nothing that they can ever do. They're gonna get hit, right? Same here, this would be a hit no matter what. Keep in mind that your power actually hits a little bit on the sides as well. It's a little bit deceiving. If they're not crouching, you actually hit them, and it's a bit wider than you would think. Like, something like that, I think if I did it a bit earlier, could have been a hit even. Like, well, that was pretty much in the front, so it's hard to tell. So yeah, the quickest way to get a hit with this power is to identify when a survivor is going through a narrow space and it's otherwise super impossible for them to dodge. Another thing that you're constantly going to be doing is things like shag and stuff like that. We're going to go to a different map that has some of these elements so we can show you a little bit what a chase using our shred looks like there. Okay, we are in Cold Tower. This map has many of the common things you're going to see in other maps. Say, for example, that I'm chasing this survivor and she's going towards that pallet over there in front of me, right? At one point, when you begin to use your power, a survivor is going to hear you. Please, come over here. And when they look behind them and they see that you're doing this, they know that you're going to launch yourself forward. So many times what they'll do is they'll fake it. So this girl could run into that pallet and then last second, go towards the left, for example. And then I go, It is incredibly easy for a Demogorgon that's not very experienced to kind of bait themselves. So what you want to do in this situation, first of all, do not begin charging from like all the way up here, because that's a waste of time. Keep in mind that when you charge your power, you do slow yourself down a bit. Not tremendously, not super long, but you do slow yourself down a bit. So in a situation like this, let's play it in slow motion. What you would want to do is charge your power and only hit her when you see that she takes a step into the pallet. When she's like one tiny step. Yeah, like around there. When she takes a tiny step into the pallet, right around there, that's unavoidable. Even if she drops the pallet, with ping on your side, you will get the hit there, right? You don't want to automatically go for it because you will miss. And you don't want to wait until they're all the way through the other side of the pallet because you could get stunned if they have good ping. So you kind of want to wait until, again, they are in a very, very tight spot. When this survivor has healed, I'm going to ask them to go to shack, and I'll show you a few other tricks, okay? Oh, by the way, this is the trick I told you about, catching up to a survivor. Wow, look at that. So we're going to be in a very common scenario where this survivor is going to go through the shack and then going to take the window. And I want you to look at her medkit, okay? Look at her medkit. Do you see that her medkit disappear? That is a great way to know that a survivor has already pressed the spacebar and they're about to vault the window. So please do it again, Fong, if you don't mind. If I'm chasing a survivor and I see their medkit disappear, I will immediately let go, right? But now we're going to do the opposite, okay? We're going to do the same thing, but this time the survivor's not going to do this. Many survivors, they look behind them in chase. They know that you're close. They know that they're going to get hit if they vault the window. So what they're going to do, if they are a bit aware, they're going to run to the window, make it look like they're going to vault, and then last second they're going to dodge left, or more likely they're going to dodge right so that they can get the pallet afterwards. So when that happens, we need to be a little bit smart, okay? Yeah. Like now she doesn't have an item, so I need to be a little bit... No, it's okay. You can not have it if you want. It doesn't matter. But yeah, without the item it's a little bit harder, right? She runs to the pallet, sorry, to the window, and then dodges, and I bait myself. Just one thing that you need to keep in mind is that it's okay for Demogorgon to just charge his power and then realize, you know what? She's not going for the window. Wait, and then cancel and do a basic attack. Or then just wait until she's more or less here and then do an attack. Even if she drops the pallet, don't worry, we're still gonna get the hit. So you want to be a little bit patient. Use the fact that you can bait and fake it and not necessarily like think that a survivor is not going to juke out of the way. As a general rule, the Demogorgon's power is enhanced in places with straight lines. Places with round loops are not so good. So this would be an example where my power is maybe not so good. Obviously, I cannot look. By the time, if I am looping around something like this, by the time I charge my power, because I've slowed myself down a bit, the survivor has already gone around and around and around. I'll never catch it. In loops like this, it's completely fine to just get the pallet out of the way. So what I'm going to do, which way should I loop? Right or left? Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. Obviously, right. If I go left and I get stunned, then the survivor is going to run into the rest of the map. So if I go counterclockwise here and I get stunned, the survivor is in a corner. The only place they can run to is maybe towards there. And now I am making progress and I'm cutting off their options. So you make sure that you're chasing in the right direction first, and then you just get the pallet out of the way. And if they drop the pallet and you want to break it, beautiful, no problem. But in places like this, do not try to use your shred because it's just not going to work very well. On the other hand, places like this are really, really good. If I'm chasing a survivor and they vault that window, all I have to do is just, I begin charging my power a little bit around the corner, and bam, I can hit them. Sometimes they will see this coming and they'll do cheeky things. They might vault the window and then immediately vault back. But if you aim a little bit towards the window like this, you will clip into their hitbox if they don't do it super, super well. So places with straight lines and walls are your best friend. Places like this that are like round and not so straight liney are a little bit more difficult. Fong, why don't you just go on a little chase and show us a little bit what it's like? Yeah. So in a situation like this, she's probably gonna drop it early. I just shred it, ready to cancel if she doesn't drop it. Here, I can possibly catch her depending when she does. Let's see. Ooh, that was a good play by her. That's fine. Let's just in this direction. Okay. I don't want to give her window. Actually, I do want to give her window. Let's straight. Okay. Here's what would have happened. If she didn't drop the pallet, she would have kept running towards the window, right? I would have seen it. I would have maybe let go of my power. Then I would have charged it again here. And most likely, I would have clipped her if she vaulted the window, even with a fastball. That's because this killer can have such an explosive force. Now, one of the things that takes a little bit more time to get good at is judging how far you make it. Do I make it to that window with a small charge? Yep, I kind of do. From that distance, I kind of do. Do I make it to a window from here with a small charge? Probably not. That would have whiffed, most likely, right? So knowing the difference between a full charge and the minimum charge and the in-between, that's something that you will develop with time. But other than that, that's it. This killer at its most basic. Our plan is, when we spawn in, let's put one portal somewhere down. Let's say I spawn over here. This is the main building with 1 or 2 gens around here. Let's put a portal down when we spawn, right? If it's in a good spot, even better. And then I'm going to enter chase. And maybe at some point, if I have a bit of downtime, maybe I'll put another portal down somewhere on the other side. And say, for example, I'm in chase. Say, for example, I get a hook and I kick a gen. Let's say I kick a gen on this tile, for example. You know what? Sure. Let's put a portal over here. Why not? After kicking the gen with Pop Goes the Weasel or whatever. And now look at this. Whenever I decide, oh, you know what? All the survivors are by main building. I can, whatever I am, I can just place a portal down. This portal I'll only use as an enter. I don't necessarily care about this location. And then bam. Now I'm here and I've wasted even less time. And obviously any chance that you have to break things from a distance with your shred is good. Instead of walking up to this and breaking it normally, if I know I'm gonna break this breakable wall, I can begin charging from afar and bam. Break it really quickly. Just remember that you do make a lot of noise when you do this. But yeah, you are one of the faster killers in the game when it comes to renovating things. Honestly, Demo is a jack of all trades, master of none. He's not the strongest, he's not the weakest, he's pretty much dead there in the middle as a very average killer at everything. It's just about how you use the different elements. So instead of going through the theory anymore, we're gonna give him a good build, and it was gonna be easy because he's got some great perks. And let's play a real match and see how it works out for us. Let's go. Okay, yo, Sin, thanks so much for the 29. I'll be right with you. And Draco, thank you for the 102 months. Damn, we got some loyal followers in our stream. Right, so basic build for this killer. There's quite a lot to choose from. Personally, from his own perks, unfortunately, Mindbreaker is disabled due to a bug. And Cruel Limits, it's kind of like a poor man's Bamboozle. Cruel Limits, if you unlock it, can be a decent perk for a chainsaw killer or some other insta-down killer. It can be an alright way to like block windows in a pinch. You don't have a lot of control over it. It triggers when survivors do a gen, so you don't really benefit from it when you would need it the most sometimes. But hey, it's an okay perk. His best perk by far, however, is Surge. This is a great perk on any killer that downs you with a basic attack. It's great on Spirit. It's great on Clown. It's great on Trapper and Wraith. It's not so good on, for example, Myers, because he now hits you with a special attack. It's not so good on Nurse because she 99% of the time hits you with a special attack. It's definitely not as good on Billy, but even on those killers, it's still usable sometimes, right? Except for maybe Nurse. It's not his best perk, because ideally we should be using his power, but because it's such a decent perk, we're gonna bring it anyway. The other perks that we have, just basic free perks that everyone has. This one has a different name if you don't have the Pinhead DLC, so does the other ones, but yeah, basic perks across the board are completely fine. If I had the Hillbilly, by the way, I personally would really like Enduring. Yeah, Hillbilly can be really good. Enduring on this killer is really comfortable. If they drop a pallet and they stun you, who cares? If they drop it early, you break it early, and it's almost like a lose-lose situation. It's a really comfy perk that can be quite nice as well. If they stun you from the same side, it's either a free hit or a free hit shortly after. So yeah, that could be good as well. But you know what? We don't even need that. We're just gonna go with basic perks that everyone has access to. As for add-ons, is there anything you should avoid? There is an add-on that has a downside that makes you destroy your own portals when you traverse through them. Maybe stay away from that. And there is an add-on as well that has a downside by removing some amount of portals. Other than that, you can't really go wrong. I just recommend that you use simple ones. Simple ones are fine. Extra portals and a bit of a miss cooldown, that's good. Faster pallet break, that's one of his best. Faster recovery after hitting with a power, that's one of his best. Slightly longer undetectable were coming out. There's like 1, 2, 3 of these. Yeah, these aren't bad. This one shows to the out of everyone, but yeah, just go with the simple ones. You can't really go wrong. The Demogorgon's add-ons compared to other killers are not super impactful. The difference between some of his average add-ons and no add-ons is pretty small. Let's load in. Okay, while we were loading in, one of my viewers had a really interesting question. Can you use a perk like Brutal Strength to break pallets even faster with your power? No. Most killers that break pallets or walls with their power, they don't do it any faster with any perks. Perks typically do not affect the killer's power, typically. There's only add-ons that do that. Anyway, we go across the whole map, we don't find anyone. I'm going to assume that they spawn maybe towards Shack and then, I don't know, comb this side of the map a little bit. I've put a couple portals for traversal. Wow. You know what? I'm gonna put one here and teleport to this other one. It's gonna give them a side objective if they wanna get rid of it. And it's gonna give me a bit of stealth, so. Yeah, oh my god, they all spawn here. They're finishing this gen. I'm gonna whiff here. This killer, by the way, you cannot charge your power. Yeah, nice try. You cannot charge your power while you're falling down. So, oh, I saw them. Okay, so what I did there, This girl had a wall on her left. I know there was a survivor behind me, by the way. I should have hit her with a basic attack because that would have hit... Oh, I'm just making mistakes already. If I hit her with a basic attack, this generator would have been damaged and I would have been able to save it possibly. So there had 3 people on this generator with a toolbox and things like this happen. But you know what? We're definitely not bothered. Not at all. I do think that I wanted to show my... Nice. You see how generous the hitbox is sometimes? And you can hit sideways a little bit? We could have hit her with a basic attack and that would have helped us a little bit. I'm gonna break this so that she's zoned. She's kind of stealthing there. No, she's not. I'm gonna break this in a... Pretend to break it. She's gonna keep running. Oh, she didn't. Okay, I can just hit her with a basic attack here. Nice. Okay, she won the 50-50 there by running in a straight line. Very good. Okay, wow. Well done. Didn't fall the second time. Now. Alright, it took a little longer than I'd like. But we got it down. Let's do it. And we got 2 hooks. Not too bad. This is going to be 2 people that don't hear my terror radius. Keep in mind, even if you don't have a terror radius, this killer has loud stomps. And they do make noises every now and then when they go into portals and stuff like that. If I wanted to go to that gen at the edge of the map, we now have a portal we can teleport to. But I honestly think that it's this gen over there that I should be worried about. It's the one where everyone gravitated to after the unhook. And it's the one that was blocked. Oh my god, they did a different one? Yeah, damn, these people do nothing but gens, huh? Don't worry. I could hit her with power there, but there's no point. There's not a lot of difference between hitting with power and hitting with a basic attack. The cooldown is almost the same. Even with some add-ons, it's basically the same. And when you hit without power, you have more control over your camera. So it's a little better to hit with basic attack if possible. Unless you have this brown add-on for cooldown and you want to have a tiny bit of an advantage. But that's fine. Right, because they've both healed, they do gens a little slower. We're going to kick this. And this is going to be the first time where we put a gen. Sorry, a portal next to a gen, just to keep an eye on it. I could go over here and just see if anyone's trying to sneak up behind the building. See if there's any scratch marks. There's none. That gen seems to be at nothing. I'm going to hold my power. I have all my portals active. No one's on them. I see that these pistons are moving. They cleanse one of the totems that makes them unable to hear my terror radios. These people are very stealthy for some reason. Here... We're going to... that was a really bad drop of a pallet. Doesn't really achieve much. Do I break it or what do I do? Nah, I think I can just whack her. Yeah, that's a hit. And do you see how that gen took damage? That's not a miss skill check. That's my perk Surge. That's the perk that's hurting them. Do we want to hook right here? Sure. I think what we're going to do is we're going to break this pallet super quickly. Oh, that was a missed skill check. I'm going to hold my power again. Do I hear a heartbeat? No, if I don't hear a heartbeat, it means no one's there. Okay, pretend to go to the left so that she sees me with her camera and stops running. Had a bit of a stutter there. They're not working on that gen yet. We could down... Okay, so what happened is Feng Min and Meg healed each other. Yeah, there they are. One on the left, one on the right. If I go for the one on the left, I interrupt the unhook, but I don't care about the unhook. I want to interrupt this gen. Hello. Remember, they play very stealthy. These ladies. I have no idea where she went after that. They do have, like, Iron Whale and maybe some other stealth perks. Yeah, she's back there. However, she is oblivious while she's here, so... Okay, so she is where exactly? She was here a second ago, chat. And I mean a whole second ago. Thank you. I would have never found her if not for the ability to detect people. Oh, she made a mistake here. Search hits that gen. Beautiful. Could I put her somewhere awkward? Yeah, I could bring her out to basement. This killer has a cute synergy with basement. And this is a little bit extreme. Oh, I get sent so back. I'm barely gonna make this. And if it fails, it's gonna be awful. I think I barely make it. Yeah. Needless to say, this person's dead on hook. She does not want to go down, obviously. So what I can do is put a portal, like, above basement. Somewhere here. And it's going to be difficult for them to do anything about it, right? So I could put it right here, for example. Do we have a portal right here? We have these 2 gens that are being done. Hello, girlies. Okay, do we kick it? Or do we bother? Oh, nice. We're chasing one into another. Fake going this way. She runs back. Hit her. Leave her. Hello. We still have 2 portals in the pocket, so... This girl is being stealthy. They have to unhook right now. Oh my god. Okay, they got rid of one of the portals before going down. I respect the hustle. That being said, think about who did that. The person that did that... Hold up, I'm going to do something a little silly. I'm going to do this just to start falling down sooner. Oh, can I do that? Yeah, the person that did that is Kate, who's dead on hook. And she is in like the worst position in the whole world here. Do you see how you can hit sideways really nicely? That's what I was talking about when I told you that this killer can hit sideways. Right, this is a little complicated. Whoever got unhooked did not leave the room. She's still there. I don't want to walk through the pallet. But what I noticed is that I had seen the two top survivors, right? The V and the Feng Min. And I knew that whoever went for the rescue was the remaining survivor, aka the one that is dead on hook. Let's use our power, see if we can save a bit of time here. Whoa. That saves a tiny bit of time, if you can believe it. Okay. How about we keep this? We know that gen over there is also... Yeah, it's being teleported. Let's teleport now to interrupt it and see if we see scratch marks. Do we see any scratch marks? Yeah, we do. This is V. We'd never hooked this girl. Oh, she made a mistake again. Okay. Pretend to break it. She runs out. And bam. If we wanted to, we could, like, leave her on the ground momentarily. She's not being hooked, right? Hooking her right now, I mean, it doesn't really get her killed any fast, considering that we are maybe a 1 gen left, right? So in a situation like this, if you know where the other two survivors are, you could leave her on the ground and go for one of the other survivors, who is very obviously in a worse spot, right? Okay, when you see these... Oh, forgive me. When you see these spikes around a gen... Yeah, look how quickly they healed. I'm almost helping them out. When you see the spikes around a generator, that's the game warning you. The game is warning you that you've damaged the gen so many times that if you keep doing it, the gen will be undamageable to prevent, like, infinite games where survivors never do anything. Okay. I think this is a down. Ooh, I needed to fully charge it a bit more, perhaps. Let's just break it. I'm not gonna lie, I don't even think we need to do this. What's even the point? Oh, she made a really bad mistake here. I think I make that, but... Oh, tiny bit late. Unlucky. Oh, what? I saw that dead her. I'm like, wait, that's way early. No, that somehow was fine. Okay. Hold up, I'm gonna cut her off. Yeah, notice that she wanted to go towards that pallet, but she couldn't. And this is a cool, like a, not a cul-de-sac, a bottleneck, so... Yeah. I have no business chasing this girl. She could even have decisive or something. It would be way, way better for me to simply just go for Meg. We know that that gen over there is the most progress. We don't know if it's a 0, a 1, or a 99%. Let's check. Oh, it's like halfway. And this is Meg. Perfect. Do you see that we put a portal there like minutes and minutes ago and we just recycled it? We had never really used it until now. Okay, let's fake going this way. Maybe she votes back. Okay, don't ever try what I just did there, but if it had worked, it would have been really funny. Okay, let's look at her item if possible. Yeah, do you see what I mean? Look, I can here do whatever the heck I want. Like in that situation, I'm only waiting for 2 things. Number 1, she goes through the window like she did. We grab her or hit her, whatever, up to you. Or she goes to the pallet. When she goes to the pallet, I'm not even going to attack her until she is here. If she's here and I attack her, she could dodge out of the way. You never know. But if she's here, she doesn't have enough room left or right to dodge. It's what we've been talking about constantly, right? Bottlenecks. You want to pay attention to when a survivor is in an unavoidable spot where no matter where they go, they're going to take the shred. So that's what we were waiting for. She kind of danced side and side. And honestly, you don't even need to hit them with power. If it stresses you out, you can just cancel and do a basic attack. Okay, so... one thing that I mentioned, I think, briefly earlier is that if you hold your power and you fall down, this killer is afraid of heights. He will fall down. He will interrupt it. So be a little careful. It's a really good idea to use your power from an elevated position to gain distance, but you don't want to do it in every situation. She's gonna have dead heart. Oh, yeah, she has dead heart, so we need to kind of wait it out. Fun times. Anyway, all right, we've talked about faking your power. We've talked about using it from elevation. We talked about your portals. We talked about doubling them. We talked about putting one on top of basement. We haven't really shown you examples of putting your power like above or through a wall, but that's something you can do as well. Like, especially if you have an add-on to extend the detection, you could put it from behind a wall, although I just don't think we really had any example. That maybe comes more into play if you have a map like Batham with many buildings, right? So that's an idea. In a situation like this, especially if you have portals, tap your power from time to time, because if you get a small heartbeat, that would let you know where a survivor is, right? You can also use them in the final 1v1 to go through the gates and stuff like that, just to cover the map a bit more. Yeah. At the end of the day, really, this killer is super, super simple. It's just going to come down to how quickly you get used to all the different elements and how well you use them together. For the most part, it's a pretty unbalanced killer. You're going to be using your shred 80% of the time. You're going to be using your teleport 10% of the time. And you're going to be using the other things like detection and undetectable coming out of portal a tiny bit every now and then. But mostly this killer comes, when it comes down to it, is all about just doing well with your shred. I'm gonna give you just 2 quick pieces of advice before I move on, because I think this is gonna help you with this, but also a few other killers to come. Okay, so I want to talk about a concept that will apply to this killer, but also many other killers to come, including Pyramid Head and Hillbilly, some of the killers that we've already seen. Obviously, since these killers have some kind of projectile or thing that dashes forward, whether it's them or their projectile attack, it's very important to look for these bottlenecks. This is a complete bottleneck, right? If Fong goes into this hallway and I'm behind her, I hold my power. The only thing she could do, by the way, is maybe crawl to the side. Yeah, could you please go to the side and crouch a little bit? Yeah, just crouch. That can actually make you miss. If a survivor goes on the side a little bit and crouches, that's kind of like one of your Achilles heels. It will make you miss. Very similar thing happens if a survivor is kind of below you. Could we come to this little ramp? Keep in mind that even if you aim all the way up or all the way down or all the way up again, when you shred, look at your camera. It immediately makes it stand at like eye level. That means that a survivor that's below you is almost unhittable. Look, you see, do you feel how I glid past her? This is a survivor that is... Look, it's so ridiculous when you look at it this way. Okay, if you're that close, you might get away with it. For the most part, though, you need to be really careful. However, there are some situations where even if a survivor is not necessarily in a bottleneck, you can have a psychological bottleneck, right? And this happens really frequently when a survivor is being chased alongside some straight wall. If a survivor is going in a straight line through here, like I am right now, it doesn't matter if this is technically open, they never ever dodge into the wall. This is something that almost never happens. In a situation where I'm chasing a survivor, when they see me hold my power, they're gonna dodge. Let's say that they're going parallel to the wall. When they hear me do this, they're gonna dodge to the left. Almost every single time, right? And because your power covers so much distance on either side, you never want to do this. You never want to do this. If I do this, I cover so little side. But if I assume that they're going to move a little bit to the left and just aim a little bit there, that's going to get me a hit 9 times out of 10. If you go back to the previous match, the very first down that I got on the Kate, I did it with that principle. The Kate was running alongside a wall on her left, and I aimed to the right, and of course I get the hit, because survivors very rarely decide to hug a wall. They almost always try to dodge to the place that has more space. And if you anticipate that, you can get a lot of hits and a lot of chainsaw downs and a lot of punishments with Pyramid Head, just using and abusing that principle. And that's about all you need to know for demo. Let's get out of here. Okay, it's time to do the Oni. This is a very, very angry killer. Thank you, Gabe. Appreciate that. But the thing that you need to know is that even though the Oni eventually transforms into a demon with crazy speed, insta-down, pallet break, and other abilities, this killer, for most of the game, or at least for the first bit of the game, is completely normal and standard. That means he has the normal basic mouse 1 attack, the normal 32-meter terror radius, the normal movement speed of 4.6. In other words, if you've played Trapper, if you've played Wraith, when you switch to this killer, he's going to feel very, very familiar. And you need to play very, very good as a normal killer to have success with this character. Now, the thing that makes this killer unique and stand out is that he has a power that he has to fill up. And if you notice on the bottom left, the power fills up automatically very, very, very slowly over time. I think it takes you like 6 minutes or something to get it. Obviously, that's absolutely horrible. We don't ever want to take that long, right? So what you need to do is hurt survivors in order to get this. Now, this is very important, okay? If you pull a survivor out of a locker or you grab them, that doesn't count. If you insta-down them with a perk or some perk of the survivor that makes them exposed, you don't get any blood. You need to put them from healthy to injured, all right? That's it. That's the only thing that will give you blood towards your power. If you hit them while they're out of the injured, you get nothing. If you insta-down them, you get nothing. If you pull them out of something, you get nothing. But if you get a normal hit, you will get 40% of your power. Let's see. That's about 40%, right? That seems about right. Now, in this situation, if I had another survivor that was nearby, I would immediately go for the other hit and my power would be ready. When a survivor is injured, notice that they leave little bits of blood that you can collect and they help you get your power. Could you please run a little bit away just to show us what it looks like? Yep. Now, they leave these blood orbs every X seconds. And when you hook them, they also drop a few immediately so that you can get a bit of a boost. But very important, many actions like vaulting pallets or vaulting windows or dropping pallets, they drop extra. So one thing that you can try to do if you see the opportunity is just a survivor into a pallet. Let's say that one over there. Force them to drop it. And now make them vault back and forth. Look. Do you see how many orbs she's generating for me? So if my power was not already ready, look. Brah. Now, when you get all of your power, that's it. Now you can see the... I don't know why it's buggy. You can see that my power is ready. And on top of being a normal killer, I now have the ability to transform into a demon mode for 45.45 seconds. Let's see what that looks like. When we do that, we're going to go through a small transition. And now I am in Blood Fury. Here's the thing, okay? If I do a normal attack, I do a little swipe. This swipe doesn't insta-down. Don't do this. But if you hold it for just a bit, bam, that is a slam. That insta-downs. Not only does it insta-down, it actually hits multiple times and can hit multiple survivors if they're clumsy enough to get stuck. And it also breaks pallets. Could you please demonstrate? So, yeah, the first thing that you're going to be doing, there's a pallet to your left. The first thing that we can do already is do this. Remember, you can charge it fully, and then you do like a big uncontrolled, really difficult to control launch, but you don't have to. Could we please drop another pallet in shack or something? Okay, we ran out of power, so unfortunately we have to get it again. Perfect. We're gonna. Could you please give us some blood, Mr. Strongman? Thank you very much. This is quite important, by the way. Survivors drop blood periodically like this. But if you are in demon form, they don't drop blood anymore. That's only when you're out of it. So you cannot get more blood while you're in demon and you cannot see it. But yeah, normally seeing this blood through walls could be a way to find where a survivor is or where a survivor has been. But anyway, let's go into demon mode, right? And remember, we have normal tap. This damages but doesn't do anything else. You shouldn't do it, generally, unless the survivors are already injured. We have the slight hold, which does insta-down. Hold up, let's do it a bit more. A little bit more. Bam, that insta-downs. And remember, if it hits, it does like multiple slams. So if I hit a survivor, it will do like bam, bam, bam. And that can down multiple survivor. And if I do it on a pallet, it breaks it. Also on a breakable wall. Not on gens, though. However, as I explained, we have both the charge, which is like a big dash that has some control, the big lunge, and then we have the dash, which happens when we hold the power button. And when we hold the power button, I start running after charging it. And this is really, really fast. It's almost twice as fast as a survivor. And the best part is that it's similar to Hillbilly, and at the end of it, I can end it with a slam, which will insta-down or insta-break, but much better than the Hillbilly because I can actually run into things and I don't bump into anything like Bubba or Billy, right? You want to vault something really quickly so that we can get it? All right, she's gonna just vault a bunch so that we speed it up. So generally speaking, the window has blocked. Generally speaking, you want to use this power when you already know where a survivor is, either because they're right in front of you and they're healthy, or because you have a perk that lets you know where someone is. So, for example, here, right? I'm going to use my power. She's going to run away. I'm going to hold my power. You don't need to stand still while you hold it, by the way. You can keep moving forward while you hold it. And then adjust myself and bam, hit her. Now, one thing that's important to remember is that every time you hit a survivor, you lose a small percentage of your power. So if I down a survivor, and then I down another survivor, and then another survivor, then my power runs out a little bit quicker. Also, when you pick up a survivor, your power immediately ends. It's not a bad thing, because as you can see, the power that you didn't use stays as charged for the next one. So after this hook, I get a few orbs from hooking. Look, I'm already halfway there, and now I'm like 50%. By the time I hit one survivor, I'm gonna be fully there, right? And look, if I find a place where someone's been healing or doing something, I get my power again. So that's literally all there is to it. The only thing that gets complicated is how to use our demon dash and how to maneuver it and how to do little flicks with it. So that's what we're gonna be learning in the game. But first, let's get a build going for Oni. Alright, so a quick word on the Oni's perks, his teachable perks. He has Blood Echo. It's a perk that exhausts and makes healing a little bit trickier for people that are injured. It's not amazing, but it can be alright if you have a killer that already injures multiple people. This is a perk that only triggers when you hook someone and all the other people are injured. If you want to get the most effects. So it's good on Legion, it's okay on Plague. I don't really love it on almost anyone else. Nemesis is actually quite fun. It's a perk that changes the obsession and reveals their aura. It goes really well with Friends Till the End. It goes really well with any other obsession perk, so that you can have it multiple times, or if the obsession dies, have it on someone else. But as a perk on its own, it's not amazing. The one perk that this killer has that is amazing even on its own is Zancian Tactics. It's very similar to Windows of Opportunity for Survivor, but for killer. You see the autos of pallets and of windows, which, believe it or not, is quite important because it helps you plan how you should chase a survivor and whether or not they have some safety when they go around the corner. You don't have to guess, which is awesome. We're going to be running this perk. Then we're going to be running the other classic, basic, global perks that are really good on him. Keep in mind that any insta-down perk like Know It is a little bit redundant. This killer out of the insta-downs, and he does not benefit from it in his power, right? And any perk that triggers with a basic attack, like for example Sloppy Butcher, it's not bad. You will hit them sometimes, but you won't hit them with your basic attack all the time. So we go for a perk that applies anti-heal properties, but without really caring how we down the survivor. We're going to go for Scorch Hook Whipping Wound / Gift of Pain. Then we have Deadlock / No Holds Bar, amazing game slowdown without us doing anything. And if the survivors don't hear my Terror Radius, because we have Fortune Field / Plaything, that's also a really, really good thing. So we have that. Add-ons that I recommend on this killer. Any of the 3 add-ons that increase his power duration are really, really good. On top of increasing the power duration, it also means that if you down a survivor, you lose a percentually smaller amount of your power. So this purple duration extending is great. This blue duration extending is great. And even the green one's pretty good. The 2 add-ons that make you go in and out of Blood Fury faster are also pretty cute. You really can't go wrong. I would say there's only 2 add-ons that are really, really, really bad, which are the ones that increase your passive charge rate. This makes it so that your power in the background is regenerating faster, but it's so slow even with these add-ons, I don't recommend it. Anything else like this that has a shorter cooldown or makes the orbs easier to absorb, that's completely fine. I had a question from one of my viewers while we were loading into this, and he said, do the orbs stay forever? No, there's a limit of 100 orbs, and when there's more than 100, the old ones will start disappearing and the new ones will replace them. So when you see an orb, that's been there for a while, but it doesn't mean that there can be an infinite amount. That being said, it can sometimes be a good clue that, hey, a survivor was here a second ago, which you can sometimes use. Anyway, let's wait a little bit for a queue and see what we can do with this build. All right, friends, we're going to try our best to showcase everything about this killer. When you spawn in the middle of the map like this, it is super difficult to know where survivors are, because typically... typically you want to go to the furthest point. Here, I thought that behind me I had better odds. So instead of going forward, I just went behind me and it seemed like it was all right. Hold up, he sees me through the third person, actually leaves. There's no pallet here. Okay, that's huge. We know there's no pallet because remember, I have a perk that shows me every pallet's aura. So that's sick. Let's get the first hit. Now, if I get a really quick down on him, that's awesome. But I will look for opportunities to just get a hit from someone else, because that actually is the fastest way to get online. Alright. This is 2 hits, which is 40% of my power. All I need to do is just maybe follow that person for a little bit. And honestly, it's so much better to use your power on someone that's healthy, right? Let's get our power. Make sure that we are right on top of this person. And use our power right here. She makes a bit of distance, it's not a big deal. Wait, where did she go? Am I stupid? Hi, who's this? Is the injured Ada? Because she's injured, I don't need to hold my power or do a dash or anything. I'm just gonna do this. Now, I've lost about a third of my power, which is not great, but I can easily get that back. Let's just get it from the hook. We're going to chase into the main building where one of these injured people went, and I'm sure we'll find something. We can also kind of pretend to chase this girl a little bit. Claudette had a toolbox, so it makes sense that she finished this really quickly. She might have also gotten help from the boy. The fact that we see a bunch of blood here kind of confirms that. Now, keep in mind, when there's a big puddle of blood, many orbs, if you hold the absorb button, holding the absorb button, if you do it for a bit, it's not a bad thing. If you hold it for too long, you slow yourself down, so don't hold it unnecessarily. But if you hold it at the wrong time there, you will absorb more than you need. You can actually over-absorb. I don't know if that's well-designed or what, but my point is, try not to do it, because you can actually lose quite a bit of efficiency there. Alright, so unfortunately, when you begin doing an action such as sabotage or healing or a gen, you lose anti-tunnel privileges, even the 10 seconds default. So, because I saw her do that and I thought it was really stupid, I decided to go for a hit. Remember, any hit that you do on a survivor that is not... that downs them will never give you blood, right? The only way you get blood is if you go from healthy to injured with a hit. Anything else, as far as I remember, does not give you anything. If you insta-down, if you down them while they're injured, if you hit them and they have endurance and they tank the hit, none of that works. Alright, so this puts me on second hook, which is a really good place to be. I already have my power. I'm not going to use my power just yet. Keep in mind that when you use your power, the blood orbs on the map disappear. Do you see that they disappear? They disappear for the survivors as well. They don't drop anymore. Quite important to remember. Hello. Alright. Alright. This is a little weird flick that we can do there. When you have two pallets like this, once you break one, the loop becomes a lot weaker. There's so much to talk about when it comes to like... Oh, there was a flashlight maybe in play. Watch out. Oh, wow. He was here, actually. Didn't make any noise. And these survivors actually just decided to... Okay, dude. Honestly, I'm at a loss for words. That is gonna be okay. I don't know how they did that. Hiya. They started healing over here. We can absorb it through walls a little bit. Alright. Hello, buddy. How about we go for you this time? Thank you so much, Ripsy, for the many months. But yeah, there's a lot to talk about. I will do my best to cover it. I think this loop is really bad, but he could actually hold us here for a second. Beautiful. Let's just get it down. It is sometimes tempting to leave a survivor on the ground and go for someone else, especially if you anticipate that they are healthy. This person's not healthy, but... Oh, wow. Hold up. I'm gonna do a little trick where I walk into this, and boom. When you attack... you can basically flick into a certain direction. If you do it very aggressively, you could even almost do a 180. Oh, this girl's trying to sabotage. Bless her heart. Did she run past me or did she run back? Hello, buddy. I'm very interested on Claudette. She has a really rare cosmetic. We'll talk about that later. But yeah, let's go for this guy. Remember, if we force him to vault many times, he's gonna give us extra blood and stuff. He, however, is incredibly cold here. Wow. Hold on. I think at this point we hit him when we pick up the blood later. There's no reason to rush it. Yeah, what's the point of picking up blood if I'm going to lose a little bit of distance and space every time I do that? Alright, sure, let's pick him up. This should be safe. This would be his first hook. Ada and Kate are on second, so we keep that on mind. The more hook people, the more they have to deal with the hex that's gonna make them oblivious, so that's nice. Oh, he's disconnected. That's a bit disappointing. Anyway, so when you use your power, right? And you hold M2, even if I don't move forward, my character automatically goes forward. But typically, you actually want to hold the forward button while you run. If you hold backwards, you actually slow yourself down a little bit. If you tap A and D, and move side to side, you also lose a little bit of distance. So in a situation where I actually want to slow myself down, I can just tap side to side. Do you see what I do? It slows me down slightly, and it can be a way to kind of like play a bit of a waiting game. Much of this killer's power... Yeah, we saw that sabo attempt. Much of this killer's power is putting a survivor in a loop and making them guess whether you're gonna come from the right or from the left, and then do an aggressive flick around it and hit them no matter where they end up going, right? I'll try to get a lot of my power and give you a few more examples. It's also never a bad idea to end your power by slamming into a... Oh, hello. Hello, is that a hit? I don't think so. She's playing this very well. Wait, hold up, is she? Hold up. Okay. Right, so it's not a bad idea to use your power and break something. Here I see her aura thanks to Zanshin. Let's break it like this. Say for example... Ooh, I could actually do a bit of an S left and right. That was pretty nice. We still didn't catch her, unfortunately, but that was good. See, I pretend to go from one side, then I go from the other, and I do a little bit of a swing, and I catch her. That is the bread and butter of playing this killer. Against some loops, you can kind of get stuck and rub yourself and change directions without letting go. Obviously, the simplest way to control your power is to just let go, stop doing the charge, and then start over. But that slows you down. Survivors can see you and react to it. Hold up, let me get my power. So, for example, if I go to a loop like this, yeah, let's talk about this this palette, for example. If I'm super not confident, I can just end my power and then just chase normally. I move at normal speed like this. And then if I catch up to them, I can hold it and maybe hit them, maybe get the pallet. In some situations, you can also hold the lunge just to go like, whoop. Just remember that that lunge is quite special and doesn't work like a normal killer lunge, and it's a bit difficult to control. And in many other situations, you can kind of like stay here and then kind of like, do I go to the right? Do I go to the left? And confuse them a little bit. If they vault the pallet when it's dropped, or they commit to a drop of the pallet, or if you think you're tricking them into one way, then you can quickly go the other and bam, do a hit like that. You can also, if you anticipate that you're going to go a certain direction, you can already like begin to turn. And that's going to be important for a very simple reason, right? Because we have a limited ability to turn, and it's much easier to turn 30 degrees and adjust than it is to do a 180-degree turn crazily and try to hit them. We already kind of want to be looking at the direction that the survivor's in. So if I were, for example, chasing a survivor around this loop, and I expect they're going to go through the pallet and go on the left, I would already, as I charge my power, I would already be looking at this way so that by the time I'm here, I see them and I just do boom. And I do the little flick with the slam while they're still in my field of view. But yeah, don't forget that many times it's actually a good thing to slow yourself down a little bit by tapping AD&D, and doing that. And what else have we not covered? Did we talk about the fact that orbs have a limited amount of spawn? Yeah, there cannot be infinite orbs. If survivors stay injured for a long, long time, and there's more than 100 of them, they eventually get replaced by the newer ones. Hello. Hello. Oh, that's a mistake. We get our power. I mean, we can kick the Shen, why not? The Kate, I think, is here. There are a lot of perks like Tinkerer that let you know when a gen is being done, or Discordance that lets you know when 2 people are on a gen. And if you use them, it's a great way to know where... You know, here I am kind of faking going one way, then I go the other, and bam. Ah, I almost got her. You see the idea, right? Like here, I step back a little bit. Why do I step back? To give myself a little bit of like leeway to go one way or the other. And try to fake it. Here, it's a little bit transparent. She honestly was really smart. Played that really well. I could break this breakable wall if it was here. It's not. I can go through this pallet, pretend to go back. See, that's the basic 50-50 that you force survivors into. The survivor thought that I was going to go to the right side of the pallet. So when I went here, I very aggressively turned the other way to catch them when they correct their movement and try to step out of the way. Because if you lose one of those 50-50s, the survivor doesn't make that much crazy distance anyway. You can take these 50-50s very frequently. Forgive me. Very frequently. And it's not a big deal at all. If you lose it, you will catch him in the next one. Oh, damn. Okay. Where are you headed exactly? Okay. Do we break this in this situation? I mean, in this situation, I could just kind of farm my power, could I not? She's dropping it slowly over time. Yeah, okay. Wow. You want to be up there? Okay. If I get my power. I mean, she will die here if she doesn't do anything. Oh, nice job. She is dead. Watch out for that heart. Do you have it? No. Well played. What else can we talk about, chat? I feel like I've forgotten a few things. Sorry, thought I heard the hatch. Let's Moy her. This is one of my favorite Moys in the game, by the way. Oh dear. Yeah, it's very unusual for players that are not on Steam to have this cosmetic. It's technically possible, but it's super weird. So we're gonna check them out. Yeah. Yeah, this doesn't inspire me with a lot of confidence. I don't know if this person is legitimate or not. That cosmetic was just given to a few people in 2016, and it's only Steam players, so yeah, it's quite unusual to see it on someone else. But yeah, hopefully we covered almost everything you need to know about Oni. I'm sure I forgot something, but if I did, maybe I can edit it out and fill you in. If not, hopefully this is a good way to get you started. Let's move on. It's Deathslinger coming up. Alright, welcome to the Dead Dog Saloon. This is the Slinger's own map, and it's a great playground for us to test. Now, I don't typically recommend that you run one skin or another. It's true that some skins maybe are louder or have brighter skins, so the survivors see you from afar better. Generally speaking, play whatever skins you want. However, on the Deathslinger, I actually recommend that you never switch out your default weapon, because some of the other weapons are bugged and they're not centered. This is a killer that has a gun. Bam. And when you don't need to play him with an aiming reticule on your monitor or anything, because it's pretty much centered on the tip of that little spear. So if I shoot there, I should hit the survivor, for example. If I shoot there, I should shoot the bird, right? The problem is some of the other weapons have weird, inconsistent iron sights. So yeah, maybe stick with the default or the prestige, and that should be fine. So this killer is possibly the most accessible range killer, the easiest range killer. It's not as accessible as Huntress, who is free. You have to buy him with Eerie Shards or with money. But other than that, he is the most accessible and easy to learn range killer in the game, which is awesome. He is not a 115% movement killer. He's not a standard killer. He does have a unique movement speed that's similar to Hack, similar to Hunter, similar to Spirit. And that means that if you play him like a normal killer, you're gonna struggle a little bit, because in loops where survivors normally barely get away with it, now they very comfortably get away with it. And in loops where you would normally get a hit at the very end, maybe you don't hit at all. So this is a killer that you want to be using your power. Luckily for you, it's super easy to use your power. Your power is this gun. You can aim, and while you aim, you are slowed down a little bit, but you don't need to aim for very long. You can aim, and 0.4 seconds afterwards, you can immediately shoot. So if I'm looking to shoot at the survivor, I can do this, and bam, it's done. I'm gonna attack to cancel that. We press left control to reload, right? So what I can do, let's say that we're running in a straight line, right? One of the simplest things, a survivor looking behind her, like if I aim, she's not looking behind her. There you go. She's looking behind her now. You can tell by her tilting her head. Yeah, a survivor that's looking behind them will often react to you aiming down your sights, unless it's bugged, but that's another discussion. And what they're going to do is they're going to try to dodge out of the way. They're going to try to dodge out of the way. They're going to try to dodge out of the way. And because they're dodging out of the way, look, I'm just going to catch up and just hit them normally, right? So you can actually sometimes not even use your gun, and survivors will be so scared of your gun that they will dodge it. Now, here's the thing. How does your gun actually work? There's two ways to think about it. First is when a survivor is healthy. When a survivor is healthy, your gun is incredibly good at making sure that they get injured. Once you spear a survivor like this, there's a chain meter that will fill up. If they resist, it fills up quicker, which typically they will. If there's some kind of obstacle, it fills even faster, right? And what it does, it's very similar to Legion, if you remember that. They get put into the injured state, and they have the deep wound status. So as you can see, they have to get rid of it, otherwise they bleed to death. And yeah, she had to wait about 10 seconds. Now, it's very important. If they are the injured, right, and the chain breaks, any progress that they had healing is reset, and they get put into the deep wound again. So you can even shoot at someone that you think is half healed and just break the chain, and you will reset their heal and make them waste even more time. So the first thing that we're gonna learn to do with this killer is to know that whenever I shoot at a survivor and the shot connects, that is going to be 100% an injury. The only way where it won't be an injury is if I do a basic attack and I undo the chain. That's the only way where it will do literally nothing. I could do this all day, and this doesn't do anything. This doesn't injure. The only thing it does is interrupt, I guess. Yeah. You could use your gun to interrupt. That's another thing as well. If a survivor is doing a totem and you're like, oh no, you could quickly do this and even reel them towards you, and that would be good, right? Even if you want nothing else, just to interrupt, that's possible. Now, what else can we do on top of injuring by breaking the chain? We've already explained how that works. We can also reel them towards us and then hit them with our basic attack. And even though we are using our power to get them close, by the time we get them close and hit them, let's pretend, I'm gonna hold my power, right? The M2. You see how they get closer? By the time I hit them, this hit counts as a normal attack. And this is awesome because it means that Deathslinger can use Sloppy Butcher, he can use Surge, he can use Noid, he can use every insta-down perk in the game, every basic attack perk in the game. So that is great. This killer is really, really good at using that. If a pallet gets dropped in front of you, right? Let's go for that. Obviously, in this situation, I cannot hit the survivor physically, right? But it's okay. I'll just break the chain. And again, they're injured. Perfect. So obviously, pallets and windows are not very safe against this killer when you're healthy. When you're injured, it's a little different. Now that she's injured, this pallet, if it was very strong, let's say it's Shaq pallet, right? Can you please go to Shaq real quick? Shaq pallet in this situation is incredibly, incredibly good for us, for them. Because look, I shoot her and what can I do? Nothing, realistically nothing. The only thing I can do here is maybe break the chain, right? I purposefully walk into an obstacle to do it faster and then reset her health and reset her deep status. But pallets are really good. Windows, on the other hand, are very, very dangerous, even for injured survivors. Could you please vault this window and show us exactly why? When you shoot a survivor through a window, you can get close to them and then whack them through the window. It's a little tricky. Sometimes the survivor can be, I don't know, stuck on the side of the window, or maybe they'll be there and you'll whiff. You need to be a little bit accurate, okay? So be a little bit patient, but you can do it. And the best part is that you don't even need to get them through the window itself. I'm gonna ask the survivor to please get up. Fengmin, please stop being lazy and get up, or else. Come on, thank you. Could you please walk to that doorway and pretend the pallet's there? Look, you see that little gap over there? I'm gonna try to catch her. Do it again, if you don't mind. Yeah. If I shoot a survivor and I catch them through there, I will be able to start reeling them in, even if it's from a small gap. I just so happen to be really bad at this, apparently. Come on. I'm too late. I don't even know what I'm aiming at. Hold up. So this is a pretty crazy situation. Go ahead, do it. Bam. But if I hit someone, I will be able to reel them in and hit them around an obstacle, even through a window. Hold up. Yeah, thank you. So in this situation, I could reel them, and hit them right here. Let me just not do that so that we don't waste time. Edit this out? No, it's okay. It's okay. This killer is the type of killer that can do very fancy things, and sometimes there will be a temptation to do it. If it works, it works. Try it out. You know, the worst thing that can happen is you have a little bit of fun. But you would be surprised how many loops have small holes like this. Unfortunately, the game right now is in a very buggy state and it's very inconsistent. Some places, like this, you can shoot through. And some places, you can't shoot through. I'm going to give you an example, right? Fong, could you please come with us to the main building? Could you please go to the window that's right outside the main building? That one over there, please. Thank you. So, yeah, for example, I think this is bugged. This looks like a gap that I could shoot through, right? Any gap that's like bigger than, I don't know, an apple, you can kind of shoot through. But look. Oh no, it does work now. Oh, they fixed it. Hold up. Did they fix it? Yeah, this used not to work. They actually fixed it. Hooray. I'm so happy. So yeah, this was broken some time ago. Oh, by the way, Fengmin showed us a trick that very few survivors know. Come to this pallet right here. Yeah. Spam the spacebar, by the way. Hold up. Yeah, spam the spacebar. Normally, when you get to a survivor and you're gonna hit them, they are unable to do anything. But look, they can actually hop into lockers and vault pallets really quickly. It's just a fun little thing. For the most part, if you catch a survivor and you are about this close and you lunge forward and you hit them like this, it's impossible for them to avoid it, right? Impossible. Even if they have dead hard, the game does not let them do anything. The only thing that you could do is mess up the distance and be like, ugh, that's a mistake. Don't do that. Wait a little bit. Now, there is a big debate among people that learn to play this killer as to what you should do when you spear a survivor from afar, right? And I'm going to teach you how it works right now. When you spear a survivor from afar, notice at the top right, it says sharpshooter. That's because I did that from more than 12 meters. That's important for one add-on. If you get more points, that means that it was a far away shot. When you shoot a survivor from afar, you can do two things. You can reel them towards you, right? Or, let's repeat it again, please. Hold up. Yeah, go ahead. Or, you can walk towards them. Or, even, you can reel them towards you while you move back, like this. And you know what? None of it makes a difference. None of it makes a difference. I know it seems like walking towards them and reeling them, it seems like that would be quicker, but the reality is it takes pretty much the same amount of time. So in an open field like this, it makes absolutely no difference whatsoever. The truth is, all of them are valid. However, there are some situations where you might want to do one or the other. For example, if I want to hook her in basement, which let's say it's in the shack, obviously I'm going to try to reel her towards me. So I can then down her, and I'm as close to basement as possible, right? And if I want to, I don't know, let's say that I have a 3 general main building or whatever, then obviously I want to hook her between my 3 gens, so I will take her. So if you already know more or less where you prefer to hook, you might have a preference of like moving towards them or dragging them towards you. Also, I can't believe I even have to say this, but just in case, if a survivor is on a pallet, that could be a place where a teammate could get a pallet save. Or if a survivor is in the open, that could be a place where I pick up and then a Jane runs in front of me with a flashlight and saves her teammate. So if possible, drag survivors away from a pallet so you don't get pallet safe, and drag them maybe away from the complete most open part of the map where they could get you with a flashy save. If you get them next to like a wall or something like this and you pick up against the wall, that will make it a lot harder for them to get a flashy save or any kind of save. Same thing if you notice any other survivor or any other thing and you think like, oh, I can drag them away or isolate them, you go ahead and do that, right? Now, there's another reason why you should go forward or backwards. Now, if a survivor is already injured, sorry, if a survivor is already healthy, it doesn't really matter what you do. Because if they're healthy, I can just, even if I just, you know, break the chain by walking into something, you know, the only thing that's going to happen is that they're going to be put in deep one. But now that they're already injured, if I want to get the down, there are some situations where it's best to go forward and some situations where it's better not to. Here is what can happen, right? Let's go to the main building. Let's assume, right, that I am about to shoot a survivor. And they are right in this spot right here. In this situation, what can happen is that if I shoot them and they take a step backwards, they can get themselves, because they can control themselves while they are stuck, they can get themselves stuck here in this corner, and then I'm not gonna get the down. So if I get a shot like this, and then she gets herself shimmied in there. Hold up. I didn't quite do it right. Yeah, let's say about there, right? In a situation like this, where she gets herself shimmied, this is terrible. Oh no. So we want to avoid situations like this, where the survivor successfully gets themselves stuck somewhere where I cannot get them out, right? So in a situation like this, if I shot, I would always go forward, so I'm closer to the survivor, and then start going towards the right, so that even if she shimmies herself into that corner, I can kind of pull her towards me, and at the end, do a lunge. In this situation, I would never, ever, ever want to do this, where I shoot, and I start reeling back. I also have seen a really, really, really bad habit of new Slinger players, and I have to tell you something. I've seen streamers with 10,000 hours do this mistake. I've seen multiple streamers with 10,000 hours in this game do this mistake, and it is this. They go to a survivor, they shoot, and they start reeling back. Now, did you notice what happened there? I missed my shot, which will happen even when you have good aim. It's gonna happen. And what did I do? I walk back. This is a reaction that some people have. They think that every time they hit a shot, they have to start reeling back. And as I just told you, you don't have to. Once you already have confirmed that the shot has connected, at that point, you can start thinking, okay, do I go forward? Do I go backwards? And you improvise. But until the shot has connected, never start going back, okay? Because what's gonna happen is that, Fong, when I miss a shot, just start running away, right? what's going to happen is that if you do this, you're giving them even more distance. Now it's going to take you even longer to catch up. And remember, you are already a bit slower than your average killer. And when you reload, you also slow yourself down a little bit. So if I keep chasing a survivor and I do this, ooh, and then I reload, okay. And then I go for the survivor and I do this, oh, and then I reload. It literally will take me forever to catch up. So never ever do the thing where you shoot and you start walking back immediately, okay? Try to take that outside of your habits. It's a very natural habit because you think that you have to reel. And the truth is, you don't have to reel, necessarily. Now, what are some other examples of places where maybe you would want to reel back or do certain things? It is a little bit difficult to see, but for example, if I were to shoot a survivor here, right? I want you to notice that the chain has a health that breaks. And as we already have explained, if the chain goes through something, it breaks much faster. But one thing that you might have not noticed is that for the first second or so of the shot, there's the health doesn't begin to deplete. So look. You see how there's like 1 second where the health doesn't deplete? That can allow you to actually go through something really thick and get a survivor on the other side. So say she drops this pallet out of panic. Look, I can shoot here and then go, bam, and hit them. Here, I missed by a little bit. But you see what I mean? If you already know, let's say that obviously in this situation, it would be much better to just go the other way, right? And look how easy that would be. But let's say that this side was like a complete, much larger loop. And this was the only way. What I would try to do is shoot and immediately start going this way. And if I do this right, bam. In some situations, you don't necessarily even want to reel. But yeah, most of the times you just want to hold the reel button. Most of the times. So I would want to do something like this. And then at the very end, lunge. Oh, sorry, I try not to down you, but it looks like I did. So, because this killer can put survivors in deep wood, it actually is kind of optimal if you injure a survivor and then you go for someone else. So we will look for opportunities to shoot a survivor, break the chain or hit them, which will put them into deep wood, whichever one of the two, doesn't matter. And then go for someone else. Like, that's okay. If it's free, we take multiple hits. However, this killer really excels in the 1v1. This killer, because he has to reload and because he can only target survivors at a time, you cannot skewer multiple survivors. You cannot shoot 2 survivors at once. That would be sick. So at the end of the day, this is a killer that needs to be played in a very one-on-one focus. And our big idea is we're going to chase a survivor. We're not necessarily going to put our gun up a lot. We can do it every now and then to scare them, right? And we're going to shoot at very specific moments. Fawn, could you please walk very slowly up and down this corridor? All right, you'd be surprised by how difficult it can be to hit survivors even in very narrow places. You'd be really surprised. The thing is, with other killers that have very big hitboxes, a survivor going down a narrow hallway like this, you aim in the middle, you use your power, and they get hit 99% of the time, no matter what. With this killer, because his projectile is so small, and the hitbox on survivors, it is sizable, but it's not super huge. You can actually miss. If she hogs the right side and I aim down the road, look, I can miss. So this is a killer where you need to be really careful. If a survivor is in a complete, and I mean complete, super tight area, then yes, if you shoot in the middle, you will get them no matter what. But the #1 way you get survivors is by shooting them when they're locked in animation. Could you please vault that window? Over there. So you want to shoot them. Oh my god, I'm so bad. You want to shoot them when they are busy vaulting a pallet, busy vaulting a window, and then you drag them. When you're sure you got it, then hold up, let me not do that so that we don't down her. Then you whack them and hit them through the window or around the pallet or whatever. That is your #1 way of playing this killer. You chase them, and when they are in the middle of like, let's say for example I chase them into this pallet, right? Like, I am so fast even while holding my gun a little bit. Let's say that she goes through this pallet. I can just, let's say I'm behind her. I can just aim. And if she goes through the pallet, shoot. And then drag her and down her. And if she fakes it, let's say that she goes to the pallet and then, does a little fake. Doesn't matter. I keep gaining distance, right? So if she goes a little bit to the left, I can just shoot her when I'm really close, drag her out and down her. Remember, I will drag her out of a pallet, because I have the ability to do that. You don't want to down a survivor under a pallet to avoid a potential pallet save, right? And if they're, for example, vaulting this pallet, let's say you vault the pallet, what would I do? I will aim me there, and somehow miss, because the survivor is the best survivor in the world. And if I catch her doing it, yeah, she really is the best survivor in the world. I'm so sorry. You'll be playing better than me in no time. Go for it. Yeah, you aim there, and then you drag around, drag around, drag around, and bam. That's the basic idea. So our basic idea is going to be, we don't have any stealth realistically without a few perks and add-ons. We don't have any crazy information. In fact, this killer has worse than normal information, because notice that when you shoot your gun, crows in a 20-meter radius get scared. So sometimes you could see crows coming back and think that someone was there, and it wasn't anyone. It was just your gun scaring them. So this killer has bad tracking, not the best mobility, not the best stealth. This is a killer that is really not amazing just going around the map. You're not going to necessarily find anyone quicker than anyone else. So we need to be very deliberate in how we go around the map. Maybe have some perks to slow survivors at the start, or see survivors at the start, or find multiple survivors early, and then try to be really, really solid in our 1v1 chase, okay? And in every loop, there will be at least one thing that we can do. If there's a survivor that's already injured and a pallet is really good, no worries, we just break it. If it's like Shaq, we just break it. Some of the other pallets, we might not break, because we can kind of play around them. But you'll see that a bit more when we play a real match with him soon. Before that though, let's have a look at the build that we can run on him. So as we mentioned briefly while we were introducing him, this is a killer that even though he uses a power to get close to you, anytime he downs you, maybe injuring he will do by breaking the chain, but anytime he downs you, he will 100% be downing you with a basic attack, a normal attack. That means that perks like Sloppy Butcher are great. Noid, insta-down perks are great. And there is absolutely nothing wrong running those. In fact, they are really, really good on him. He also has an insta-down add-on of his own, which is kind of fun. I don't think there's anything too wrong with running this add-on. If you hit a survivor and you get the 400 instead of 200 points, then you know that if you manage to drag them close and hit them, it will be an insta-down if you want to try something new. But in terms of his own perks, he actually carries some really good perks. Gearhead is an amazing perk that every now and then is going to show you people on generators, just somewhat randomly. It's great. Deadman Switch is also an amazing perk. Anytime a gen is interrupted or a survivor lets go of it, it will be blocked for a while. Pairs really well with those slowdown perks. And then he has a perk called Hex Retribution. This is a trap hex. It's a hex that survivors actually don't want to do. But we're going to combine it with Fortune Fool / Plaything, so that if they want to get rid of their Plaything, they have to get maybe Retribution first accidentally or whatever. The idea is that anytime Retribution or any other hex gets cleansed, I will see the aura of everyone around the map. And that could be nice info. I think we haven't really seen too many of these trap hexes yet, so I figured we could try it out. And then just a little bit of gen slowdown, which is always welcome. As for add-ons on this killer, is there anything that you should stay away from? There's really nothing bad. There's really nothing bad. Even the meme add-on, which makes your chain break fast, is not even that bad. There's really nothing terrible. But there are two add-ons that sound really good and are actually really bad. Two families of add-ons. So I'm going to warn you against using them. Not because they are necessarily like detrimental, but because they don't really do anything. The two add-ons that increase your reeling speed do nothing. They make it so the survivor gets to you faster, but it is a fraction of a second. It never makes a difference. And then there's also a set of add-ons that increases your speed while you hold your power when you're aiming down your sights. The thing is, you aim down your sights for like a second at a time, and you're already really fast. Super, super unnecessary. Stay away from these add-ons. Almost everything else is usable or even simple. I personally recommend that you go for one of the two faster reload add-ons, the ammo belt or the Warden keys. Both are fine. And believe it or not, the two add-ons, the tin oil can and the polish rag, these two add-ons that make you recover faster after a miss shot are actually really good. You actually want to be going for risky shots every now and then. This is not a killer that should be going for crazy shots all the time. You will lose the game. And you also don't necessarily need to play it safe completely, because that's a little boring. You want to have a bit of a healthy balance of like risk and reward, of like, ooh, going for a crazy shot, and if it works, wow, and if it doesn't work, well, you didn't lose that much. So being able to recover faster after a miss is actually really, really useful. So we're going to use those add-ons. Let's load in, see what happens. Okay, we're on the east wing. This map is really unique. I feel like we're not going to see Shag and some of the other common things. If I spawn in the east wing, I typically expect survivors to be by the helicopter. This map is very knowledge-based. You need to know where you're going and know, you know, the things that you're supposed to be doing at any one time. So I don't know if it's the best for learning, but I'll try to maybe teach you a little bit. We find someone really quickly. There's two people here. That person, I felt... there were two people here, 100%. Just don't know if they've started hiding in lockers or what. Ooh. Wow, they actually didn't come out here at all. Oh, you see the scratch marks? They went back. This is a little awkward. It's not a little awkward. They're just 5 million years ahead of me. Okay. Any minute now, guys. Any minute now. Oh, they're in this window? Okay, that's good. Well, they were. There is a very easy way to hit a survivor. I'm gonna hit them with my basic attack, but I didn't need to. I could have just broken the chain if I wasn't confident. There's a very easy way to hit a survivor that is running into your screen. That's running perpendicular, aka at a 90-degree angle from you, right? And basically, when you aim down your sights, you wait until they are at the top, at the tip of the left side of the spear, and you're gonna get them. Now notice that I haven't even reloaded. And that's on purpose. Normally, after a shot, you want to reload right away. But sometimes, if a survivor is right on top of you, and you're still pretty close to the survivor, she aimed a bit to the... She went a bit to the left, and that was a perfect dodge. Well done. She actually stayed here. Interesting. I want to get a bit of a ninja if I can. Awesome. I'm actually going to just break the chain and start walking back to get the other guy. Unfortunately, the other guy got rescued. That's fair. That's fine. Where did he go? He went into a different room. You know what? Let's assume that I've lost this down. Oh, wow. That could have been a really difficult shot. They finished the gem below me, I think. That's so unfortunate. Yeah. This is bad, guys. This is bad. Okay, he saw me go down there. I'm going to try to trick him. This is all map knowledge, and let's hope it works out. Nice. We found someone else. We're gonna fake it. I know that if I miss, it's gonna send me back a lot. You see what I told you? They go to a pallet and they fake it. And it's completely fine. No shame at all. Just do that and get the normal hit. If I shoot and I miss, I will slow myself down. I'll have to reload. I'm slower. They will make a lot of the... Oh, this is a perfect place. We're gonna hit her... Look. Don't even need to use your power. If she had vaulted at that moment, I would have shot her, maneuver around to the right side, easy peasy, get the hit, right? Pallets like this are a bit more common in indoor maps, but it's the same principle as you would in an outdoor map. Which gen is blocked, by the way? That one over there, which had a bit of progress, okay. We've now hooked our first survivor, which is not awful. Do I have an opportunity here to get a nasty shot on someone? They must have all healed around here when they finished the gen. But I don't see them. Oh, I do see something. Some very faint scratch marks here. Oh. Okay. Damn, dude. They've just been pre-running this whole time. No shade to the survivors. It's just so boring to run after them. Okay. What? Okay, I'm gonna commit to this side. Basic attack. If you, by the way, if you have the opportunity to do a basic attack, it's normally better than to shoot them and then just attack them because you don't have to waste time reloading and it makes your next shot much easier. She's dead here. Notice that I waited until she was at the doorway. When she's in that doorway, right at the doorway, zero chance for her to dodge left or right. Her hitbox is too thick for that to ever happen. If I shoot afterwards, maybe she makes it pass. If I shoot before, maybe she jukes it or something. But if I shoot right there, pretty much unavoidable. That's what we're looking for. We now have a part of the map where we can kind of hold it and they will have a hard time knowing. These totems make some of these people oblivious. I'm going to check on them. Maybe they are working on them. It's a little bit awkward, this map. It's just... Oh, hi. I told you could interrupt someone. Do I break the chain or do I get a hit? I'll break the chain. It takes about the same time, so it's really not a huge deal. Unless you have a perk or an add-on that changes your cooldown. Okay. Oh, big deal. Big deal. Oh, that's unlucky. We missed by an inch. She's got very skinny legs, this girl. Uh-huh. Nice. Okay, I'm gonna... Here, I don't want to go forward. Because if I go forward, I would make the chain collide with the rail. So I kind of wanted to stand still and drag him towards me. Oh, hold up. Hold up. We have a chance here. Nice. Here, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to get her. I'm just going to cancel. I'm just going to do an attack and whiff. Because I know she's injured. If I wanted to fully break the chain, I could do that. And... Okay, I just came through here. Oh, okay. So you see that she's glowing white? That is a perk from the Resident Evil Chapter 2. Okay. This is a little silly. This girl has just been unhooked. And I'm just gonna break the chain and pretend to chase her, but I'm not gonna actually chase her. I want her to keep running. We're gonna hold our line of sight here. Oh, there's one of them. Right here, I do want to go forward, and I do want to bring her towards me. And beautiful. A little bit far away. Unfortunately, she's gonna have an anti-tunnel perk, and it's gonna backfire on me, but that's alright. We kind of expect it. She's not playing this so well, though, I think. Because I think we can down her here. Oh, difficult. She actually crouched the whole way. Fair enough. Okay. Keep in mind that what... Yeah, I was gonna say. Wow, if we shoot them and we reel them, they can never use that heart. But if we are in a normal situation, like we were there, she could use that heart. I just wanted to show you that she had it. Why I didn't know that she had it? Because it's common to run that perk with Decisive, which is the perk that she had used before. Which is something that you probably will know with experience, so don't worry if that seems super intimidating. If you are a relatively new player, your survivors are going to be a bit less predictable. They're going to have perks that are really, really weird all over the place. You're never going to know. Okay, there's a chance I can do a crazy shot here right about there. Do you see how I told you that when I aim down my sights, I have like a little arrow, right? And if I shoot... I cannot really do anything here. Retribution's gonna show me the autos of everyone. That's huge. Wait. Huh? It actually hit his auto because he has a perk called Distortion that is kind of like a Uno card. That's fine. No worries. I know where these people are. Oh, that would have been sick if I could have stopped it. You have a maximum range of 18 meters. Okay. Nice, we get her. This is fine. By the way, here, no worries. If Rebecca's taking a hit, what I would do is just wait for the chain to break, and this girl would be injured no matter what, right? Okay. Oh, that would have been sick. I just wanted to go for the fancy shot, even though it was so unnecessary. Hi, Rebecca. What's up, darling? Why can you see me? Okay, here, it doesn't matter what I do. I want to go down and go down. Remember, she has that heart, but she cannot use it. So yeah, and Decisive Strike is a one-time use, so we're gonna kill her. This is playing a little bit dirty. It's kind of like 3 hooks on one person, pretty much back to back. It's gonna happen sometimes. Survivors sometimes don't like it, but I mean, you saw that she was absolutely, completely okay with this. She had opportunities to hide and go do things. She did not care. She was super confident because she had some perk to help herself. We see that Felix, oh, again, huge. Hi, girly, what's up? Beautiful, they made a huge blunder there. Hold up, can I shoot her right at the door? Beautiful. Here, I want to drag her because I want her to be closer to this other survivor. I see the other survivor there is doing absolutely nothing. Can I really don't know which way she's going to go, so it's a little risky. Hold up. She's going to hear me reload when I do that. But she might make a mistake and come down the stairs. Hold up. Hello, did she? Maybe if she wasn't 7 feet tall, I could have hid her there. That girl got picked up so quickly. I don't know if that was teamwork. I see too much blood here. Yeah, this was teamwork. If you see that much blood... You know, that means 2 injured people were here. Oh, we have a chance here to do a cool shot. You see what I mean? Sometimes you really don't have to shoot at all. Okay, here is very simple. We're gonna wait for her to do that, shoot her, and then just walk down. You see how simple it is? Like, when you have a loop that doesn't have any tall wall, survivors are absolutely naked against you. You can hold down the barrel of your gun, get really, really close. If they don't vault, you will just shoot them, drag them, kill them. If they do vault, you shoot them still, but then you start going the other way and then drag them towards you and kill them anyway. Retribution has given us insane value here. Do you see how many totems they cleanse? And how many times they show me the autos of everyone? Pretty nice. It's a nice perk to have with other hexes. Just don't run it on its own, because it's a little pointless. Hello. Where are you? I see you. Awesome. I'm gonna go for a basic attack, because it's kind of free. I don't know where she ran, but I can imagine. Oh. Ooh, that was close. Okay, here, I want to drag her towards me because it's really nice and open here. I don't want to go towards her just in case she gets stuck on that jail-like doorway, so yeah. This map is very simple. I feel like we might be missing out on some opportunities. But on some opportunities to learn like common things that you see in like half the other maps, but I'll try my best to cover everything. Right. I think we're doing so well that it doesn't matter too much who we chase. If we want to win, obviously we would want to go for Yui, who is dead on Hawk. Maybe not so much for this. Oh, hi. Yeah, there's Yui. Hold up, why don't we drop down from this hole? This map doesn't change very much. It's almost the same. Oh, he's over here. Hold up. I thought I would have a shot. Sometimes you can hit a survivor even when their hitbox is a little bit hard to see. Because the hitboxes on survivors extend beyond their body sometimes. Ooh, I was a bit late here. In this situation, by the way, I'm not going to reload just yet. I'm going to make sure I know where the survivor's headed. They're going to pre-drop this pallet. And you know what? We know that the person that on hook is on this side of the map. So, frankly, what's the point? Oh, not only on this side of the map, she's literally right here. Hi, lady. Ooh, we missed, but no biggie. Unfortunately, if we keep chasing her down, we will have a... This is a really good chase, because if she goes down, she's dead, and then the game gets a lot simpler. Oh, wait, we have a chance to shoot right here. Hold up. She's gonna dodge it one time, and then the second time... Oh, I got the wrong boy. I'm gonna drag him towards me, and hit him at the end. If I'm very, very cheeky, I could just leave him on the ground. He's never been hooked, so I don't care about him. I can get him later. If you have never hooked the last survivor, who cares? You hook them, they're the last survivor, they die, right? But right now, he would waste my time. Oh, wow. I waited until she was at the doorway. Here, I want to drag her towards me. Bam. Easy peasy. In that situation, obviously, I didn't want to drag her back. I wanted to stand still and drag her towards me. And I couldn't go towards her because I cannot vault a window. So this is a bit more efficient. As you can see, we had the other injured girl have to come to pick this guy up. They didn't do anything for a while. We're probably going to see scratch marks leaving out of this place, maybe. Yeah, kind of. We could kick this gen, but what's the point, you know? We're probably going to be able to finish this game before they get to the final gen completion. So we're chilling. Every time I reload, by the way, I save a bit of time thanks to my brown add-on. Every time I missed a shot, and that's happened a few times, I've also saved a tiny bit of time, which is great. I think he might have used the perk Blight to get a bit of a speed boost. I'm gonna assume that he's running ahead like a headless chicken. And maybe I meet him here. I hear him. Okay, this is the sort of pallet that you can do nothing about. If he was... I gotta pretend that didn't happen. If he was healthy, I could obviously shoot him. But because it's such a strong pallet and you can't really like drag him to the side, that should be a pallet where you can't do anything once they're injured. This pallet, on the other hand, is different. This pallet, look, I can do this, and if I do it right, yeah, okay, it was a bit tricky. And this survivor, do you see? He knew the trick. He knew that you could vault immediately, even when the chain breaks, but it wasn't enough. We still clipped him, and he went down. Awesome. Now is a good time to hook him because what are they gonna do about it? Okay. Let's do a bit of cleanup. And I think this match is just going to be wrapped up. I need to think really long and hard about whether or not I've missed anything. Is there anything, chat? Did I miss anything? Hi, Total Sniffer. No, it's not been patched out. It's probably just a little bit inconsistent. Doesn't always work. And the killer can play around it. Yeah, it's a little bit inconsistent. Oh, you missed a lot of shots? Yeah, I missed that. I missed some shots, but hopefully I didn't miss anything important. The truth is that, as I mentioned earlier, this is one of the more accessible killers. There's really not that much else to him. What you're going to be doing as you play Slinger more and more is you're going to have a better sense of what survivors do, how they dodge, what are the common patterns that they do, and you're going to be better at faking your shots and then doing them for real. You're going to have a better idea of how much your shot can do. Like, there's no point in shooting at a survivor. You see that American flag? That is too far. Oh, actually, no, that's not too far. That was still in range. That's about 18 meters, right? So a survivor there? Yeah, you see how there's like a little bit of debris? A survivor there, I could catch. A survivor maybe on that foam pole? Maybe that's too far. Hold up, let me check. Yeah, no, that's still possible. So getting a sense of how far you can do this from? Hold up. Okay, did you see that there was no debris? This is about 18 meters. And I guess this is about... There you go. This is maybe 17. This is maybe 19 or 18 and a half. So getting good at knowing what is the absolute limit will help. Remember, if a survivor is running into you, let's imagine that the survivor is this pole right here. When the survivor is on the edge, on the left edge, if they're running from left to right, this is where you would shoot and you would catch them. Even if it's further, it doesn't matter because your shot is not instant. It takes a little while to get there. I mean, this is very obvious, right? You've seen it. So that means that if that pole is running this and I shoot now, even though it's further, by the time they get there, in normal survivor speed, you will hit them. right? And if I'm closer, same thing. If they run a straight line, this is where I would shoot them. If I shoot this, I would shoot ahead of them. If I shoot here, it will be too late and they'll probably get past the shot. But if I shoot around here, that will work. So any survivor running past me, that's assuming that they're running across from you, like perpendicular. If they're running away from you, obviously it's different. And if they are zigzagging crazily or something, it's also obviously different. All right, that's pretty much all there is to this, right? I would not run Say There Was Flaws on Slinger anymore. That perk used to be alright on him. Used to be alright on a lot of killers. The perk has been hit really hard. It's very inconsistent. I don't recommend it. What you want to do with this killer is have at least one good perk to let you know where survivors are. You want at least one nice info perk. And there's quite a few free ones. Tinkerer, Discordance, Bitter Murmur, Whispers in some builds even. If you know how to use it, right? And then have definitely a lot of slowdown. Slowdown like Surge or Painters can work. You could even have an insta-down if you want, but I think that his add-on to insta-down works well. You could also have something that helps you in chase indirectly. He deals with pallets really well, right, as I've told you, but windows... he deals with windows really well because he can hit you through a window, but he cannot hit you through a pallet. So a perk like Blood Favor from the Blight can be really, really powerful on him as well. So... Alright, let's see what this guy's brought. Nothing too special, a lot of anti... Yeah, that girl was ready to be picked up when Felix went back for her. GG's, man, GG's. Well then, I hope you have a lot of fun with Slinger. He really is worth trying. Alright, it's time to play Pyramid Head. That comes from the Silent Hill chapter. We're playing on the Silent Hill map, in case you've never seen it. And yeah, this chapter is quite fun. It's the killer from the second game, the main character from the third game, and the map from the first game. Little bit of everything. Now, what's up with the Executioner, aka Pyramid Head? He is a little bit like Plague. He technically is a normal standard killer. He has, even though his sword is like humongous, he has a normal lunge with the normal range. He has the normal stun time, normal terror radius of 32 meters, normal movement speed of 4.6 meters a second, which is 115% the normal running speed of survivors. So everything is very normal, right? We have some friends now to help us. Everything is very standard. If you play Trapper, if you played Wraith, this killer is going to play very, very similar. However, similar to Plague, he does have some parts of his power that slow him down, and he has to make a lot of decisions, and he's the kind of killer that if you play him wrong, it's gonna constantly set you back, and he can be a bit difficult. Not to mention that his perks are a little bit advanced and not always the best. So for that reason, I do recommend that you play this killer a little bit later. You can play him early if you want, and I hope this guy will teach you. But if you want to play a few simpler killers like Wraith or Legion first, I think that would prepare you quite a bit. So, on top of being a standard killer with normal movement speed, no built-in stealth, no built-in mobility, no built-in anything crazy, this killer has the ability to drag his sword on the ground. The first thing that this does is create a trail on the ground. Notice that when you do this, I cannot walk backwards. I have like tank mode controls. I can go forward, and I can turn to the side, but I cannot strafe. Look, I'm trying to strafe. It looks quite funny. I forgot this is what it looked like. I'm trying to strafe. I cannot. I can only move forward and change a little bit. And some people find this very confusing and find this very difficult and find this like awkward. It's okay. You get better. We drew a heart. So what happens when you draw these trails? Not anything immediately. In fact, a survivor can ignore the trail completely by crouching and navigating it very carefully. Now, obviously, needless to say, this is something that they can only do outside of chase. If I'm chasing a survivor and they crouch while they lose so much distance, yeah, they're gonna be forced to step on it. If they step on it without crouching, or if they do any kind of action other than crouching, like for example, if you have a totem, right? Let's say there's a totem here, and I put this here. If they try to cleanse the totem, they will step on it. And when they step on it, you get Killer Instinct. And they do a little scream. And this happens across the map, by the way. You will get that across the map. So it's a way to get a little bit of information. But more importantly, you will notice that on top of getting Killer Instinct, they have a new status effect that creates a little bit of particles on the ground. Could you please walk in the open so we see your feet a little bit? Yeah, you see those little barbed wire particles that she creates? That and the fact that in the HUD she has barbed wire lets you know that this is a survivor that is tormented. A survivor that is tormented doesn't have any debuff or anything naturally. Inherently, it doesn't really do anything, but they are susceptible to your secondary hook form. As you know, the main objective of a killer is to hook a survivor, and you normally have to hook them 3 times. This killer has a secondary way of hooking. It is functionally the same as hooking, but it looks a little different, and it saves you a lot of time. So say, for example, that I'm chasing these 2 girls, and this survivor's here. Normally, I would need to pick her up. They could flashy save, they could pallet save, and then I would need to walk, and I would need to put her on the hook. But look at this. If a survivor is tormented and they're on the ground, you have the option to send them on a cage. This is really quick. It sends them on a random cage, which functions very similar to a hook, and it goes somewhere far away from you. You don't see the aura, but you can more or less guess that they're going to be far away. They are going to show us where it is. Now, I want the survivor that is already tormented, the yellow Fong Min, to please get the rescue. And look at what happens. Yeah, please get her, please. Otherwise, she's going to disappear. Oh! The game detects that I am close to the cage and automatically moves it somewhere else. This is a method that the developers put in place so that you don't just sit in front of your cage. When a survivor comes out of the cage, they don't have any perks that trigger up on hooking, but they do have the normal 10 seconds of not being able to be hit. I will show you that, okay? All right, I'm going to try to stay close a little further this time. But look at the HUD, look. Ta-da! When a survivor gets off the cage, look, I can down her. She has the same protection. When a survivor gets off the cage, they lose the condemned status effect. And if the person rescuing them was tormented, they also lose it. So that's how survivors get rid of it. And how you make them go into it again? Well, very simple. You just put your trails everywhere and then chase them into them or hope that they don't pay attention. And yeah, if you force them like this, well, now I could do it again, right? So that is the simplest part of this killer's power. What's also really funny is what happens if you have... Can you please step on the trail again? Yeah, let's see what happens if I hook her now. If I hook her now, even though she has never been on the hook, she has 1 hook stage from the cage. So this is going to put her immediately on her second hook, as you can see in the HUD. So when this survivor comes out of this hook, they are immediately susceptible to another hook or another cage that will kill them. However, the fun part is that if you send a survivor on a cage when they're already on their final hook, you don't send them on a cage, you straight up mori them. This is a special mori that is shorter than usual, and it's called Final Judgment. It cannot be interrupted, they cannot save, all they can do is watch. If I do this, super quick animation, and bam, they're dead. That's it. So yeah, this is really, really good. It saves you a lot of time. Honestly, in a situation like this, their teammates, if they could take a hit, they would. If they could flashlight save, they would. But they can't. They can't because we just chopped it off. But remember, they have to be condemned or tormented. If they're not tormented, you cannot do it, all right? And if you send them on a cage, they will come out untormented. Now, what else can we do with these trails? Thank you, girls. I'll be with you in a minute. This is not the only power of this killer, thank God. This killer would be really bad. This killer also has the ability to do what's called a punishment of the damned. This punishment can only be done while you're dragging your sword. While I drag my sword, I slow myself down a little bit, and then I move at a relatively fast speed while I do this. Notice that I have a limit of how much I can draw on the ground. It only starts ticking down when I move. When I stand still, it doesn't really do anything, but when I move, it starts going down. And then when it's fully out, I can't do it anymore, and it goes on a bit of a cooldown. Then I can do it again, but again, it goes on a cooldown. Now, I have a question. Can you draw these trails all over the map and eventually just blanket the entire place? No. There is a limit. When you draw about 100 units of this, or something like that, they start disappearing, and the new ones replace the old ones. So you cannot do this everywhere. Also, even if you could, you would slow yourself down a lot. So the general idea that you want to do as a killer is to put them in strategic places. For example, this is a little room, right? And it doesn't have a lot of exits. In fact, it only has 1 exit up and 1 exit down. So one thing that I could do, if I'm not in a super rush and I'm just navigating, I could do this. Look, that's it. Instead of drawing a massive line, I just put a little bit of my trail on the doorway, and then maybe I could put a little bit of trail down here. The trail doesn't last infinitely. It lasts, I believe, 70 seconds or something like that, or a bit longer after the above. And the point is that if I chase someone here in a minute, now they won't be able to go through this doorway without possibly getting tormented. So you want to do it in ways that are efficient, but don't worry, you'll see some examples of that. Now, one thing that's important to know is that the trail has some limitations about where you can place it. Look. Even though you can draw it, it will go away. If you put it next to Survivor on the hook, exit gate, or a generator, it will disappear. It also cannot be drawn on the stairways that go down into basement. You can put it at the top. Let me see if basement's here. It is perfect. Look, I can put it at the top, right? I can draw a little line here, but look, I'm gonna look back up, and unfortunately you cannot do it. It's for balancing reasons, but yeah. Let's draw one here and see what it looks like. Yep, it doesn't work. You can only put it outside. But that's fine. Putting a little bit here is still really good. Putting a little bit here, even better. Putting a little bit here and here. Look, in just a second, we've covered the whole thing. And now leaving this basement will be very, very awkward. Then on top of that, we have the punishment. The punishment is a ranged attack that you can use only when dragging your sword. You press the attack button. If you let go of your power, you cancel. You press the attack button and it's very similar to the Dr. Shock. It looks very, very similar and works very, very similar. And much like the Dr. Shock, it can hit multiple survivors. In fact, one thing that you can do is hit multiple survivors coming down a basement. Do you see? It covers quite a bit of ground. It can be pretty awkward to dodge and it can hit multiple people. Now, one very important thing. Even though this can go downwards, it cannot go upwards. If I use it like this, you'll see that it clips through the thing. It can go into slight elevations. If you hit a survivor that's on a slight hill or a slight slope, it will still hit them because it has a bit of a vertical hitbox, but it cannot follow them upstairs, right? Downstairs, yes. Upstairs, no. So that is a hit, for example, right? It also does not cover gaps. So, for example, could we please, could we please have a survivor follow me into this little room? I think this will be a really clear example. Yeah. So if I have a survivor, I don't know why they would be here, but let's just show you an example. A survivor right here, please. Oh, yeah, perfect. Look, I'll show you. Do you see? It doesn't quite go through. It's a shame, right? Because it looks like it would. But any small gap stops the power dead on its track. You cannot hit someone mid-air or anything like that. In fact, if I go here and I use my power, you'll see that it stops immediately at the cliff. If the cliff goes down with a gentle slope, like a set of stairs, then it will go down. Let me demonstrate that again. So this is perfectly fine, right? But anything more steep than some stairs will typically break your power. Now, the fact that you can hit multiple survivors is a big deal. If, for example, a survivor is being unhooked, I can take advantage of the fact that I'm close and hit them both when the unhook happens. Now, I need to be a little bit careful because my power, it travels like a wave, right? If I have a survivor that is really... Don't unhook yet. Oh, well. Wait, now. Bam. And then you get a double hit. But yeah, needless to say, if a survivor is really, really close, like this chain, this hits immediately. If a survivor is really, really far, like that thing, this will take like a second. Like... Do you see that it goes like a piano having its keys pressed one by one? It's kind of like a wave. That's kind of how it works. That means that if I see a survivor unhooking from afar, I need to let it go a little bit earlier. And if I am already this close, I need to wait until very last moment, right? Otherwise, the survivor on the hook will still have their invincibility coming out of it. So yeah, you can take advantage of that. If you're undetectable or if the survivors are distracted, you can actually hit them through walls with this power. Even though it doesn't cover gaps, it absolutely hits through walls. As you can see. And it's very satisfying when you do that. Let me send you on a cage. Yeah, baby. So, because this killer prevents survivors from using their hook perks, this can be really powerful, but it also means that you cannot use your own hook perks always. If you have something like Pop Goes the Weasel or Pain Res or Barbecue and Chili, these are perks that work when you hook a survivor and they don't work on cages. So keep in mind that that is a small weakness of this killer. You can still bring them, they can still be occasionally used, but you will not use them every single time. And we will be explaining a little bit when you should cage, when you should not. It's a little complex, but you know, we'll try to run you through some of the common scenarios. Before that, though, let's make a build that actually does synergize with this killer and maybe use some of his perks in the process. Thank you so much, Fungmins, for the demonstration. Some of Pyramid Head's add-ons actually have downsides, right? For example, this one makes it so that you have less maximum range, but it makes it thicker. It's good in close range, worse at long range. Then there's another add-on that does the exact opposite. It makes it so that you hit further, but you don't hit as much horizontally. I would personally stay away from these add-ons. There is one that gives you extra range without any downside, the Waxtail, that one you can use. There's also some add-ons that reduce your cooldown so that you can use your power more, and if you miss, you don't feel it as much. So if I were you, I would stick to add-ons like this, which are very, very simple, or even add-ons that show you the aura of a survivor when you hit them, like this one. This one's really good as well, and that is really, really safe. Later on, you can use some of the more fancy ones that make your range dynamic and change over time, or that break pallets when you use your power, but then it has a downside. Then you can do that. But start with simple ones like that, and I think you'll have the most success. All right, so talking about the Executioner's perks very, very briefly. His first perk is Deathbound. This is a surprisingly decent perk. Anytime a survivor heals another one from injured to full health or from down on the ground to injured, this perk will trigger unless you are extremely close to them, 4 meters, basically on top of them. If at that point they separate, they will be hit by an Oblivious status effect, which is a little bit confusing, and they also scream when this happens so that you know they are there. It's a really nice perk to know where heals are happening and to interrupt survivors. It's honestly quite decent. The main downside of this perk is a lot of survivors like to heal by themselves. They heal themselves with self-care or medkits or perks like adrenaline. So yeah, this perk doesn't work then. We then have Force Penance. It can be quite a crippling perk. If survivors try to take hits for each other, this perk gets them broken for a long time. On a few killers where it's common to take hits for another, like twins, this can be really, really good. But you can also have it and then go entire matches without the perk even triggering one time. I think it's a bit niche. You probably don't want it as a beginner. This perk, however, is great at any level. And I imagine for beginners even more so. You kick a generator, the generator has a bit of a highlight, which gives it away, but if survivors are not paying attention, you lose your terror radius, which means that you could catch them off guard. And if you are a chainsaw killer, for example, that can be really, really devastating. We're going to be using Trail of Torment. We're going to pair it together with Deadlock / No Holds Bar to slow down gens a little bit. And we're also going to have an endgame combo, okay? Bitter Murmur, which will show us the auras of every survivor in the endgame, and Know It. Know It is really, really scary on this killer, because if you can down a survivor and quickly cage them or quickly chop them, then you can go to someone else and it can be a little bit tricky. Bitter Murmur also gives us a bit of information during the game as well when a generator gets popped, and that's always good. Keep in mind, this killer has no extraordinary stealth, no extraordinary mobility. He needs to be quite deliberate. He has one of the worst mobilities in the game because he slows himself down when he puts trails, so you really need to know what you're doing. Also in loops, he is extremely, extremely tall. Compared to Legion or Freddy, he stands out a good meter above them. This means that some mind games are basically impossible to do, and you're gonna have to brute force some of the chases. We'll keep that in mind going into this match. All right, this map is really, really small. It's easy to see things from a distance. I think it's perfect. There are some gaps here and there, so remember our power doesn't work so well. We spawn here. I imagine they spawn opposite from me, so I'm gonna look around, look for crows, look for scratch marks. I see scratch marks already. Okay, I could see someone run past me. I'm gonna put a bit of my trail on this pallet. Oh, someone disconnected. That's a little bit unfortunate. Hopefully it doesn't ruin our match. They're gonna go for Shack, maybe? I'm gonna use this. Do they vault? They fake it? Can I? Yeah. I wanted to see if they would be stupid enough to step into my trail, but they just didn't, so we're gonna chase them. Chasing into main building in this map can be a little bit difficult sometimes. It is a strong part of the map. Beautiful. So we had to aim a little bit ahead because he was going to take a step after vaulting, right? And there was a chance that he completely read our intentions and went the opposite direction, but we got a bit lucky. Needless to say, much like with Huntress or Deathslinger, one of the easiest ways to play this killer is to just hold your power out, right? And when they make the mistake of running into a tight spot, that's when you get them. They both stepped on my trails, which is awesome. This girl did take a hit though, so I'm gonna go for her. And if I could down her really quickly, I would put her in a cage and immediately go back to the hook and make this really difficult. I'll put a bit of trail here, maybe for someone else. I'm gonna hit right through. Ooh, right at the end. I guess that she would just go there mindlessly and she wouldn't dodge, but the truth is, every survivor plays a bit different, and you need to get in their head. If a survivor is looking behind them, and you visibly see that they're looking behind them, and you can tell that they're quite switched on and playing really smart, well, maybe not the best idea to do what I just did there. Hold up. You go to the left, you go to the right. There's one survivor here and maybe 3 on the other side of the map. Maybe chasing this guy's not the best idea, but because they had a disconnection, who cares, right? Yeah, everyone is on the shack side. Let's just kick this generator. I'm going to now become undetectable thanks to my perk Trail Torment. I want to avoid going in the open so I don't get spotted. Shh. Oh, this is a bot. Okay. Ah, damn. That bot was actually really switched on. Never mind, the bot is really stupid. When bots are close to you and they detect a pallet, they always just kind of do the same thing. You can sometimes hit a survivor when they obviously have, like, no room. Like here, for example, she's so trapped. What's even the point, right? I'm going to cage her. That gen has been touched, so now I lose my undetectable. You keep it for a while, and if they touch the gen... Oh, this gen got blocked while I was kicking it. But remember, does tell me where multiple survivors are going. And can I hit this girl, maybe? Ooh, that might have been close. It's hard to tell. I'm gonna just put it on the window. She was quite smart. I'm gonna put it on the door as well. By the pallet. If she uses either of them, she gets tormented now. Ooh, that was really smart. She had a perk that makes her vault faster. It's a perk from Lara Croft. Oh, she went into a locker. Really smart. I'm gonna vault it. No need to complicate yourself. Don't forget that at the end of the day, you are an M1 killer. You can chase normally. You don't need to do anything fancy. One of the ways you... Yeah, we've seen... Ooh, that was really good. She actually phased through me. I'm gonna aim a bit on the left. I knew she would move to the left because she didn't want to get caught at the pallet, which was like the obvious thing to do. She actually kind of phased through me and did so good there. I'm gonna fake going on that side. She leaves the tile. I don't need to use my power here. I could just cancel. I see a survivor there. I don't know who that is. Possibly the bot. I'm just gonna send her in a cage and go on to the next survivor, shall we? But yeah, the higher level survivors, they know exactly how to get inside your head and what can happen with this killer, similar to Huntress, similar to any other killer that has to like be accurate, is that you miss and then you miss and it gets inside your head. Huh, really? Really? I cannot tell if this was the bot, so I don't know what sort of behavior to expect from them. Oh! Shoot, that is the bot. Ha! Hold up. Bots, they are... In some ways, they're very easy to chase. In some others, you cannot really mind game them, so it is curious. Oh, there's no pallet here. Oh, that should be a hit. Ooh, she actually did that so well. Oh my god, I cannot believe it. I don't even think a human would have done that so well. Damn. I thought she was in a tight spot, but not really. One thing that's important, by the way, that is not true of other killers. Nice, we got her. Is that if you start using your power, your punishment, and at the same time the pallet comes down and you get stunned, it doesn't matter. Your power still comes out. So if you drag your sword into a pallet and you think the survivor is gonna drop it, what was that? What was that? You can actually still let it go and possibly get the hit anywhere. Why don't we kick this to gain stealth? Maybe go through here. Maybe they see me through the gap. Oh, they definitely see me through the gap. I should definitely break this, maybe. Leon doesn't gonna go up because we left trail everywhere. I'm guessing he went left. Let's see. Okay, he's left this area. We left some trail there early, so it's now gonna maybe catch him. Obviously, putting trail on a survivor doesn't mean they necessarily go down in chase or anything, but... Nice, he actually hugged the left. Well done. We chase him normally. It's now about closing the gap, okay? I'm not gonna do anything fancy, I understand. Okay, here I had to take a risk, otherwise we're gonna be here forever. Luckily, I had a good guess. I'm gonna pretend to go this way. Maybe he'll run back into me. He does. I'm gonna go back. I don't have a terror radius or a red stain. So, okay, I cut him off. I don't think he reaches anywhere. I can just whack him here. And remember, if you're under a pallet and you're in doubt, send him in a cage. Now, what are the good and the bad times to send a survivor into a cage? Good time. Just to kill them. Why not? You know, unless you need a perk that comes from a hook desperately, just kill them, right? If it's their third one. Good time. If you have other things to do in the area and it's going to save you a lot of time, that's great. Good time. If they're under a pallet and you want to make sure that they don't get pallet save or flashy save. That's also wonderful. Okay. Wow, he didn't dodge actually. Well done. That's unfortunate. Remember how I said my power doesn't go over gaps? If he stayed right here, he would have been 100% safe. Did we hit this girl? No, we didn't. Oh, okay. We did a couple pot shots. Good enough, right? Oh, she tried. Let's get a free hit on her. I'm sorry that Leon's dead, but I don't know if I want to like let you guys go for much longer. We do have some endgame perks, so we'll see. Sorry, Leon. As you can see, if this survivor had Decisive Strike or any other perk that protects you after unhooking, he simply doesn't have it. Coming out of the cage gives you 10 seconds of protection at the moment. I don't know if they'll change that in the future. And that's it. It doesn't give you any other perk on top of that. Yeah, unfortunately, she can see me through the gaps there, so I'm not going to be able to really mind game this very much. That's okay. It might be better for me to just leave this girl altogether. But yeah. She actually... I see scratch marks in that post over there. So that means there's not just this girl, but also another survivor here. Hello. Whereabouts? This shit's nearly done. Keep in mind they see it in yellow when I become undetectable. So this perk is... To experienced players, it's a little bit obvious. But you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. Even they get caught off guard. They're probably also really greedy about finishing that generator, so... Oh yeah, look at them. Alright, we'll go for a hit on the girl if we can. If I knew the generator was about to pop, by the way... Oh wow. If I knew the generator was about to pop, I could just wait, and if it pops, then I could hit her and insta-down her, possibly. Then again, she could have adrenaline and get a speed boost, so... Yeah. A little bit difficult to know what's the right play, but... I don't think she's gonna take the... Oh! She's still in that locker. Alright, she needs to take a big risk. Ah, we unfortunately missed it. Alright, I see everyone's aura. The first thing that I could do is go for the bot. That is a little bit out of place. And because I have Noid, keep in mind, my power doesn't apply perks, right? My power only applies add-ons, if any. So this can be a really quick down. Let's hook her. We obviously know that this gate is not manned because no one's on it. So I could hook her towards the other. I think that's enough time. Yeah, they have 20 seconds. I think they just get out. I guess that if I wanted to play a bit better, I could have maybe left her on the ground. Yeah, they make it out. I should have left her on the ground, personally. Or if she, you know, if she had been tormented, I could have caged her. She would have been chopped. And then I could have maybe caught this people. Honestly, I don't mind too much. It's not that big of a deal if they get 2 people out. Let's have a look at their perks. See what we can learn. Judging from their builds. Oh, Leon was running 3 perks for some insane reason. Sable must have disconnected or crashed or something. No idea. And pretty normal stuff on Cheryl. This is an unusual build on Talita, so that's cute. GG's. Not a real human. Alright, fair enough. Okay, I realized that in that match we didn't really explain some scenarios that I think are quite important. We didn't go over some of the times when it's not a good idea to cage a survivor. So I've recruited my Fengming helpers again. By the way, one thing that we also didn't cover, if you have a survivor on the ground and you suspect that someone's gonna rescue them or that they have a perk to rescue themselves, could you please step on the pallet real quick? One thing that you can do, if you think it's inevitable, you can, as you down them... Oh, can you please stun me? Yeah, I want to show what I said earlier. Stun me, please. Perfect. Let's do it. Let's do it on this pallet over here. I want to show you what it looks like when you get stunned and you still use your power. Yeah, hold up. Yeah, go for it. I didn't get stunned. I was too far. Basically, if you get stunned and you send your power out, you'll still get the hit. The idea, right, is that if you think that a survivor is going to escape you, you put a few trails, and when they get rescued, they will instantly step on them without being able to even prevent it. Also, the person rescuing them might have to step on them to get the pallet down. Now, that being said, when you have a survivor that is tormented, and you have the ability to cage them, When should you not cage them? A few situations. If the survivor is caged, they typically get sent to the furthest or one of the furthest points away from you, right? So if if we're in the end game and the survivors are across the map and I send her on a cage, they literally could spawn right next to the open gate. And then I show up there, they rescue, they have the 10-second immunity, and then they all walk out, nothing I can do. So anytime you want to put them in the basement, or anytime you want to hook them away from exit gates, or you want to have a more controlled choice of where to hook them, you also don't want to cage them, okay? Okay, situation like this. I wait until her feet touch the ground. Now, you want to, if you're going to hit survivors when they come off the hook or off the cage, wait until the unhooked survivor touches the ground, then wait a tiny little bit and release. If you're closer, wait a tiny bit longer and release, and you'll hit them both. All right, let's assume that once again, we have a survivor that is under a cage like this. In a situation like this, by the way, with a hook so close, it's almost better to just hook. Look, I can pick up against this wall. They're never going to get a flashy save because I'm looking at a wall. They're never going to get a pallet save because there's no pallet here. And this will make it so that it's such a fast hook anyway. And I get to be next to my gen, next to maybe another gen, and maybe next to another survivor on the hook. So if you have something to defend right here, and the hook is really easy, go for the hook first. If I think that this girl has a sabotage build, and I think they're going to sabotage this, then, you know, I can pick her up. And then maybe she sabotages, and I'm like, oh, damn, okay, she sabotaged. Okay, you know what, drop her. And now I send her off. Goodbye. You know, you can always change your mind. Nothing wrong with that. And that will be fine. Yeah, let's assume she's sabotaging, right? So yeah, basically do not send the survivor off if the whole team is across from you. And then you're basically going to send her off to a hospital only for her to get healed and be healthy, right? You want to send them off when you know that it's going to be very inconvenient for the team to get them. If you hook them in the middle, you'll be close. If you hook them from a corner, you'll be across the map. They could get uncaged and heal so quickly, you will lose your momentum. So if you have something to defend around you, might be better to do that. Also, remember that your power takes a little while to traverse, and it follows many of the same principles as some of the other killers that we've talked about. If you're chasing a survivor like this, and they have a wall on the left, they very rarely dodge into the left. So if a survivor is if I'm chasing them in a straight line, and maybe one of them can demonstrate, and I aim my power, I will never, even if they're hugging the wall, I will never do this. Because they almost always dodge to the... Yeah, could you come to me and then run to the shack? They will almost always dodge to the side. So I will do this. And then they dodge to the side and they get hit, which you saw me do in the previous game, right? Let's maybe show it again. This is a very common scenario, right? They run, you aim a little bit, and then you aim to the side and they get hit because they were trying to juke it. Now, it's very important to remember that they actually see you. So if you're in a loop, let's imagine that we're looping around this pallet, please. Like, you don't want to be like, they see you, they know. So you sometimes want to play a little bit with your expectations, do a little turn last second, bam, and you hit them. And if you miss a couple times, it's fine. Break the pallet, zone them into another corner of the map if possible, and then you'll eventually get them. It's not about just brute forcing it. Even if you are the best pyramid head in the world, there are times when survivors just get lucky. You know, your power takes a while to get there. It can be reacted to, you know, and it can also just miss by a pixel and nothing you could do. So don't get too crazy about it. Okay, it's time to play the Blight. The Blight honestly has so many reasons to play him. A lot of people find him to be one of the most fun killers in the game. He also happens to be one of the strongest killers in the game. He gets a lot of blood points compared to some of the other killers. And he's not even that difficult to play. I think his skill ceiling and how good you can get is tricky. It's pretty high. And if you try to do some of the fancy things, you can get pretty, you know, you can be like, oh, what's going on? Oh, Jesus. Oh, God, what's happening? Oh, Jesus, what's going on? Oh, my God, I'm tired. It can be a bit overwhelming. But the thing is, you don't need to use his power. You can start very simple, baby steps, just chasing survivors normally. Unlike other strong killers like Nurse or Spirit that have reduced movement speed, the Blight is actually a regular standard killer. He has the normal terror radius, actually a little bit larger, the normal lunge, the normal stun time, the normal movement speed of 4.6 meters. So that means that if you're in doubt, if you don't know how to use your power and when to use your power, you're completely fine. You can just chase survivors down, and for the most part, it's going to feel exactly like a Trapper or a Wraith when you play them normally, right? Now, on top of that, he has a power called, I think, Blighted Corruption, And this power allows him to move really, really fast. He actually moves as fast as the Hillbilly, 230%. That means you're twice as fast as survivors running, more than twice as fast. And if we just do it in the open, look. You use it, right? And then you go into a little bit of cooldown. You can actually tell how long it's gonna last by looking at the power. You'll see that my bar kind of like gets depleted, and then he goes into a bit of fatigue. This alone is already pretty good, by the way. This alone is already like decent mobility. But as you can see, there are 5 tokens, which means that I can do this up to 5 times. Now, the key to use multiple tokens is not to spam the power button like Cannibal. It's to actually bump into something. So if I don't bump into anything, by the way, survivors are not bumpable. You cannot bump into survivors. We can demonstrate that. Hold up, look. Yeah, I can slide off the survivor and bump into something else, but the survivor itself, look. Yeah, I cannot. So if you don't bump into anything, your power ends and you go through a bit of a cooldown. But if you bump on something, then you can do a follow-up. So let's see. Let's start with that, right? Bump. And then let's do it again. Oh, that was too slow. There's a small period, very similar to Nurse, where you can do a follow-up, but if you don't, your power ends. This time, we'll try to be a bit quicker, okay? Okay, you see that period? Now. Oh, okay. Now. Oh. Okay, let's walk a bit. Now. All right. Now. What? And that's it. This is the last one. I can do even a little swing at the end just to get a bit more distance. It's similar to Legion. You can get a bit more distance. So I don't know if you noticed, but in the span of like 10 seconds, we covered the entire distance of the entire map. This is huge. This killer has crazy mobility. If you want to play this killer and you want to train properly, start by playing against bots and just practice moving around the map. Now, there's one correct way and one wrong way to get mobility. Because our dashes go so far, we're interested in getting the most out of them. If I only bump into objects that are really close, I don't get the most out of my dashes. So if I do this, and then 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 I do this, I mean, I'm already out. And as you can see, I didn't make a lot of distance. So what I want to do is what some Blight mains call go long. Going long basically means try to squeeze as much value out of each rush as possible. The wrong way to do it is like this. Damn it. It was too much. I gotta be greedy. The right way to do it is to hit something right at the end. So now. 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 Perfect. Let's say now. And there we go. Ta-da! And we made it to the horse. You see, this is how you want to play the Blight. You want to get the most out of your rushes when you're traversing the map. So far, we haven't even talked about chasing survivors. We're just going around the map. One of the Blight's most powerful skills, on top of being able to chase survivors, we'll get to that in a second, is just traversing the map. So get really good at doing this, okay? Now, a few tips to traverse the map a little bit easier. You'll notice that your power does not let you go through windows, but it can break breakable walls. So if, for example, if after going the distance of the map, let's say that I come from here, I can actually, I can actually do this, hold up, attack, and break a pallet or a breakable wall. So that's one great way to end a long distance and get the pallet break or the wall break a little bit sooner. So if you'll notice that when I do my first rush, I cannot attack. Look, you hear me click, I cannot attack. But starting from your second rush, you are able to attack, right? Notice that it's called rush, and now it's called lethal rush. That means that I now walk with my cane up, and anytime, any subsequent one, I can do this, and hit. And this will, if it hits a survivor, it will damage a survivor. If they're already damaged, they will go down. And if it hits a breakable wall or a pallet, as you saw, it also allows you to get rid of it. Let's do it one more time. Do we have a second one? Yeah, we do. So, for example, ta-da, and you instantly break it. So, how do we use this in chase? Let's start with the simplest, absolute simplest way of using this in chase. Let's imagine that we're chasing a survivor and we have one right here. Are they AFK? I think they're AFK a little bit. Yeah, okay. Okay, this survivor is a little stinky. There you go, perfect. So let's say that I'm chasing the survivor, right? And why don't they, for example, why don't they go towards that pallet over there? Yeah, that would be. Let's just imagine this part of the map in isolation, right? As you can see, at in this situation, if I chase the survivor, they're going to reach the pallet every single time because I have normal movement speed, and normal movement speed is a little bit slow, right? Let's run that one more time. Because I see that I have so many obstacles around me, what I can do is purposefully bump into one of them to immediately rush ahead and get my second rush. Come to me, please, survivor. Thanks so much, little rice. So what I don't want to do, obviously, is rush ahead. Because if I rush ahead, run to the pallet, and now run back, run somewhere away. Look, like now I've lost her. So that's not ideal, right? You don't want to run past the survivor necessarily. You don't want to go ahead like a Wraith to body block them. That's not how you want to operate with this killer. Instead, I'm going to aim at an obstacle, boop, and then go after them, and look, bam, super simple hit. Now, there's one mistake that is really easy to make with this killer. Because this killer has the ability to do like a little lunge, right, at the end of your attack, like this. You might be tempted to try to hit survivors with the last bit of your attack. And sometimes you will have to. If a survivor, for example, is going through a window, please, Mrs. Survivor, could you please run and vault that window? Go that window over there. To your right. Where are you going? Yeah. Like in this situation, I might have to like squeeze it and hit it. Hold up. It was a little difficult because I was there too early. Yeah, come run here and run it again. Run it from my side so I see you. Just an example, right? Yeah. In a situation like this, yeah, you will need to like maybe hit them through a window. But when a survivor is in the open, it's actually better not to do a big lunge. If you do a big lunge like this, yeah, it actually gives the survivors a little bit of time to react, and it's very easy for them to juke side to side, and actually kind of spin you around. And it's one of the easiest ways that a survivor can make you miss with your power. Instead, when a survivor is running away from you, now let's imagine this is in very slow motion, right? What I'm gonna do is when my character is really close to them, bam, right now, hit. If you hit while your character is basically like sniffing down their neck, when you hit when your character is basically touching, that hit has a very generous hitbox, even hits a little bit around you, and is basically undodgeable. So I want to do something like that. You see, when my survivor is like already like so close that I can kind of hug them, that's when I hit them. Sniffer alert, exactly. So remember, if a survivor is running in a straight line in the open and there's no worries about them reaching something and you actually have control exactly how you approach them, you want to bump into something, right? Get close to them and now hit them there. You don't want to lunge from afar necessarily, okay? Because what can happen is you're going to miss and you're going to be spun. Now, we've already assumed that this is the best case scenario where a survivor is just running in the open. The truth is, it's not always going to be that simple, right? Sometimes survivors will run you in structures that are a little bit more complex, that have a little bit more, I don't know, walls or geometry around them, and it can be a little tricky, right? Let's start with some of the simplest things that we can do with this killer, which is to zone a survivor out. Let's chase a survivor, right? Let's assume that they are on the edge of the map and they only have a pallet, right? And look at this. Let's choose which direction to chase. If I chase a survivor around this loop clockwise, let's do it. Let's say I chase them clockwise and they drop this pallet, then they could possibly go into this little house, into that little pallet over there. But if I chase them counterclockwise, look, they're quite zoned. There's nothing else here. At most, they could try to run for that pallet, but keep in mind, I have high mobility. So what I want to do here, let's chase, right? I want to chase counterclockwise. She's eventually going to have to drop this pallet. And what I can do, right, is see what she's doing. If she's running to that pallet, boop, and hit. That's a hit. I'm not going to do it so that we don't waste time healing, but that was 100% a hit. But if she is a little bit smart and she doesn't fall for this and she stays on the loop, here's what I could do, right? I could chase a little bit around, then maybe bump into something, and then bam, break this pallet. And what is she gonna do now? She can't do anything. She's trapped here. She can run to this side. I'm gonna run her down. She can run to the other side, no matter what, unless this horse bites my ear off or something. Look, we're using the same principle, and that's a hit. Remember, when a survivor goes into the open, you want to look for something to bump on, and do one, do two, if necessary, bam. So the first thing that we need to remember is that our power can break pallets. So in this pallet, we would use a similar example. If I was using a survivor here, I would chase counterclockwise here, so that when they break the pallet, they have nothing afterwards. If I chase in the other direction, that would be incorrect, because they might reach the safety of that tile. So let's chase in this situation, right? Let's chase counterclockwise here. And you know what? I'm just going to use my power. She drops the pallet, break it immediately. Because I only use part of my power, I get the cooldown back really quickly, right? And look, 3, 2, 1, bam, I got my power back. And I can use it. And, ooh, I did it a bit too... I was a little bit unsafe there, but you get the idea, right? Oh, yeah. Very, very nasty. This killer gets really, really fast, especially with some add-ons. So, that's the very, very, very basic idea, okay? It gets a little bit more complicated. Let's go to some common things that you're going to be seeing in most maps, like, for example, Shack. Remember, we want to use the most of our power to get there. And then at the end, maybe I can swing here to have more control. Bam. Shack is incredibly difficult for survivors to play. Most of the times, they're going to have to draw the pallet really, really quickly. If I was using a survivor that was going around here, well, if they go through the window, I can just see here, see what they do. They run, I run them down. They go back, I'm going to get them. If they try to go around, look, I aim for that tree, right? Boop, and then I follow it up, and I'm going to hit them before they even make it to the door. Now, one thing that helps a little bit, if you already know you're going to bump into something, is to already preemptively move your camera into a certain direction. So, for example, if I know that I'm going to go to the right here, is there a simpler example? Yeah, let's say, for example, that this tree didn't exist, and I want to bump into this wall, and I want to go to the left. I mean, one very robotic way of doing it is I bump, and then I slowly turn around, and then I use my power. But you can do it a lot faster if while you're running, you already start turning your camera. Notice that while you run, even though you cannot change directions very much, you can actually move your camera quite a bit. Look, you see how I can move my camera quite a bit? So obviously you don't want to be moving it frantically like I just did. What this allows you to do, if you already know the direction, is to already look towards the side that you're going to do a follow-up. This allows you to better see the area and better see the survivor if you're chasing one. So since I know that I'm going to the left, I'm going to start looking at the left while I bump. Boop. Maybe here. Boop. And bam. Maybe I hit the survivor. Maybe I don't. But that's the idea. Survivors typically are really easy to hit. One time where it can be a bit difficult is if they are below you. If they are below you, by the way, can you be somewhere in this staircase? It can actually be a little bit tricky to get them. If you swing from afar, your hitbox will kind of hit above them. So in this situation, if you want to get a hit, what you need to do... Hold up. Let me wait for it. Look, I'm going to show you one more time. Crouch, please. Ooh. I don't know if she crouched too late, but basically what you want to do again is get really, really close and hit them from up close. If you crouch and I hit you from afar, I'm going to miss every time. Yeah, I will miss. But if you get close enough, or if you maybe do an additional bump, you're going to be completely fine. There's nothing wrong with doing an additional bump if you need to correct yourself. If you go... and you realize, wait, this survivor, let me do another one. Okay, that's fine. Just remember that you can do up to 5 by default. Now, the way that a lot of high-level Blight players operate with this killer is not necessarily by doing anything fancy. They don't necessarily try to do anything like, wow, oh my god, hitting through a gap or hitting over arms or sliding in some crazy way, like or maybe using your power from like elevation to like go over something and, you know, bump into something midair. You don't really necessarily need to do anything fancy with this killer. The thing is, around most loops in the game, you can follow a certain pattern. It's what some people call bump logic. Thank you, Lainey Love. Mwah. Thank you for the 74 months to the tier 2. And basically just run the survivor down. So what a Blight main will do in this situation, instead of trying to do anything fancy, they're just gonna go boop, boop, and look, it's a hit. No matter what they do, right? Unless they juke you last second. Well done there. So the idea is that you're gonna look at the loop that you're in. You're gonna see what inside the loop or around the loop helps you play around, and you're gonna play like a little bit of a ping pong, so to speak. And every different loop will have a slight different approach, but it all plays out very, very similarly in the end. Do we have... Oh, this is a TL. This is perfect. This is a very common tile that you see everywhere, right? Other killers can struggle a little bit here, but this killer is absolutely lethal. As you can see, in almost every single map, you're going to have some sort of like box or tree or anything like that. And it's super, super easy. If she runs around this, go for it, please. Like, I'm just... Obviously, if she's here, she's absolutely screwed, right? So I could chase in this direction. Well, let's give her a bit of distance. Chase in this direction. Oh, maybe she vaults the window now. That's okay. Let's chase in this direction now. Oh, look. Boop. Ooh, here I don't have anything, but it doesn't matter. I can now bump here and bump here and bam. Maybe I get a hit if I was a little bit faster, right? So you basically want to find the sequence of movements that allows you to massively outspeed the survivor. If you notice that in one side there's not a lot of things to bump on, maybe chasing the other if there is something here. Now, one thing to keep in mind is that this obstacle right here can actually be quite difficult because most of the times when you bump into something, your character bumps back. So look, when I bump, I need to like, shimmy myself a little bit, right? This can actually make it a little bit difficult to go through doorways. So, for example, if I'm chasing a survivor, right? Let's say that I'm approaching very sharply into this doorway and I want to go into it because I know the survivor is going to run through here and then they're going to go, I don't know, straight for that window or something. It can actually be really difficult because if I bump into the doorway itself, look, it puts me quite back, right? So if you notice that there's some obstacle a little bit far away from the door, you can actually bump into that instead. And look, I'm perfectly aligned with the door, right? Look, perfectly aligned with the door. Look, perfectly aligned with the door. And so on and so forth. So that's something you can do to ease your way into a little doorway. Now, other than just learning every tile and practicing every tile, this killer doesn't really have that much more complexity. It's just about using your power first just for a bit of mobility, later for simple hits, then for more complex hits, and eventually you will be using it all the time as soon as it's not on cooldown, right? So yeah. Oh, by the way, needless to say, like any other killer that has a power that can break pallets, you don't necessarily want to use it every single time. So if a survivor comes to this pallet and drops it right away, go for it, please. Let's say that if I'm using my power, it's very easy for me to break it. And it's very seamless. And because I've only used 2 tokens, I will get my power back. But in a situation like this, if she drops it, I'm just going to press the spacebar. It's just as fast. It doesn't really... Yeah, say I get stunned here. I don't need to go like... That's a waste of time. You don't need to do that, right? If in a situation like this, breaking the pallet just immediately is completely fine. This is a killer that is quite special. Even though you can use basic attack perks, you most likely do not want to use your power a lot to down survivors, right? So he sometimes needs perks that are a bit different from some of the other killers. Let's find some builds that are good on him and play a real match with him and see how we end up doing. Alright, so as we've explained, this killer most of the time wants to down you using their special attacks. That means that any perk that works with basic attacks, his own perk Dragon's Grip, which insta-downs, Devour Hope, Friends Lien, Know It, they're not bad. They're not even bad, honestly. If a survivor is too afraid of your basic attack and they just put up a pallet, I mean, you can play around it. Like, the instant-on perks are not even bad on Blight, but they're not the most synergistic. So we're not going to be running any of that. Instead, we're going to be running his other 2 perks, which are really, really good and also good together. We're going to be running Blood Favor. Whenever you damage a survivor in any way, every pallet around you... is it around you or the survivor? Around the survivor gets blocked for 15 seconds. That is a pretty big deal. That means that a survivor that takes a hit cannot immediately drop a pallet behind them and cannot immediately be pallet saved by someone else. It's a huge, huge deal. This is one of the best hexes in the game. Doesn't work with every single killer. It's not as useful on killers that insta-down, but on killers that can injure quickly, this is super, super strong. He also has another perk that's basically like a hex Uno card. Whenever any hex gets destroyed, Undying basically takes its place and replaces it. So it's basically like a get down Mr. Hex President. If you have Blood Favor and Blood Favor gets cleansed, Undying instead will take the bullet and will disappear. So you basically have 2 Blood Favors. They no longer can do just 1 totem, they have to do 2 totems to get rid of your perk. So that's a pretty big deal. I also have another Hex perk, Hex Plaything or Fortune's Fool, depending if you have the DLC or not. And this also has a similar effect, right? Our final perk, just very simple, game slowdown, nothing fancy here, just to keep gens from popping. It's called Deadlock or also No Holds Barred, depending if you have the Cenobite DLC. Anyway, add-ons. There is an add-on that shows you the location of where you're gonna slam. Seems like it would be good for beginners. I actually think it gets in your way. Stay away from it. There's an add-on that automatically makes you face the survivor that's close to you. It sounds like it would be good for beginners. It actually is really confusing. Stay away from it. There's also an add-on that is a meme add-on that makes you slower. Definitely stay away from it. Add-ons that you want to use. Anything that shows you autos is good. Anything that makes you faster is simple. Anything that makes you turn a little bit more can make your power feel a bit less unforgiving. And also, this add-on that increases the recovery at which you regain your power after using tokens is universally useful. You can never, ever go wrong with it. So, yeah, anything like that will get you, sir. Maybe stay away from the iridescent add-ons because they limit your... Yeah, they change a little bit what you do. There are definitely simpler ones. Let's load in. Okay, unfortunately, we have gone to an indoor map where using your power for mobility is a little bit trickier, but not impossible. So we're going to look at the furthest gens, which I think are... Wait, where the hell am I? Oh, I'm right in the middle. Oh, this is so awkward. I really have no idea where survivors are. They could all be here, or they could all be there. Let's use our power. Oh, we found them. Okay, I'm bumping there, and that's a hit. Remember, we don't try to launch from afar. I could have even gotten a little bit closer. Every pallet is blocked in a slight radius. Oh, they already got one of my totems, but don't worry, we got two. And ooh, this pallet's blocked. He can't really use it. Easy peasy for me then. Bonk. You see how they got blocked like this? They cannot even use it for a pallet save. Huge. That was a really quick chase. Probably the quickest one we had today. As I mentioned, this is a very strong killer. It doesn't really matter where you hook because you have such mobility. But, I mean, obviously, if you hook next to your gens, even better. I see some scratch marks. I could use my power, but because this map is just so claustrophobic, I might actually just take a minute to find out where this crew just flew off, which means they didn't go this way, most likely. Did they just hide around here somewhere? Oh, wow. That's unusual. They already did a gen. God damn. Hi, Carlos. You want to, like, spring into action? I'm going to bump into a wall and... no! I made somewhat close to the mistake I told you about. They actually got to switch direction last second. Unlucky. That's fine. They drop a pallet. I immediately break it. It will be fine. Carlos is already healed somehow. Wow. This is a slow vault for some reason. Let's get a basic hit. If you have the opportunity to get a basic hit... That's completely fine, by the way. Your power doesn't go on cooldown after a basic hit, so that means that you could use it immediately after. Oh, hiya. Oh, wait, that was a bug. That was a visual bug. The game thought that I went into cooldown even though I had bumped into something. Well, that's about as far as you can take a rush. Wow. Yeah, it's DBD. It wouldn't be DBD without some bugs, right? Bam. Beautiful. We got the pallet and the down. And I see someone else here. Who is it? Carlos, my friend. You see that I can actually hit survivors through walls, no problem. If you angle your camera just right. Beautiful. This pallet is blocked and also down. It's so stupid. All right, Carlos is the one survivor that we've hooked, so we have a vested interest. Is that how you say it? We have a great interest in downing him again. I think I can cut him off if I see this right. Ooh, that's not him. That's Adam, who has a really nice drip, by the way. Hello, Adam. Nice. We're gonna go for a hit. Bonk. Remember, if we can do a hit, no need to use power. You know? If it's guaranteed, might as well. Now I use power. Whoa. Oh, isn't that so good? This way, I get really, really close, and he's not gonna trick me like that Rebecca did. Yeah, I don't know if you noticed there, but I used the principle that I told you earlier to go through a doorway. If you play in a map like this one, Larry's, you have to go through doorways constantly. So... if there is an opportunity for you to not hit the doorway itself, but hit something else to go through it easier, you look for that opportunity. Hiya. Anyone here? Hiya. What's up, cutie pies? Let's hit him at the pallet. Nah, we're fine. I wanted to see if he would drop me the pallet for free, but this is fine. Hello. All right. He's cornered. Let's pretend to go one way, go the other. This window's not so good. Let's see if you have Dead Hard. Go for it. No. No, okay. Fair enough then. I see someone here. Hi, I'm gonna use my power. Let's bump into this stair. Oh, okay. Oh, he used that card. Oh my god, that was sick. I actually tried to bump into the stairs, but I slid past them. Okay. Do you see how disgusting that hit was? Yeah, pretty nasty, right? If you ever suspect that a survivor has Death Heart, which is that one perk from David that allows them to, like, basically parry your hit and not go down, if they time it perfectly. What you can do, by the way, is do an additional bump. So you do this, and instead of hitting you do an additional bump, you know? Something like that. I obviously kind of threw a little bit there, but you get the idea, right? That way, the survivor seeing you close will be like, I need to press E. And then they'll press E while you're doing the extra bump. And since they won't make much distance, you'll just follow it up, hit them with a... Oh, he's dead? No, he's not. Hello, Rebecca. What's up? What are we doing here, guys? Okay, let's hit this. Then hit this. Then, I don't know, go back because I'm confused. Then go back. Give me that pallet. Oh, she gotta be greedy. She could have dropped it right away. Hi, guys. What's up? It's hectic in here. I'm assaulted. Man with pink jacket. Alright, so Nicholas really wants to show us his perk from Laurie Strode called Decisive Strike. This is a perk that sometimes comes into play when you chase someone that is off the hook. They stab you with a shard of glass, they hurt your pride a little bit, and it's completely fine. We want him to show it to the class, so we're gonna pull him out of the locker. Yeah, anyone coming? Nope. But that's fine. Alright, we go for someone else. We, you know... In a situation like that, you could try to outwait it, but it's 60 seconds, so it's better to just eat it. You're a killer that is so strong that perks like that, honestly, just... They don't even do enough, you know? That's so unlucky, by the way. Much like with a normal lunge, if you end your attack while a pallet's coming down, sometimes it still registers and you still get the hit, and it looks a little BS. Hi, buddy, what's up? Hi, buddy, what's up? Hi, buddy. Yeah, stay there, dude. Stay there. Let me find you in 2 seconds. Alright, I'm going to assume that he ran a straight line. Let's go through the other doorway here. This room always has 2 doorways. Oh, he's here. Do I hit him with power? Sure. There's no need to, but I don't know. It's good practice, I guess. The nice thing about Blood Favor is that it doesn't matter what I use. It triggers regardless. Oh, I think I can get him here really easily. I could just use power here, and then use power here, and he dead harded. You see? That's what I meant! Oh, beautiful. Well, I feel a little bad killing him because it's so early, but I mean, whatever, man. They'll figure it out. So, yeah, if you know that a survivor is going to do something that, I don't know, lets them tank the hit, like use a death hard, then you can do some in-between step to just buy yourself a bit of time. Fun fact, you used to be able, this is really funny, you used to be able to use your power, and then if you open the menu, the character stood still. So I could do this, and then open my menu, and my character would, like, freeze. And it was a really good way to upplay that hard as well. I did that one time, and then one behavior developer was watching, and they were a little mad about it. So, don't do that. It's been patched, so it doesn't matter. But you know what I mean. Anyway, I feel bad about this... Adam. He's had a rough time. Oh, by the way, what happened there will happen very frequently. Unfortunately, when you start rushing and you're very close to a surface behind you, sometimes your character will get stuck on the bump. I don't know if I can replicate it easily, but I don't know. Let me try. Yeah, it's hard to replicate, but sometimes you will like... It will feel like that. It will feel like you... never quite get off because you bump into yourself. That happens, it means you must not hug things as much. Also, I'm sure you've noticed, but you cannot start a rush if you're really close to something. You used to be able to, and there was a whole trick around it, but I cannot start my rush unless there's like about 1 meter or so of clearance so that I can actually bump into it, right? That is quite important. Anything else, chat, that we need to make sure that we talk about this killer? Okay, let's employ... In the situation, this guy has to drop the pallet. If he doesn't drop the pallet, I have more than enough speed to go around and catch him, right? Now, if I want to be absolutely insane, I can make it look like I'm going to break the pallet and then go around and then go back and catch him with a crazy mind gun. You ready for that? Let's do it. Alright, let's do it. Don't play Wraith. Don't play Blight. He's the worst killer in the game. He just stood still, man. He just stood still. This guy's a maniac. Alright, we gotta kill him now. He's seen too much. Okay, here, unfortunately, I didn't have the option to go into the doorway nicely. Oh, damn. One thing that I haven't delved too much into is that once you actually begin your attack with your rush, you actually have a little bit of control over it. And you can do a bit of a zigzag or sometimes end... Oh, he has an interesting perk. Or sometimes end in a bit of more of a controlled way. I'll try to show you. What the hell? He actually ran into me. Luckily this, like if you start rushing and immediately attack, that's one easy way to catch a survivor that runs into you. That happens pretty commonly, by the way. Sometimes by accident, sometimes on purpose. You run into a survivor and then they run back into you, and what you need to do is like, yeah, like it doesn't look right because I do a big lunge because there's no one, but if the survivor was colliding with me, I would hit them immediately. So you basically want to like, basically start a rush and just like immediately get the hit. It can be a little bit tricky. You would also be surprised by how far you can hit through windows. If you time it right, you can hit a survivor right through the window and it looks super disgusting as well. Another thing that we haven't talked about very much is holes. If you have a hole like this, or a platform like this, there are quite a few maps like this. One quick way to deal with this is to bump into... You cannot obviously navigate around it normally, but you can bump into the space. And while you fall down, you turn around and reposition yourself. So Blight can actually get out of second floors and somewhat have a nice mobility. Now, unlike the nurse, who gets punished for using her attack at the end of a chain, this killer doesn't get punished. In fact, you don't have any difference at all. So if you are ending your final rush, whichever one it is, and you want to get a little bit more distance, you can actually, at the very end, like now, do a swing. And you get an extra meter. And as I mentioned, you have a bit more control. So, yeah. What you can do with the swings is, I don't know if it's... You can do something like this. Like, yeah. Like, you see what I mean? I don't quite do a turn like the Oni. But you can sometimes hit a survivor around a round obstacle or do something like that. That can sometimes be the difference between a hit and a miss. I don't know, let's chase this guy and just dive a little bit, see what happens. Oh, he's going all the way over there. All right. He's going to take a hit here. Oh, never mind. I'm stuck somewhere. Okay, see? That was a great example. That was an example of me steering myself and blocking his way into the pallet. Now, he was really smart. He went away from the pallet. But it doesn't matter. No, I don't make that actually. Oh, wow. Deadly. Okay, we're gonna do the basic idea of bumping into a tree or an obstacle or a wall just to get the hit. This pallet we got rid of. We remember that pretty well. We're gonna bump into this bed, then he's dead here. No matter what he does. Remember, if you're really close to a survivor, you can just... I mean, he had a bit of distance there, but you just run and immediately do the attack, and it's fine. Now, if Rebecca leaves, we can Mori this guy, and it's a pretty gnarly Mori. If she doesn't leave, then I'm afraid I can't. You can mention that you need to turn your camera when hitting a survivor vaulting the pallet. Try not to vacuum into the pallet. Yeah, that is true. Like any other killer that breaks pallets, sometimes the game will kind of trick you. Like, for example, if this... Say this pallet was down, right? And I chase a survivor into it, sometimes my power will break the pallet, but the survivor will be fine. You want to be a little bit careful and essentially... Oh yeah, where is he? Nah, dude, we're here forever. Nah, dude, I'm a bouncer. You don't look 18, I'm sorry. Nah, it could have been a growth spurt. Alright, you can go. You can go. Actually, did they even make it? I don't even know. Oh, barely. GG's. barely. But yeah, hopefully we haven't forgotten anything super important. Just baby steps. Use your power for mobility. Use your power in the open. Use your power in simple loops. Use it in Shag. Use it in jungle gyms. More and more complex. And luckily for you, there are some amazing Blight players out there and more complex guides that you can use for reference if you need further training. And some really good Blight streamers as well. And I'm sure many of you in the chat know at least one. GG's.